It's like a storm is coming. I mean, not figuratively, but the officer has to turn away from the road. He can hear the wind going crazy. It sounds like a tornado, but he can't directly look at what's causing all this wind. At least it's not advised. All the debris that's getting kicked up into the air, the dust, it's going to get into his eyes, and then there's going to be a bigger problem, and he's not going to be as useful right now. And he needs to be very useful because he needs to save somebody's life. In the event of a very, very bad car crash, it always feels like a storm is coming. And that's not figuratively. It's usually the life flight. It's a helicopter. This is essentially a flying emergency room, and it is looking for a place to land, typically on the road. I mean, it does need clearance. A lot of the police have to taper off a section, and the pilot is ultimately the one that decides if it's safe to land. But these helicopters, they're trying to land as quickly as possible, as closely as possible to the crash site so that they can get whoever needs help with no time wasted to the closest medical facility.
Any more units?
Radio, there's an occupant inside. Now! Radio, we got at least 2 occupants in here. No one's moving. Oh my God. Times 3, guys. Vehicular crash in Strongsville.
The life flight lands, and they hurry to get the patient on board and fly them to Metro Health Medical Center Intensive Care Unit, specifically room 571. That is where she wakes up from surgery. The officers, the police officers, the detectives, they're knocking on the hospital door to ask her, what happened in that car crash? Because you were driving. So what happened? What did you do? How did those 2 boys in the car die? The doctor's notes read, patient awake, alert, appropriate, clearly articulated verbal response, patient without recall of circumstances or timing of collision. 17-year-old Mackenzie is sitting in the hospital room, and she informs the officers she doesn't recall a single thing after getting into that car. Even when she tries to remember, there is nothing. It's just blank. Everything faded to black. There's nothing. She doesn't remember how she, the driver, ended up crashing the car into the brick building, killing her boyfriend Dom, and killing their friend Davion. She says she can't remember. I mean, she wishes she could. She cries out, in fact, that she wishes that she could have been the one that died instead of them. Why them? Why not her? It's just a very tricky time for everyone in Strongsville, Ohio. But it is an unbearable time for 19-year-old Davion's family and 20-year-old Dominic's family because they want to know what the hell happened. They want to know how their family member was killed. But the only person that knows that answer is in the hospital, just got out of multiple surgeries, and she claims she doesn't remember a thing. I think they have every single right to demand answers, but because they're inherently good people, they don't. They wait. They wait because they want 17-year-old Mackenzie to heal from her surgery. Because even though their sons were killed, they don't want another person to die. They don't know what happened in the car. They don't immediately go and interrogate Mackenzie after she's gotten out of surgery, which no one would blame them for doing. I'm sure they really wanted to. There's so much that doesn't make sense that they have to sit with for a prolonged period of time, probably even now. Like, why was she driving so fast, straight into a brick building and never hitting the brakes? I don't think anyone would have faulted them if they were posted up in that hospital room, but they weren't. Instead, they were waiting. And while they were waiting, they find out that 17-year-old Mackenzie has not been waiting. She does not wait. She does not wait to post Snapchat stories of herself laying in the hospital bed. She'll post the little flowers that she received from the hospital. But more shocking, she hasn't even waited to respond to a modeling agency that reached out to her on Instagram a day or 2 after the fatal crash. The brand comments on Mackenzie's Instagram page asking to use a picture of her to repost to their socials. Mackenzie's mom responds, "Thank you for this amazing opportunity. She would love if you would use that. She's actually been trying to contact you guys for a PR email. It was a tragic accident. This is just as painful for her as it is for everyone else, or maybe even a little more painful."
Did the brand reach out because they found out about the crash, or?
It doesn't seem like it.
Oh,
It seems like she tagged them and some intern was just like, "Oh, hey, can I use this photo?" And then Mackenzie herself responds, "Thank you for the comment. I would love to work with you guys. I've been emailing you guys a lot. Such a great opportunity. Thank you." How does someone respond like that after killing their boyfriend and friend in the car? This is the case of Mackenzie Shervilla and the lives that were cut short of Dominic Russo and Davion Flanagan. Case has gained a lot of attention since the release of the Netflix documentary, The Crash. We did FOIA this case, and The file that we got back was pretty massive. I mean, we received approximately over 4,000 separate videos, 4,896 photos, 31,000 pages of text messages just between Mackenzie and her boyfriend Dom. It was approximately 92,892 text messages back and forth, close to 800 text messages between Mackenzie and her own father, Steve Shirilla, which is, I mean, there's a lot of conspiracies coming out of those messages. Close to 2,000 text messages between Mackenzie and her close friends, as well as 2,000 pages of Instagram DM messages between Mackenzie and various other people, as well as massive folders for all of Mackenzie's Snapchat data, including personal photos, videos, audio messages sent to friends, TikTok data, Instagram data, as well as 97 jail calls, 551 pages of documents from police reports, and 39 body cam and dash cam videos. We have gone through all of it because it is a massive amount of just data. I know that a lot of people were trying to run the text message file through AI to pick out important parts. We literally sat there and read through every single page, every single text message, and we are going to break it down for you. This is going to be a 5-part series. In this first part, we're going to be going over the crash itself, as well as going over who was in the car, their relationships to one another, and generally what people believe happened that night. In part 2, we're going to break down the Netflix documentary, the social media response to the documentary, because it's been a lot. There's been a lot of conspiracy theories that have been circulating online about what was happening at the party that the three, Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion, had attended right before the crash, as well as we actually asked 2 of the more controversial individuals from the documentary all of the questions that we saw social media had for them, and they responded. It was like a 2-hour long conversation. In part 3, we're going to be breaking down Mackenzie's relationship with her parents, as well as the semi-confirmed speculations that Mackenzie was sending messages to people in regards to potential sex work. Not that there was any sex work evidence found, but messages communicating back and forth about potential sex work. In part 4, we're going to be breaking down the entire 31,000 page document of text messages between Mackenzie and Dom, and covering the popular theory that Mackenzie knew that Dom was breaking up with her soon, so she planned the crash. And in part 5, we're going to cover the jail calls and the alleged prison girlfriends, because after this Netflix documentary, so many people have been coming out saying, I was in prison with Mackenzie, as well as the status of the appeal. So that is going to be the 5 parts. And with that being said, we would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Change the Game for Dom Foundation and Davion Flanagan's Memorial Scholarship Fund. Both GoFundMes are run by the families of the victims, and we will include all of those in the description, as well as all the information regarding Dom and Davion's law, which aims to update Ohio's Son of Sam laws in order to prevent violent offenders from profiting off their crimes. All of those are going to be included in our show notes. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's team of dedicated researchers. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's case involves mentions of illicit drug usage, reckless driving, driving while intoxicated, self-exit, and possible domestic violence. We did pull the FOIA for this case and literally went through tens of thousands of pages of text messages, detective incident reports, autopsy reports, so naturally a lot of quotes and statements may be condensed for brevity's sake. Secondly, many of Dom and Davion's family members have spoken up and have shared their stories about how this has impacted them. I would heavily recommend you watching through all of those, because I think they are like the first-hand encounters to describe what it was like being around people like Dom and Davion. I think, and they're very eloquent with their words. I'm going to link all of their social media below, because they have been active since the documentary to voice out the impact that this case and the documentary has had on them. In order to explain the entirety of the case, there will be times where we will be going through opinions of netizens, theories of netizens, even conspiracy theories. But keep in mind that we do state that these are opinions, comments, and speculations made by netizens. They do not represent our own opinions. So with that, let's get started. Depending on who you ask, you're going to get a completely different view of who Mackenzie Shirilla is, which I'm sure it applies to every single one of us. There are going to be people in your life that love you, and then there are going to be the ones that hate you, but you can still pinpoint who they're talking about most of the time. The people that hate you will say, oh, she has no backbone, and they're so desperate to be liked. The people who like you are going to say, oh, they're so sweet and accommodating and really care about other people's feelings all the time. Two different perspectives, typically of the same personality traits, just interpreted differently. But the part that boggles my mind about Mackenzie Shirilla is it feels like everyone's talking about inherently different individuals. She sounds like a different person depending on who you talk to. Some friends will say that she's one of those people who took care of herself and other people. One friend says that she was being bullied and Mackenzie would be the one that would stand up for her and tell people that's not okay, don't bully her. One friend reminisces about her friendship with Mackenzie on Snapchat, and she writes, I remember during one of my drunken breakdowns, I texted Kenzie to come to my room so I didn't interrupt the party, and she sat next to me and said, oh no, babe, we drunk crying? What's wrong? And just listened to me without any judgment. That is the kind of girl Mackenzie Shirilla is. But others are confused. Because they're like, do we know the same person? They say, she has a bitch list. Like, she has a burn book from Mean Girls. The style of bitch list that they had in the Regina George, like, they write down the people's names that they want to get revenge on. In Mackenzie's notes app on her phone, she had a list of 48 names of, I guess, bitches that she hates and wants revenge on. Some of those individuals would have descriptors next to their names, such as transgender or the fatty.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, this is pulled from the police?
Yeah.
What?
Which hardly feels like someone without much judgment, but that's why it's interesting that everybody has such polar opposite opinions on Mackenzie as an individual. But I think one objective fact is she loves to post photos and videos of herself, which isn't inherently a nefarious thing. I too technically post a ton of videos of myself, but one person says, nobody loved Mackenzie like Mackenzie loved Mackenzie. And Mackenzie, she wanted to be an influencer. Her Instagram had 2,700 followers at one point, and she writes in her Instagram bio, fashion model, your inspiration, modeling, Ohio. I don't really know how to describe Mackenzie's style. I mean, she's definitely not in the relatable influencer niche, I would say. She's out here posting how she only likes designer things and money. She'll do the money fans, or like the money brick iPhones, where she'll have an obscenely large stack of cash, a brick, like the size of a fucking table lamp. And she's trying to, I don't know, hear the melody of tax evasion from the other side. Like she's using it like a little phone and taking photos of herself.
Hello?
She has a very specific Y2K baddie type aesthetic that she likes to stick to. She'll take car videos of herself in the car with the words all over the screen. The police, working, fast food, winter, Parma, Ohio, like a city in Ohio, fake friends, anything that's not designer, cancers, GMO foods, new Juicy Couture, the show Friends, and Ohio.
All in one frame?
Yeah, so it's like words just scattered all throughout the screen, right? And she's like posing for the camera. What do all of these things have in common? She uses the TikTok sound from Kim Kardashian while wearing obscenely large sunglasses. And the sound is, it's just never been my thing, not into it, so not approved. Side note, I think she's talking about the astrological sign cancers, not terminal illness cancers. So there is that. She also likes to get her nails done to have the giant Dior logo. It's like she's got 10 Dior lip glosses on her hands, just floating around. She posts on Instagram stories a picture of her in like a bathing suit in the snow, and the caption reads, I dress and post for me and only me. If you don't like that, please go die. She goes through the trends of having a full set of lash extensions that look like she stole a horse's tail in the middle of the night and attached it to her retinas. I think everybody's had that phase. I do believe the lash extensions, however, were giving her infections, because there are Instagram DMs where she talks extensively about getting prescribed steroids for her eyes, and then she goes and gets them done again just to have her eyes look like she put in red 40 eye drops. I mean, generally speaking, I would say that she just makes very cringy TikToks. I guess it's understandable considering she's 16, 17 years old when she's posting a lot of these things. I could have made a freaking career embarrassing myself at that age. Instead, I did it for free. So it's fine. I mean, none of this is nefarious. I don't think any of these things have any sort of evidentiary value as to what kind of person Kenzie is. It's just really cringy. However, I think the parts that start to get a bit more alarming and worth considering is her never-ending obsession with documenting herself getting high. She'll post videos of herself smoking weed out of a giant foot-long bong in her room, which is a bit questionable to be posting at 16, 17. She does have normal posts as well, where she's just doing like fruit reviews, trying hybrid fruits. So it's not like she only posts smoking weed, but she'll like scatter them around. But a lot of smoking weed. And then she'll do a fruit review, trying a hybrid fruit, like a hybrid between a honeydew and a cantaloupe. Yeah. Or she'll review garage sale finds where she finds like a cute purse. Or she'll post videos of herself in her Toyota. She's got this like pink fuzzy steering wheel cover and she's just taking pictures while driving, while smoking a blunt. Documenting herself, driving under the influence, not even focusing on the driving aspect because she's so busy trying to show her Snapchat that she's driving under the influence.
And she's 16.
She's like 17 at this point, I would say, yeah. I mean, it's to the point where she does everything but driving while driving. She films rant videos while driving. She's lip syncing for TikTok, doing just about anything but focusing on her driving. She's showing off her furry pink steering wheel cover, zooming in on her face during songs, showing off her nails, showing off her lashes, her oversized sunglasses. In some videos, she's parked, so she's not actively driving, but she does go after other people that she disagrees with on the road. So she'll like be parked and show another car and be like, look at this R word. He's literally parked on the line.
This is how park at Polaris. Look at this. He's literally on the line. Dumbass.
Damn. Okay.
As if she's not just, yeah. She also has road rage issues. On Snapchat, she would post cars that pissed her off. With one, it's a picture of a car on the road in front of her. And she writes, this bitch dumb AF. Then another one, dumbass. And it's just like, you know, license pictures. Just generally speaking, whenever she's driving, she's kind of looking like a bozo. She'll wear these sunglasses that look like 2 dinner plates on her face, which I guess you could say is objectively cute, but it's not cute at all to do this while driving. I mean, the amount of times her phone will fall while she's driving and recording is rage-inducing. Just focus on driving, holy shit. There's one video where she shows that she's doing butterflies with her legs on her seat, so her feet are nowhere near the pedal or the brakes.
Wait.
She's like crisscross applesauce.
The car's going.
Yeah,
moving.
so it seems like she's probably on cruise control on the highway. And her attention is definitely on showing off that she's cruise controlling and crisscross applesauce rather than on the road. She's not focused on the road. Another video shows she's lip syncing the words to a song that go, I go fast like NASCAR. And she's, again, driving while doing this. There's another video where she's lip syncing to songs and she closes her mouth every time the N-word is sang, which is the correct thing to do. But she's also, at the same time, going through all of her copious pages upon thousands of pages of text messages, calling her boyfriend the N-word when she's mad at him. So I don't know why she feels the need to be performative about it. She is often and very often like mad at her boyfriend Dom for seemingly no good reason at all, but more on that later. There's another video of her where she's going 93 miles per hour on the highway with a car that's pretty close in front of her. And she's taking this video and I really don't understand the purpose of the video. I don't know if it's to show off. I don't know if it's just to be included in a future FOIA file. I don't understand. There was no aesthetic value to the video. There's no message in the video. It was just bizarre.
She's just trying to show off how fast she's going.
Yeah. There's a DM exchange between Mackenzie and another friend earlier in 2022. Go run your car off a bridge. Mackenzie messages them, I'm dead. I'll just crash my car into your car. They respond, I hope you die when you do that. Now, within a few days, they are talking just like normal friends. So I guess this is their friendly version of banter, but it's just, if you were to take out the rest of this case and just comb through Mackenzie's social media, not knowing what's going on, you would come to the conclusion that she is an incredibly reckless teenager with basically zero foresight that will say, do, and post whatever she feels without any thought about consequences. She's not exactly a likable individual as well. That doesn't inherently make her guilty of a crime, but I am saying she's incredibly unlikable. And she was found guilty of the crime, but nevertheless, I feel like I have been trapped in the inner workings of Mackenzie's mind for God knows how long now. And it is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to even muster up an ounce of sympathy for her, just based on how she speaks to people through text messages, DMs, what she posts, and obviously, ultimately, her actions. It's just, I hate it here. She'll complain to her friends about how she got banned from TikTok Live for 7 days because, quote, I was literally calling people ugly and saying f***, but they chose to ban me for saying that. Whack. Then she'll go on Instagram, look up TikTok's official Instagram account, and then DM them. F*** you guys. F*** you guys. Make it so bad for creators. F*** you guys. I hate y'all. F*** you. Y'all support system is shit. Reply to my DM. She'll post videos ranting.
Why is TikTok targeting the out of my account. I cannot live. This was posted literally days ago on the 4th of July. So why was it taken down? Like, it's literally not I'm pissed.
Which is a very interesting tactic considering right around this time, Mackenzie is trying to become an influencer, if you will. She wants to be famous. She expresses that pretty much verbatim multiple times that she wants to be famous. I'm not entirely sure how cursing out the TikTok social media intern is going to get you there, but that's exactly what she's doing. She also rants about ghost followers. She's ranting to a friend through Instagram DMs. They just ruin my engagement. Stalker ghost followers. It ruins engagement. I'm over here trying to gain because if you have all these followers and it's getting pushed out to them, but they don't like it, it just ruins it. To another friend, she rants. It's literally making me so mad. Like, I hate these weird ghost following bitches. They hate to see me succeeding. Like, anytime a pretty girl is doing good, they don't like that.
What is she complaining?
That they ghost follow her but don't like her photos. She complains that certain photos won't even get 200 likes these days, and so she has to hide her likes. Which sounds like a personal problem because you really don't have to hide them. No one cares. But at the same time, she's reaching out to big clothing brands like I Am Gia, saying, hey, I'm Gia. I know I've reached out here before, but consistency is key. I would love to work together and collaborate with you guys. Thank you for being a weight-inclusive brand. Then in another TikTok, she's modeling a see-through cover-up, and the audio plays.
All I want is just one day a year where I'm not visually assaulted by uglies and fatties.
So she's like, thank you, I Am Gia, for being weight-inclusive. And then she's also posting TikToks being like, visually assaulted by uglies and fatties. For modeling, she likes to send pitches through Instagram DM that read, and like, it's very interesting that I'm like reading through her pitches to all of these. It's just unhinged. She says, I believe I'm a great model because I'm a petite girl and we don't see enough of us represented in the industry. I have modeling experience and I've done several photo shoots and walked runways. I'm 5'3" and have a fiery personality and I'm willing to travel. But then in another rant video, she posts, I just wanted to make this video and talk about things that I don't like. I don't like when people eat McDonald's. It grosses me the fuck out. I don't like Swishers, and what else do I don't like when people talk about the world and be like, oh, we're all gonna be dead in 60 years anyways. Please go kill yourself. Yep, I said it. Go die, bitch. Damn. So like her DMs and what she's posting are completely not even in the same realm of like who she's trying to present herself at.
She's posting these publicly?
Yeah, so she had 3 TikTok accounts. They just kept getting banned. And then she would post a ton of stuff on Snapchat. She was under the impression, I think, that Snapchat deletes forever and ever. And like the law enforcement, no one can get it.
But they keep everything.
Right? Oh,
right?
yeah. They kept everything. I mean, I saw private voice memos she sent to her friends on Snapchat. I saw she would take screenshots on her phone and send it to her friends on Snapchat of what she's doing on a website. I'm going to talk about this more in depth later, but she's like filling out a fake ID website. She's got her name in there, her address, her phone number. She's taking fake ID photos, screenshotting it, like sending it to her friends on Snapchat. And I'm just like seeing it all.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
so
all
her
in
whole incriminating record is all on Snapchat.
Just like in a series of zip files. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. She does partake in a lot of the TikTok trends too. So, you know, the one that it's like, oh, put a finger down, you know, if you blah, blah, blah. And there's a lot of variations for it. But she chooses specifically to do the one that says, put a finger down, psycho edition. And she's with her friend doing this. If you get more than 5 fingers, you're a psycho. You won't see me anywhere near you. So this is not Mackenzie's voice. This is, you know, the audio. And Mackenzie is giggling and she's listening.
Put a finger down if you thought about choking someone next to you just because you can and they won't be expecting it. Put a finger down if you put ranch on your pizza. Put a finger down if you're a Leo, Sagittarius, Scorpio, or Cancer. You're automatically. Put a finger down if when your parents are yelling at you, you stare them directly in their eye for a long period of time just to intimidate them. Put a finger down if you go to sleep with socks on. Ugh. Put a finger down if someone close to you is crying and the only thing you're thinking about is trying not to laugh because it's a defense mechanism. Put a finger down if you like to chew ice. Put a finger down if you think you can kill someone and get away with it. Put a finger down if you predict conversations with someone else on your own just so you know what to say when the time comes. Put a finger down if when you get angry enough you start crying, but it's not tears of joy.
6 days before the crash, Mackenzie sends a DM to Trisha Paytas on her Instagram account. Trish, I want to meet you, which goes unanswered. She also reaches out to influencer Anna Paul. Anna, come smoke with me. She also does not get a response. And then she reaches out to Tana Mojo and DMs her, Tana, my boyfriend cheated on me. Smoke a blunny with me, please. So she's just like doing a lot on Instagram. She's reaching out to freaking Vogue. She's like reaching out to Euphoria. Yeah, okay, we're gonna get there. And she's reaching out to influencers, trying to get high with them. She even posts on TikTok with the audio.
I'm not even cool. I'm just one of those girls that can do a lot of drugs and not die.
I will note that it's very interesting that her parents were supposedly following her on social media where she's posting herself smoking and driving and doing all of these things. And she's 17, but much, much more to come about the parents, Natalie and Steve, in a later episode. The most controversial of Mackenzie's TikTok, though, is from Halloween. She's with 3 of her friends, and they're all in the same costume, well, different variations of it. But Mackenzie is dressed in an all-black look. She's got these black furry boots, black ripped leggings, this super, super tight corset, and this ribbed black top where it looks like someone just put it through a paper shredder. And you can see part of her chest that in her TikTok post, she keeps covering up with an emoji. And her makeup, since it's Halloween, she has painted her face white with these big black circles around her eyes and a red, almost Joker-like smile. It's supposedly inspired by Playboi Carti and the look that he would sometimes perform with. It was like during a very specific era of his career, which some people called it the clown era, but it's more of this vampy, corpse, theatrical comic book villain inspired look. It did look really cool when he would perform on stage with that look. But this Halloween post becomes one of Mackenzie's most controversial social media posts, more than her posting herself driving while smoking weed, because everyone says that she looks like she dressed up as a corpse. Mackenzie's friends are saying, no, that's not true. We were dressed up as Playboi Carti. But also, what about it? Like, what if she dressed up as a corpse? It's Halloween, get a grip. But it's not the holiday and it's not the costume. It is the timing of this Halloween. People are upset because this was posted and this was done Halloween of 2022. Just 3 months after Mackenzie was in a fatal car crash where she was the driver that killed her boyfriend Dom and their friend Davion.
She was out and about?
Yeah. Oh, this is not even the first time she's out and about post-crash. It's called post-traumatic amnesia, or basically a black hole of time where the brain simply fails to record anything from a window of time, typically the time of injury. People have reported that in their own car crashes, they have a gaping hole in their memory. They remember getting in the car, pulling onto the road. They even remember what song was playing. And then they don't remember anything. They remember nothing. They don't remember the moment of impact. In fact, some people don't even remember talking to the paramedics at the crash site. They know that they were answering questions, but they don't recall a single second of it. They just recall waking up in the hospital. That is what Mackenzie and her mom state is happening to Mackenzie. Natalie says about her daughter Mackenzie, she remembers waking up, she remembers leaving the house, then she remembers turning on the street, and that's it. She was trying to remember, like she's trying, and I'm like, Mackenzie, you can't. It's just not there. In a voice memo to a friend, Mackenzie said,
it just doesn't feel real. Like, I keep saying this, but it like doesn't feel real. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, now I'm just like going to my second surgery and I have to go through this shit now, and then like everyone's telling me it's my fault. Like, this is just fucked.
It is understandable to some degree, but it's difficult when she's the driver of the car and she's the only one that's alive. She's the only one with answers as to what happened in that car, and she says she doesn't remember. Davion's dad says, I can see how someone could have some amnesia from the impact of the crash, but the timing just seemed really perfect. I don't understand how your amnesia just lasted the exact right amount of time to not be able to help the police with their investigation. Mackenzie says, it was 5 a.m. They were all at their friend's house. So it was like a bunch of friends gathered and they decided to head home. So she's like, we decided to head home back to Dom's. So it's her, Dom, and Davion in the car. And she says, and I remember turning on the street and then I'm waking up in the hospital the next day. And my whole life is shattered. The whole morning is just like nothing. I mean, it sounds crazy, but I'm not gonna just lie just because people want to hear a story. I have no recollection of that morning. And that's that. I mean, still to this day, 4 years later, Mackenzie states she still does not remember what happened in that car. She does not remember how she crashed straight into the brick building, how her foot was all the way on the gas pedal, never once touching the brake pedal. And ultimately, she doesn't remember a single thing about crashing the car, killing Dominic and Davion. The prosecutor says at that point, when they left their friend's house, we just have this black hole in the timeline. The officer knocks on the door at hospital room 715. Mackenzie's mom, Natalie, invites the officer in. There's a few other people in the hospital room. So there's Mackenzie in her cast. She's got casts on her legs, on her arms. She's in a neck brace. She's laying on the hospital bed. Mackenzie's mom, Natalie, is there. Mackenzie's dad, Steve, is there. And 2 female friends of Mackenzie are there. They
This
quickly
is like
leave.
the second day? Or?
Yeah. And they quickly leave. So now there's just a detective that walked in. Besides their visiting, I don't think they want to stick around for this. The officer starts filling out a property release form. And then that's when the doctor walks in. So the officer is like writing all of this in his report. He's like, I walked in, I saw all these people. And then I was filling out a property release form because I came here to give the things that were found on Mackenzie's person in the crash. Her purse, cash, like these are things that he has to give back. Not the drugs, because there were drugs found, but he's not going to give those back. So he's filling out this property release form. And in the notes, he notes some very interesting exchanges. So first of all, Mackenzie's doctor walks in and Mackenzie refuses to take a shot that's going to help her with her pain, which fine, right? Second, Mackenzie gets into a full-blown argument with her dad where she kicks him out of the room. She kicks her dad out of the hospital room after cussing him out. And the officer is like noting this in his report.
She's doing all that in front of the officer?
Yeah. And this is when the detective is like, you know what? I'm just going to wait for the doctor to leave. I'm going to be in the hallway filling out the rest of these forms. And while he's out in the hallway, he starts having a conversation with Mackenzie's parents, Natalie and Steve. And he's just explaining the whole process of like, yes, we're going to, give you back this Michael Kors backpack. And there's some cash that we found as well as clothes in the car that were recovered from the crash scene. We're going to give those back. And then he writes in his report, they hear a scream from inside the hospital room. While the officer is talking to Mackenzie's parents out in the hallway, quote, Mackenzie started yelling, telling us to not talk without her being present.
Mackenzie is telling the parents not to talk?
And the police.
Without her being present?
Yeah, she's like, why are you guys talking? I mean, I don't know exactly the words, but he writes in the report, she started yelling, telling us not to talk without her being present.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
What?
So the three, the officer, Natalie and Steve Shirilla, they shuffle back into the hospital room and the officer starts detailing the search warrant and the basic nature of the entire investigation. Once he walks back into the hospital room, he is audio recording. And he lets the Shirillas know. And he explains, the search warrant lists the nature of the crime we're investigating as an aggravated vehicular homicide ×2 because 2 people were killed in the car crash. It does not mean, we're not charging you with aggravated vehicular homicide. And the officer is trying to explain that everything's really now in the hands of the county. It is the county that decides whether or not there's going to be any charges that are pressed. He says it's not the families. So it's not going to be up to Dom and Davion's families. The state chooses whether or not they want to charge.
Is this the first time they found out what type of charges they could be facing, or?
I think they kind of knew, but they are shocked by the information that Dom and Davion's family have no say. Because they seem disgruntled, and like Natalie, the mom, is like, why? And she's basically asking like, well, what if the families don't want to press charges? And the officer is like, it's not up to the families. Because, like, it's not up to them. This is not a civil case. Like they can't seem to understand that if the 2 families of the deceased decide not to press charges, why on earth would the county press charges? And they're confused by it. Which is crazy because the officer is like, I mean, it's a crime. Like, what do you mean? This is not civil court. Like,
yeah.
I'm a detective. And so Mackenzie asks the officer at this point, can I say something to her? And she's referencing saying something to her mom. So the officer is like, sure, yeah. Mackenzie turns to her mom and starts speaking rapidly in a language that the officer cannot identify.
Can I say something to her? Yes.
He can't even tell you. Like, he can't even tell you, oh, she turned to her mom and was speaking in, I think, Korean. I think Spanish. I think Portuguese. He's never heard this cadence before. Like, he can't even figure out, like, does it sound Eastern European? Does it sound East Asian, like South Asian? Like, he can't even pinpoint where geographically this type of cadence and dialect sounds like it's coming from. And Mackenzie is rapid fire talking to her mom. Clearly, Natalie is understanding everything. She ends the conversation with Mackenzie in English saying, you can. And that's when Mackenzie grunts. Can you just take my whole license away for 10 years or something like that?
To the police?
Yes. In my opinion, the officer sounds kind of flabbergasted, and he just hits her with a, do you have a lawyer? Talk to your lawyer. But once the detective leaves, he's so intrigued by this whole incident of this language that he cannot decipher, he reaches out to the chair of the Department of World Languages at a local university. And they tell him, I let 2 other language instructors listen, and we were all on the same page. We all don't think what we're hearing here is a natural spoken language. I thought of your suggestion about it being Pig Latin or something like that, and I think you're right. Given the speed at which it's spoken, it is unlikely to be natural. So she's saying it doesn't sound like a foreign language. The cadence and the phonetics of speaker 1, Mackenzie, are all clearly American English.
Okay.
So it's not like they just know some languages and they're like, oh, it's not the ones we know. They study like the cadence and tones of languages, and they're like, the cadence is American English.
Yeah.
So like it
Did you hear?
Yeah. I knew Pig Latin in high school. It does sound like Pig Latin.
Pig Latin is the one that you move some.
So you move the first letter to the back and then you add A at the end. So instead of Stephanie, it would be like Tiffany say.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
there's
can you say that in like a natural way? Like, can you actually talk to people in that?
When I was really young, I remember Pig Latin was like a huge thing, and I could not speak anywhere near as quickly as Mackenzie does in this audio file, but you can, kind of.
Okay.
You can.
So was it Pig Latin?
It is not, but it is a different, like there's so many variations of these types of. Later, it is identified by Mackenzie's dad, Steve, to be Carney talk. It's kind of like Pig Latin, but it was actually used heavily by people who worked carnivals. That's why it's called Carney talk.
Why?
I guess they wanted a different way to speak to each other, just so that they can communicate without, I guess, communicating in front of, like, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's like widely known to be spoken amongst people originally who would run carnivals. That's why I guess it's called Carney talk.
That's interesting. So
Yeah.
was it decoded or?
Yes. Now, this decoding of the message has been disputed, obviously. The prosecutors have decoded it, and they believe what was said in that hospital room just days after the crash. Steve Sharilla is like, that's not what my daughter said. You decide. Mackenzie is stating she doesn't remember a single important detail of this car accident, right? But then she turns to her mom, and the prosecutor believes she said, can we just tell them I had a seizure?
That was it?
Yeah. Like, it was like, can we just tell them I had a seizure or something like that? Like, can we just tell them?
Whoa.
The 3 people in that car, the early morning of July 31st, 2022, where, like I said, Mackenzie is in the driver's seat, her boyfriend Dom is in the front passenger seat, and their friend Davion is in the back seat. A lot of people believe that Mackenzie and her boyfriend Dom got into a fight in the car, which leads Mackenzie to freak out, going over 90 miles per hour and slamming into a brick building, with Davion's life, by netizens' speculations, not being considered by Mackenzie. They think that Mackenzie is the type of person to just, you know, someone in the back is not pertinent to her or her relationship, and the fight is the most important thing that could be happening in the car. Now, this is obviously a netizen theory. It is one of the more widely accepted versions of events of what netizens think occurred in the car that night, which is why there's going to be a lot of time spent throughout the episode on Mackenzie and Dom's relationship. It is not because Davion's life was not important or that we don't want to spend time talking about Davion. It's because most people believe that whatever happened in the car could have to do with what Mackenzie felt about Dom. It was reported that Mackenzie has known Davion since they were both in middle school, since they were in the same class. It's unclear if this is true or if they ever really even spoke at all, but according to one of their friends, Davion and Dom started hitting it off recently. Dom has a recording studio in his house, and Davion's dream was to be a rapper, so it just kind of made sense that they would become friendly. They're not necessarily best friends. They're not necessarily that close. They actually have very different friend groups and interests, but recently they started hanging out and connecting over music. And we're going to go in depth because Davion is actually staying at Dom's house when all of this is happening. So Davion's family had gone on vacation. Davion had just started a new job, so he can't just take 2 weeks off to go on family vacation. So he's like, I'm going to stay in town, but his parents were a little concerned about him staying alone. So he was like, okay, I'm just going to crash at my friend Dom's place.
That's crazy. How long have they been staying together?
It doesn't seem that long, but it seems like they were friends for, months ahead of time. So it's not like, oh, they just met and he's staying with Dom. Okay. But it's not like, oh, Dom and Davion were best friends since middle school and they all hung out and these are, it's like more of a newer friendship that's been developing. So we're going to go in depth about what Davion's family have said, as well as the foundation that they've set up for him in a later episode. But just keep in mind, a lot of the focus will be on Mackenzie and Dom throughout some of these episodes, not because Davion's life is less important than anyone else's. His family and friends have spoken extensively about what he meant to them, how he impacted their lives, and what it means for them now that he's been taken away from them, which we're going to cover in a later episode. So with that being said, we're just going to get into the relationship. Mackenzie and Dom have been dating for years before the crash. At this point in time, Dom is 20, Mackenzie is about to turn 18. The crash actually happens like a few days before her 18th birthday. They've been dating for years. They were both minors. They both met in high school. But now that Dom has graduated, he's living in his own house. So he lives alone. He does live right next door to his mom. So he lives alone, but he's right next door to his mom and he sees his mom a lot. His mom cooks dinner. He comes over for dinner. It's not like completely independent of a lifestyle, but also he's 20. So he's living the lifestyle that I think a lot of 20-year-old guys probably live. But Mackenzie, she's still in high school. So it is alarming that she's posting a lot of the things that she's posting. And at some point, it's believed that Mackenzie had fully moved into Dom's house and was living with him at 17 years old. And her parents are seeing these things. They're seeing what's being posted and they're completely fine with it.
Wait, the parents are seeing like the smoking, driving?
I would think so because they follow her on Instagram.
Whoa, that's crazy. Okay.
They have a stripper pole in the house that they will post videos. Dom in his house, which again, I think this is very normal for a 20-year-old guy. I don't think it's normal for a 17-year-old girl to be allowed to live in that house regardless of if it's her boyfriend, and that is the fault of the Shirillas. But she'll post videos of people dancing on the stripper poles. They are fully clothed and people will just like throw bills in the air. So it does seem like high school fun. It doesn't seem nefarious or anything, but it is just a very specific type of lifestyle that I would imagine most parents would not want their 17-year-old daughter to be engaged in at this point, being 17 years old. They would host parties at Dom's house because he had his own house. And there is an incident that has been coming up on social media. Before the crash, the police had already gone out to the house earlier that year in 2022 because at one of these parties, a girl falls down the stairs. And the police describe it as she almost died. We're going to call her Kay, but side note, Davion was also there. And it's been reported that Davion was actually one of the only people that helped her before the medics came. A lot of people apparently just like ran off when she fell because there were clearly questionable activities going on in the house, potentially underage drinking, smoking weed. I think they were very concerned about not getting in trouble versus, worrying about their friend's life. The girl that fell, Kay, ends up in a medically induced coma for weeks. Like she genuinely almost died. It was not a hyperbolic way of speaking. It's not the police being like, she almost died. She's a teenager. No, she almost died.
What happened? Like what?
Nobody knows. So obviously Kay's parents don't believe the simple explanation of, oh, she just fell. Understandably so. Like I would want very thorough answers too. It just doesn't make sense to them. In the FOIA file, there are Snapchat messages between Mackenzie and her friends talking about this fall and trying to piece together all of them. You don't really get a thorough story of what even happened, but you get that there were suspicions. One person who attended the party audio messages Mackenzie. Legit, what I was saying to people, so it seems like, if I had to get context clues, and this is just me guessing out of my butt, it seems like Mackenzie is confronting this girl of like, are you going around telling people that she didn't fall? Are you going around telling people that someone pushed her? Because she's explaining, right? This girl is like explaining to Kenzie, like, this is what I said.
Legit, what I was saying to people, because like they were even saying like was not that drunk. Like how could have that happened? Like she wasn't even that fucked because she wasn't. And I said, I don't know. No alcohol was in her system. A lot of the police and her parents and a lot of the people are thinking that she got pushed, like there was foul play in it. And I said, if there was a possibility that there were girls there and they were drunk, I said I never thought that they like distinctively like pushed her. I said if anything were to have happened, it would have been maybe they were play fighting with each other and they got too rowdy and drunk, because that's how fucking girls get when they're fucking drunk, and I did see Hello Girls by the stairs and by the fucking door, and I had explained to people, like, if it was anything like that, it would have been they missed their step and accidentally pushed.
And it wasn't
accidentally pushed her on purpose.
Yeah, and it wasn't a full-on push. Accidentally hit her while she was about to go down the stairs. She explains that Kay had this like big bag of clothes she was carrying, and she states that she told people that she theorized that weighed her down, and that's what made her tumble down the stairs.
I never said that people were pushing her and had people push her. Like, no. That's what the police think, and that's why I'm trying to get the picture of the steps so I can literally tell them, like, it wasn't like, or like, I don't know, like, my mom was like, they don't think she just did all that just from falling down the stairs.
Basically saying, like, my mom doesn't think Kay has all these injuries from just falling down the stairs, right?
I was like, do you really think, like, people would, like, fucking beat Ken and we would just all, like, fucking cover that shit up? Like, I honestly think that's what they think is happening. So that's why I just need the picture of the stairs. I never said anyone pushed her. I said, if it were to come to that and someone were to have, because all the signs are kind of pointing to that, because it was not fucking, she had been to your house, Dom's house before, and known those stairs at Halloween. Like, nothing could have, like, really pointed to her falling down the stairs except her missing her step, or someone accidentally, like, falling into her, accidentally tripping over her, accidentally catching her step. That's all I said.
But she literally said it could have been someone who pushed her, though.
Accidentally pushed her on purpose, yeah.
Okay.
In one audio message, Mackenzie is ranting to another friend, and I don't know if it's about this person, right? I'm just, again, piecing together these, like, random Snapchat data and trying to figure out what the hell is happening. And, like, none of these are, like, really even in chronological order. So, but she says, this is Mackenzie.
Tell me why I just got off the phone with fucking Sammy, and supposedly Emily did not even try to catch her. Emily ran away and threw up. That's what Sammy is saying. And Sammy was the one down there. So Emily is like a major fucking problem, like right now.
It's just weird. Like, if she genuinely fell down the stairs without any sort of foul play involved, maybe this is how high schoolers act and they like to start drama, but this is such a serious thing. I don't think... It's just very odd. Mackenzie eventually makes like an Instagram story, and I don't know what she's trying to do. If she's trying to clear the air, make the situation worse, I think more so the latter. But she says,
just a PSA. If any of you think that party situation is my fault, you can go fuck yourself and leave my story right now. Yeah. Because we let all you underage little fucks inside our beautiful home just to do illegal things. And you want to blame us? Aren't you all the ones that ran out of the house and left and shook her while we called the police and got her there? Was she... Yeah. Please go fuck yourself and kill yourself, bitch.
Whoa.
Interestingly, later, Dom's mom, so Mackenzie's boyfriend's mom, who lives right next door, says about the situation.
She supposedly pushed on the steps, right?
In reference to Mackenzie. Dom's mom describes the situation later to the officers, saying, so the big story was...
I'm so sorry. Was this talked about before the crash or after the crash?
After the crash. So it was, during the fall. I don't think Dom's mom got involved because Dom is 20, so this... And I don't know like how it escalated. There's no reference to Dom's mom getting involved after the crash to report any of this. I don't think she really knew because, she's Dom's mom. No one's going to her telling her, oh, what's been happening with the kids recently. So I think what happened was after the crash, it seemed that Dom's mom did report to the police. A lot of Dom's friends were coming to her and telling her information about Mackenzie. Because they feel weird about the crash.
Got it.
So they're like, because your son is gone, like, that was our friend, we want to help. Here's this weird information we've been knowing. But, like, we would have never told you that before the crash because, like, we just thought it was, like, relationship drama or, like, weird stuff and we don't have proof. Yeah. And so she explains to the officers.
When was the fall?
Early 2022, like January.
And the crash happened?
July 31st, 2022. 6 months.
Seven.
Okay.
7 months. Got it.
She says,
The big story was this girl fell down the steps, blah, blah, blah. I said, oh, how did she fall? And blah, blah. She had no alcohol in her system. And there's a handrail. And then as time went on, Kenzie was the one that told me personally. She said that these girls were really out to get her because they are accusing her of pushing this gal down the steps. I said, well, why in the world would you ever push that girl? I wouldn't push that girl down the steps. Just didn't think of nothing at the time. But after the fact, I'm sitting there thinking, and I had asked that Houston when he called me. I said, do you hear that she pushed this girl down the steps? Houston believes she pushed her down the steps.
so she's like, I don't know. She's just telling the police, like, this is what I heard. And like Mackenzie also told me people were accusing her at the time of pushing the girl down the stairs. And then now I'm talking to one of Dom's friends who also thinks that she pushed her down the stairs. It's just weird.
How is the friend, Kay?
I think she's okay.
Did she ever say what happened?
No. I do think that is a pretty crazy accusation to make, that Mackenzie would push another girl down the steps to the point of her almost dying. I think that it would really take a very specific personality for people to think that she's capable of such a thing. Because you can't just walk around and think, oh, anyone is capable of killing somebody and pushing them down the stairs to the point of like a medically induced coma. Like, you would have to be a very specific type of personality where people can look at you and think, I could see you doing that.
Yeah, and that's a very serious allegation, right?
Mackenzie seems to have gone through a lot of friend groups in high school, and the ones that she is no longer friends with, naturally, they don't have a lot of great things to say about her. A former friend of Mackenzie says, I know she smokes weed. I mean, that's literally her personality trait. That's it. That's about it. Just smoking weed. She will post TikToks responding to creators. So she'll like duet TikToks, Mackenzie will. And it'll say things like, how do you smoke but you can't roll? Meaning like you can't roll a blunt joint. And it's the song like, you is such a loser, right? And she'll duet it and show Dom as like, oh, well, I don't know how to roll because my boyfriend does it for me. That's the vibe. But I guess she gets inspired because she also uses the sound to do her own TikTok about weed. She is lip syncing the words, you is such a loser. And the caption is, when girls only hang out with me because they know I have weed. She really does love smoking weed. On her notes app on her phone, police found a birthday wish list, and amongst those was weed socks. So I guess like the socks with the little marijuana leaves on there. Just not really fashion forward, but okay. Her TikTok handles were Baby Kush, Baby Cushy, weed references.
Cushy means weed?
I think Kush.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. She has another video where she's smiling and the caption reads, when everybody knows me not from popularity, but from my horrible reputation. So like she seems to get off on knowing that Strongsville kind of hates her. She has another TikTok where she's in a school library with other people and the words on the screen just read, most hated bitches of Strongsville. She seems proud. Now, side note, Strongsville is the suburbs outside of Cleveland, Ohio, which it seems like it's reminiscent of a lot of suburban areas in America, cookie-cutter housing developments, chain restaurants, massive parking lots to accommodate every single fucking shopping plaza. The mall is probably the hangout spot. I grew up in the suburbs. I hated it, so I can see why Mackenzie doesn't fit in, and maybe she doesn't like it. She has a distinct style and a stronger personality, if you want to call it that. But she does protest about how much she hates Strongsville. She'll make TikToks like, I can't do school anymore. It's so stupid. And it makes me feel so dumb. And I want to go to New York or Florida. I just want to go somewhere with good food and good pics. Which
to
is like
take pictures?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting way to like figure out the next city you're going to live in, like good food and good pics. But she herself also stirs shit up all the time. She's the type to send audio notes like this. I don't even know who she sent it to, but she sends an audio note.
And you need to get a facial every month. Your skin looking mad crusty and you have a pizza face. Like, literally, you're ugly as fuck. Get the fuck out of my comments, bitch.
Damn. So, like a friend?
Yeah.
Maybe.
One person says, one of my friends said that they were in a group chat with her, and before school, she would call the group chat over and over and over and over and over again. So much so that you couldn't even open the group chat because you're just getting calls, like spammed. And it was because she didn't know what she wanted to wear to school. So she just like spam calling everybody. She's also just like a very confusing person. She likes to DM friends things like, every woman's body is beautiful. Like, I swear every friend has seen a different version of Mackenzie. And I can see that through her DMs and text messages. To some friends, she presents herself as like this girl's girl who loves people. And she just gets hated on TikTok because, you know, haters, right? And then to other people, she's like, you have a fucking pizza face. It's just shocking. Okay, so she's DMing a friend. Every woman's body is beautiful. Every woman is a fucking goddess. Men need to learn. Then in other DMs, she's calling people fat bitches. In one text exchange, she tells Dom, the bitch in the Jeep was about to try to not let me go, and I almost got in a car accident in front of her. Dom responds, what a bitch. Mackenzie responds, I know she's fat, and I gave her a dirty ass look, and I'm driving slow as fuck in front of her. In another series of DMs, she's complaining about how she's stressed out at the prospect of not winning homecoming court best dressed superlative, okay? She rants, bro, if I don't win, I'm a freak. I don't think she wins because she gets a DM by the real winner's sister. And it seems like they all have some beef, okay? Because the little sister is like, you didn't win because your outfits are ugly. Oh, and I do think that this was a warranted thing because Mackenzie was going around posting the girl who actually won, and she's wearing like a flannel shirt, and she's writing really mean things like, I can't believe I lost to a bitch in a flannel. Like it was just mean. So I think the younger sister was warranted to, you know, you're young, you're like, you, I'm going to stand up for my sister. Mackenzie responds, I'm so sorry, you're so insecure. I mean, if I was overweight, I would probably make fun of pretty skinny girls too. I mean, maybe you heard how crazy I am. Have your big sissy text me if she has a problem. The younger sister responds, you're anorexic, bitch. Shopping in the child section ain't cute. Mackenzie responds, maybe talk shit if you're gonna do something about it. We can have this convo in person if you want. To which she responds, I can snap your 5'2", 70-pound ass like a twig. Mackenzie responds, is that a threat? Maybe if you spent all the time eating, you would be happy on the inside. Now stop biting your older sister's problem, meatloaf. Have a nice day. To which the younger sister responds, your ass is flat, get well soon. Hope you end up in a hospital because your twig body got sucked away in the wind. Let me know, I could blow air on you and you would fly away. You're probably one of the ugliest people I've ever seen. Mackenzie responds, girl, I don't care, I'm not insecure. Being ugly is an illness, get well soon. Which, I mean, clearly they had problems with each other before this because what the hell is going on, but...
That's crazy. You had every single DM from her?
Yeah. From a time period. It was 2,000 pages of DMs. And it was just like a fucking trip the whole time. Yeah. And speaking of best dressed, a lot of netizens are just confused about the school's enforcement of their dress codes. If they even have one, it just doesn't make any sense. One of her favorite looks to show up to school, high school, is she'll wear like tracksuits, Juicy Couture tracksuits, not the new ones because she obviously hates those as per her own TikTok, but the old ones. And she will have her tracksuit low-waisted, and then she'll be wearing like a string thong, and then pull up the strings all the way up the sides, effectively giving herself a wedgie. I mean, I get it. It's a stylistic choice, but you're in high school. You're in high school. You're wearing it to school.
How do you know this?
Because she posts pictures at school of herself in the bathroom mirror. She'll post TikToks. She'll do like what I wore Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And all of them, I'm like... This is crazy.
Yeah, well, what's the dress code, right?
Yeah, what's the dress code? There is an incident where the school report, because we got multiple disciplinary reports from Mackenzie's school, and the school report reads, after being seen by a teacher in the bathroom taking selfies, Mackenzie was asked to zip up her hoodie, probably because of dress code, and go to class, to which she responded by calling the teacher a fucking bitch and a dumb bitch. So I guess there is a dress code, it just doesn't apply to Mackenzie. Neither does not being on your phone. Another school report reads, during class, Mackenzie was seen playing a game on her phone. When the teacher asked her to get off her phone, Mackenzie told her she was playing a game with her mother. The teacher repeated herself a second time, and Mackenzie failed to comply. When the teacher told her to go to the administration office, Mackenzie went to the restroom and locked herself in the stall. It took several teachers to address the matter with her. In another incident, another teacher writes about Mackenzie. Many of the students and a couple of the teachers commented on her behavior and the need for administration to take action. I have been asking for help with her all year. I would like her removed from my room as I am no longer comfortable with being verbally attacked in front of students and being videotaped while it's happening.
The teacher?
Yeah.
What?
Some people describe Mackenzie as a wannabe Maddie from Euphoria, the TV show. There's one Instagram DM where they tell her, you're literally Maddie IRL. I aspire to have your energy one day. Which Mackenzie takes this to heart. She's like, I'm Maddie IRL because she DMs Euphoria on Instagram and says, cast me, I'm that girl. She sends them a video, cast me. Like she says, so she's like, cast me, I'm that girl, sends a video, cast me. Then she starts just spamming photos at this point and says, season 3 ? And because I'm nosy, I just wanted to do a breakdown. She sends a video and then she proceeds to send 17 photos.
What kind of photo? Just like Insta pics?
Yeah, where she looks like Maddie from Euphoria, or thinks she looks like.
Who is Maddie? Just
Who is Maddie? I mean, she's pretty iconic, yeah, but I don't think Mackenzie is Maddie IRL, right? But I do feel for whatever intern was handling Euphoria socials, they deserve a week off, because what the fuck is that? She also is just messaging photos of herself to Vogue Runway, to Vogue, to Balenciaga. She's just a very confusing individual. She says she doesn't like to body shame, but then she will go ahead and do that if she doesn't like someone. She says she hates racism and will call people out publicly for being racist, which is a good thing, but she herself will use the N-word in text messages and also extensively make fun of Asian people. I just guess...
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Like what?
More on that later, but like she's got some crazy beef with TikTok and she's like, it's because it's run by them damn Asians. This is when it was ByteDance and not Oracle. I guess confusing is just not the correct word. It's like hypocritical, right? For example, according to one school report, Mackenzie allegedly said to another student, if I was a slave owner, I would have killed, and then insert student name, who I'm assuming is black, based off of this allegation. Mackenzie denies ever saying that, but at least 3 witnesses claim that they heard her say that. And on the topic of racism, another student reported that Mackenzie airdropped them. So like, on their phone, they get an airdrop, and it's a meme of SpongeBob saying "I spy N-word with a hard R," like I spy a N-word with a hard R. This is a black student. When asked about it, Mackenzie said, "Oh my gosh, no, I was airdropped the meme."
Wait, she's dropping it to
a black student.
That's crazy.
Yes. And so then she's like, "Oh my god, no, I never airdropped it." Like, that's crazy. I was airdropped that picture. But it just didn't seem to add up, according to the school report. The meme was reportedly seen on the phone and directly attributed to Mackenzie. There are disciplinary reports from back in 2018 where Mackenzie got into a fight with another girl while she was walking to the buses. She gets into a fist fight. And another report in 2018 filed by the parent of another girl where they tell the police that they're scared that Mackenzie is going to beat up their child. The report reads, I spoke to my child who stated that while she was in 3rd period class, Mackenzie Sharilla called her a bitch and threatened to beat her up. She stated this was all over my daughter not giving Mackenzie a Dorito chip. She also stated that Mackenzie posted on Instagram last year a picture of her showing her forehead. The caption that she had was a big forehead. So just like bullying, you know? And, you know, Mackenzie allegedly tried to repost that picture today. So when authorities talked to Mackenzie about it, of course, she's like, well, no, she's the one that threatened to beat me up when I asked for a Dorito chip. Which, like, doesn't even really make sense because it's like, hey, can I have a Dorito chip? I'm going to beat you up. Like, you would just say, no, you're weird.
Yeah.
She also states that the picture on Instagram, someone took her phone and posted it. Of course, she would never do that because she's a girl's girl. It's hard to say that Mackenzie was ever universally well-liked, if liked by many at all. She says online that she doesn't like anything designer, but in 2019, there's a report of her stealing a pair of earrings from Kohl's. She was ultimately not prosecuted because the earrings were not recovered and their value was less than $20. And also another thing about really liking designer, she doesn't really like designer. She likes DHgate, which nothing's wrong with dupes, but she just like is so up in arms and has this superiority complex because she has a Christian Dior bag, but I can literally see her in her DMs on Instagram sending people DHgate links to where she gets her stuff. So she's like, I hate brokies, but then it's like, you can't really say that when you're, I only wear designer, I hate brokies, but your bag is DHgate. And nothing is wrong with a DHgate bag, but it's also like kind of weird.
Yeah, hypocrite.
Yeah. Yes. A lot of things are hypocritical. She will smoke weed until she's apparently coughing up black stuff because she's essentially fast-tracking her lungs to an early demise. But she's also super, super anal about sticking to an organic, non-GMO, gluten-free diet.
Really?
And why is she? Is there a medical reason? She says, quote, in a DM to someone, it helps my spiritual journey. She says, to be honest, I love fruit. So that's probably my favorite meal. Just any fruit. She gets upset when her friends eat her popcorn because she only likes natural, all organic popcorn. But also some people, you know, they would call her Baby Kush because she literally smokes so much weed and posts about it all over social media. And then that was her TikTok handle. So what's going on? She also rants about restaurants. You think their seafood is freshly caught? Like, none of it was. I don't want no farm fish. That's nasty as fuck. In another DM message, someone sent her a link to melatonin gummies, it seems like, to help her sleep. And Mackenzie responds, "Is it natural?" They respond, "Yes, babes, our brains produce it naturally." This should be a case study that organic food consumption does not make one brighter than the rest. Let's just say if Mackenzie is going to have an anti-fan club, there are going to be people lined up around the block to be the president of that anti-fan club. And probably for good reason. She's just not really, objectively speaking, a great person, in my opinion. Am I telling you this in the context of the crash? Not necessarily, because legally it doesn't work like that. I mean, just because you're kind of a weird brat doesn't mean you're guilty of a crime. However, I do think that this is all contextual information that would be necessary to understand the case in its entirety and what people have been saying and why they've been saying certain things. After extensively researching, I can try to group up the 3 major groups of people and how they feel about this case. The first group of people, they obviously believe that whatever happened that night in the car, they believe it was an accident. Now, this is like the smallest of the people from what I could see anecdotally, just like surfing on Reddit, but I'm not a freaking AI data analyst, okay? I don't know. But it just seems like a smaller group of people that believe that it must have been an accident. Because it doesn't make sense, you know? They think that maybe Mackenzie suffered a medical emergency, passed out on the wheel, causing this accident. Or maybe it's like a car malfunction, and even though the police ruled it out, you never know. The larger masses, however, believe it was planned. Now, to what degree is up for debate. So the second group of people believe that Mackenzie planned this crash days in advance, that she was going to crash the car with Dom in it, and Davion just happened to be in the car, and she has no regard for anybody's life but her own. A few days before she turned 18, like that, people are saying it's intentional. She allegedly, they claim, scoped out the crash site. Now, there is evidence that she was on that road previously, but people have interpreted that differently. Some people are saying like this was a known cut through. Other people are saying like, no, she was scoping out the crash site. So take it as you will. But they believe that she drove down the same road multiple times beforehand. She planned it to the T because she knew Dom was going to break up with her soon. And Davion just happened to be in the car. Now, the third group of people
Do they believe Mackenzie is planning to be alive after the crash, or?
I think there's subgroups of people. Some people think that she might not have had that foresight. Some people think like she probably does, because if evidenced by her social media of posting her driving and smoking, there are certain teenagers who live very reckless lifestyles and who believe that they are almost like physically invincible. Other people believe that she just like is such an emotionally volatile, evil person that she doesn't even care about her own safety.
Interesting. Okay.
But there's lots of nuanced debates that we're going to get into later, because her head was found under the dash. So some people are saying, oh, that's like evidence that she could have fainted before the crash. Some people are saying like that could have happened just because the airbags are deploying. Other people are saying she intentionally did it so that her face wouldn't get busted from the airbags. And she's a narcissist. So it's all just everyone has their own opinion about it. The third group of people, they don't necessarily think that Mackenzie has been planning this days in advance, but they do think that there was intent. They do think that this is murder, because whatever happened in the car, most likely, they believe, is an argument that broke out between Mackenzie and Dom. And still, Mackenzie has no regard for Dom or especially Davion's life, because he's just in the back seat. She crashes the car in rage, and that is still intentional murder. So these are like the 3 main groups that I've seen. Obviously, the legal outcome of this case supports the second and third theory that this was intentional murder, which there is intent behind the crash, which is why a lot of people have taken to trying to analyze Mackenzie and Dom's relationship, as it all feels highly relevant. Whatever happened in the car, most people believe it's either because Mackenzie didn't want Dom to break up with her soon, or because she got enraged during a fight in the car and was ready to kill him for it. One friend says, Dom provided everything for Mackenzie. Mackenzie didn't work a job. Mackenzie would live with Dom. Dom would provide for her, like, with everything. Dom would buy her groceries. Dom would buy her clothes. Anything that Mackenzie needed, Dom gets it for her. So they had this relationship where it's like they were just ready to move on and marry. So they felt like, you know, it was very serious, but Dom was like the provider. He would even be expected to provide for Mackenzie's weed consumption. She would make literal demands. There are text messages between the two where she says, maybe if you listened for 1 second, enclosed. By the way, she writes enclosed, like an enclosure, like a cage.
Mm-hmm. Listen enclosed?
Instead of closed. Like she's trying to say enclosed your mouth, but she's saying enclosed, like an enclosure.
Yeah. Oh, just listen and close your mouth.
Yeah, but she said enclosed. She's like, maybe if you listen for a second and closed your fucking mouth, you would hear what I was saying, but you just don't fucking stop going. I'm so fucking fed up with this shit. I'm giving you one more chance to give me weed or there's gonna be issues. I'm going to do a whole separate video, part 4 of this series. We're just going to go down pretty much every fight that they've had through text messages because it is a 31,000 page document with over 90,000 text messages that are highly relevant to this case. So that's going to be in part 4. So like a few episodes later, it's just literally just going to be analyzing the full text document and the journey of their relationship because there's a lot that happens through 2020, through 2022. There's text messages days leading up to the crash and all of the fights that are happening because there's a lot of explosive fights and you can really see Mackenzie's, I don't even want to, it almost feels abusive. Like you'll see a lot of things in that episode, but that's going to be in part 4. Have you ever been checking out online, going through the payment options, and you spot this purple button that says Shop Pay? You've probably clicked it without thinking twice, but why does it show up basically everywhere you shop online? The purple button sitting at the checkout isn't just a convenience for the customer, it is genuinely converting sales that would have otherwise been lost. And when you're running a business or a small business owner, that difference adds up fast. When my family and I were selling my Grandpa Mingo's limited edition art, we were just like newbies in this small business world. We wouldn't have been able to make our own online business or check out without Shopify. They're truly the gold standard. Millions of businesses are already using Shopify, so whether you're just starting out or you've been at it for years, Shopify is built to grow your business and grow with your business. Next time you see that purple Shop Pay button at checkout, you'll know exactly what's behind it. See less carts go abandoned and more sales with Shopify and their Shop Pay button. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. That's shopify.com/rotten. Text messages from almost exactly a year before the crash, Mackenzie tells Dom, maybe when you can actually formulate a sentence yourself and not just repeat what I said last, I'll take this fucking conversation seriously. To which Dom responds, WTF? See, I don't say anything mean. You just purposely try to say hurtful things. You say that I'm not going on vacation with you. You say you're not going to do anything for me anymore. Like what? You said you were going to break up with me too. Like that's all verbally abusive. When you want to fix this on both ends, let me know. Mackenzie responds, I'm allowed to say how I feel, and if you don't like that, then that sucks. Why would I want to go on vacation with someone that won't even give me 1 gram of free weed? So this is literally just her getting mad that he's not giving her weed. He tells her he does give her weed, like free weed all the time, right? He's like, what do you always demand weed from me? I'm giving it to you. Like, what do you, she just responds, too bad because I don't want your whack ass weed anymore. I never want it again. He's like, so we're done over that? Is there someone else? Like, you literally got me thinking about quitting weed. And she blames everything on Dom. Now, a lot of people might take this as the truth, but I will say consistently over 30,000 something pages, this is like a pattern of Mackenzie. Anything wrong happens in her life, she blames somebody. So she says, how are you going to get me addicted to weed and then not give me weed when I need it? Like the fuck? So fed up with your shit. I personally don't think that Dom got her addicted to weed. I think that, I mean, they're all teenagers. I think that she would have discovered weed regardless of Dom. I don't even know if he's the one that introduced it to her or if they both started at the same time. Like, she just likes to blame everyone for all of her problems. To which Dom responds, Kenzie, I try to tell you not to rip bongs at 6 in the morning, but you do it every day. And she responds, that's not the problem, hun. I give you free weed. That doesn't mean you can smoke as much as you want, Kenzie. You smoke like a chimney, and you're being mean as fuck to me right now. Even when he's trying to be level-headed and worried for her health, she's just kind of freaking out on him. She just kind of expects him to do everything for her, even emotionally be there for her no matter what she's feeling. And Mackenzie feels a lot of things seemingly all the freaking time. When Dom is going on a flight to California, he texts Mackenzie that it's really annoying because he's in the middle seat. Quote, I'm in between two people. I don't know. She responds, WTF? Yeah, right? So he's thinking, oh my gosh, like she's feeling bad for me. I'm gonna need to know if it's a girl. He reassures her, it probably won't be anyone to worry about. I haven't seen anyone that is attractive at all. Just mostly weird looking people. One person who knows the couple says none of Dom's exes would even keep in contact with him because they all knew Mackenzie was kind of crazy. She's psycho, a little bit. But it seems like he's just expected to do everything, even pay for her. In text messages, they're discussing a potential trip to New York City. Dom is asking her, can you afford it? Which is like a completely normal question to ask because New York City is one of the most expensive cities in the US to visit, so it's a completely valid question. Mackenzie freaks out. Actually, maybe I don't want to go with you if you're going to be like that. I'm not going on vacation with you, so I'm done talking about this. Why are you literally being crazy right now? To which Dom responds, Kenzie, you're being crazy. She responds, Dom, I'm filling out a fucking job application while you're spamming me. Dom is just so taken aback. He's like, you're trying to make me feel obligated to spend thousands on you. She responds in caps, then don't, ? Which, side note about her filling out a job application, Mackenzie was fired from multiple jobs. Those who worked with her said that she was just like a shit employee. For Dunkin' Donuts, she had just gotten her hair done the day, I think, of coming into her shift. So the manager tells her, hey, you know, it's like part of the uniform. You have to wear the Dunkin' hat because everybody wears the Dunkin' hat. And like you work for Dunkin', so you gotta wear the Dunkin' hat. And she is so offended by this. She's sending like voice notes to her friends. And she's like, can you believe that they told me to wear the hat? And I was trying to explain to them, I just got my hair done, so I can't wear the hat. And the manager was telling her, you can't expect us to let you have special privileges and treat you differently from any of the other employees. Like, you have to wear the hat. Mackenzie quits on the spot, leaves a horrible review for the Dunkin' Donuts location. It's very interesting that she genuinely does not comprehend why it's inappropriate for her to be treated differently than other employees. The concept befuddles her. To her, it's just like, what's the big deal about a hat? Which, like, sure, maybe if it was one time, but she strikes me as the person to have a new reason every single time. Today it's the hat. Tomorrow it's the, oh, I can't help you clean something because I just got my nails done. Like, it's always something. One peer...
Wearing a hat at a fast food restaurant, it's health code. What do you mean?
So one peer tells officers later, I mean, she worked with my stepsister at Dunkin' Donuts for a little bit. That's all I know. And then my stepsister told me that she was a terrible worker. She was just rude to everyone. She just didn't care. She'll post on her Instagram stories a picture of a bag that's for sale, a purse. And then she'll DM Dom, this is a new bag. It's silver. He's confused. He's like, why are you posting it on your Instagram story? Just in case someone wants to buy or send it to me. LOL, okay. Babe, only $400. She also sends him a link to Venus Flowers, the Forever Flowers. And then she sends another link to a pair of boots that are $3,500. It's like $3,400 for a pair of boots. Dom responds, those are so gas. She responds, I want them. He's trying to be reasonable. The price tag on them is crazy, though. Do you think you can walk in them? Mackenzie ignores and DMs him, post a pic of us. On IG? Yes. What picture? You pick. I'll see what I got. She texts him another time, I'm at Nordstrom's. If I see a Skims dress, can I buy it? But like, maybe the relationship is not always all the time one-sided. Maybe Mackenzie does a lot of things for Dom too. In one text message exchange, Mackenzie texts Dom, I'm bringing home sushi and calamari for you. Dom says, bet. Mackenzie responds, I got sushi from this place and they literally gave me the most gross shit ever. To which Dom is confused and he's texting her back, what place? And what sushi are you bringing me? It isn't going to be gross, right? Mackenzie responds, babe, I don't know what to wear tomorrow. So it feels like she's bringing him gross shit, like the leftovers. Even prom, Mackenzie says that she got a super custom, very expensive dress that Dom paid half of the entire dress. He even rented a party bus just for the two of them because everybody hates Mackenzie at school, so she had no friends to join her party bus. And there's videos of the two of them in the party bus alone, and it looks like Dom is doing everything to make sure Mackenzie is having a good time. He's singing for her, he's trying to make her laugh, he's trying to uplift her mood. Mackenzie says, everybody told us we looked like movie stars that night. Woo! And if Dom ever hangs out with the boys without Mackenzie, there's many a times where she gets so upset by that. She'll have these very smart Instagram DMs. Have fun with a dick in your ass. Bro time. Like, if you think I give a single fuck about Blair, so Blair is Dom's best guy friend, okay? There was because Blair keeps coming up, there was this misconception on TikTok that Blair was a girl that Dom was cheating on Mackenzie with. This is not true at all. Like, Blair is a guy, right? And there is no indication that they were having any sort of romantic relationship, right? So just clearing the air on that. But she's saying, if you think I give a single fuck about Blair, you're wrong. It's okay though. Just deal with your super important bro time. Like, are you actually fucking Blair? Do you want me to pull up to your fucking house right now with a fucking bat? Like, fucking beat Blair's ass? Then he'll really be scared to come around. So be careful with who you choose first. Again, there's no indication whatsoever that Dom and Blair are romantically involved. Even though Mackenzie's overreaction of a message almost seems like something is happening, no, she's just upset because he wants to hang out with his best friend. To which Dom tries to calm Mackenzie down. I'm not choosing him first. Mackenzie, ever so calm, ever the voice of reason, responds, because I will fucking kill him. On God. This is all because he makes plans with Blair, but Mackenzie wanted him to cancel those plans because she suddenly decided she wanted to go out to eat with Dom. So Dom reaches a compromise that he doesn't even need to compromise on, but he offers, if you want to go out to eat, we can go in an hour. It's pretty simple. He's like, I'm not just going to cancel on Blair, but like, we can go out to eat in an hour. Mackenzie responds, you're literally pathetic. His dick must be big if you like it that much. I'll just go with someone else who actually wants to be around me and cares about my health. Thanks for literally doing nothing. She's saying health because eating, yeah. Health. But it's like, many of Dom's friends have reported that they don't really understand why Dom put up with Mackenzie. They all thought that he could do way better, with one of Dom's friends reporting to the police. One time we were in this candy shop, and this was after they had gotten over arguing and everything like that. And she was like, either buy me something or shut the fuck up. No one's trying to listen to you. He says Dom would always buy her designer, and she would always post on her TikTok as if she bought the designer, and she would call people out for like being broke. Side note, that seems to check out because in an Instagram DM exchange, Mackenzie is arguing with another person and Mackenzie is telling them, mind your business. And they come back responding. And so this doesn't seem like an internet hater. It seems like someone who knows Mackenzie in real life. And they're responding, I'm just saying it isn't your money if you don't earn it yourself. I'm not trying to start shit. I'm just so confused on how you talk shit on people being broke, but you flex money that isn't yours and you didn't earn. For real, I'm not trying to start shit, so you don't even gotta respond. Sorry, I was just confused and then realized you probably would take it the wrong way, so I deleted it. Sorry, LOL. Like, you can't say you're not broke if it's not your money. That's all I'm trying to get, and everyone agrees with me. Like, ask anyone who is real with you and honest will agree with me. And yeah, you're spoiled, and that's fine. Just don't go around calling other bitches broke when you don't even have your own money yourself. Please be more self-aware. And you say you hate fake friends, but every time I've been with you or hear about you, you're talking shit about someone. It's just not a good look. Mackenzie responds something along the lines of like, yeah, go work your Subway shift. Baby, you work at Subway. You're not even close to being in my league. I need you to stop texting me right now. They stop texting her, so she hits them back with, so that comment hit close to home for you, huh? And they respond, what comment, bro? All I'm trying to get at is reality. If you do not earn the money you spend, it's not your money. So don't go around saying you hate broke bitches when in reality, if Dom or your parents left, you would be broke too. You depend on other people for money. And the fact that you say you hate fake friends, but 80% of the stuff that comes out of your mouth is talking shit about someone else. If you don't want fake friends, don't be fake yourself is all I'm trying to get at. Mackenzie never has a moment of self-reflection. Because sometimes, like, you can get into fights, but still have a moment of, like, maybe they're onto something. Maybe I should reflect. But she says, it's okay, babe. I would probably be mad if I was broke, too. And she says, baby girl, I need you to stop texting me. You're actually weirding me out. Like, we aren't friends and haven't been friends since sophomore year. Now stop being worried about my life and go worry about your schedule for Subway next week. She's just, kind kind of a bitch. I don't really know how else to put it. After this whole exchange, it appears Mackenzie goes to rant to another friend about it because she's DMing her friend about quote unquote the haters. And the friend responds to her trying to comfort her. Ugly girls will never understand. If you're pretty, you're never broke. So what if your boyfriend pays for you? If I was her boyfriend, I wouldn't pay for shit because damn, what the fuck is that? Talking about how the way that person looks. Mackenzie continues literally, and she's trying to like talk shit on me like it's repulsive. Do you know how badly I wanted to say worry about your own weight instead of my pockets? But I didn't want to body shame just in case I'm going to be famous soon and I can't be canceled. Ha 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 ha.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Do you know when this was sent?
Like a few months before the crash.
Well, she did become famous.
Yeah. Mackenzie is also the type of girl that absolutely hates when people copy her, or even when she thinks people are copying her, and she needs Dom to comfort her for the very big emotions that come with people copying her. She says, Redacted got the same wheel cover as me. Like, you know, the fucking pink fuzzy wheel cover?
Steering wheel cover?
Yeah. Mackenzie texts him, so fucking weird. Like, what the fuck? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Dom is like, do you think she knew? She def knew. How did you even find out? Even Chloe told me. I accidentally parked next to her, LMAO. Like, what the fuck? Dom is like, she's probably gonna be terrified. Because, again, that's how terrifying Mackenzie is. Just the fact that she found out that you have the same steering wheel cover, and she's gonna be terrified that she found out. At some point, I don't know if it's the same girl or another girl, but Mackenzie is telling Dom that she wants to beat her up. To which he tells her not to get in trouble. That's all he says. He's like, maybe not because you're going to get in trouble. Don't get in trouble. And she's upset. No, you were actually weird as fuck and do not talk to me. Dom's trying to explain, I just don't want you to get in trouble. He's like the voice of reason. But Mackenzie isn't having it. She feels like Dom worrying about her getting in trouble is, quote, let's not defend a fucking whore. You're actually weird as fuck. And you can go fuck her if you want to defend her because I don't need nobody. I'm not defending her. It's weird as fuck. I mean, sure, she stalks you. Why are you going overboard on me? I just don't want you to get in trouble, and I don't want you super worked up over that. Like, she's obviously just super salty or jealous of you or something. Anyway, it seems like at this point he's just trying to make her feel better. And she's like, and you obviously got something on your mind with them long pauses. We're just going to break up if I have to fight for you. What? Babe, I have no interest in her. I don't know why the bitch stalks you. Well, you low-key just defended her earlier, so are you sure about that? I didn't defend her. I just didn't think you needed to fight her. A lot of conversations seem to end with Dom being the voice of reason and yet giving up near the end of the conversation because Mackenzie will not see anything from any perspective that is not her own. Mackenzie is, in my opinion, about as agreeable as a fucking nuclear weapon. She starts messaging Dom on Instagram in the midst of a fight. If I fucking call you, you have 3 goddamn seconds to answer unless you're actually busy, which most of the time you're not. She continues to go off on him. You are literally a fucking idiot. You're about to lose the best thing that ever happened to you, and you're never gonna find anything better than some other cracked out bitch who just likes taking dick in her ass. You have until the end of day to actually fucking fix this, and I'm not telling you how. And if you don't fix it, then I'm moving on with my life, and I don't need you to be happy. You have 5 seconds to say yes or no, or I'm blocking you and moving on. 5, 4, 3. She's like sending separate messages. 5, 4. She loves her countdowns. 5, 4, 3, 2. Dom finally responds, let me type, damn. Mackenzie responds in all caps, I don't care. I'm so done with you. Type? Are you slow? Like, goddamn, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. So slow. It's going to be so hard to come back from this one, especially since you like to lie and fake apologize just to get your way. Literally a little boy. Like, I thought you were a man. Clearly not. Dom is clearly confused. Because, like, he doesn't know what's happening. He's like, because I didn't answer the phone? Like, I feel like you can't believe that I don't have any bad intentions. I fought for you so hard this past year. Are you for real? Like, I know you didn't type that. In the 5 seconds I gave you, like, that's what you say? Are you for real? N-word. You have 2 seconds to send that text. It better be good, slow-ass N-word. Like, holy fuck. Dom finally responds, you're flustering the shit out of me. It's hard to read all your messages and then send mine within 5 seconds. Like, damn. I don't care at all. Like, you're crazy for thinking I have bad intentions. Mackenzie responds in an almost unintentionally ironic way. In caps. You literally suck and just bring me down. I don't know. Like,
so she's blowing up just that he didn't answer his phone right away?
In 3 seconds, yeah. Like, she's blowing up for, honestly, like, nothing ever. It could be anything. This is through Instagram DMs. So he wasn't responding through text in the way that she wanted. So then now she's come to Instagram DMs and she's just like ranting. And usually like it takes a minute because they don't really give context to the fight, obviously, because they're texting each other. But then once you figure out what the fight is about, it's like absolutely over nothing. And so Dom is responding, I do everything for you. I ask for nothing. You bring me down. You don't let me chase any of my dreams. You always say that you come first. Mackenzie doesn't respond to any of the things that Dom is saying. She says, I'm going to give you till the end of the day to apologize and figure out what you did. If you don't actually make this up to me by the end of today and make it good and make me actually believe you, then we are done and I'm moving on with my life. Kenzie, it's not me. I'm sorry, but it's not me anymore. You're doing this. You're making us break up. Yes, I know I'm doing this because I have standards unlike you. Now, this is your last chance because I will move on. If you think you're going to be anything without me, you are a joke. I would answer now. Kenzie, I'm not afraid of any of that anymore. Like, I'm all or nothing. I love you, but I don't have to be with you if you're going to try to do this to me. Once again, she ignores him and writes back, or else you're going to get blocked and I'm going to start texting people. Kenzie, you can be with me or go. Is that your answer? So you're just not going to make this up to me by the end of the night? I don't even know what I'm making up. This is ridiculous. Is that what you're saying? I would answer. Is that what you're saying? You have until 6 o'clock or you're blocked and we're done forever. I will literally burn that fucking scrapbook. 0 fucks given. I love you, but I'm not doing this. This is crazy. I don't get it. Wow. Okay. We're done. Last chance. I've given you over 3 chances today. This is your last chance to make things right and make it up to me by 6. Answer now. 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 Dom is so genuinely confused by this. He asks her, did all my messages send? He's thinking maybe she's not getting his messages and that's why she's ignoring him and just freaking out unreasonably. Mackenzie confirms, yes or no, I don't give a fuck about your messages. Kenzie, I don't know what I'm making up. Probably don't mean shit anyway. I don't care because you're dumb as fuck. You have until 6. I'm not telling you how to fix anything. You're saying I talked bad to you? Is that what I'm making up? Yes or no? Okay, you have until 5 now. Kenzie, yeah, I'll make up whatever, but I don't think any of this is really necessary. Are you serious? Like, I know you didn't just say that. How fucking dumb can you be? This is a very small argument and you're putting our relationship over it. I don't get it. She later quotes him and says, because he said something along the lines of like, I don't think. She quotes, I don't think. And she says, yeah, this is not about what you think. You're literally dumb as fuck. I feel so bad. How the fuck are you not getting that it's more than that and more than this? You lie, ignore, gaslight, dry reply. I can keep going. So she like throws out these words, but I don't find evidence of any like gaslighting in the text messages and stuff. If anything, it's like miscommunication. I really don't. I would watch her reply. I might dry reply sometimes. 4. So it went from 6 to 5 to 4. She's like, you got to make it up to me by 4 p.m. now. If this isn't made up to me by 4 o'clock, we're done. This is my last text message. He's like, I don't gaslight. I don't do any of that. I never intentionally ignore you. 4:30. Dom responds, this can't be every week, babe. Indicating that this happens every week. And after reading all their text messages, it's like multiple times a week, actually. It's really bad. She responds, you're right. Next time you do this, we're done. No explanations. He's trying to get it through to her. Like, I feel like you don't feel I love you. What the fuck are you talking about? Look, Kenzie, this shouldn't end our relationship. All I'm saying is like, I'll do whatever to make you happy, but I feel like you're being unreasonable today because of your stress over your toe and your nose and school. So like, I don't know what happened. This is me saying this. Like, I don't know what happened, but like, these seem like non-problems. Your toe, your nose. Like, unless you broke your nose. Like, why is she freaking out on it? It's so weird. If this isn't made up correctly by 4 o'clock, I'm blocking you and we are done forever. Your attitude will change. Your attitude needs to change, babe. We're broken up until you decide what you're going to do to fix this. If the timer hits 4 o'clock and nothing has happened, we are done. Your attitude needs to change and I'll change whatever. I know you didn't just say that. This is about you. You called me with a bad attitude first, babe. Do you want me to break up with you for good right now? Because that could happen too. And then Mackenzie mass texts him. Do you want me to break up with you for good right now? Do you want me to break up with you for good right now? Do you want me to break up with you for good right now? Do you want me to break up with you for good right now? She sends that 4 times. I'm not repeating it for emphasis. She literally sends the exact same message 4 times. And he tells her, you're being childish. I'm not entertaining it. So we're done? Is that what you're saying? You're not going to make this up to me by 4 o'clock? We're just going to go through the cycle? If you do not answer the fucking question, you are blocked and I'm going to start texting new people. Like, I'm so serious. Clearly, you don't even want a girlfriend. 5. 4, 3, 2, 1. Dom responds, why are you doing this? Like, I don't get it. I mean, we can make it 3. Like, this isn't love. If this is made up to me by 3 o'clock, if it's not, we're done. This isn't healthy. This isn't right. Like, we can make it so much better than this. You're right. We can make it so much better after you make it up to me at 3 o'clock and prove you're going to do better. Until then, we are broken up. I would watch what you say from this point on, because one thing that I said wrong will result in instant blocking, and I will literally start talking to new people. Dom doesn't respond for an hour before Mackenzie DMs him again. I'm going to take this as you're not making this up to me. Answer right now. Answer right now. Kenzie, if you want to be in my life, you will be. If you want to leave, I'm not stopping you. So you're not going to change your attitude and make it up to me? So you're not going to make it up to me? Yes or no? Kenzie, you have a bad attitude too. It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. And this is about you, not me. Kenzie, no, this is about you and you're making it about me. You have a bad attitude, babe. You called me with a bad attitude first, and I'm not doing this anymore. I love you, but I have to set boundaries for myself too. This is February 20th, 2022. 5 months later, Dom will be dead. Now, I'm not singling out this like one toxic fight that happened months in advance where Mackenzie is clearly suffocating Dom over and over again, not respecting his boundaries. But I'm emphasizing that this happens multiple times a week. Like when you go to part 4 where we go through the text messages, it would be like a 5-day long video for me to recount in full every single fight that Mackenzie starts. April 2022, for example, it happens all over again. And this is just from their Instagram DMs, okay? Because the text messages are in part 4. This is from their DMs. April 2022, it starts all over. Dom resorts to DMing her because she blocked his text from coming in, and he's confused. Which, side note, all of this is happening because Dom did not jump at his feet, jump up, enthusiastic about wanting to take Mackenzie to the grocery store. She says, I want to go with you, but I want you to try without me telling you you have to try. You only try when it's too late, so now it's too late. He responds, when was I not trying? We've been doing this all day. I don't care. No, you have not. Why would I want to be around you after you just did all this bullshit all day? What have I done? I've only apologized over and over again all day while you called me names. You have 2 minutes to be at my house to take me to the grocery store. 60 seconds. 45 seconds. Okay, I'll be on the way in a sec. Then he DMs again, on the way. Then he DMs when he shows up at her house, here. Even just 2 months before Dom and Davion are killed, they're in another fight through Instagram. And side note, by this point, Mackenzie is essentially living with Dom. She's 17, her parents have let her move in. But this fight, Dom tells her, Kenzie, I'm not going to talk to you till you acknowledge what you did wrong. And side note, I don't want anyone to be under the impression that I'm taking creative liberty in the tone of Dom's voice, because there is a video fight of them. And most people say that Dom was like a very chill speaker. He never is yelling, screaming. Kenzie is always yelling, screaming. So it's not that like I'm trying to phrase Dom's voice to be more passive. Like there's a literal fight where she is outside banging on his door and this is how he talks. This is his cadence. He's always trying to diffuse. He's never flipping out. There's one part where he does raise his voice at Mackenzie and Mackenzie intentionally records it, but it almost seems like the man is so frustrated. Like he's like, stop, like, don't stop, don't talk. Like, you're saying disrespectful shit, like, stop.
If anything comes out your mouth that's gonna be disrespectful, instigating, or anything at all, like, I'm whipping this car over, okay? And you are getting the fuck out immediately. I don't care where it is. Do not say anything that could piss me off, okay? You know what the fuck could piss me off. Just don't say a single fucking word.
But this fight, it appears that he does not want Kenzie at his house because she's being rude and mean to him, which is completely understandable and a healthy boundary to set. But she argues that he's holding his house over her head and she's not going to let him do that. Which, side note, she does not pay rent. This is not her house. She doesn't pay mortgage. She's not on the title of the deed. It's also not like he kicked her out of nowhere. She could literally just go home to her parents where she should probably be living. Mackenzie escalates the fight. I'll come today and take all the shit I got right out of that house. So she's like, fine, I'm moving out for good. Kenzie, I'm not doing anything. Like, you have been being mean to me and have not stopped since this morning. All you have to do is apologize to me about how you're saying hurtful things. I'm done listening to this bullshit and I'll talk to you when you're in a better state. And no, Kenzie, I'm not holding anything over your head. I don't want you here if you're acting like this. So you're saying that I'm not allowed to come to the place I sleep at every night? No, Kenzie, I told you that you can talk to me when you say sorry, and coming here is part of it. So you're holding it over my head is what you're saying. If you can't apologize or realize what you did wrong, I don't want you around me. What we're not gonna do is hold the place that you say I could stay at whenever I want over my head. She starts a video chat. He does not pick up. Mackenzie goes off, to which Dom says, Kenzie, I just don't want you to come here and have problems. I'm doing the mature thing and avoiding petty conflict, and if you cared, you would have stopped too. Kenzie does not listen. He's trying to de-escalate. She says, we're not going to play this game. I'm not letting you hold a place that I live in over my head. You don't even care enough to be replying fast. No, Kenzie, I don't want you here because I don't want conflict, and you never said sorry either. I'm not going to apologize for doing nothing, and I want to come over to eat, not to talk to you. I'm just going to sit on the couch and ignore you, but there's you holding it over my head again. You can let me come over and eat, or you can bring me all the stuff that I brought over to your house and we can be over. Approximately 3 minutes go by. Dom hasn't responded, so Mackenzie writes, not sure why you're being dry and not responding. Dom responds, I mean, you did call me the R word, called me a pig, said a lot of nasty things, and now you want to come eat my food without apologizing. Let me know if you're going to keep holding it over my head or not, because I will just get all the pots and pans and stuff I brought to your house right now. I'm not trying to hold it over your head. If you can't respect me, how do I expect you to respect my house? He says that there's still coffee on his door from her, which seems like he's saying like she threw coffee and there's coffee on the door. But she ignores that and says, like I said, I will come get everything that I brought over. And holes in my wall. The holes in your wall are not from me, so are you not letting me come?
What does holes in the wall mean? Punch?
Yeah, or like throwing things, I would imagine, yeah. And so Dom says, if you can't prove to me you're going to respect me and my home, or at least the very least apologize, I don't want you here. Like, if you want me to leave your things outside, I will. To which Kenzie says, you can put everything in a box then. If you're not going to let me come to the place that you said I could always come, then put everything that I brought in a box and I'm coming to get it. If you're not going to let me stay at this house, then we are done. I'm not going to be in a relationship with somebody that likes to lie and tell me things that are not true. You are making this so much worse.
How does she put it on him? Like, someone gave you a place to stay, now she turn it around, make it, I don't, that's
holding it over her head.
That's gaslighting. Right?
Yeah, it's very manipulative. I think sometimes I do have the problem with a lot of these encounters between Kenzie and Dom being categorized as toxic, in the sense that I do think that if the roles were reversed, I don't know if we would be labeling these fights as toxic. I think we would be much more easily labeling them as completely abusive. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just really abusive. There's not really a lighter way to put it. Mm-hmm. And so Dom responds, Kenzie, you are. Like, all that was needed was a simple apology. You're not making the right decisions or acting normal. So what's it going to be? So are you not going to let me come to the place that you said I could always come? Is that what you're saying? You're treating me like shit. Stop. Asking you questions or treating you bad? What the actual fuck? Like, Dom is like, what the actual fuck? This is your last chance to let me come and eat, or you can put all my stuff in a bin and I'll come get it right now. I would answer right now. She starts a video chat that goes unanswered. She calls again and again and again and again and again. And then she DMs Dom. You just fucked up. Another video chat goes unanswered. You have 3 seconds to answer or I'm coming. Of course you would rather me starve. He keeps telling her she's being toxic, but she keeps calling, typing, I would answer right now. Dom seemingly begs her, quote, stop. You deadass have 20 seconds. This is why I'm not letting you come. You're threatening and shit. Another video chat, then another, then another. She calls 8 times back to back to back to back. He does not respond, and then she tells him, okay, I'm gonna come. He doesn't respond to more video chats. She says, I would answer right now. Like, I really don't want to end this relationship, but you are not a good person. You treat me like fucking shit. I need water and food, and you're not letting me eat. You are starving me. You would rather me starve. I'm so serious when I say answer. Kenzie, stop, please. I'll bring you food and water. So she's at her parents' house. Now, Mackenzie has somehow made this about starving.
What do you mean? Like, you're at home. You have fucking food and water. What are you saying?
Exactly. So he's like, I don't want to be around you because we're going to get into a fight. But I will bring you food and water because you're accusing me of starving you. Like, I will drive to your house, even though you don't deserve it and you haven't even apologized. I will bring you food and water. And then I just need some alone time because this situation's only going to escalate. So he's like willing to do all of this and still de-escalate. I mean, again, if the roles were reversed, this is like, frankly, a terrifying relationship dynamic that is just abusive. Dom offers to bring food, water. Kenzie just gets racist instead. She writes to him, "You need to answer right now, N-word. I do not want to be here." So she's talking about she doesn't want to be home at her parents'. What are you not getting? You know that. Which, side note, a lot of people have interpreted that perhaps there was some sort of abuse going on in Mackenzie's house. I really, going through the whole FOIA file, there's no way to definitively say that that's not what's happening, but I don't think so. She genuinely hates her parents for zero reasons. Like, sometimes it'll be, my dad woke me up because he was playing the TV so loud. Is he fucking R-worded? Like, she'll literally be texting Dom that.
So where is the parents? How did she become this way? This is crazy.
Yeah. And again, like when she is saying in caps, I don't want to be here. I know that a lot of us, maybe from a point of empathy or trying to give people benefit of the doubt or trying to protect people who are 17, it's like, oh, maybe something's going on in the house and she's expressing herself in this really aggressive manner because she just frantically needs to leave. That does not appear to be the case. Like, she genuinely hates her parents because they eat McDonald's. She thinks they're slobs. She doesn't like the fact that her dad plays the TV too loud. He's so dense. Is he slow? Like, she's just, yeah. There's a whole birthday debacle we're gonna go into later. She is like so adamant that she wants to go to Florida for her birthday. I'm just going to give you a recap because it's so crazy. She's so adamant that she's going to go to Florida for her birthday, but there's a hurricane coming to Florida because it's Florida. And she's like, yeah, I don't care. I'm just pissed off. She has her entire family and Dom scrambling to figure out where to go next to make Mackenzie happy. And she's like, you guys are going to fucking fix this vacay. And she's like, she's going off on them. And she's like, Dom, you're going to book me a ticket to Cali right now and fix my birthday vacay. And they're all just like trying to make her happy.
The parents are too?
Yeah.
Why?
Beats me. I mean, they're just straight enablers. They're so incompetent as parents. If I was the president, if I ran this world, I feel like they could even be criminally liable in my fake universe because, like, how do you raise someone like this? Yeah, it should be a crime to be this bad of a parent. I think it's like worse. It's like similar to neglect. Like, you are neglecting their capabilities of growing up to be a good contributing member of society. It's just so messed up. So then she's just responding like, what are you not getting? You know that. He responds, then stop being toxic. She does not think that these two things are connected. She writes in all caps, I do not want to be here, so you're going to starve me? Is that what you're saying? Stop being toxic and I'll let you come. He finally tells her, I'm done. So she goes off. Then please just break up with me then. If you're gonna sit here and let me beg you for food and water, then break up with me because any good man would never do this to his girlfriend. I would answer right now, you're making this so bad for yourself. Kenzie, now you're being toxic. I said I'd bring you food and water, but instead you're trying to make it about bringing all your other stuff. I do not want to be here. Why are you not getting that? You didn't let me apologize on the phone, and you didn't apologize sincerely to me. Tom is like, I just need 20 minutes. Just give me 20 minutes and stop being toxic and we can talk again on the phone if you apologize and I can let you come over. But instead you just spam me for the last 20 minutes being toxic as fuck. She says, if you're not going to let me come over here, then I'm going to bring all the stuff that I brought home. It's our house. You always say that. I'm not letting you hold it over my head when I put in the work to the house too. I'm allowed to go over there and eat when all the food that I like is over there. You're holding this over my head. You're still being toxic. I would literally let you come over right now if you would just stop saying all this toxic shit and just leave it alone for a second and let me brush my teeth and then just call you back and apologize. It's all you had to do. You still have to apologize also. I'm not being toxic. I'm telling you what you're doing. Why would I keep bringing pots and pans and stuff for your house over if you're going to hold it over my head and not let me there? Stop. It just doesn't make sense. You expect all this good when you treat me like shit. You're still doing it. You won't stop. Like, what the fuck? And you're still not apologizing. Dom seems frustrated. He just tells her, let me just bring you food. I do not want to be here. Can you not read? And if you still want me to bring other shit, I'll bring it later. Like, she responds, why are you not understanding that I do not want to be here? Then stop being toxic and arguing with me. I'm going to come over or this relationship is going to be over. I'm not letting you do this to me. Just let me cool down. Just let it cool down for 10 minutes and then apologize. You're not going to hold over a house that we built together over my head.
What?
Yeah, she's acting like she's fucking Martha Stewarting this house. Like she's done nothing. She also, like, she never cleans. She lives like a slob. Everyone has not testified, but they have spoken up about how she's a slob. Dom tells her, like, I'm asking for the bare minimum. Mackenzie responds, and I'm asking for literally 1 peach and water, but you can't even let me come eat. Dom responds in all caps, stop. Why is this making you so mad? I can't ask for food now? So now she's acting like he's like this a threatening, abusive person who's like controlling what she eats.
Yeah.
I'm about to be done texting you. I told you so many times I will bring you a peach and water. And if you really want, I can bring the rest of the stuff later. But instead, you're trying to say I'm holding my house and food over your head when I'm really not. You just can't respect me and can't stop arguing and being toxic. That's why I'm not letting you over. This is when she finally apologizes a little bit. Not really. She says, obviously, I'm sorry for calling you names. My life was literally going to shit, and so many things were happening, which obviously you don't care about. I didn't mean anything that I called you because you didn't mean what you said. I'm not being toxic, and I'm respecting you. I've done nothing disrespectful except ask you for food. You're still not understanding that I do not want to be here, and you're still offering to bring me food somewhere where I don't want it, when I could literally come there and eat. Why are you doing this? You are treating me like fucking shit right now. If this old pattern is going to keep happening, then I don't know if I can do this anymore. Dom tries to set boundaries, which, like, that was not even an apology, by the way. Okay, Dom tries to set boundaries for the trillionth time. You are being toxic by forcing me to do things. I wasn't forcing you to do anything. You could have just let me come over and all of this would have been chill. Like, I need food and water so bad you don't even care. Dom responds with what Mackenzie was forcing him to do. He says, you're not letting me get off the phone, not apologizing when I said that all you had to do to come over was just apologize or leave me alone for a little bit to cool down. But instead, you said you can't apologize. And then you said that I have to bring you all your things when I said that I could bring you a peach and water. But I was only saying that because you were going to apologize. See, you're making it a loop because every single time I was telling you to apologize, you were saying no. And then I was saying, well, let me bring you food and water and a peach. And then you were saying, oh, I'm holding the house over your head. I'm holding food over your head. When all I wanted was an apology so that, you know, for you to just come from you to keep saying, but then you keep saying, I don't care, that you just need food and water, but I've been trying to bring it to you this whole time and you just keep arguing with me. See how you're still being toxic? So he's like finally like letting it out, okay? He's like, we're just going in a loop. And I think that's why the message is so confusing because he's like, I'm living in a loop. I don't even know what's going on. Like, this is what you're forcing me to do. And after all of that, because he's like, all I wanted was an apology. Like, that's the crux of his feeling. He's like, I just want you to apologize for being toxic, which is completely reasonable. Mackenzie responds, did you not read my apology? Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you acting like I didn't apologize when I literally just said? She sends a screenshot of her half-assed apology just 2 seconds ago and then sends it to him. You could have just read that and understood, but I guess not. Dom is so confused. He says, you didn't read anything I said. You apologized for calling me names and then continue to be toxic. So you're not gonna let me come over now when I literally apologized? Dom clearly doesn't feel heard and his boundaries are still being crossed. He writes, quote, you apologize and are still toxic. She flips out. Like, what is going on? Why aren't you letting me come and eat? She keeps doing this until finally he texts her, fine, come eat. Are you sure? Yeah, just don't be toxic. I was never holding anything over your head. I said I'd bring you food and water. I said leave me alone for a sec and apologize, and you could come over too, but you didn't leave me alone. I do appreciate the apology you did make, though. It's not about who's right or wrong. It's about understanding and growth. This is what Dom says, and this is from May 23rd, 2022, just 2 months before Dom is killed. Since Davion is no longer 18 years old, his parents felt that he was ready to be taken off their Life 360 app, which is the app like your parents can track the kids' locations, whether or not they're speeding or they're driving or if they're in the car right now or if they're walking. But instead of just getting rid of the app altogether, Davion instead connects it to his friend group. So he has a tight, close-knit group of friends and they all share each other's Life 360 apps. Really? Wow. I guess it's like, you know, Find My Friends. You just want to make sure everybody's safe. You want to track everybody's locations, make sure that everybody is... I think the idea is very responsible. Now, July 31st, 2022, at 9:43 a.m., Davion's friends are on the Life 360 app and they're confused because they see Davion's location is heading towards the Strongsville police station. But they're like, okay, well, maybe he's just heading in that general direction. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to the police station, right? Within a few minutes, Davion's location shows that he is inside the Strongsville police station, or at least his phone is. And they're like, this is really odd. Like, why would Davion be at the police station at 10 in the morning? Like, this is so weird. They check his Life 360 history, and they notice there is this weird incident that happened at 5:30 a.m. At 5:30 a.m., they get an alert and it shows Davion's phone location heading down Progress Drive. Progress Drive is technically officially called Progress Drive Business Park because it's basically a commercial road. I don't even know if commercial is the right word. It's more so industrial. So you drive down Progress and it's just a ton of these light industrial warehouses. I feel like you've all seen those like business parks where you've got the flex office spaces and then you've got the warehouses. You see lots of big trucks driving through that road. It's not massive Amazon level warehouses, but it's also not corporate in the sense of like, oh, this is our corporate location where we invite clients over. Like you're going to see a lot of manufacturing companies, pipeline businesses, plumbing businesses have, locations down here like ICI Metals, Rafter Equipment Corporation, Pipeline Development Company. Like they all have buildings along Progress Drive. It's just warehouses and their parking lots. There's no residential homes, no shops that you can stop in and grab a coffee, no pedestrians. It's just an industrial road. Why would Davion be there at 5:35 in the morning? With an alert on Life 360 showing high speed alert with the top speed at 90 miles per hour. And the Life 360 app shows that Davion's location is stopped for a point in time at one of the warehouse buildings, specifically the Pipeline Development Company. It almost looks like he's gone into the building with his phone. Why would Davion be in this random warehouse building at 5:35 a.m.? And now a few hours later, he's just heading to the Strongsville police station? Davion's friends are really confused. They're trying to in real time piece together what's going on because they're like, what's happening? 6:15 a.m., a 911 call is made.
Southwest Dispatch.
Yes. Are you familiar where Progress coincides with Albion Road there in Strongsville? There's a car that's smashed up against the building. They ran the curb. I can see they smashed the sign and hit the building.
There's a car that's smashed up against the building. I didn't go up to it because I was on my motorcycle. I don't know if I'd get stuck, but they ran the curb. I can see they smashed the sign and hit the building. The car is trashed. That's the direct 911 call. When the first responding officer arrives at the end of Progress Drive, so this is kind of a dead-end zone. Progress Drive, you make a right turn from the main road of Pearl, and you make a right turn onto Progress, or at least that's what Mackenzie did. And it's like this half-mile drive. It's, some people call it like a straight shot, but it's not really. There are gentle curves along this road, and the road is pretty fucked up. I mean, it's an industrial road. First of all, it's actually one of the older roads in the city, but it's an industrial road, so you have lots of heavy trucks and machinery driving past it, so the concrete on the pavement is not very level. And I guess the city is thinking, well, we don't really have a lot of people driving through this. This is like an industrial area, and it's probably going to get messed up anyway, so they haven't really fixed it. So it's kind of a bumpy drive. It's not a drive where you can just kind of wing it. It's like you'd want to have good control over your car. Yeah. Now, at the very end of Progress Drive, there is like a dead end. So you keep driving down Progress, and then you're going to see grass, a sign for the pipeline company, and then the red brick building.
Yeah.
When you get there on the road, you can make a right or a left. So it's a T intersection.
Oh, I see.
But you cannot keep going straight because that's where the red brick building is. But that is what Mackenzie's black Toyota has done. It has gone straight, essentially flying through the building sign, through the grass, and jamming the car straight into the corner of this warehouse building. The car looks obliterated. You can hear the officer, the first responding officer through the body cam, starting to freak out, and he's going straight into work. He is booking it to the car as quickly as he can. He's panting. And as he's running through the grass, they're all pretty young. Now, upon first glance, the front passenger side where Dom was sitting has a lot of the impact. There's a video of the car, and the video is taken after the car is taken to a separate lot. And the front of the car, I was almost confused, like, am I being shown the wrong car? Like, are they going to move to show me the black Toyota? Because the front of the car looks white. Because it's not like it's a half paint job. It's the front of the car had been disintegrated where all you can see is metal. That's it. The officer doesn't have anything hard to smash open the windows. Like, multiple units arrive and they're just like they're even thinking like, do we use our gun? Like, we need to get in here.
Sarge, we're good to try to get her out? Oh, dude, I don't know if we can.
They can't get the window open. Eventually, they jam it open. And once they get into the car, they can quickly tell that two of them are not going to make it.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, they're all pretty young. We got two that are gone.
I have a 17-year-old female, Mackenzie.
Okay, that might be the driver.
I know that there is speculations, theories online that Davion was alive at the time of the unit's arrival. It seems like that is not accurate. By all accounts, Dom and Davion were confirmed DOA, dead on arrival, by the officers. First responding officer later says in a less panicked and more somber tone, like, we got 2 that are gone. Jesus Christ, like, this is probably the worst I've ever seen.
I know. Jesus Christ. This is the worst I've ever seen.
He's trying to explain to the new officers that are showing up, like, it's like a nightmare. I ran up. I go, this is bad. I ran up. I saw 1. I called her in. I looked in the back. There's 2. I called it in. And then you see 3 and you're like, Jesus, and no one's fucking moving. At some point, the officers find an ID and realize that the individual in the backseat is Davion. And I don't know how this officer knows. Maybe he has a kid the same age, or maybe he's just very involved in high school sports, but he says he's a fucking Strongsville football player. And so they mention that he's a running back, and the officer walks to the back seat of the car and taps on the metal and says, rest in peace, buddy.
All right, this is going to be another issue with notifications. That kid lives in Kelsey Lane in Strongsville.
Yeah, he's a Strongsville football player.
Rest in peace, buddy.
The first responders, they arrive and they inform the other officers at the scene, contacted the coroner, they're on their way out. And just to add to the chaos, there's wind and debris being thrown about because a life flight has landed to take the only person that has a pulse into this flying ER to the hospital. Now, the day after the crash, police are knocking on the door to the hospital room with the only survivor, and that is Mackenzie Shirilla. She has 3 broken ribs, a lacerated liver, kidney, damaged arteries, a broken femur above the knee. Her legs and arms are in casts. She has a neck brace on. She does objectively look messed up, but she's alive. She's the only one from the car that is alive. And by this point, her parents have told her, they say that they told her that her boyfriend Dom and Davion had been killed. Mackenzie's parents say that after getting out of surgery in the middle of the night, Mackenzie asked, where's Dom? They didn't really think that there was a way to calm her down, so they tell her, and she's just screaming, it's not him, it's not him. Then she asks about Davion, and they say that she learns that he didn't make it, and she was just sobbing, oh God, oh God. But the officers aren't really interested in any of that. They want to know what the hell happened in that car, because it doesn't make any sense. They were able to pull CCTV camera footage from a nearby warehouse that shows the black Toyota that Mackenzie is driving. There's sound to the CCTV, and it sounds like a missile, and you hear the crash. I will say that there are TikToks going around that they enhance the audio, and you can hear one of the boys screaming, Mackenzie, no. That does not appear to be true at all. It would have been in the police reports. It would have been talked about during the trial. But you can hear the car, and it's going fast, and you hear it crash. It sounds bad. There is no feasible reason that the officers can think of what would cause Mackenzie to drive in this manner. Like, this is not a road that is easy to speed on. It's an industrial road with a speed limit of 35 miles per hour. Not saying that you can't speed over the speed limit, but it's like a pretty bumpy road. So one of the officers actually got into his cruiser, and he went around 55 in his cruiser. And he said, like, the wheel was shaking because, like I said, the road, the concrete is kind of messed up. It's an industrial road. So he's like, to be able to maneuver, because it's not like they were going all over the place. It's like a straight shot missile. It's not like she's, driving and swerving and hitting things and hitting the curb and then slamming into the building. It's like, it almost looks like you'd have to be pretty in control of the vehicle, which also they think that means if someone blacked out or passed out or were so drunk, this is not a road that you can maneuver before straight shotting it into the building. They're like, if she was drunk on Progress, she would have hit something else first. And they pull another version of CCTV camera. So remember, Pearl is the main road of Strongsville. Progress, you turn right. So you're on Pearl, then you make a right onto Progress. They pull CCTV camera from that road. And Mackenzie, when she does that right turn, her blinker's on, she slows down, and she has a controlled right turn. And then within the span of like half a mile, suddenly she loses control of the car, and then speed shots it almost 100 miles per hour straight into the building. So like nothing makes sense. I think initially when the police got there, they're thinking, okay, young kids, we found shrooms on Mackenzie. They found a quartz Ziploc bag of shrooms on Mackenzie's person, along with a digital scale. So they're thinking maybe this is impaired driving. But when they get all the CCTV camera, they're like, that doesn't make sense. How are you driving completely normally and completely safe, and then all of a sudden you cannot drive? With the argument essentially being, okay, so if Mackenzie is impaired, she's somehow managing to drive with the skill of like an F1 driver straight into a building. So the police believe that rules out the fact that she could be impaired. Though they do a toxicology report or test just to make sure. More on that in a second, but later, Mackenzie and her parents, as well as her defense attorney, will argue that Mackenzie was impaired, just not by drugs, not by anything that's going to show up in the toxicology. They argue that Mackenzie was diagnosed with POTS, which can cause someone to faint. I will note that not everyone diagnosed with POTS faints. It's actually, like, this is a very misrepresented diagnosis. In fact, that's a point of frustration with a lot of people who are diagnosed with POTS, is that everyone assumes that they pass out when it's not even part of the diagnostic criteria. Diagnostic criteria typically rest entirely on heart rate response, not fainting. Fainting, however, is a possible symptom, but not everyone with POTS faints. In fact, it's considered kind of like a rare event. It's been described as a disorder where it just feels like you're going to faint. And you might faint. It is, life altering, but it's not like, oh, everyone with POTS is fainting all the time and like they shouldn't be behind the wheel. Like, it's not this like, oh my gosh, so scary, you're gonna die, and like everyone, you can't be behind a car. The hallmark for POTS is more so a heart rate increase of at least 30 beats per minute in adults within the first 10 minutes of standing up or a head up tilt. It's very much based on standing up. That's like a huge thing with POTS. It's okay. So a lot of it is centered around when someone without POTS, I guess like if you and I were not diagnosed with POTS, we stand up. Gravity pulls 10 to 15% of blood into the stomach and the legs. The body will compensate by tightening the blood vessels and modestly adjusting the heart rate. For people with POTS, the blood vessels will not tighten. So blood, pools below the heart, and in an attempt to overcorrect, because the body doesn't really, they're like, whoa, what's going on? Then the body will flood their system with norepinephrine and epinephrine. So the heart is just getting epinephrine and norepinephrine and doesn't really know why. So naturally it causes the heart rate to shoot up abnormally. So, that's like, they might get lightheaded, dizziness, more so than just like, oh, I'm a little dizzy, right? POTS is a life-altering diagnosis, and I'm not trying to say like, oh, this is not serious, but it's not considered life-threatening. There are no deaths attributed directly to POTS. I think that's a huge thing that people in the POTS community feel like the stigma is a lot, especially with driving. And I was actually on the POTS subreddit, and they really hate Mackenzie, it seems, because a lot of them, most of them have been diagnosed with POTS for decades. A lot of them say they've never fainted. And it was like very annoying, because when people find out they have POTS, it's always like, how can you dare drive? Like, there's so many misconceptions about POTS, and it's just they feel it's not true. So that's not to say that people with POTS don't faint. They absolutely can and do, and it can be life-altering when they faint, because typically the biggest practical danger of POTS is injury from fainting. So like you faint, you fall, and you hit your head. Now, it does appear that the general public does just think it's a fainting disease, which doesn't seem to be the case at all. But it's also a condition where you could have been diagnosed, gone years without fainting, and then you suddenly faint. It is entirely possible. Does that mean that that's what happened in this case? Most people don't think so, for a lot of reasons that we're going to dive deeper in a separate episode, but I'm just going to give you a little bit right now. So interestingly enough, a lot of people with POTS thinks that this whole thing is ridiculous, okay? Even the way that Mackenzie's mom talks about POTS in court later during Mackenzie's trial, she calls POTS a blood pressure condition, which inherently is not true. So when your blood pressure drops, that's when people faint. Fainting can be a symptom for some people with POTS, but the condition itself is not a blood pressure condition. It's like more a heart rate condition. So it's just like, people are like, How can you say that your daughter is diagnosed with POTS and that's what caused this fatal crash, but you sound so uneducated about POTS? Like, if this was truly a condition that was life-altering enough for Mackenzie to get diagnosed with it, and then later, according to them, get into a fatal car accident, killing 2 people in the car because of POTS, you would think her mother would know a bit about POTS. But she calls it a blood pressure condition in court, which is inherently not true. Blood pressure, again, plays a role, but it's not a blood pressure condition. If you go on the POTS subreddit, you'll actually see a lot of people who argue that had this been a POTS-related episode, it's more likely that her body would go limp rather than floor the pedal all the way straight into the wall. So they're saying, like, when you faint, it's more likely with POTS that your body goes limp.
I see.
One person literally comments, she's so fucking stupid. If this were a POTS episode, the exact opposite would happen. There are also speculations that her diagnosis could have come from the fact that she was engaged in super heavy drug use and she does appear to be low on the BMI scale. So feeling lightheaded upon standing is not always POTS. It could be because you're malnourished or your BMI is too low. It could be heavy drug usage. It could be low iron. It could be lots of things. But again, like with POTS diagnosis, that's why a lot of people, again, are in the community upset. There's a lot of specific criteria. Usually the gold standard is the tilt test. They like strap you to this board and they put you in a direction which would simulate standing up. And they keep you there for like 10 minutes while they're watching your heart rate and all of these things. But she gets diagnosed in 2017 because she apparently like fainted in the kitchen. Her mom takes her to the Cleveland Clinic and she's prescribed salt tabs and is diagnosed with POTS. And then it just seems like nothing ever happens. Like they don't get follow-ups, they don't do further diagnostic testing, at least that it's not revealed in court. I don't have her medical records, but I would assume that the defense would have used it. In fact, I also think it's weird that the defense, if they really were trying to argue this whole POTS thing, why don't you just strap her up to the tilt test board? Why don't you like definitively prove? Because Natalie Sharilla didn't even know the diagnosing physician. She's like, I don't even know what doctor it was. Like there was no upkeep in this POTS diagnosis. There was nothing. And then also it's the fact that people were saying, okay, so she fainted once in the kitchen, and this is not to comment on people's weights, but she does seem probably very low on the BMI scale to the point where some doctors may be alarmed. That could cause lightheadedness, that could cause fainting. She is engaging in heavy drug use. It could be a wide variety of reasons. And her mom gets her diagnosed with POTS, right? So it's just like... And if that were all true, if this is the case, Mackenzie faints in the kitchen, her mom gets her diagnosed with POTS, and her mom still let her have a car while smoking weed with POTS that would be a huge problem. Not because people with POTS cannot drive, because they absolutely can, and just as safely as any other law-abiding citizen without POTS. But Mackenzie is 17. Her mom says she's fainting in the kitchen. Her parents know she partakes in an ungodly amount of smoking weed. And she's trying to make the plant go extinct. Like that's how much she's trying to smoke weed. And she likes to drive while high on weed. I would imagine that's a huge problem if you're letting your daughter do that. And another thing is, if the gibberish speak, the carny speak in the hospital room is to be believed, the fact that she was speaking in what her dad, describes to be carny, allegedly saying, can we just tell them that I had a seizure? Seizures and POTS are not even the same thing. These are entirely different things. Seizures and fainting due to POTS are not the same. We can't just fucking make pasta and see what sticks to the wall. A lot of comments on the POTS subreddit are along the lines of genuinely made me so mad. I feel like her claims are just adding to the misconceptions about POTS. How in the world would a POTS episode make you push harder on the gas? Such absolutely bullshit, and I'm glad she's in jail. Another one reads, amazing how fainting and losing consciousness can perfectly keep the car steered and accelerated. For sure. Another says, my jaw hit the floor when she said it was a medical event due to POTS. Only people with POTS would know that's not how it works. People have also noted that during the trial, during high-stress situations with likely dehydration and other things playing into the mix, she never asked for a break because she felt like she was fainting, which is reasonable and expected for someone with POTS. So because your heart rate goes up when you're stressed and high cortisol and, she's sitting in the courtroom on trial, she's probably not drinking a ton of water, dehydration, and she never asked the judge for a moment because feels faint and lightheaded. There's lots of moments where she's standing, sitting, judge walks in, she stands. There's not suddenly nothing matters. You only had POTS in that 2 minutes in the car. They also argue that medical records after she's life flighted don't match someone with POTS, that after being pulled out of that car with all the other factors, her blood pressure was qualitatively described as elevated when she's pulled from the crash. Now, I will say they are pulled from the crash way later from the actual accident, but some people have argued like POTS would cause, if you fainted, it would be low blood pressure, not high blood pressure, but she had elevated blood pressure. She also had a normal heart rate and ECG showing normal electrical heart function, which probably wouldn't happen, they think, in a POTS episode within like even an hour. Like POTS episode, all of that physical trauma, and then your heart rate is normal. Like they just don't think that makes sense. And also when they extract her from the car, it's like a posterior condition. So she's being moved. So that would mean if she does have POTS, her heart rate should go up because she's going from sitting to probably at least some form of like she's moving. Now, it's interesting to note that her defense did not bring an expert to testify about Mackenzie's POTS and how she could have fainted while operating the vehicle. Some people believe it was a genuine accident, and people who believe it was not have mixed reasonings as to why the defense did not bring in an expert during the trial. We're going to get into it in a second. I feel like I'm getting ahead of myself, but we're going to cover it thoroughly later. So the first theory that police had was that Mackenzie was high and impaired while driving, but it just doesn't make sense with all the CCTV footage they're getting. Very early on, Mackenzie's mom is saying things like, oh, she has POTS, like in the hospital. So she's like, oh, maybe it was the POTS, right? And the police are like, well, that doesn't seem to be the case either. Like, we don't really think that's what happened either. So the police get the black box data from the vehicle, and according to the reports, it reads, the Toyota averaged approximately 80.51 miles per hour in the final second leading up to the collision as it traveled off the roadway. So it struck the commercial sign and then the eastern side of the building. The black box shows that 5 seconds before impact, the Toyota was 100% acceleration, meaning the gas pedal was pressed all the way down. You could not press on the gas further, fully depressed. You cannot press down further. Like, this is very pertinent. And at no point in the 5 seconds was the brake pedal ever pressed. This is the single most consequential data point in this case. I will say there is a change in the engine throttle before impact. That is argued that the car was airborne. So when it hit the curb, I'm not saying it like flew, but it was off the ground, and that will naturally impact the throttle engine readings. But the brake was never pressed. Within the final seconds, there is a small right turn of the steering wheel, then a small left turn, and then a significant right turn of 142 degrees of the steering wheel. 1 second before the crash, the gear shift, is moved to neutral and then moved back to drive. Now, this is done manually. This does not slip on its own. There's nothing in the black box that would show that the car would initiate or engage some sort of protection mode or safety feature where it would go to neutral then back to drive. So like something is happening with the gear shift physically, manually in the car. The car was also found to not have any malfunctions or mechanical errors that could have caused this. Now, I say this with a lot of cases. If anyone truly believes that in a case, a car malfunction is the cause of death or deaths, I think a wrongful death suit demanding tens of millions of dollars will be knocking on the car manufacturer's door. Like, that is my opinion, obviously, but I think that is a strong thing. So the black box data shows there's no malfunctioning of the vehicle. I will note there have been conversations online about whether or not Toyota had acceleration issues in the past. So some people are like, oh yeah, Toyota had this thing where it would just freaking accelerate even if when you didn't want it to. Which makes it sound like Toyotas would just go 100 miles per hour out of the blue, leaving the driver and occupants trapped in a deadly rocket. That's okay. This was a whole thing back in 2009. Formal investigations were held into Toyota's what they called the acceleration problem. The Department of Transportation, so there were multiple calls coming in saying like, oh, the Toyota won't brake. Like, I don't know what to do. I'm stepping on the brake, but it's accelerating. Like, help me. Like, people are freaking out. The Department of Transportation actually found that the acceleration from Toyotas, the unintentional accelerations from Toyotas, was mainly from floor mats getting stuck onto the gas pedal. Yeah. And more often than not, drivers who inadvertently press the gas pedal thinking they were pressing the brakes and then panicking but a lot of it was user error. Toyota did a massive recall because they thought the financial loss was better than fighting public opinion. There's a whole revisionist history episode on it that I would probably recommend. NASA engineers also helped investigate, and the findings were NASA found no evidence that a malfunction in electronics caused large unintended accelerations. But this entire piece of Toyota history does not go without its own complications. Lots of people have their own opinions about what happened in the past. There were fatalities connected to what has been dubbed like the unintended acceleration crisis. But there are also conspiracies. A lot of people believe that this was propaganda by American car manufacturers to sow fear in foreign-made cars. Others believe that Toyota paid the fine, so they must have known something was messed up with the cars. I do think like there was like some allegation of like sticky gas pedals, but it's just I'm just giving you a summary of the mixed feelings that people have. I will note that while diving into these conversations, though, even on Reddit, Toyota has at least anecdotally ranked as a very well-trusted car brand. And the argument goes on and on about, is this real history? Because it seems like most people, they were like, oh, no, Toyota did something bad. And then everyone in the comments is like, actually, you're wrong. So this is actually what happened. And then the findings are here. But then some people are saying, well, there's this 200-page court document where Toyota paid a fine. And it's not a rabbit hole that I felt was pertinent enough to go down. But it's just, there's no way that that's what happened in Mackenzie's car, especially because, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because her vehicle most likely had a brake override system, which is BOS. Toyota started installing these preemptively after 2009 because of this whole like unintended acceleration crisis. So essentially, if you feel like your car is accelerating unintendedly, let's say your gas pedal is stuck. If you hit the brakes, it'll neutral out the acceleration. It'll engage a safety feature.
Yeah.
So you'll just be idle. Because you're hitting both, technically, right?
Oh, okay.
But I mean, that was never engaged because Mackenzie never hit the brake. But people are saying, like, if this was one of those unintended accelerations, right, she would have hit the brake. And there's a safety feature that would have been triggered and it would have stopped the car. It's pertinent to the case because there is a picture of a fuzzy Prada slipper found stuck under the acceleration pedal in the crashed Toyota. A lot of people wonder, is this another unintended acceleration issue? Again, no, because the brakes were never hit. Toyotas have that safety feature that's been put in. And the prosecutor says, we got back the lab results and in his professional opinion, the expert stated, the slipper was stuck to the floorboard because of the impact. Like when the car was crushed. The floorboard had actually crumbled around the slipper, so it had no contribution to the crash. It was simply a result of the crash. But let's say you don't trust the prosecutor or his opinions. Still, the BOS system. Prada slipper gets stuck. If she hits the brakes, the BOS system would have been engaged and it would have stopped the car. So if it's not impaired driving, if it's not POTS, if it's not a car malfunction, if it's not an acceleration pedal that's stuck, what is it? And why did the car go to neutral, then go to drive? Why was the steering wheel yanked to the right? The prosecutor says it was chilling. If anybody was awake and alert inside that car, what a horrific last few seconds they endured. It is hard to comprehend that someone could just drive into a wall at that kind of speed. It is widely believed that Dom and Davion were trying to save their lives in the last few moments. And perhaps there was one of the boys had tried to put the car in neutral to slow it down. It gets put back into drive. Maybe they're trying to take over the steering wheel. Another thing to note is the two boys were not found with their seatbelts on. Lots of people have reported that they always wear seatbelts, so they think they took it off to try and stop the car. And interestingly enough, Mackenzie, who I've watched so many of her videos of her driving under the influence, she almost never wears a seatbelt. But the day of the crash, she's wearing a seatbelt.
She's the only one out of the three?
Yeah.
Look at that spread game, for real though. It's insane.
So with that being said, that is part 1 of the Mackenzie Shirilla case. Stay tuned for the next few parts because we think that this is just the surface. Let me know in the comments what are your thoughts and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. 2 songs are released 2 days before David's arrest. One is titled Imaginary Love. This song itself is not moody like you would imagine with a title like that. It's kind of an upbeat song with lyrics that read, "Jump out of them clothes and jump into my life. Let's sweat it out till it's too hot tonight. Tell me when you dream, do you see me, me, me?" Then a few days later, another song comes out titled S**X. The lyrics are exactly what you imagine. Girl, you're sexy as a motherfucker because you're sexy like no other girl. Can't get enough. Don't let no one say nothing because you're bad as fuck. From heaven you fell, dancing all on my tongue, but don't kiss and tell. These songs have been heavily discussed on forums talking about singer David's arrest and all about this case of the 14-year-old girl that was found in the front trunk of his Tesla back last year. David has just been arrested, and these songs are released exactly around that time. But they're not released by David. They're released by another singer, Kara Kova. This is a stage name, and the real individual, the musician behind that stage name, is Caleb Burke, David Anthony Burke's 18-year-old little brother. The first song is released just 2 days before his brother David is arrested and charged with the murder of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And with a case like this, it seems like anyone who is around David by choice, whether it be familial ties or friendships, they're going to be scrutinized by the internet. With a lot of people wondering if maybe some of these people knew what David was doing. If his close friends and family members knew, or maybe they even helped. Every single person who was around David is being questioned on forums as to whether or not that they are a potential accomplice in the murder and dismemberment of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a 14-year-old girl. And this is a deep dive into every single one of those people. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's team of dedicated researchers. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Please be aware that there are mentions of grooming, CSA, CSAM, and dismemberment in relation to a minor, a 14-year-old child. We have 2 previous episodes from like 7 months ago on this case, back when Celeste Rivas Hernandez's body was first found in the trunk of David's car. However, for those that haven't seen those, I would encourage you to watch those first. If there's a moment in these videos where you're like, oh, why don't you talk about the song that David allegedly made in Celeste's name? Why don't you talk about this that's been circulating online? Most likely we covered that 7 months ago, and I didn't want this to be a complete repeat. I've tried to provide enough context and foundation to the case so that you're not lost as we go through most of the recent updates. I've also just done another update episode right before this one airs. There's another episode that I highly recommend watching first before you begin this one. We talk about all of the things that happened up until David's arrest, the grand jury investigations, Neil Langston being arrested, and then finally David being arrested. And we still have a lot of ground to cover. We went over some of the prosecutor's preliminary brief of what they believe, what the DA, what the police believe happened in this case, when they think Celeste Rivas was killed, when they think she was dismembered, when they think David purchased certain items. We also went over all of the autopsy details that were made public. In this episode, we're going through all of the named potential accomplices. These are just Reddit theories. These are people piecing together little clues to wonder out loud on the internet if maybe other parties were involved. And that's how David got away with it for so long. We're also going to dive into the legal aspect of things, what we're expecting for the preliminary hearing that's coming up in June, what David's parents have said publicly about this case, what Celeste's family has publicly said about this case, and also a deep dive into who the David's attorneys are, because they're kind of crazy. And the judge on this case, as well as the DA. So with that being said, let's get started. One of the key figures in this case online has become a man named Steve Fisher. He's the private investigator that's been digging into this case, and he has access that a lot of people do not have. And a lot of people have mixed feelings about whether or not they like this guy, whether or not he's just like a grimy persona on the internet that's trying to get his 3 seconds of fame off of this case and maybe pointing the finger a bit too much, or he's someone that's kept this case alive by drawing more and more attention to it up until David's arrest. Everybody has a mixed opinion. But he does have access to this case that we don't have. David allegedly commits this murder inside the garage of a house in the Hollywood Hills. David does not own this house. He rents it under his manager's name. So after the LAPD conduct a search of this house back in September of last year, the real homeowner, the property owner, like we talked about in the previous episode, they hire a PI named Steve Fisher. They're like, we need to investigate everything. We want answers. We want to know exactly what happened in our house. The questions that they really want the PI to answer are, quote, did any acts related to Celeste's disappearance or death occur at or materially involve the rental house? We know now, yeah, it probably did. But the DA was not telling them that back in October of 2025. So they're like, we want to know if she was murdered in this house. Like, we want to know what happened in this house. Another question that they had was, what digital and physical traces link the property to the Tesla that's later impounded? Are there overlooked items or recordings from in or around the home or neighborhood that should be preserved and provided to law enforcement? He says, how I work with the landlord and LAPD, I was hired by the landlord to protect a legitimate property interest and to ensure potentially relevant house-tied evidence is preserved and transmitted. The goal is to reduce uncertainty about whether the residents played any role to relay my findings to the LAPD. He says, LAPD served a search warrant to the house. His management contacted the owner and basically said that they're breaking the lease. They're going to have the movers come the next day, which they did. And they came in and they grabbed certain things, but they left a lot behind. And they basically then said, anything that's left behind, just do what you want with it. We're out. David's never seen again. Now we find out he was just in another rental house just a few miles away. Steve Fisher, the PI, says months ago, he found the burn cage. He found the chainsaw in the garage. He says,
and we couldn't get past the chainsaw or the burn cage. Just there was no reasonable use to have it there. And now we find out that it does appear like, they played a role. We're really confused about this, what happened to this tissue and this blood matter from the chainsaw, because they make it sound like there was trace amounts found, and they didn't really turn the house into a crime scene. They didn't hold it long when they did the search warrant. So it's really confusing. It seems like a chainsaw would have absolutely created a horrific scene.
It is very confusing, right? Because if it was a crime scene, how come they didn't do any crime scene?
So they didn't do a crime scene tape, but I would say that LAPD probably knows how to work under discretion a little bit better. They did come out and said that they did extensive luminol tests, although Steve Fisher is like, I didn't find any traces of luminol. Typically, they make a mess when they search a house like that. He's like, I didn't really find any mess that you would associate with an active crime scene like this.
Okay.
So Steve Fisher is saying, and there's a third kind of netizen theory that's been floating around of Steve Fisher himself has stated that he's been hired by the homeowner to more or less protect property interests as well. So it would be in his best interest, or at least the homeowner's best interest, if this murder did not happen inside the house. So some people think that that's why Steve Fisher keeps pushing this narrative that maybe the crime took place in Santa Barbara.
But then he just wouldn't have even talked if he's trying to preserve the interests of the house owner. Right?
There's a lot of back and forth about that. But one of the most alarming details, the most important detail that I think the PI has come out with, has gone public with, is his belief that there were other minors David was in contact with. Steve Fisher says that he is in contact with at least 2 other minors who David was communicating with around the same time that he was communicating with Celeste.
You allegedly have proof that David was allegedly involved with other minors?
Yeah, and I've brought that up before. But I have another minor that I've been in touch with for months and sent me photographic evidence of her and David at the rental house, and which was an illegal relationship.
He states that he's got pictures. He says he has proof that at one point, David had 2 rental homes. So he had signed, the manager, Josh Marshall, had signed this specific, let's call this the house. He signed the contract to the house, but the contract to David's previous place on Doheny had not expired yet. So he had 2 active leases, more or less. Yeah. So he's saying that on Valentine's Day, he knows for a fact that Valentine's Day of 2025, he had Celeste in one house and another minor in a different house for Valentine's Day. That's what he's claiming. Now, apparently, one of the girls has been in contact with him, and even this whole text message thread had been released, and it's hard to verify, but they're having it's a message between the girl and David, and they're having a cheeky conversation about her fighting off his alter ego, Itami. She says, I would definitely win an Itami fight off. David responds, no, you would not.
Who released this?
This is just circulating online. Steve Fisher seems to be heavily involved with getting information out there. So he's saying that 2 other minors were communicating with David at the time, then other people have been trying to track down these minors. They've been DMing them. They've been releasing the DMs. And I would just be wary of reaching out to people who you suspect to be involved in this case, just especially if they're minors, because I think it puts them in a situation where they're at a disadvantage of maybe they're not exactly sure what to say, but they feel pressure to say something. And then those being released publicly is a lot. But unless they speak out publicly themselves. But one of the minors in this message, she writes back, proof? David writes, you not winning against me, you're definitely not winning against Atami. She responds, I would karate chop that B. How would I not win against you? Let's be real. David allegedly sends a gif of a streamer who's making a funny face to the camera with his arms behind his back. And you can't really see his arms. It almost looks like he doesn't have arms. And he responds, you, after me and Atami, cut off both your arms. She responds just ... Steve Fisher has posted online on Twitter, I also have proof that he had an ongoing illegal relationship with another minor at the exact same time that this was going on with Celeste. This proof includes a statement from the minor and dozens of photos that include the minor and David. Yes, law enforcement is aware of this relationship. I'm also aware of a third minor. This is a pattern. Why charges are not filed? This was before. For this pattern of abuse against minors is beyond logic to me. It's as if homicide or nothing. How about justice for all the victims and stopping this from happening to someone else? We have to keep the pressure on, and it's time for more pressure. So this is before David is arrested for murder. He's saying, at least get him for abusing minors. The PI Steve Fisher also states, after LAPD served a warrant and departed, I documented several items at the property that I believed are important to the case and understanding who David's inner circle of friends are. Why this matters for the house? These materials affect the question of whether planning, post-incident staging, or other relevant conduct intersected with the rented premises. The PI writes in a tweet, based on the timeline, I do not believe David was alone for more than brief periods between April 23rd and April 25th. So these are the days of the murder that the prosecutors believe happened. So he's saying those days included the Coachella wind down, the release of his Withered album, pre-sales launching, and a release party in his honor, then flying to New York City for a BandLab event. He was at a peak moment in his career. Management, publicists, and others in his orbit were all present. The Starfucker friends were all around. It's difficult to believe that no one knew anything about Celeste. Immunity may protect someone legally, but it does not shield them from public perception, especially if information was not brought forward immediately. So Steve is almost insinuating, like, that time frame that the prosecutors dropped, I know there's no way that he was alone for long periods of time. So if he's not alone for long periods of time and Celeste is dead in the house, someone must have known. He says in an interview, I think he had help. I think there's going to be other people that go down.
I don't think he can do it by himself. I'm not saying in the murder itself, but I do think in the dismemberment or at least the moving around. I think there's going to be financial transactions that come out in this that are, if this goes to trial, they're going to show that there were people that were getting money and it's going to look really, really bad.
A lot of people are under the impression that David must have had help in some way. I mean, there are a handful of names that have been circulating which netizens believe could be at the very least informative individuals who might have information that the public is not privy to, just based off their publicly known close working relationship and or friendship with David. It doesn't mean that they actually know anything. And again, these are just internet theories. The police and DA's office have rightfully remained really tight-lipped about the possibility of witnesses getting immunity deals if they're going to make any more arrests. If there's accomplices that they're looking into, the LAPD chief is asked, are you only looking at him or you're looking at the possibility of other people? The investigation is ongoing, so I wouldn't say ever that it couldn't lead to other places. But yeah, I wouldn't comment on that much at this point. The PI states, I don't think he had a lot of downtime by himself, coming off of Coachella and all these PR events happening. And by the 25th, from the 23rd, he kills her. By the 25th, he's in New York. He has a party, album release, all this stuff is happening. Who was around him? I think that's really going to be key. So let's go through all the circulating names of people that netizens think might know the most. The first one is obviously Neil Langston. He's the one that LAPD arrested in Montana for failing to appear to the grand jury subpoena. They hauled him back to LA, sat him in front of the grand jury, allegedly, because it's sealed. I can't get it seems most likely that's what he was involved in. He was in the courthouse. He gets arrested for not showing up. There's a grand jury investigation with the target being David Anthony Burke happening all simultaneously. But to say 100% he's not involved in a different grand jury subpoena, right, legally speaking, they sit him in front of a grand jury, allegedly, where he testifies for what appears to be 40 minutes. So people are not allowed into the room with the grand jurors. There's no reporters that are allowed in, no court reporters, nobody's allowed in. However, you can still go into the courthouse. You can still wait outside the courthouse. You can wait outside in the hallway of the courthouse. You can see where Deputy DA Beth Silverman, who's working this case, is. So you can do a lot of things, but you can't be in the room.
So this is from someone who was on site?
Yeah, lots of people were on site. Lots of people were leaking information to primarily TMZ. So I would take it with a grain of salt, but it does seem highly likely that he was there for the grand jury. And I would say that he was only there for about 40 minutes. That seems to be solid information that is not really up for debate. Now, people say that 40 minutes is very suspicious because, first of all, why would LAPD go through the hassle of going to Montana, arresting him, bringing him back to LA, unless they think that he's going to be of high probative value? Like he's going to provide some sort of information, some sort of witness statement that can put David Anthony Burke at the scene of the crime. Like he must know something. Even if he doesn't think he knows, he might know without understanding what it means. Like, oh yeah, that day, he might not know what that day means, but like, oh, May 5th, he told me he couldn't do something, and then he had this cut on his arm. Like he could know something without knowing he knows. But he finally gets to LA. He's in there for 40 minutes, and he says, what? We don't know. 40 minutes? Is he talking in 5 times speed? Or is he not saying anything at all? Most people think it's the latter. He only testified in front of the grand jury for 40 minutes. Meanwhile, David's manager, Robert Morgan Roth, he was on the stand reportedly for 3 days in front of the grand jurors.
Wow.
Netizens think that the entire time Neo Langston pled the fifth, which even that has been a huge debate. TMZ got involved. It's a very weird, messy rabbit hole that I don't know how productive it is at this point in time, but David's attorney, Blair Burke, has been reported to be vacation buddies with the TMZ founder, Harvey Levin. And ever since Blair Burke took on David's case, people have a feeling that the TMZ news has shifted, where Celeste is consistently referred to as the young lady versus the child, the girl, the young girl, the baby, like 14-year-old. They also think that even Neo Langston, TMZ is like, he pled the fifth. Then they're like, well, he didn't plead the fifth. We heard that he said, I don't know to all the questions, which is technically not pleading the fifth. Neo's attorney says that he was cooperating with the prosecutors, which he can say all of that, and that doesn't mean anything. Just because you say your client is cooperating with the prosecutors doesn't mean he didn't plead the fifth, and doesn't mean that he didn't answer I don't know to everything, because, in the off chance that he really doesn't know, he's still cooperating. He's still answering the questions. But it's become this whole thing. Netizens do not have a positive view of Neo Langston, not even in the slightest. This is just generally speaking across the board. I truly have no strong opinion on whether or not he's involved or knew anything. I genuinely think that you could put Neo Langston in a white padded room with a light bulb that has the same voltage, the same looms of like the sun. It's like lighting up the entire room, and I would still say that Neo is not very bright. That's just who he is at his core. One of the key pieces of quote unquote evidence netizens have been holding onto for believing that Neo knows more than he's letting on, aside from the very close proximity to David during this timeline of the murder and dismemberment alleged. In this Ring video, there's this Ring video that the PI releases. So April 29th, the PI releases Ring camera footage from one of the neighbors' houses. And he's like, I've been holding on to this for a really long time. I didn't want to release it until, the police did their work. So it reads, now that the prosecution has released a briefing for the preliminary hearing in the David case, we are releasing surveillance footage of the Tesla being moved on July 29th. The driver is a lighter skinned with long hair wearing a red jersey.
July 29th?
Yes.
Oh, they're just casually moving the car in the neighborhood? Okay.
So to which all the responses are reposting a picture of David and Neo that was taken on July 28th. It was at least posted on Instagram on July 28th. Could have been taken the night of July 27th. Could have been taken 2 years ago, right? Who knows? But it's posted the day before this alleged car movement, Ring camera footage. Neo is wearing his so-called favorite red jersey. He does have long hair, and he's like a pale, I think he's half Chinese or full Chinese. I think he's Chinese. He spoke about being Chinese.
So it appears like it's him.
That's what netizens are saying. I think the video is approximately 1 pixel in quality. I really can't tell you. Some people are saying it even looks like the driver's holding their nose as they drive. I don't know, but netizens are taking this and saying it looks like Neo, and Neo loves wearing his red jersey. He was pictured in it the day before this footage. maybe this is Neo. However, the state in the brief regarding the preliminary hearing states that David was the last person to drive the Tesla on July 29th, which could also be true. So either this is a video of David driving the Tesla, and because it's 1 pixel in quality, we really can't tell between Neo Langston or David Burke. Or this could be Neo drove it in the morning, and then David was the last one to drive it on the day of July 29th.
There's no conversation about Tesla's cameras?
There was. It seems like all of that would have been gone by the time that
they found it.
Yeah, they found the car and Celeste's body. And even if they subpoena it, I wonder if it'll be like a situation for what happened with Nancy Guthrie's case, where technically the Ring footage is not saved to her, or the Google Nest footage was not saved to her phone, but they subpoenaed Google, and Google was able to somehow get this footage that was logged. But if that, I mean, that could take months. Nancy Guthrie's case took a while for that footage to come out, but not nearly as long. Took
that would
like
be
a
like
week.
the
Yeah.
most critical, right?
So it could be Neo driving it. It could be David driving it. But all we know is that the prosecutor said he was the last one to move the car, which some people think is interesting because the prosecutors could have also written, knowing that there's so much online speculation about this case, David Burke was the only one to move the Tesla and it was last moved July 29th. But instead the wording is he was the last one to move the car July 29th before he went on tour, which nothing's necessarily
that
wrong
mean?
with that wording. But some people online are saying, well, why wouldn't the prosecutors just tell everyone, like, hey, he was the only one that ever moved the
right.
car, and it was last moved on July 29th.
Instead of saying he was the last one to
Yes.
move it.
It almost sounds
implying there could be someone else before.
And maybe they did that wording because they also don't know, and they want to make sure to leave it open just in case. Or they know something that we don't know, which they know lots of things we don't know, but... So there are netizens who think that Neo is not the one in the car. There are ones that they think he is the one in the car, but honestly, I can't tell. It's genuinely 1 pixel in quality. I can't tell who it is. I couldn't even tell you one thing about the person driving this car in this footage.
But the private investigator released that basically saying this is Neo.
He's always been on Neo's neck. He's always had his foot on Neo's neck. He doesn't outright say it, but it's almost insinuated by a lot of people in the comments, at least. And the July 4th Sakura live stream has become a big pivotal point in why people think that Neo was involved. If you haven't watched the last episode, go watch that, but we do a full breakdown on it. David, this is July 4th, so this is months after Celeste has already been allegedly killed. He's in the bathroom of his house. Twitch streamer Sakura is live streaming. Neo is sitting next to her. It's just Sakura and Neo in frame. David walks over and starts apologizing to Sakura about why his house smells. He's like, oh, the bathroom smells because I just took a shit in there 2 hours ago. Sakura doesn't think anything of it. And genuinely, the people that think that she knows something, I think that they're just trying to do a witch hunt. I don't think that everybody that knew David knew something. Otherwise, he would have gone to jail much quicker. And she looks genuinely confused. She's just like, oh, don't even worry about it. Like, I also just took a shit. And David is like, type shit. They do a handshake. Neo looks uncomfortable. A lot of people think that in this footage, Neo looks uncomfortable because he's like, David, why are you bringing this up on live stream? Like, you need to shut up. Don't talk about this on live stream. I didn't necessarily interpret it that way. I mean, I guess I could if I really want to kind of analyze the footage that way. I think he's trying to play it up for the cameras of like, oh God, these people are crazy. They're talking about pooping. Because it was like a very, like
a little performative, almost like a reactive to...
Yeah, like
it's very obvious.
Yes,
reaction.
It's like, why are you guys hearing this?
Right,
wow,
right,
look at them handshaking for shitting together.
So it wasn't like a subtle shift. It's like obvious he's making faces.
Yes. It was not like a subtle tensing up of like, okay, let me quickly change the topic.
Right.
It was very like, ew, gross. Trying to play it up for the cameras. In a teasing manner, right? But I still think Neo is a weird person. Neo has since publicly spoken out. He says in a series of stories, Instagram stories, me and my lawyer were actually planning on making a statement soon, but obviously now is the best of time since TMZ decided to leave out the actual full statement, so here you go. Then you click the next slide because it's Instagram story. The first statement is from his
TMZ,
attorney.
Like say about him?
TMZ, I mean, I think that people are connecting Blair Burke, David's attorney, and TMZ's Harvey Levin. I don't necessarily think that TMZ is Neil Langston's mouthpiece. If anything, they seem to be going down harsh on Neil Langston. They were just releasing bits and parts of his statement. And I don't think that they, in this particular situation, misled the audience, because Neil Langston has had some weird social media posts since David's arrest that we're going to go through. So he posts the full statement, and the first one is a statement from his attorney, Shockey Law, and it reads, "My client, Mr. Langston, will not make any public statement at this time as the investigation is ongoing. What I can share is that since returning to Los Angeles, Mr. Langston has fully cooperated with law enforcement and will continue to assist the prosecution as needed. As the investigation continues, it will become clear that Mr. Langston played no part in this heinous crime, and that he was and continues to be wrongfully persecuted in the court of public opinion, resulting in unwarranted and belligerent harassment directed towards my client and his family. We sincerely hope that justice is ultimately served for the victim and her family. Shockey Law." He's like, my client will not make a statement. You click the next button, Neil fucking Langston makes a statement. Okay, now I do think that this was probably heavily vetted by his attorney, but just like the irony of like, we will not be making any statements. Here's a statement from my client on his Instagram story. Neo says, "I understand due to my silence and the silence in general, it leaves a void of information that everyone wants to fill. But at the end of the day, this case isn't about me. It isn't about you. It's about getting justice for the victim and her family." And the fact that like they won't say her name. Everyone knows her name. Just say her name, Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Why do you keep saying the victim and her family? It's about getting justice for the victim and her family, and I care a lot more about that than trying to fill that void because of public opinion. Obviously wasn't doing my part at first, but now I am. So he's saying all I've ever done is try to get justice for her family. I mean, I wasn't in the beginning, but now I am. So he's like, okay.
What is going on?
I've stayed loyal to my mindset, and I will continue to. I'm not publicly going to give any opinion or emotion about this case because I find it disrespectful and not my place to weigh in on it, especially as it's still ongoing. I'm not going to spam posts to justify and perform my feelings and thoughts for the internet, trying to satisfy people who have already made up their minds about me. In time, the record will speak for itself, and I'm moving on with my life. To which one netizen responds on Reddit, quote, "Obviously wasn't doing my part at first, but now I am." This guy is not serious, LMFAO. To which people have this whole conversation. I literally died at that part too. Like, what the fuck? What made him do his part now? Getting arrested? Someone comments, yeah, getting arrested does wonders on helping people cooperate. If they had brought these people in for questioning on day one, this would have been solved last year. The private investigator takes to Twitter saying, "So here's the thing, Neo. If you have to tell, quote, my side of things, that means you were involved in the things. You just want everyone to believe that you did less of the things. People who weren't involved don't have my side of things. And how tone deaf are you exactly? Your Weep For Me post has 11 references to you and not a single mention of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who is dead. She's dead because of the things you're trying to explain away. Nobody cares about your feelings, Neo. This is about Celeste and justice in her name." One person astutely points out, "What bothers me most about these kinds of posts are the lack of situational awareness in combination with the obvious narcissism. Any sane or rational person would fully understand why the public suspected a connection. Like, it's not like people just picked a random guy to throw suspicion at. He doesn't seem to understand why people are reacting the way they are. And although he says this isn't about me, he goes on to talk about the unjust way that he has been treated. There are consequences to hanging out with the wrong people, and when those people are as evil as David, you can't just escape the karma of that." But the more confusing part is that Neo has made statements previously on this. Like, if you just read this statement, you'd be like, oh, he's never made a statement before. He went on Instagram and posted on Close Stories, okay? He writes, this is like a day or two before, on Close Stories. He goes, "Thankfully, I'm legally fine in every way. And boy, do I got all my receipts for things. Ha 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 ha."
What does that mean? I'm legally fine.
That's what people are pointing out. Legally fine is an interesting distinction between innocent. I have nothing to do with it. I'm innocent. I have no involvement.
Yeah.
Versus legally fine are very different things.
Yeah, that's really...
Then the next slide of that reads, "I think the worst part is that I've told so many people that I thought I trust and I thought knew me as a person, my side of things, for all that to be thrown out the effing window as soon as I get arrested and they slap that dickhead's name next to mine. And for the record, the thing I was arrested for, I wasn't even charged. They never filed it, and my warrant was retracted because there's more to the story." I mean, his warrant was retracted because he got extradited to LA, and he did go in front of the grand jury, apparently. All of this is just very bizarre.
Yeah.
And he keeps saying, like, my side of things. I think that's the thing the PI is also pointing out, in the sense of, what do you mean your side of things? Either you have zero involvement and you had no idea what was going on, or what's your side of things? These very specific statements had led a lot of netizens to speculate that Neo maybe moved the car or was somewhat involved, but maybe he didn't know what he was doing. He's just been told, hey, move the car for me periodically. Here's the key. And he's moving the car. And that's why he's saying, you know, I told people that I trust my side of the story. And then once I get arrested, everyone's slapping that dickhead's name next to mine. It almost sounds like this is speculating, netizens speculating, that you told your friends, I didn't know there was a dead body in the car. He just told me to move the car. And now they don't believe me. And these are people that I thought I trusted. Versus, I told people I know nothing. I did nothing.
Yeah.
That could also be why he says that he has the receipts. Or it could mean that he's not involved at all. But again, the legally fine distinction is a bit odd. Some think that he could be saying that he's legally fine because he got some sort of immunity deal. However, if that is the case, I think that the DA's office would be probably incensed that he's posting stuff like this. People have also taken to posting him walking out of court, and they're commenting that he looks like someone who just is walking out with a deal. One netizen theorizes, y'all remember the neighbor who found the Tesla key in the drain? So that was like a thing 7 months ago. Remember, one of the neighbors came out and was like, I found a Tesla key in the little drainage.
No.
Yeah, it was like
I
a
don't
thing.
remember this.
But then people couldn't tie it to David's Tesla because everybody loses their fucking Tesla key. And everybody's got a Tesla in LA, you know? So there was like a Tesla key that was found in the drain near that area. People are saying, I think maybe Neo was supposed to move the body in the car and he lost the key. And so that's why he couldn't move it, because David was on tour. He would need the key. But other people are saying that doesn't make sense because Teslas have an app where you can just unlock the car from anywhere in the world. Like, you don't even have to be within the vicinity. So that wouldn't make sense. Even if he lost the key, I'm sure David or Neo would have just unlocked the car from the app. So that's what other people are speculating. Others just have a very bad feeling about Neo, with one comment writing, I think it finally hit Neo that David is fucked, and Neo only cares about himself at this point. His days of clout with David are over. His choice to keep covering for him while receiving no benefits or to cooperate and hope to save his reputation, I think he's going to do the latter. I really think Neo thought this shit would blow over. David would pick his career back up and he could just continue being celeb adjacent. After he's arrested, he realized this shit is over. The PI speculates that Neo is arrested in Montana, brought back to LA. He goes in front of the grand jurors. He says, I don't know, or pleads the fifth to everything. And the PI is speculating now they're using that as leverage to say, listen, we're pleading the fifth. You want to work a deal? Offer us immunity of some sort, whatever deal that we're looking for, and then we'll talk. He writes on Twitter, I have a feeling what happened was that they used that to let them know that was their intention. And they probably met a day or two later with whoever they needed to meet with on the DA side and worked out some sort of agreement, and probably then ended up giving the testimony that he had. The importance of Neo in this entire investigation is still up in the air, but people seem to be agreeing that he seems somewhat important for the LAPD to go all the way over there. One legal expert states, I don't know what his role is, but what leads me to believe that this is an important witness, you don't go through the trouble of getting an arrest warrant, going out of state, having that individual arrested unless you're a key witness. That's just not how the LA County's DA's office typically works.
So he just went home right after the grand jury, basically?
I think he lives in LA. I think his mom lives in Montana. So I think he's still in LA.
Okay.
Yeah. And
his charge was dropped. Okay.
Now, the same legal expert speculates, ideally in a case like this where you have an individual who's the target of your investigation, so that would be David, and he's surrounded by an entourage, and members of the entourage probably don't want to cooperate or rat or snitch, whatever you want to call it, the DA is trying to use that grand jury to lock in their testimony so that they can go to trial and they can't go sideways. Basically, so potentially Neo or other people can't change their testimony. There's also a circulating TikTok of a guy whose father is an auto mechanic. And he says, here's the weird thing. He's saying that David ordered 2 chainsaws. He's like, my dad is an auto mechanic. Like, these chainsaws, they don't break. Like, you don't need 2 of them. You need 1. So why did he order 2? And he's speculating that he ordered 2 because he had an accomplice. And a lot of the comments are pointing at Neo.
My dad is a mechanic. And so as I'm talking with him about all the things he bought, I'm like, yeah, he bought 2 chainsaws, this and that and the third. And he stops me. And he's like, why did he buy 2? And I'm like, I don't know. And I was like, maybe because like one of them would break, you know, or maybe one of them's faulty. And he looks at me, he's like, no, they don't break that easily. so why the fuck did he buy 2? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, nah, somebody had to help him because you would never need 2 chainsaws. Those things are powerful and, you know.
But I don't necessarily know if Neo would have been involved in dismembering Celeste. I think Neo reminds me, or at least strikes me as the type of person who's really only out for himself. I'm not entirely sure how much he would be willing to risk his entire life and freedom for David, who seems to be just a friend that he was using for money and clout. Unless David promised him the world, which, I mean, I still just don't see how that would make sense. Another thing is with the 2 chainsaws, maybe an auto mechanic knows that they're not going to break, but I don't know if a regular civilian like David would know that. I also think that there was some speculations online that David ordered 2 chainsaws because he didn't know how to charge, that you would need to charge the battery. So instead of, like, he ordered 2, like, there are just there are lots of speculations on why 2 chainsaws instead of 1. I don't know.
So he ordered 2 chainsaws from Amazon.
Yes.
And the private investigator only found 1?
I think he found the boxes. I don't even know if he found, like, we don't know if those are the ones that he ordered on Amazon. Like, it's very hard to,
I see. Okay.
The preliminary brief, if I recall correctly, it said the chainsaws and other tools. Like, they left it open as well. One comment summarizes, I mean, it really doesn't make any sense that any of his friends actually helped him dismember the body. Being a friend you mooch off of versus being a friend you will go down to jail for life are very different. I mean, unless it was his parents, I don't even know if David's parents would go so far, considering they have other kids. Another person comments, I can't see Neo doing life for a short-term friend. I wouldn't even do that for a long-term friend. If he has nothing to worry about, it explains why he's being so nonchalant about this and posting on social media. I was convinced that he had something to do with it, but that was mainly down to the private investigator heavily insinuating he was the last person to move the Tesla. It's going to be very interesting to see the receipts. One person writes, maybe his stories are being read into incorrectly. Maybe, quote, more to the story refers to there being more to the story of what happened for him being dragged into LA to testify. Maybe other people were pointing the finger at him and it wasn't real. Maybe the receipts are simply related to his name being cleared in this case. I don't know. Regardless, a lot of netizens think that Neo might have to at least probably known that Celeste was a child and could have potentially known the nature of what was going on between David and Celeste. How could he have not known she was a minor? And these are still crimes. Even if he didn't know about killing and dismembering, that's still a crime what he did to Celeste. And if he did know, how could you not do something about it? Then you have Josh Marshall, who was David's manager. A lot of people have a lot to say about Josh Marshall. It comes from the fact that mainly he's David's manager. I will say a few threads that they think are connected is first the email. There is a screenshot going around of an alleged anonymous email sent to David's management team back in February of 2024. So this is a year before Celeste is allegedly killed. That reads, there's been talk about the artist David possibly having something to do with the disappearance of a 13-year-old Celeste Rivas. If that statement holds any merit, please do the right thing and take her home. Her parents are very worried. They attach a photo of Celeste's missing persons poster. Steve Fisher, the PI, writes on Twitter, early in the case, I released information about an email that was sent to David's manager, Josh Marshall, and another person, notifying them that Celeste Rivas Hernandez was a missing person. Josh publicly denied this in TikTok comments, claiming this was untrue. However, an alleged copy of that email was leaked tonight on Reddit. The screenshot circulating online is said to be one that Josh took himself, sent to David, who then forwarded it to one of Celeste's friends, and there will be more that proves that this is a known relationship between an adult and a child. So the PI is saying, like, I know Josh Marshall saw this.
Right, okay.
Or he's speculating heavily that Josh Marshall saw this. Steve Fisher further alleges that David also knew about this email because apparently, like I said, he's saying that David forwarded this email to other people and these other people are how the PI got it.
Is Josh Marshall a big-time manager or is it just...
He's the founder of Mogul Vision, which is like the sub-label that was managing David. Lil Mosey... He discovered, I guess you could say he managed Lil Mosey. He worked with a few other slightly bigger names.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, after that email was sent, apparently Celeste goes back home, remember? And also when the sheriff's department goes to David's house. But in an alleged TikTok comment, Josh Marshall reportedly writes, and this is a random TikTok account that was created in Puerto Rico, which a lot of people do believe that Josh Marshall lives in Puerto Rico. I don't know, take it with a grain of salt. There's no way to verify that this is Josh Marshall's account, but a lot of mainstream media have even reported that this is Josh Marshall, so I don't know. He responds as if he is Josh Marshall. So again, up for debate, but it reads, "This video is false." So there was this whole video on TikTok of someone accusing Josh Marshall of being involved in helping kill Celeste. The comment reads, "This video is false and the person is misinformed. This is the only time I'll speak on this matter for now. This has been a tough time for my family as I am a father of 3 children. I received no emails and I'm no one's roommate. I live full-time at home with my wife and kids. My daughter is 14 and this news is affecting so many lives. I never received any emails. I had zero knowledge of anything and I don't live in California. Also, I work remotely 95% of the time and my job doesn't require me to have much interaction with any of my clients / David, as there are many others that work with him on a day-to-day capacity, not me. This news is tragic for so many and for her family. I hope the proper authorities get to the bottom of it soon. Let me remind people, a lot of this is speculation and alleged. In the meantime, I'm with my family helping them emotionally get through the news of this tragedy. Please report on factual information. Josh Marshall."
He's the one that you said he went to the grand jury and then...
That was Morgan Roth, his other manager. So Josh Marshall is part of Mogul Vision.
Okay.
So like the record label.
Is he the one that rented the place for him? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So he wasn't there. And then he has another manager for...
It's unclear if Josh Marshall was subpoenaed by the grand jury.
Okay.
But Robert Morgan Roth was there for like 3 days.
And who exactly is he?
He's the touring manager.
Oh.
Yeah, so he
So
also
he's
works
spending
with...
a lot of time with David right after...
Yes.
the
So
murder.
Robert Morgan Roth works with Mogul Vision, but he also is like co-president of Zara Brothers Tour or something of that nature, like that name. He is basically handling all the touring stuff. So yes, he was probably there on tour with David the whole time.
Wow, I see. Yeah.
Whereas I don't think Josh Marshall was. If anything, I'm sure David had a different, smaller manager that handled his day-to-day, like Josh Marshall said. This is not me saying that Josh Marshall is a good person or anything. I mean, I don't know him at all. But I will say that Josh Marshall's Instagram is also registered in Puerto Rico, so this could be Josh Marshall. But it's also weird that he would make his first and only statement on TikTok comments, of all places. Not like a proper PR statement for being the founder of this mini record label. It just doesn't make sense. Also, I don't know if Josh Marshall should be stating that he barely had interactions with David when it's clear that David was at his wedding in July of 2023 and even performed. This is also like a super intimate wedding in Italy. Josh Marshall's wife had posted about it and it's still up on her Instagram. It's like each row of the wedding has like 3 seats in each row. It's a really intimate wedding.
Uh-huh.
And maybe David's just there to perform for his manager boss, right? But it's still kind of odd. The email, I will say, is a big part of why Josh Marshall's name comes up, and the fact that he's the one that signed the lease to the Hollywood Hills place that David was living in when this occurred. And also the Fonda Theater concert. There is a concert in LA at the Fonda Theater from June 27th, 2024. It was like a 3-day concert. And Celeste is pictured in the VIP section at this massive concert with Josh Marshall, David's parents, David's siblings, and other members of David's entourage in the VIP section. This is where we get the video of what looks like, and this has been, Caleb Burke, David's brother, has spoken up about this since then, but what looks like Celeste and Caleb walking back.
Like they just went backstage, right? Or...
Yes. Now, he does clarify what they were doing in that context, but he confirms that's Celeste.
And the photo you're referring to?
Yes.
We can see them very clearly?
I mean, it's like 10 pixels. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you factor in that Caleb confirmed that's Celeste at the Fonda Theater, she's wearing the same clothes, you can't really zoom in and see her face super clearly, but it matches.
Oh, wow.
Now, Celeste is there, and they have this huge photo booth set up at the Fonda Theater. And conveniently, she's not in any of the photo booth pictures that were taken and uploaded. There are members of David's friend group, his family, his management team, people from Mogul Vision that are in these photo booth pictures that she is not in. She's there in the VIP section, but she's not with them in any of the photos. So maybe Celeste told them that she doesn't want to be in any photos, or David told them that she can't be in any photos, or David specifically told them that she shouldn't be because she's a minor, or maybe everybody already knew she was a minor and that's why they didn't want her to be in the photos. Why was she not in the photos? Why was she there? Why didn't anybody realize that she's clearly a minor? And the most damning in terms of legally speaking, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's illegal for Josh Marshall to rent the Hollywood Hills home under his name and not mention to the homeowner that David is the one living there. That's like the biggest tie. If I'm not mistaken, the homeowner didn't even know David, the singer. And they're like, okay, so now we find out that a singer is living in our house and they found a body in his car. So it's highly, highly doubtful, I will say, that someone like Josh Marshall, who founded Mogul Vision, is going to be involved in helping David with something like this. I think, if anything, netizens are questioning whether or not he knew Celeste was a minor and whether he did anything about it. And it seems like he didn't do anything about it if he knew. Then there's Robert Morgenroth. He's the president of David's touring company, like I said. He was heavily present during David's tour. This is taking place right after David allegedly murders Celeste. Robert Morgenroth testifies in front of the grand jurors for what has been reported as 3 days. But one thing that's very interesting is apparently he came out into the hallway to talk to his attorney, because defense attorneys are not allowed in there. Not that he's a defendant, but attorneys are not allowed in.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because it's an investigative grand jury. So the attorneys, they wait in the hallway, and he apparently comes out into the hallway, and this was loud enough so that other people in the hallway could hear. And it's been reported that he says she, Beth Silverman, the deputy DA, presenting the case to the grand jurors, she was very pushy on why I didn't call the police. We don't know if this really happened, or maybe passerbys misheard what he said, but he allegedly continues to tell his attorney in the hallway, I said I feel like I didn't have the responsibility to do that and just wanted to continue with the tour. Even if he did say that, it's unclear what he's referring to. Is he referring to potentially that he knew that Celeste was underage and she was missing and that she was with David before she had gone missing, or that there's a body in David's car? Most netizens think it's the former, that he knew that Celeste was a minor and had gone missing. I can't verify this, but according to Redditors, the only statement that he's made publicly is, it's not even a statement, but apparently he privated everything. And he did post a recent story where he had a screenshot of his company making $900,000 thus far in 2026 since year start. And in the past month made about $350,000 from, I guess, other tours, other things.
He posted his revenue?
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah.
Like a flex?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess he's so bothered by everyone talking about him, or at least it feels like he's so bothered that he must be like, no, guys, I'm still killing it. One netizen comments, Robert Morgenroth hasn't made a single public statement, but he has made time to post about his company making $800,000 to $900,000 in 2026. Meanwhile, his former client David is facing serious charges, and he's reportedly been questioned for days in front of a grand jury. The priorities here are interesting. Then there's Asia Collins, who is a very close friend of David's, or at least appeared to be in the past. There were reports during the grand jury hearings that there was an unnamed female witness that was being uncooperative. A lot of Redditors believe that if this is true, they think it could have been Asia Collins. But we don't know for sure. We don't even know if she was subpoenaed.
Who is she exactly? Is she a streamer too?
I would say she's like Neo Langston in the sense of, I don't even know if I could identify them as streamers because they're not known as streamers. They're not that well known.
Right. They're mostly known as David's friends.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay.
That would stream. But it seems like a lot of their streams revolved around David and having a famous friend. There's a few viral clips because she is the one in the 4th of July stream with Sakura, who's an actual streamer, and she's getting ready next to Sakura. This is where, again, David apologizes for the smell in the house, attributes it to him pooping 2 hours ago. She's also in a separate live stream. This is from David's live stream. So it's David and Asia Collins, and they're sitting and they're reacting to these videos. And I guess these very young fans had set in a video for David to see. I think they're singing one of his songs. They look really young. They look 11, 12. There's a clip of David. They're up on the screen and it's paused. So the two young girls are just sitting there. And then David's talking to Asia and he's screaming, I'm a gooner, I'm a gooner, I'm a gooner.
I'm a gooner. I'm a gooner. I'm a gooner.
Gooner is like someone who self-pleasures a lot, is what gooner means.
What?
So people have taken
We don't know the context?
We do know the context. So people have taken this clip and they're saying, look, Asia Collins knew. There's 2 young girls on the screen and David is screaming, I'm a gooner, I'm a gooner, I'm a gooner, right? So Asia obviously knew something. People are like, look at her. She's like the Ghislaine Maxwell of David. That's a crazy thing to say considering the scale of which Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein had victimized people. But people are just equating her to being a wannabe Ghislaine Maxwell, saying she knew, she didn't care, she just wanted the fame and money. I think some context is in that live stream. They paused the video and I guess they got sidetracked about a different conversation. And Asia was like, no, I need to see your phone. Like she wanted to look through David's phone. And that's when David is like, no, you can't because I'm a gooner. Like you can't look through my phone because probably there's like X-rated videos on there. We now know that there's CSAM on there, but he's saying things like, I'm a gooner, I'm a gooner.
Go through your TikTok live.
No, you can't go through my life. My life's too.
What if I don't show him? What if I don't show him?
Nah.
So some people are saying, well, it's not fair to take it out of context. Other people are saying it's still incredibly weird as a public figure to have 2 clearly underage girls on the screen. You're live streaming and you're screaming things like I'm a gooner. Now, what is interesting is that Asia Collins is under a lot more scrutiny than quote unquote decoy Celeste. Because if you remember 7 months ago, most of the conversation was actually about who is decoy Celeste?
Yeah.
Who is the older Celeste? Did older Celeste know about younger Celeste? Did they ever meet? Now, the PI Steve Fisher says, so there is another Celeste that was not super close with David.
Really?
That other Celeste is actually really close friends with Asia. And Asia is the one that's close with David.
Wait, decoy Celeste is not like
It seems like she's not.
Wow.
And I will say, even watching the 2-hour live stream that Sakura posted on 4th of July that is relevant to this case, Asia and David seem a lot closer. The way they interact, the way they talk to each other, whereas the older Celeste just seems very quiet and on the side.
Oh! Sorry.
Excuse me.
She doesn't seem that familiar or comfortable around David.
Interesting. So her and David were not like dating or anything?
No, it doesn't appear to be.
Huh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
She is really close with Asia. And the PI says, who's one of the people that was always around. So that was just a coincidence. There was another Celeste. It wasn't a decoy or anything like that. That's what the PI is saying. Asia, I do think, is getting a lot more scrutiny because of the way that she's been handling a lot of the questions that netizens have. Asia had put out a statement reading, since people are being super disrespectful, I will clarify some things. I did not know the girl nor her age. May she rest in peace. I have never posted any videos with Celeste Rivas, only my friends Vanessa and Celeste Herrera, who are commonly being mistaken as Celeste Rivas. Everyone wants to act like TikTok detectives, yet they can't tell the difference between people of color. Let's pack it up, y'all. She's stating that she did not know Celeste, the victim. I don't know why she says the girl. I think that language made netizens dislike her quite a bit. Yeah. But she also says that she didn't know Celeste's real age and that she never knew Celeste. So there's an Instagram DM where Asia is referencing a missing poster of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And she writes in this DM to somebody else, bro, this is my friend's girlfriend, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. It almost feels like this is the time that she discovers that Celeste Rivas Hernandez is a minor and missing. To which the person writes back, is there a way you can confirm? She's 13. Asia allegedly responds, what the fuck, you're lying.
Wow, this is 2024.
A year before she's killed.
Right.
So you're saying you didn't know the girl, you didn't know her age, you know nothing about this, but I mean, if these DMs are real, they prove otherwise.
Right.
Asia Collins puts out a statement that reads, this investigation is ongoing. I will speak on things when I can and feel ready. Please respect my privacy and allow for the police to do their job. Then she posts another one. For legal and safety reasons, I do not feel comfortable talking about the case. I will speak about it in due time. In the meantime, I suggest you don't believe everything you see online. And because she doesn't explain how she went from not knowing the girl to knowing the girl and knowing her age to now I can't talk, people start digging and people can pinpoint her being in the same location that Celeste was in at one point from the Fonda Theater in Los Angeles. One comment reads, footage from the Fonda Theater in 2024 shows that David performed on 3 separate nights between June 27th and 29th, and Celeste was present with them at the side stage on all 3 days, around David's management, team, and other crew members. This shows a complete failure by everyone who knew she was spending time with David and chose to do nothing. She had been reported missing multiple times, and still nobody took action or confirmed her safety. All parties involved should be held accountable for this unacceptable negligence and for knowingly allowing the situation to continue. When you look at what ultimately happened to Celeste, it's impossible to ignore how many people let this happen. Another comment reads, did anyone around David care to ask about the girl that looked 11? I find it hard to believe that none of his friends knew. Neo and Asia for sure knew. One person writes, it will follow Asia because she can't stop associating herself with it. I've said it before, but Celeste Herrera, Decoy Celeste, was smart. She just completely removed herself from the situation and didn't post anything antagonistic. If you Google Asia, all she will be is beside posts about David. Her snide remarks calling Celeste the girl will always be there. She also just keeps engaging with netizens and having a bit of a condescending attitude, which doesn't do her any favors in this case. There's one video of Asia, and I will say it's unclear when this video was filmed and posted, but some people believe it's around the time that this was all taking place. And she's just telling the camera,
sometimes I just get so fucking sad, you know, that people just can't keep my dick out their mouth. Like, y'all got anything else better to do? Keep talking about me though, it's chill.
On what appears to be Asia's account on Reddit, she posts on one of the many David subreddits, "Hi, this is Asia. Yes, this is actually my account. Just wanted to come on here and state a few things because a lot of things have gotten out of hand. I have made it clear on multiple platforms that I am no longer friends with David. And as for talking about things, I am respecting the investigation as well as Celeste Rivas. You guys do not know everything going on as much as you have done digging. I am also lost as well. The harassment has gotten horrible. I have people being extremely misogynistic and terrible towards me because of things they believe to be true, but not actually having any facts. I only want justice for Celeste Rivas as a young girl's life was taken. I myself have been a victim of grooming and often felt when I was younger that I had a mature demeanor and, quote, grew up fast. I know you all don't know me, but it also means you don't know my personality or nature. The post that was put on here that picked on everything in my life was not necessary. All it was doing was nitpicking every single job I've ever had. I don't understand what's wrong with working so hard. As for OnlyFans, the moment I started it, I ended it shortly. I was scared and it wasn't who I was. Seeing this Reddit post pictures of me and my personal information just isn't okay. I have had people track me down at work, stalk me, threaten to kill me, threaten to eat me up, chop me up, you name it. Yet people don't know how hard I am working in silence to bring justice to Celeste Rivas in the ways that I can. I would appreciate if people actually sat back and thought about the harassment you are bringing to people who have nothing to do with this case. This will be the only time I will be speaking on this until I'm ready. Thank you. I understand everyone's curiosity and frustration." I don't know what she thought was going to happen in that. The comments were obviously exactly what you expect, but clearly not what Asia Collins expected. She responds, "All right, y'all are rude as fuck and I tried, so I'm deleting this app like I had been a while ago. Reddit is nothing but disrespectful." The comments are exactly what you imagine. One person writes, "This is a performative ass post. Knowing everyone is watching her and waiting for her to acknowledge it. Girl, just shut the fuck up. Everything she does is so selfish and performative. She acts like someone else dying that she knew is an inconvenient bother to her and her life. It's concerning how consistently she lacks any and all empathy and basic human decency." Another reads, "Bitch, you knew that was a little girl. And you did shit to protect her. Never called her parents, never called the cops. This feel sorry for me. I was also groomed too. I grew up around sex workers." Literally has zero to do with this situation and everything to do with you trying to deflect. One is a bit simpler, writing, "When she's older, she's gonna regret the way that she handled every step of this, especially if she's a mother herself and can view it from that lens." There isn't really a strong piece of evidence tying Asia to having any sort of criminal involvement. I would say there's a lot more speculations about Neo considering he was arrested and seemingly testified to the grand jurors. Asia's name primarily comes up frequently when you go down the Reddit rabbit holes. As for if David truly does have accomplices, DA Hochman is asked, "Mr. Hochman, were there other people who were aware of this relationship? Is it possible that you will be arresting other people within his circle? And did he act alone in this death?"
Again, with respect to whether or not there's any other individuals or we're going to take any other actions, you will know about them if we do, but at this point, I'm not commenting.
Another interesting aspect to this is the deputy DA stated that this case involves a voluminous amount of evidence, including material obtained through a wiretap. So side note, the wiretap, the prosecutors have stated that they need someone externally to review all of it, to basically check that the prosecutors are not listening to any privileged conversations, aka any conversations between David and Blair Burke, his attorney, or paralegals, or anyone on his legal team. So this would, have one assume that this wiretap took place after Celeste's body is found in David's car. So it should be interesting to see who exactly he's talking to, what he's saying to these people. I'm sure at least
so crazy,
at some point, Neo and Asia may have called David.
Does it happen a lot, wiretapping?
Not that frequently.
Right.
I think that this case even the prosecutors have said, because of the decomposition state of Celeste, and because of the way the laws are set up, if David was only found guilty of dismembering a corpse, it's basically like a misdemeanor in California. It's not this huge felony. So I think they were really trying to nail him for the murder, which seems like it took a lot of time. But I tend to agree with this one netizen statement online, which is, it doesn't make sense that David had accomplices. Because one person theorizes, an accomplice with any emotional investment in this would be looking at this and freaking out. They would get rid of the body. The incinerator, the shovels, the chainsaws, the pool, all the phone evidence that's found. While he's out on tour, the accomplice could have had the perfect time of driving away with the body so that it wouldn't look like he'd done it, maybe even pretending to steal the car, or at least dispose of the pool, other items. I mean, if David is reckless, that doesn't mean an accomplice would be willing to be reckless just because. You know that feeling when you come home late from work and those puppy dog eyes just pierce right through your soul? Or when you're packing for a trip and your cat refuses to leave your suitcase? Yet we've all been there. Pet parent guilt is real, and you know what? It's completely normal. That's exactly why Hill's Pet Nutrition exists. They understand that being a pet parent means being human. With all of our imperfections and daily juggling acts, Hill's science-led nutrition helps you give more love than humanly possible. Whether it's those long work days or trying to balance attention between multiple pets, Hill's Pet Nutrition gets it. They've created science-based nutrition that supports your pet's lifelong health so you can feel confident even when life gets hectic. Because you're only human. There's Hills. Science does more. Ready to let go of the guilt? Find the right food at hillspet.com/podcast. That's hillspet.com/podcast. David's attorney, Blair Burke, is proud of what she is doing. Like, maybe she's not proud about representing David, but you never know. She represented Harvey Weinstein previously, and she stated in an interview, "I am a feminist." Which, I mean, I think you can be a criminal defense attorney and be a feminist. That's not what I'm saying. Also, I guess it's not feminist to judge other women, but there's just a lot of statements that she made in this interview that are unhinged. She says, in terms of sexual harassment, in terms of misconduct even, that's a conversation we should have. But these are very complicated conversations because human interactions, sexuality, and sexual conduct is on a continuum. But while it's unacceptable or not allowed of us in a workplace, for instance, someone with more power to abuse their power by being vulgar or boorish or putting their hand on a woman when it's not wanted, it's important not to conflate that with rape. Every one of these acts is not rape. Every one of these acts is not a crime. It is definitely something we should be talking about, but it's not necessarily something we should criminalize. She continues, one of those very uncomfortable truths is that there are women who engaged in sexual contact with a man in situations when they're not necessarily attracted to that man, but that more powerful man was offering them something they wanted. Advancement, the Golden Globe, something they want, and they decided to have that sexual encounter in order to get that, intentionally, consensually, and later regret that they did that. We can decide that that is a fundamentally coercive act and should criminalize it. But right now, it's not a crime, and I believe it shouldn't be a crime. I believe one of the dangerous things about what's happening here is we're treating women as children. We are infantilizing women.
She's talking about this case?
No, so this is an interview that she did around the time that she's representing Harvey Weinstein.
Oh.
So this is not particularly about David's case, but this is how she views what she does for work. She says, we are infantilizing women. It's a thing as feminists we don't want to do, which is to claim that a woman doesn't have the ability to choose. This is a very, very high-profile celebrity attorney, by the way. She's represented Mel Gibson, Leonardo DiCaprio, Cameron Diaz, Lindsay Lohan, Britney Spears, Caitlyn Jenner, Halle Berry, Queen Latifah, Kanye West, Reese Witherspoon, but also Harvey Weinstein. It seems that her career trajectory went from representing a lot of celebrities for celebrity-like crimes, divorces, intoxication, paparazzi run-ins. But after repping Harvey Weinstein, it seems like she's become a defender of those that have been accused of SA. Which is dangerous, considering she believes and says things like this, or at least it's dangerous in my opinion, right? I think it's dangerous. But what do I know? She says things like, the idea of someone going on Instagram or Twitter and making accusations all of a sudden, that's enough to destroy a life. I don't think any of us want to accept that, and we shouldn't. Because when they come to our son or our father or our husband, we would want someone to care about the process. It's also really dangerous because with that comes this horrible slogan, believe women, as if some gender, by definition, only speaks the truth. She also says that the statute of limitations is very important, but even the way she phrases it, she says, if you were a victim of a crime, you need to report it, and there are reasons for it, because the freshness of it allows it to be a reflection of evidence. If you wait 20 years just because you didn't feel like it, that creates a problem. No victim waits 20 years to go to the authorities because they just didn't feel like it, because they felt like they had other things that they wanted to do. And in the interview, she does the thing that makes one instantly question her. She says, my colleague, Alan Dershowitz. Alan fucking Dershowitz. Alan fucking lives in the Epstein files, Dershowitz. Okay, so she mentions an op-ed that he wrote, so there's that. But what do you expect from the woman who literally has said, quote, just because you're a woman and make a claim on Instagram doesn't make you a victim. I do think that defense attorneys play an integral part of our justice system, and sure, it is her job, but she really did not have to do this interview. She really did not have to say these things, and also say that she's a feminist while saying that just because a girl has an Instagram and an accusation doesn't make her a victim, putting down women in such a condescending manner when they are probably going through some of the most traumatic moments of their lives, to trivialize that, to be a girl on social media, you're not a victim, is just so, like, it's harmful in ways that I can't even begin to express. Yes, she can be a criminal defense attorney and a feminist, and she probably could represent people who have been accused of SA and be all those three things at once. But to me, I can't fathom how you can be a feminist and say these specific things. I don't think that anyone was upset with her for representing Harvey Weinstein. I mean, yeah, people were, but I think these comments in the interview are pretty asinine. David retained Blair Burke last year when Celeste's body was first discovered in his car. He has since added Marilyn Bednarski, a death penalty defense attorney in LA, because technically David could face the death penalty. She's also just very experienced with over 100 jury trials tried in federal court under her belt. As well as Regina Peter from Blair Burke's firm. The judge presiding over the case is Judge Charlene Olmedo. She is a former prosecutor. She runs a strict program. She has a reputation of precision, fairness, composure. A lot of attorneys have stated you don't show up to her courtroom unless you're prepared. She has presided over the very high-profile trial of Danny Masterson, that 70s Show's actor that was accused and convicted of SA. He was the one where I think a lot of people, this might ring a bigger bell. Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis wrote those character witness statements in favor of Danny Masterson, the man that is convicted of SA. And they did this whole weird apology video that was weird.
They were intended for the judge to read. And not to undermine the testimony of the victims. And we're sorry.
But during the sentencing, she tells Danny Masterson, I know you're sitting here steadfast in your claims of innocence, and thus no doubt feeling victimized by a justice system that you feel has failed you. And I'm sure you're asking yourself how you can be convicted of each charge of a incident occurring 20 years ago based on the testimony of a woman that you believe is disgruntled and has a vendetta against you. But you are not convicted on the testimony of one person, although the testimony of one person is sufficient evidence. You are not convicted based on rumors, innuendo, gossip, or speculation. You are convicted based on the testimony and evidence that 12 people from the community found to be credible. In addition, shortly after you paid Jane Doe 1 approximately $400,000 to keep quiet about the charged incident, and while some may argue whether you believed her story was true or not, you just didn't want the bad publicity. She was seeking money from you close to $500,000. An awful lot to pay for the silence about an incident you claim never happened. That's a bad look. So Mr. Masterson, you are not the victim here. Your actions 20 years ago took away another person's voice and choice. Ultimately, one way or another, you will have to come to terms with both your prior actions and subsequent consequences. She then slapped him with the maximum sentence, stating, as to count 1, a violation of penal code, I sentenced Mr. Masterson to be imprisoned in state prison for a term of 15 years to life. Count 2, in prison for 15 years to life. I order them to run consecutive. So your terms can be concurrent, which means served at the same time, which I don't understand the purpose of that. So it's like both, let's say you have 15 years, technically you would think it's 30, but they're like, you can serve them simultaneously, concurrently, so you only serve 15 years. But she said consecutively. So charge 1, 15 years. Once that's up, another 15 years. The total sentence is 30 years to life. There have been a few hearings in court so far, all ramping up to the preliminary hearing. And the first 3 hearings, I will say the defense team, Blair Burke, seemed a bit not as collected as Deputy DA Beth Silverman.
So I'm assuming she's very, very expensive, right? In that caliber.
Yeah. I don't know for sure, but there were estimates that Danny Masterson's trial, because he also had a really high profile team, probably cost him like $5-10 million easily. And that was essay charges. This is, we're already talking about lots of discovery, lots of evidence, and a murder charge, potentially death penalty. A lot of people are like, how can David afford Blair Burke? I don't necessarily know how much David has made previously in his career, but he was dropped from his label. And it sounds like a bad thing, right? It's like, oh, he was dropped from his label, which means he's not making any more money. When the Celeste body was found, he was dropped from his label. However, it kind of almost gave him the rights to his songs back. Like, he doesn't have to split as much licensing, it appears. So he's still getting, even on Spotify, he's still getting like 23 million streams a month. I tried to cross-reference with how much other artists were reporting on Reddit that they were getting paid as being the sole owner of their songs. I mean, he still probably has to pay royalties to the people who co-wrote the songs, helped produce the songs. But it's...
Doesn't he make his own stuff in the closet?
Yeah, but there's lots of producers that worked on his Withered album. And he could potentially be making close to like $1 million a month from streams.
Dang.
I don't know, because streaming is like such a weird, I'm just going based off of what people said on Reddit of how much they make per stream on certain platforms. And then I tried adding it up. My math could be horribly off, so don't trust me on this.
20 million listens right now.
23 million on Spotify. That's not including Apple Music or other streaming platforms. The only place that he's not making money is YouTube. So YouTube very quickly demonetized his account. So none of his music videos are bringing in money. Yeah.
Wow.
I think that he's going to end up using most, if not all, and more on his legal defense team. And I do think anything after that is, I mean, I do hope that Celeste's family bring on a civil suit. Wow. But I don't even know what would be left at that point. So it seems like Blair Burke is familiarizing herself with everything going on. She doesn't seem as quick with it as Deputy DA Beth Silverman, which is to be expected. It seems that Silverman has been working on this case for at least months and months and months and months. However, there are rumors that Blair Burke might not even take this case to trial. Someone who claims that they have worked with Blair Burke before states that she has a tendency to take on celebrity cases before really looking into them, and that she probably may quit sometime during the trial or before the trial. One Reddit comment is talking about the person that knows Blair Burke. He apparently has a YouTube channel. He's an attorney. I think it's like Bruce Lawyer. And they write, he says that she predicts she's going to step down before it even goes to trial, either because the family runs out of money or because she won't like what she sees in Discovery or because it'll be obvious that he did it. And she's already said some bold things about this case that she's like, oh, it's going to show he didn't do it. People are also saying Blair Burke doesn't necessarily seem like the type to do murder trials. She seems like the Hollywood fixer type. But she did say in a previous interview, I never hesitate to get a client. That's what I love. That's what I do. The most important time for a criminal defense lawyer is when the mob is out, right? I'm very proud of what I'm doing as a woman, as a feminist, as a criminal defense lawyer. We as women should not want injustice. But as for Blair Burke, one comment reads, she doesn't do many homicide trials. Her last murder client got life in prison, so not a stellar record there. That's what they write. Now, during the first few hearings in court, David appeared to be emotionless. He doesn't really show a lot of emotions, just kind of looking around the courtroom. But he's not intently looking around the courtroom. It's just like he's just kind of gazing out, seeing what's going on.
Is that like the video clip that we saw?
Yes. That was not Judge Almedo. That was a different judge for his arraignment. And Judge Almedo is not a fan of cameras in the courtroom. This is a state case, which usually lots of state cases are live streamed. I highly doubt this will be live streamed.
How do you know she's not a fan of the cameras?
So the same thing happened with Diddy's trial, where all these legacy medias, they have attorneys representing them, and they'll come and they'll try to talk to the judge in open court. So this is all in like court transcripts, and they'll be like, hey, we need to either see something or we want cameras in the courtroom. So in this case, the attorney came up and was like, I'm representing legacy media and listing all the media companies, and like, we want cameras in the courtroom. And she's like, no. She's just like, no.
Dang.
She's like, it's up to me, and no. And she's citing the law too. She's citing codes, like law codes. She's like, because of this, no. I can say no because of no. So I don't think she's going to allow cameras in the courtroom, which might be for the best. This is kind of similar to Luigi's trial in New York City, which is the first trial is going to be in state court, not federal court. So we know federal court, there's no cameras in the courtroom. State court, a lot of judges will let cameras in. It's up to the discretion of the judges, but Luigi's judge also does not seem to be a fan of cameras. But he looks kind of bored. That's the best way to describe David. He just kind of looks bored. There hasn't really been any notable intel about how he looks in any of the hearings. He just looks distant, bored, unengaged, except the last one, he apparently winked at his attorney, allegedly.
What do you mean? Just a quick wink?
Yeah, they were able to push back his preliminary hearing by a month. And it's reported that after hearing that, when David was led back, he winked at his attorney. I don't know. Maybe there was something in his eye. It could have been a lint ball. It could have been a wink. But that's been the reporting. So he looks bored, and he has pled not guilty, and his attorneys have stated,
we believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause of her death. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day at the earliest opportunity.
Meanwhile, the prosecutors are like, oh, you want the evidence to come into light of day? We're going to drop a pre-preliminary hearing brief. Okay, this is where there's so much like legal context, and I don't know how many people care about this, but it might be important. If you watch the very first audio episode of the updates, I kind of went into the grand jury, charging grand juries, which result in an indictment. So there's multiple ways that someone can get arrested in state court in California, which is a grand jury comes with a true bill of indictment. So they voted. The DA went to the grand jurors and was like, can you vote? They're like, yes, here we go. Indictment. David Burke gets arrested. He's indicted. You see this happen in federal cases because that's how it always happens in federal cases. Indictment, arrest. Right? Or it's like arrest and then we find out about the indictment, but it's already been filed. So then in California, this is not that common.
What's not common? Indictment?
Indictments are not common in the state of California on a state level.
Oh, okay.
And that's because, for example, in a lot of places, when you get indicted, you don't really get a preliminary hearing.
Okay.
Because you've already been indicted. So they're like, yeah, you can go to trial. A preliminary hearing, what that is the prosecution presents evidence to the judge. And the judge decides if they're going to go to trial. Okay. The judge has to be like, okay, this is enough evidence that we have to try the case. I'm not saying you're guilty, but we have to try the case. So that's the whole purpose of a preliminary hearing. And lots of DAs, if they don't want a preliminary hearing.
Because they don't want to give away their
and also the defense in the preliminary hearing can actually prepare and ask questions to the witnesses that the prosecutors are bringing up. They can basically cross-examine witnesses, like a mini cross.
Yeah.
They don't like that. The DAs are like, we don't like that. That's annoying. We don't like it.
Yeah.
Now, in the state of California, even if you are indicted, you can legally request a preliminary hearing. So it's kind of pointless. It's pointless because you're indicted. So in most cases, like a federal case, you're going straight to trial. I mean, you're going to have tons of status conferences and all these things and hearings, but you're going to trial.
Yeah. Why are we doing another?
Yeah. But in the state of California, you can request it anyway. So people will usually just file a criminal complaint, which is the DA files a criminal complaint and then the suspect is arrested or the target is arrested, whatever. At any point, there needs to be a decision made where there is enough evidence to go to trial.
Yeah.
Right? Indictment, the grand jurors decide there is enough evidence to go to trial.
Right.
So on a federal level, they just go to trial.
Yeah.
If they plead not guilty, right? They go to trial. But in California state, even if the grand jurors say there's enough to go to trial, the defendant can say, no, I want the judge to reconfirm this, basically. I want a preliminary hearing, okay? But there was no indictment in this, just a criminal complaint. David is arrested, then there's a criminal complaint. So now someone needs to decide if there's enough to go to trial, which is they have to have a preliminary hearing.
Right.
Now, here's the interesting thing. Preliminary hearings, legally, the defendant is allowed those in a timely manner. I think it's like 10 court days. So if within 10 court days, the prosecutors can't pull it off, or the prosecutors are unprepared, they do the preliminary hearing, the judge is like, you guys have nothing.
Yeah.
Then the defendant is free to go. Like, you can't just keep them until you're ready to do a preliminary hearing. So
Right.
the defendant is usually like, okay, maybe we'll go with the preliminary hearing if they feel like there's not enough evidence.
Right.
So Blair Burke, she's coming into these court hearings and she's like, yes, my client would like a timely preliminary hearing. Let's schedule it. So the first schedule was like May 1st. Okay. Then they're like, we need some of the information that the prosecutors have so we can prepare for the preliminary hearing. And this is where it gets very tricky because just like the law, it's the defense is entitled to discovery for the trial. Like there is different, but you're not entitled to all the discovery for the preliminary hearing.
Yeah.
There's like certain benchmarks I think they have to meet, like certain discovery they have to turn over. So it's been like a whole headache. And then it got pushed to May 26th. And then the defense is like, maybe we need a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So now it's June 29th. And this is the thing. I mean, the fact that they were even wanting it so soon is unheard of. Usually, the defendants don't want a quick preliminary hearing. They want the defense to prepare as long as possible. They want to go through the discovery. They want to study it. They want to know, you know, kind of what to expect, who they expect to testify, to cross-examine. And now, I don't think any of the star witnesses are going to testify. Just putting that out there, you know. I think it's going to be lots of police officers, and I think it's going to be forensic experts.
So, okay, so this is what I'm getting out of this is that at first, David's team was like, okay, let's just do this thing because they think they maybe can get away with it. Let's just get it over with.
Yeah, sometimes from what I can tell online is, and from lawyers who have been speaking up about this, is that a defendant will push the attorney to want it sooner because they're like, I just want to get out of here. Like, like, come on.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And then as the day started to approach, they were like, wait, hold on. We need to be better prepared. Can you guys give me more information? So that's when the real,
Yeah. I think there was a lot of conversation and even almost fear-mongering of people saying, well, he wasn't indicted, so the prosecutors might not be ready. The prosecutors have no idea what they're doing because he wasn't indicted and it already took 7 months to arrest him. Like, they're a mess. But in the state of California, on a state level, most felony charges do not come with an indictment. They come with a criminal complaint and there is a prelim.
Okay, so you're saying you think they're totally ready.
Yeah, and then just like seeing the way Beth Silverman is conducting herself in these hearings, she seems like she knows what the fuck up.
The DA, right?
She's the deputy DA. She's in charge of this case, yes.
Yeah.
But there was also questions of, oh, well, David was arrested before the criminal complaint. So maybe the LAPD arrested them and the DA's office is scrambling, right? But it doesn't seem like that. Beth Silverman is coming here locked and loaded. She seems like she's been ready.
She's the one that said there's 40 terabytes of
evidence.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And the defense was saying things like, you know, we hope all the evidence will come to light and see the light of day. And that is when the prosecutors drop the preliminary hearing brief, which is a bit unusual. People don't really drop it at this stage. But it seems like they had the opening. The defense was already like, we want the evidence to come to light. Prosecutors are like, okay, bet. Like, we're going to drop this brief. And also, it's a way to control the narrative for them. And it's, I guess, in a good way, it's to educate the judge on what has been happening behind the scenes so that the judge is also very aware.
Wow.
Now, Blair Burke and her team did not like that. They were like, we got to seal this shit. Seal it. This cannot be public. Blair Burke said, Your Honor, late this morning, we received a digital copy of what appeared to be a preliminary hearing brief filed by the prosecution. I come to the court with a very serious concern given I think what can be characterized as the extreme media attention so far in this case. And the prosecution has appeared to file a rather unusual, in my experience, preliminary hearing brief that appears to be a very one-sided version of what is anticipated as the evidence in this case. But no evidence has been presented by the prosecution in a courtroom. Certainly, there has been no adjudication of the admissibility of that evidence. There's no ruling, basically, of if that evidence is, enough to go to trial. And we have a very real concern about the reasonable possibility of the jury pool at a future trial being tainted. She goes on to say that the brief even includes hearsay. Your Honor, we would ask the court to seal the people's brief. Obviously, we've come at the earliest possible opportunity to do so. Beth Silverman hits back. I've certainly never heard of the defense claiming that a people's filing is one-sided. I'm laying out what I believe to be the evidence that's been unearthed over the last several months and what the people intend to present the court during a preliminary hearing. It's interesting because whenever I handle these types of cases that tend to garner media attention, by the time the trial rolls around, which is, as the court is aware, years down the road, usually, many people on the panels don't even know about the case. Beth Silverman goes on to state, we've had cases that garnered much more media attention than this one, and I can think of one that's going on right now. I think she's referencing Nick Reiner.
Really?
I
okay.
think.
What is she saying about it?
No, she's just saying I can think of one right now that's getting more attention than this one. I think that's a reference to Nick Reiner. But, I mean, this is LA County. Like, you're talking about Menendez brothers. ASAP Rocky was recently tried. Mm-hmm. Like, it's LA County.
Yeah.
She goes on to state more or less, hey, so, I mean, we're going to even bring all this to open court in a few weeks anyway. So what do you mean you want it sealed? Like, there's nothing in there that's going to be sealed in open court. Like, what kind of logic is that, basically? That's what Beth Silverman is saying. And she says, but I'd certainly like to see what the legal authority is that counsel claims it has before I make any other statements. Blair Burke argues, it's an entirely one-sided narrative regarding what the prosecution believes they will seek to admit in court at the preliminary hearing or what the prosecution claims will be the testimony in a preliminary hearing of witnesses. We do have a very real concern about the amount of white-hot focus of attention on this case for the last 7 months and specifically in the last 2 weeks. And we are very much concerned with guaranteeing David the right, as he is presumed innocent in this courtroom as we sit here today, the right to a fair trial. And we believe that this brief, if not sealed, will harm and compromise that right. The judge sides with Beth Silverman, the people, that she will not be sealing the brief, hitting on the fact that LA County is the most populous county in the entire nation. LA County routinely has high-profile cases, including celebrities, and, quote, this case is not unique in that aspect. And I know, Ms. Burke, and this is not to undermine your own characterization of extreme media attention, in this court's experience, this media attention is no different than the court has seen in other high-profile cases.
Wow.
As for her saying that the people's brief is one-sided, she's like, well, yeah, it's the people's brief, not the defense's brief. She says it's their brief, just like any filing by the defense would be one-sided in the sense that it would be a proponent of the defense position. Naturally, it's going to be one-sided, basically. Why would the people put in your 2 cents? The defense is like, okay, fine. We want to quickly get a preliminary hearing. And we want a lot of this discovery right now. Blair Burke was saying, this is like before she kept pushing it back. She's like,
from the media reports, apparently there have been 4 months of secret grand jury proceedings. We believe that Mr. Burke is entitled at the earliest opportunity to an open preliminary hearing and the proceedings not be done in secret.
So this is like, they keep pushing it back and back and back. And
wait, so they wanted a quick in that moment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then they keep pushing it back after that. Okay.
She also states that she wants discovery, that they have no discovery, basically.
We have been given almost no discovery thus far. We received a 3-page follow-up report, no autopsy report, and a copy of the complaint. And we would ask the people respectfully to produce discovery at the earliest opportunity.
Your Honor, as I've indicated to counsel, there's approximately 40 terabytes of discovery in this case. Moreover, in order to obtain the transcripts from a grand jury investigation, counsel has to file a motion.
So she's like, Blair Burke is asking me for grand jury transcripts. Counsel has to file a motion. She knows the way the system works.
Mm-hmm.
She's
not doing it?
So she's like saying, I didn't get the grand jury transcripts. And Beth is like, you didn't file a motion to get them.
Yeah.
Okay, she didn't say it like that.
Yeah. So Beth is like, she doesn't know what she's doing.
She knows the way the system works. I'm not able to gather those. They have to be provided after the court orders them released because it was an investigation. Second of all, if counsel plans on going to a preliminary hearing within the 10 days, it is unlikely that there will be very much discovery provided within that period, given the voluminous nature and how long it's going to take to copy onto drives. In addition to that, the coroner's report was sealed in this case in order to prevent it from hampering truthful testimony from witnesses that testified at the grand jury. So an order will also have to be obtained.
Which is kind of interesting to think about, but...
Wait, why is it interesting? Oh,
yeah.
Like, how would anybody know?
Mm-hmm.
So they're implying they don't want someone potentially know the state of...
Or how she died.
How she died to tell a lie or
Mhm.
match. Okay. Wow.
Or it could be like the TV shows where nothing has been released and someone's like, yeah, I didn't know he stabbed her. And they're like,
Yeah.
who said she was stabbed?
Right,
You know, something like that.
So does David's team seem underprepared or just don't...
From what I saw, I'm sure Blair Burke is on her shit. And it seems like with every hearing, she's more on her shit, okay? But if he's paying that much, I mean, at that point, like, get Brian Steele in there as well. Like, it's just, she doesn't seem to be as quick with all these little things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because usually when you are paying that much money,
Yeah.
the defense, I mean, you're expecting them to be sharper than the prosecutors, no offense.
Mhm.
Right? Because, like, these are the top level.
Yeah, they're making the big bucks.
Yeah.
That's why they get
Millions.
paid millions on millions.
Yeah, like, you're expecting they're going to run circles around the prosecution.
Yeah.
But
Wow. Okay.
not saying prosecutors are not as intelligent. They're just overworked. They got a lot of cases going on. They're underpaid. They're overworked. So the prosecutors are like, you guys want a preliminary hearing and you want all the discovery. I'm telling you right now, you're not going to get that because there's so much evidence. It's going to take longer than even 15 days to get you the evidence that you want. Throughout the investigation, we've accrued approximately 50 terabytes of data. Over the last approximately month, maybe 5 weeks, Robbery Homicide Division has been trying to upload their entire investigative file through a system that the county purchased for the DA's office, where we're all supposed to be able to share information with defense counsel directly. After approximately 4.5 weeks, 5 weeks, only 30% of the LAPD's case file has been uploaded, and that is using multiple computers. There is a voluminous amount of digital data in this case. She also gives us an idea of what kind of evidence there will be. There are police reports and documents from the LAPD, from the Sheriff's Department, from the CHP. There's body-worn video. There are numerous forensic reports, including DNA trace evidence, field investigative unit services, chemical processing. There are property reports. There are vehicle reports. There are arrest and booking reports. All of those things we are going to endeavor to turn over, hopefully tomorrow afternoon. Overall, Beth Silverman seems super confident. David's team seems a little less confident. There are a lot of interesting moments where David's team seem... Okay, maybe like it just takes a second for them to get into the groove of things, but there's this moment where the defense requests the judge to unseal the search warrants. We'd ask that we'd orally move to unseal them so that the court can issue an order. So that, like, we're just asking through mouth. The court is like, yeah, I'm not sure I can issue just a general order to unseal search warrants without specific case numbers. I don't have a problem with issuing an order, but I think I would need to have the specific, and by case number, it wouldn't be this case number. Beth Silverman talks to a detective, and she's like, okay, I'll get you all the warrant numbers. And later, Blair Burke is like, by the way, I brought you this 5 terabyte drive for you since you told me last time in open court that the 1 terabyte drive I gave you wasn't enough.
Wait.
Okay, so previously, Blair Burke gave Beth Silverman a 1 terabyte drive. Okay, which like is notoriously not a lot. Like, this is 1 terabyte. There have been FOIA requests that we've done where they're like, send us a fucking 1 terabyte drive. And it's like police reports, right? So I'm assuming in this case, it's massive and they're sending a 1 terabyte drive. Okay.
And she knows there's
50
terabytes.
So then she sends a 1 terabyte drive and Beth Silverman in open court is like, what did you think you were going to do with that? Like, what do you want us to do with that? That's nothing. We need a lot more than that. Like, you keep asking us for discovery and you give us a 1 terabyte drive. So then she's like, by the way, I brought this 5 terabyte drive. Okay. She's like waving it around, I think. Now, they want specifically before this prelim, it seems that the defense clearly want the iCloud data. This is iCloud from David's iCloud account. They want that.
What? That's what they want?
And by the way, the CSAM is not going to be on there. We're going to get into that in a second, but they want the iCloud data. Whatever's on that iCloud, I don't know.
What is on that iCloud?
Yeah.
Photos?
Probably.
Photos? Voice memo, maybe?
Notes apps these days. People have been doing lots of notes apps. He seems like the type to do that. Yeah, so they're like, we want the iCloud data. Beth Silverman was like, that iCloud data in totality, just the iCloud data is probably like 8 terabytes, which this has been, again, misspoken in the news and on Reddit of like, oh, it's 8 terabytes of CSAM. It's just 8 terabytes of iCloud data. And none of the CSAM is going to be on there, obviously. They can't just like hand over CSAM like that. So Beth Silverman is like, okay, we'll get your ass 5 terabyte hard drive out of here. She doesn't say it like that, but more or less. She is like, absolutely, I will say absolutely under no circumstances did she say that. I'm just making things up. It just sounds like that, okay? She's like, I'm sorry. Just so counsel's aware, and I'm sure the court knows this, we cannot place an item that is larger than the capacity of the drive you provided us on 2 different drives. She's like legally speaking, we don't do this. I can't split up evidence. So if the iCloud data is 8 terabytes, I can't put 4 on this one and 4 on the other one. You gotta at least give me a 10 terabyte drive, and I can put all the 8 terabytes in that 10 terabyte drive. So basically, get your ass 5 terabyte drive out of here. Is that not? And Beth Silverman is like, it cannot be split. These are direct transcripts. Not the 5 terabyte drive, but like the rest of it. Blair Burke says so. Beth Silverman says it cannot be split. I heard that for the first time today. We will do that and deliver it tomorrow. So she's like, I'll get you your 10 terabyte drive tomorrow. And she says, great. And also going forward, I've been informed that when you give up a hard drive, it needs to be sealed. In other words, you know, you give us an open box. We need a sealed hard drive, like in the original packaging. Okay? So.
Yeah. Wow.
Maybe I'll see her in her full glory soon, I guess. But it's interesting. It's just interesting. Oh, and speaking of the CSAM, so the CSAM evidence, the way that they do it is, at least in this county, is they're going to put it on a law enforcement computer. That CSAM will be placed in the courthouse in a very specific room that only the defense and the prosecutors can access. And the defense will have to go there and view the CSAM, or an expert will have to go and view the CSAM on that specific computer. They can't bring it back. They can't have it on their devices, because even just having it on a device is illegal, even if it's for work, right? So, yeah. Which, I mean, Blair Burke knows that, and she's like, yeah, absolutely. So it's not a problem. I'm just saying it was a part of the conversation. Yeah. Because I guess there were some concerns of like, maybe David would like to see certain things, right? Now, netizens think that the defense probably will not be insanity. It doesn't seem like there can be even a viable insanity plea, which, I mean, hardly ever works to begin with. But there's just so many times you can see he's in the right state of mind, protecting his tour, protecting his music, performing. A lot of people think that the defense will be that Celeste OD'd and that he is just responsible for freaking out and getting rid of her body, or trying to get rid of her body. In the autopsy report, it looked like she tested positive for drugs being in her system. Those were presumptive positives. So this is the initial basic toxicology, which is just like a basic thing that they do for all the autopsies. But how a lot of things could come back positive because of other compounds that are found in the body through the decomposition process, such as meth, MDMA. But when they did further testing, those came back not detected. Other things that were found in her system were low amounts of ethanol, basically alcohol in her system, which we all know is naturally formed during the decomposition process. So really, there doesn't seem to be drugs in her system that the defense could point to and say, see, she OD'd. I think the only thing the defense really has is everything the autopsy doesn't say. So the autopsy says the manner of death is homicide, and by 2 penetrating wounds. But it doesn't say who's holding the knife, right? So it doesn't say it is a knife. It doesn't say it's David holding the knife. So I think that's going to be the main focus. I don't necessarily think they could even point the finger at anybody else, but I really don't know what the defense is going to be. These are just
Yeah.
speculations. I just can't imagine what the defense is. As for did David's family know, that's been a huge topic of conversation because the court document states this is the pre-preliminary hearing brief that Blair Burke wanted sealed. Throughout 2024, the victim spent a significant amount of time with the defendant, including summer weekends at his home in the Hollywood Hills and traveling with him to Las Vegas, London, and Texas to meet his family. People cannot grasp the concept that David's parents believed that she was of age. She clearly doesn't look of age in any photos and videos that I've ever seen of Celeste. She clearly looks like a minor. Online sentiment agrees with that. The family have reportedly been very, very close with David. It seems like, there's footage of his sister going up on stage. There's alleged videos and photos from the concert at the Fonda Theater where Celeste is sitting with his parents in the VIP section. One comment writes, apparently David was telling people she was 19 and a college student at USC. And maybe that flies with his friends. Like maybe that is okay if he's brought to a huge house party where the lights are dim and everybody's drunk and you're just like, oh yeah, this is my girlfriend, she's 19. I don't know if people would question in that context, especially if it's like a very passing greeting of like, hi. I think if you hung out with Celeste multiple times, you would know she's a minor. Like that, I just can't wrap my head around the fact that someone could argue that they don't know, but I don't know. If you see her in passing, maybe. Now, if you're bringing someone home to your parents and you say she's 19 and she's a student at USC, his dad is an attorney, his mom is a teacher, I can't imagine that they would believe that.
Oh my
I just
gosh.
don't see that happening.
Was high school, middle school teacher? Is it?
I don't know. But she has children around that age. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
It doesn't make any sense to me. She looks so young in all of her pictures. I know people are probably going to try to do the whole adultification thing of young girls where they're like, she's mature she looks 11. I don't know. I don't know how they could even possibly believe that. They did know, however, that David was at least being investigated before his arrest because they were subpoenaed to the grand jury hearings earlier in 2026. And that's part of why the information got leaked that there was a grand jury investigation into David, because all of this is sealed. So it gets leaked in two big ways. So the first of them is that David's parents and his brother Caleb, the three of them, Caleb is now 18, they fight the subpoena. They're in Texas and they file a petition of habeas corpus contending that the court's order summoning them to testify in California violates due process. So this is public. So they have to reference the grand jury investigation and they have to reference that David is the target of the investigation.
That's how people found out?
Yeah. So that's how they're like, oh, we can confirm for sure there's grand jury investigations into David. Because otherwise it's sealed. And then Neo gets arrested and it's kind of like, okay, now we can definitely confirm again, once more, that this is happening.
But they did end up going?
No.
The families?
No, yeah.
Oh.
They've still been fighting it out in court.
Okay.
Yeah. So the DA's office fought telling the judge in Texas. I would say if a car with a dismembered, decomposing body is registered to your home address, because David's car was registered to Texas, you should expect to be questioned by the authorities about that. And that's what this is, Judge. I'm asking you to find that the family witnesses are necessary and material, and I'm asking you to find that it will not cause them undue hardship. As for the Burke parents, their attorney argues on their behalf. If the DA needs parents to testify, then they have no case. In my opinion, they're just doing that for harassment purposes. If a proper subpoena was issued, they would have already spoken. The attorney has stated that the Burke family has been somewhat aware that an arrest was a possibility, which is kind of crazy. Yeah. Which, side note, David also transferred 2 of his Houston houses to a trust under his mom's name. I believe his mom is the beneficiary of the trust. That was back in September of last year. So he moved quick with that. Really quick.
Wait, September? The body was found in September?
Yeah. And within 10 days, he moved the house to his mom, both houses. And
that must be in the work already then.
Yes, maybe. If I'm not mistaken, that's a very lengthy process to move a house, title deed, whatever, to a trust, to move ownership. I'm sure you have to get, I don't know if he has a mortgage. Lots of people are involved.
Yeah. He for sure started that before.
Or got it done very quickly.
Or very quickly.
Right. But it seems like that was a huge priority then at that time, is all I can say.
Wow.
But through the attorney, the family has made a statement stating the parents are sad and disappointed that David was arrested. However, they fully stand behind him and believe he is innocent. They fully support him. Caleb, this is David's 18-year-old brother. He was seen in that video with Celeste and his little sister at the Fonda Theater. He has unfollowed David on Instagram since David's arrest. He takes to his story to write, all pedophiles and rapists should die, period. So that was kind of the very first statement that he ever made. During the grand jury investigations, because he also filed a habeas corpus to not testify in front of the grand jury, people thought that he was probably on the same sentiment that David's parents were on, which is they're going to stand by David. But then he posted that. And so people were wondering, okay, well, clearly this is, in the context of everything happening, it seems like he could really only be talking about David, right? Is what people were thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Then he was also seen liking comments like Justice for Celeste. After David's arrest, though, around the time of David's arrest, Caleb starts releasing more music. I will say that he didn't just kickstart his career after David's arrest. This is not like a new thing, which I do think would be very problematic. He has been releasing music for a long time, for like the past 3 or 4 years. He actually went under a different stage name. So he went from being Caleb with a V, so CVLEB. That was his stage name, similar to like David. But then he changed it to Karakova to further distance himself from his brother. So he released 2 songs. One was titled Sex, which kind of sent the internet off on a witch hunt of people accusing Caleb at best being insensitive, at worst being involved. There were a lot of accusations being thrown about. Caleb Burke has since come out to state, quote, "I've been wanting to say something for a while, but I have to be careful about what I say. This is an ongoing legal matter. I don't want to make this horrible situation about me. I want justice for Celeste and her family. I've seen people say that I knew what was going on and was protecting my brother. This is not true at all. I have not lived with my brother for years and was not very close with him. We didn't speak often other than when our family was brought on tour or he was visiting home. I was around Celeste a few times when I was 15. I did not know her well, and I did not know her age." I think, I will say, maybe more believable when someone is 15 to not be able to identify. I think I give a lot more grace in this situation versus his parents.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, I'm like, you're 15, you probably don't know either, right? He continues, "People have been posting a video showing me backstage with her at one of David's concerts when I was 15, and I've been waiting to address it for a while." So when this video was circulating, some people were even thinking, what if Caleb and Celeste were dating? And like, there were so many weird internet theories, which turned out to be entirely false. But he writes, "People have gone as far to say that I was sneaking her backstage, which is not true. She was already at the show, and the video takes place after the show had already ended. In the video, we were sent to grab something from a fan that was in the front of the stage, and we were walking back." News companies such as TMZ, Daily Mail, and others have started saying that I'm taking advantage of the whole situation to promote my music and that I am just now launching my music career. That is not true at all. I've been releasing and posting music over the last 3 to 4 years, and I took over a half-year hiatus due to what happened. I changed my online name from Caleb to Kova as I did not want to associate myself with any of this. I have not once mentioned the situation or my identity on the new accounts. So on Karakova, he never mentions that he's David's brother. TMZ even reported my age incorrectly, saying that I'm 20 when I just turned 18 in November. I had scheduled my first release under the new name before any of this became a headline again, and the song came out 2 days before the arrest. This project, the music videos and songs, were already in motion long before any news coverage around my brother resurfaced. My intent has never been to use this to bring attention to myself or my music. This is the whole reason why I started over from scratch. My decision to continue releasing music is not about using any of this for attention. Music is my life, and after stepping away for months because of everything that's happened, I want to build my own path. Netizen reactions have been mixed. There are 2 groups of people. They're very divided. One group who believe that Caleb, David's brother, is being incredibly insensitive and tone deaf, with one person writing, "Even if Caleb had no malice in releasing music, at best it's still incredibly disrespectful and demonstrates a complete lack of empathy towards Celeste and her loved ones." I keep seeing comments following his statement along the lines of, he shouldn't have to pause his life, or there's never going to be a perfect time to do it, and find the lack of empathy towards Celeste and her loved ones absolutely abhorrent. No matter how you spin it, even if he had nothing to do with this case, he is someone who is way too close to this case for this to be anything but in bad taste. Anyone who says, quote, there will never be a perfect time is being willfully ignorant. Are you telling me there is truly no better time than right fucking now? One comment responds, justice for Celeste. I disagree though. If my brother killed somebody, what does that have to do with me? I didn't do it. Y'all need to remember that David Anthony Burke is the murderer, not David's family, not Celeste's family, not David's friends, not Victoria Mendez, which is the fake name he ordered supplies in. It was David. Be mad at him. Another perspective reads, first, nobody in this case deserves more sympathy and empathy than Celeste and the Rivas Hernandez family, but people should really give Caleb a break. He is not the same person as David. Just because his older brother made a terrible decision does not mean that Caleb should have to suffer. He has already disowned him on Instagram, stating that he thinks all rapists and pedophiles should die. He basically voiced that he wants death for his own brother. Consider how Caleb is feeling, what he's going through right now, and he's human too. Imagine how difficult it would be to find out that your older brother, who you idolized and drew inspiration from, is not at all who you thought he was. Then, while trying to process that, you're constantly being criticized and hated on just for being related to him. Can we please try to have some more empathy here? He's 18. The dude is barely even an adult. One person comments, agreed. He denounced his brother's actions, and it's obviously not his fault. It's gotta suck to have that shame and stain on the family. And of course, you'd give your family member the benefit of the doubt until you saw evidence to the contrary. We didn't even find out anything till just a few weeks ago. I doubt he knew any more than we did. Predators are professionals at lying and hiding their behavior. Their families want to believe the best of them, so it's even harder for them to accept. If he was defending him in spite of the evidence, it'd be a different thing, but he isn't. His life and character shouldn't be ruined due to his brother's shitty choices. My heart goes out to him, because having a family member turn out to be a pedo and a murderer is a different kind of loss. One that you can't even really grieve without being looked at funny by the general public. It's gotta be overwhelming AF, and I hope he has support beyond the parents who might be in denial for all we know. At least he came out and spoke on where he stands with it, which took a lot of spine in my opinion. Another comment disagrees though, writing, but just saying if he wanted to, he could release all this shit later. It wouldn't have been the end of the world. One person writes, I think the problem with the whole discussion of Caleb is that people are blurring the lines of, this is tone deaf and poorly timed, and this proves malicious intent. That's why some of this starts feeling like a bias-driven witch hunt. The standard becomes impossible to satisfy. If he releases music now, he's capitalizing on the tragedy. If he waits 2 years, people would probably say he only waited for the backlash to cool down. If he speaks publicly, he's manipulating sympathy. If he stays silent, he doesn't care. Once literally every action is interpreted in the worst possible light, it stops being about fairness and starts being about emotional projection. And to be clear, I completely understand why people are disturbed by the timing and the lyrics, given the context of this case. The optics are awful, but this feels gross and insensitive is still very different from this guy is intentionally exploiting a murdered child for his career, his musical career. One is a reaction to optics and emotion. The other is a serious assumption about someone's motives with no direct evidence behind it. I will say, I think the part that stuck out to me is that out of everyone on David's, I don't want to say side, but people that were closer to David than Celeste, that have publicly spoken out, his brother seems to be the most transparent and straightforward with condemning David.
Yeah.
His own brother. And I think that you can tell from the videos. And again, this is not me saying, oh, David's brother deserves all of our sympathy. You can tell from a lot of the videos, he definitely looked up to his brother.
Is he well established at all? Does he have?
No.
Oh, so
no.
he's, okay, barely having, okay.
Barely. I mean, he doesn't outright condemn his brother, but he basically does, you know? And so it seems like this is the most transparent response that someone from close to David has put out. Like far better than even Neo and Asia, who are older than Caleb and also were not related to David. As for Celeste's family, they told Rolling Stone that they are in unfathomable pain. There were rumors circulating that Celeste's parents were accepting money from David to hide the relationship. There were numbers thrown about anywhere between $9,000 a month to $15,000 a month that they were receiving this payout, that they were being financially supported by David. They have flat out rejected that rumor, stating, I mean, Celeste's dad says, I have never had any contact with this guy, and we haven't received any money from him or anyone in this family. The Hernandez family attorney states, I had the heartbreaking responsibility of informing the Rivas Hernandez family of the horrifying allegations in court that David Anthony Burke stabbed Celeste, stood by while she bled to death, used a chainsaw to cut off her limbs, and bought a burn cage with the plan to incinerate evidence. Delivering the news was the most difficult thing I've had to do in 37 years as a lawyer. He states for the family, the Rivas Hernandez family is absolutely devastated by the findings contained in the medical examiner's report involving the horrible and gruesome death of their beloved daughter. Those findings have caused profound emotional pain for the family. They respectfully ask for your privacy, understanding, and patience as they process this information. There are no words to express the indescribable pain the family is experiencing right now. They still have bills to pay and jobs to go to every day. All they want is time to grieve and heal. In another statement that's been released by the family, they say, we would like to thank the LAPD and DA's office for their hard work. We'd also like to thank the people of Lake Elsinore for all their support. Celeste was a beautiful, strong girl who loved to sing and dance. Every Friday night was movie night, and we spent wonderful times together. We love her very much, and she always told us that she loved us. We miss her deeply, and all we want is justice for Celeste. Some people don't like Celeste's family. Some people don't like the statements that they put out. Some people didn't like that specific statement, writing, why do you feel the need to mention that she always told you she loved you? Is this so no one thinks she hated you guys? Some people are saying it's almost like an admittance of guilt. She told us she loved us, so we were attentive and loving parents. I do want to note that Celeste was reported missing the second time. The police did open an investigation into the family. Deputies interviewed everyone at Celeste's family home, and they found no evidence of child neglect. So they concluded their investigation, writing, since they were unable to locate Celeste, they were unable to determine if a crime had happened. And wow. I think there could be a lot of factors. There's no evidence. There's TikTok repost. Random statements from people who claim they were friends with Celeste. There's TikTok reposts that allegedly Celeste made in an account, and even that's really hard to verify, where she might have liked things that insinuated that she had a rough home life. But I think having a rough home life is leagues away from having neglectful parents that played some sort of role in not protecting you enough. I think in a perfect world, every parent should protect their child in a way that they can't go missing, that they cannot be groomed. But that's a very perfect world, and there could be a lot of factors of why they didn't even feel comfortable going to the police. I think some people have drawn the speculation that Celeste's family didn't really bother to continue bothering the police about Celeste going missing because they didn't care. I don't think that's the case. I mean, you're also talking about a time that's heavy with probably ICE presence. Immigration status could also play a role. Socioeconomic status definitely plays a role. I mean, she was missing for so many months, and the police weren't really looking for her. So even if they had gone to the police every day, which we don't know if they did or did not, we don't know why the police weren't looking for her. Mm-hmm. Maybe they have already had dealt with the police and they know the police is not going to look for Celeste because, they didn't. They didn't look for a girl who's missing from a socioeconomically not a stable background. I'm sure if this was a missing girl from the Hollywood Hills, they would have looked for her. I think there's a lot of nuance that maybe we need to factor into this case. And I think out of everyone that the netizens should attack, Celeste's family is probably last on that list. London, however, has been a huge issue. The preliminary brief has stated that Celeste traveled to London with David, and traveling to London has been heavily just a point of contention because you cannot travel to a foreign country without your parents, without some sort of form being signed. Usually every country has different rules. She did have a passport card that was abandoned in Santa Barbara and found, remember? You know, the isolated highway stretch. So did her parents know that she was going to London? Was something forged? Was it not? I guess that's been a huge point of contention. Because London is brought up, we don't know if David had gone to London multiple times, but recently he was talking about working on the Withered album, writing the album, and he says that he went to London to write the album. So just another London connection, but he says, quote,
I went to London for 2 weeks with 3 of my friends, and we just made a song every day for 2 weeks in London. I love London because of the gloomy aesthetic and the gloomy just vibe and environment that London has. There's barely any sun there, and I love that because the music I make is really sad. And then, so 2 weeks I made a song every day, came out with half the album, and then I went back to Houston for another 2 weeks, and I made the rest of the project on my phone just off of beats that people sent me.
So if that's the case, maybe this is the London trip in question. And if that is also correct, it seems like Celeste may have helped write a lot of the music, and that is bringing more lyrics up into discussion. There is a whole interlude, remember, of Celeste's voice, what seems to be Celeste's voice in this new album, the String Theory interlude.
Oh, yeah.
So the dots seem to all be connecting here. I do think that with Celeste's family, we can't really be so rigid with our thinking. I think this is, out of all the places to have some level of understanding. D.A. Hochman says,
I had the chance to meet with some of the family members of Celeste, and their grief is incalculable as to what happened to their daughter. What they have demanded, what we have assured them that the district attorney's office working with LAPD would give them is the proof beyond a reasonable doubt on who killed their daughter, on how their daughter was killed, when their daughter was killed, and bring that killer to justice. That killer that we have now charged is David Anthony Burke.
but one person still writes, I have no sympathy for them. They had one job, which was to keep their kids safe. Another writes, they chose to be a parent, then refused to even do the bare minimum. It amazes me that there are people having sympathy for these parents. It's disrespectful to that little girl that no one was protecting her. The devil doesn't always need an advocate, so stop with the old, they tried BS. David is just one person. There will always be sick fucks like him around. It's up to the parents to watch and protect their child. That is why they need to be charged and made an example of, so maybe the next time a parent will think twice. A lot of people think that's a bit harsh with someone responding, I said it before and I'll say it again. Whatever Celeste's parents and family did or didn't do, they're facing the consequences of it now by having lost their daughter and having to face the murder. To me, that's punishment enough. You guys have a right to your own opinions, but as for me personally, I don't feel good about rubbing it in. As for David's family, they're facing the consequences of their own too. Others write, they see their daughter hanging out in nice houses and getting taken care of. He had to have been buying her clothes, nails, or whatever most predators do, and they thought, wow, she's having fun and she's safe. It's easy to place blame, and yes, they should have done more, but also David shouldn't have murdered her, and she would still be alive. I just think there's a lot more places to be angry about right now. Prosecutors have yet to decide if they want to pursue the death penalty. The defense has, like I said, requested the preliminary hearing be pushed back to June, late June. And as of right now, he is in the LAPD 77th Street jail. He's in the same facility as Nick Reiner, who is accused of killing his parents. David is also being segregated away from the other inmates due to his fame and notoriety. He gets a shower every other day. He gets a phone call the same day that he showers, so every other day. So it's a really big day for him, shower days. A couple hours of recreation time a week by himself. I believe it's about 3 hours a week. He's not on self-exit watch, but he's alone. They think that something could potentially happen to him due to his status. There also could be more charges headed David's way, just because, I mean, the CSAM, that could be a state charge, that could be a federal charge. Typically, it's the feds. And specifically for CSAM, I mean, Beth Silverman really emphasized it too. In the court hearing, she uses the words, he also had an iPhone, and that iPhone, as it's been reviewed, contained a significant amount of child pornography. And under the law, child pornography cannot be retained without there being certain orders in place. I've consulted with our high-tech division, which also handles cases involving child pornography. The protocol, unless the court chooses to structure something different, and she goes on to state that they're going to put it on a law enforcement device in the courthouse, but she's like really honing in on the CSAM. So that's why people think, yes, it's to emphasize how deplorable the evidence is that they found, but also maybe there are extra charges coming his way. But if those charges will follow, I guess, is another question. And I guess the big question is what's going to happen at the preliminary hearing. I don't think it's going to be explosive in the sense of, I don't think they're going to bring in star witnesses and all these other people. I mean, I might be proven wrong. I think a lot of it is going to be law enforcement. So in preliminary hearings, things are a little bit different. So you can actually bring in law enforcement and they can testify on what would normally be considered hearsay in a trial. So in a trial, you can't sit there on the stand and say, this person told me this.
Interesting.
But in the preliminary hearing, because it's a preliminary hearing, a police officer can say, his friend Neo told me this. That's an example. Mm-hmm. You know, when I was talking, I interviewed this person and they told me this. So hearsay is allowed in preliminary hearings when it comes from law enforcement officers.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you really, that's why a lot of preliminary hearings you have in smaller cases, you'll have like one law enforcement officer who's like, okay, so I investigated this case. This is what I was told by this person. Then I went here, they told me this. And then pretty much that's like the whole witness.
Yeah. But it's going to last a minute, right? Like multiple days.
I mean, judging by the way things are moving, so Beth Silverman says she can get it done in like 4 to 5 days.
4 to 5 days?
Yes, but that's not factoring in the defense also examining, but also we don't know because there was lots of scheduling happening. She was like, I already told my witnesses, cancel your vacations. Wow. And Blair Burke keeps changing the timeline.
So we're going to hear some firsthand.
Yeah. I think we're going to get a lot of information. I think that preliminary brief, I think we're going to get a lot more information. And I think a lot of the questions in these few episodes are going to get answered in the preliminary hearing.
It's like just to hear that there's 40 terabytes of evidence. I cannot imagine how much they've gathered.
Oh, and another thing, just to clarify some talk on Reddit and online, Deputy DA Beth Silverman stated that she plans to set a trial date within the next 60 days. I have seen some people confusing that with saying that we're going to go to trial in the next 60 days. I think that's
just setting a date.
Yeah, and
the next 60 days.
That date is probably going to be years from now. That is if there is a trial. I mean, I think the judge is obviously, the preliminary hearing is going to go in favor of the prosecution. There's going to be a trial, but that's if David doesn't plead guilty. Yeah.
Is that a possibility, you think?
I don't think so. I don't think the DA is going to give him any sort of plea deal that he would like. Another thing, there's like politics involved. So DA Hochman was recently elected. And there's, this is his career, as with all DAs. And he definitely needs to prove himself. He has some not great wins under his belt already, some criticism under his belt. So, I mean, this is a huge case. I don't think they're going to give him a good plea deal that he would take. And I just don't see him pleading guilty. I mean, I could be proven wrong, but usually people like David don't plead guilty. Because, I mean, what would he get out of pleading guilty? He'd rather probably just take his chances. It's not like he cares about if he's going into debt paying for his attorney, or his parents are going into debt paying for his attorney.
Okay.
But yeah, so I will keep you guys updated once the preliminary hearing starts, and obviously with the future trial, when and if that occurs. But what are your thoughts on this case? Let me know in the comments. So with that, be safe, and I will see you in the next one. In some cases, it's more alarming to buy a money counting machine than to buy a cadaver bag. You can technically freely buy both online. The money counting machines being the little things where you put in a stack of cash, it counts it for you. Some of them are really smart. They do mixed bills of cash. So there's 5s, 10s, 100s in there. It'll count it. Then at some point, that was more alarming in the United States to purchase than body bags, full on cadaver bags. In 2008, the DEA started to use blanket administrative subpoenas to vendors, people who are selling money counting machines. And they're like, we want a list of every single person who's buying a money counting machine. Basically, if you purchased one, I would imagine that you're still on some sort of federal watch list for buying that money counting machine, because why did you need one? The DEA has since stopped. There was a lot of public outrage and human rights activists arguing that it is actually abusive to Americans' right to privacy to put them on some sort of arbitrary list based solely on the fact that they purchased an item that is technically lawful to purchase. It's a lawful product. They're legally allowed to buy it. People were really upset about it until now. Now netizens are wondering, maybe we bring the list back and put some other things on the list. Because why are you allowed to go on Amazon and purchase a cadaver bag for $32? You can buy a cadaver bag online, like the ones that they use in morgues and hospitals, body bags. Depending on the quality, obviously, it's going to be a different price, but it's also going to be anywhere between somewhere to 100% leak proof for long-term storage. Some of them are going to be better sealed that prevents less odors from escaping. And body bags are not just used for human bodies, which might be why that they're so freely available on the market. Some hunters say that they use them for game, though I think that's now been labeled like a newbie mistake because you need your game meat to be able to breathe during transport. So sticking it in this heat-sealed body bag would be bad unless you're moving very quick. One hunter writes, you want to get your game out of the skin and on ice immediately. If not, you won't want to eat it, so maybe a no-go on the body bags. Aside from hunting, body bags are used by a lot of different people. Search and rescue teams, for recovery missions, state emergency agencies will stockpile them for mass casualty events, farms, sometimes vets, livestock vets, they're going to have body bags to transfer livestock to their final resting place, wherever that be, or to their cremation, their burial. Horse owners, cattle ranchers, lots of people will have them. And it's also just something that you can purchase on Amazon for $32. The reviews are not as grim as you would think. Some of these reviews are about people writing about how they used it for something completely unexpected. Somebody is using it to storage their mermaid tail, 9-foot tall mermaid tail under their bed in a body bag. Another says that they're a doctor for athletes and they use it as a cooling tub. So as they wait for EMT to arrive, they'll fill it with cold water if need be and throw the athlete in there. Another review reads, this bag was perfect for storing 2 7-foot-long pre-lit Christmas garlands without crushing them. It's very sturdy fabric, zipper and handles makes it easy. Another reads, I'm tall. I got this for a camping trip because I needed a cheap way to make my sleeping bag waterproof. It's a bit awkward if anyone sees it since it looks like a body bag because it is a body bag. But it is, this was a good find though. And of course, there are other reviews that feel maybe a little more unsettling to read. Do not use this for what it was intended. It will leak and will not hold water or fluids. Leaks through all the stitching. But just because you order a body bag on Amazon, it doesn't mean that you get put on some federal watch list. Though recently people have been arguing, yeah, maybe you should be put on a watch list, especially when you purchase a body bag, an inflatable pool, 2 chainsaws, and a burn cage to go along with it. Like what David did. This is the updated episode with all the legal updates for the David case, where last year in September, a 14-year-old girl's decomposing body was found in the trunk of this famous singer's car while he's out on tour. It took 7 months to arrest him, and this is what the authorities say happened. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's team of dedicated researchers. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Please be aware that there are mentions of grooming, CSA, CCM, and dismemberment in relation to a 14-year-old child. This case may be extra sensitive due to the victim's age, so please don't hesitate to pause. We have 2 previous episodes on Celeste's case back when her body was first discovered. However, I would say that if you haven't seen those, maybe go watch those first. I'm still going to try my best to provide enough context and foundation to the case so that you're not completely lost as we go through the most recent case updates. Though if you ever find yourself at a point being like, oh, why don't you mention the song that he allegedly wrote in her name? Why don't you mention this? Those are probably in the first 2 episodes. Those are pretty thorough deep dives of all the internet speculation theories and comments that people had, and this is now with the legal aspect of the case, the preliminary hearing that's coming up, the arrest, and the preliminary hearing brief that the prosecutors dropped, as well as the autopsy. With that, statements, any quotes from court documents may be condensed or combined for brevity. So with that being said, let's get into it. Everyone has their own opinion on whether or not you should or should not bury your beloved family pet in your backyard. You have to weigh out your options. One person says they want to bury their family pet in their family pet's favorite spot in the backyard because that's what feels like honoring them. Another says, yeah, I get it, but I would never, because what if one day I move? Then I would rather my pet come with me, so I'm going to cremate them and then take them everywhere with me. I don't necessarily think that there's a right or wrong. It's all personal, unless you're breaking the law. It is not legal in every state, which poses a huge problem because you're grieving the loss of your family pet and then the police are investigating you, especially if you are this particular family in the Hollywood Hills. because it is illegal to bury your pet anywhere within the city of Los Angeles in your backyard.
Really?
Yeah, not only that, the smell is starting to get bad. They buried their family pet. This was a big dog, a husky, back in February of 2025. This is when the weather is still very chilly in LA. And now that it's hitting the summer months, I mean, some days are okay, but anytime it gets above 70 degrees, this smell is starting to get really bad in the neighborhood. They're thinking maybe they didn't bury their beloved deep enough. And so right when they're about to take on this very alarming task, unpleasant project of digging up their family dog to rebury their remains even deeper, the smell stops. September of 2025, the smell is gone. This is right around the time that their neighbor's Tesla is also gone from being parked on the street. The smell is gone. It's getting hotter, but the smell is gone. We know now that the smell was likely not from the family dog being buried in the backyard, but this is what the family told a private investigator that had been looking into this case, that this whole time they thought it was their family pet.
That's so crazy. So they've been smelling for a long time.
Yeah. And now they know that it is most likely from human remains being stored in singer David's Tesla's front trunk. The smell in the neighborhood appears to have been present for months. There have been newly circulating clips. So I'm just gonna...
It was in the front trunk?
Yeah.
Front trunk is not that big.
No, it's pretty small. You'll see how the body was found in a second, but I'm going to give you a timeline. April 23rd, 2025 is when prosecutors believe Celeste Rivas Hernandez was killed. July 4th of 2025, there's this live stream that's been heavily circulating and people have been dissecting every single part of it. Major news networks have been throwing it up and then they're trying to catch background noise and they're adding subtitles of a confession and it doesn't necessarily sound like it to me, but there's just a lot being dissected in this live stream that we're going to go through the entirety of. But there's this one moment that everybody is fixated on because it's July 4th, 2025. The alleged murder took place April 23rd, 2025. So this is months later. And this is live streamed by a Twitch streamer by the name of Sakura. She is at David's house getting ready for a 4th of July party with David and a few other people. So they're all getting ready and then they're going to go to the FaZe compound for the 4th of July party.
Wow, I didn't know they're all close friends like that.
Yeah.
So David is actually friends with a lot of streamers.
Yes, he started off as a streamer. Because he was streaming Fortnite and he's always been embedded in the streaming world. He has music videos with other streamers. He has music with streamers.
Wow.
Heavily involved. These people are going to be important later, but you have David, you have Neo, who is David's friend, and also a Twitch streamer, but I think that he's a very small-time Twitch streamer. I've never heard of him up until this case. You have Asia, another one of David's friends, and a few other people that are lingering in the background. Like I said, there's a few notable parts in this live stream that we're going to go through, but particularly there is this one shot where they're just showing around the living room, and there is a candle balanced on the very edge of the grand piano right at the entrance of this house. This is kind of a weird thing to do because the candle is burning and this candle is the size of, imagine a coffee mug and trying to balance it on the stem of a fork. It seems dangerous.
Look at this fucking candle, bro. Look at this fucking, what are we doing, bro?
And it seems like it's not doing enough to mask whatever is stinking up the house because at some point David apologizes to Sakura on the live stream.
Oh yeah, I apologize for my bathroom smelled. I took a shit in there like 2 hours ago.
You don't really see David in the stream, so he's not in the frame of the camera, but you see Sakura and she's sitting next to Neo, who's David's friend. And she's like, oh, I don't care. I just took a shit in there.
I don't care. I just took a shit in there.
Another one? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. I had to go.
And Neo is sitting there looking very uncomfortable. Like he's looking left, right, looking like, ugh. I mean, one could imagine that maybe Neo seems caught off guard that they're so openly discussing their bowel movements on camera. I mean, I guess some might even call it crass. But others think that Neo is not the type to be taken aback, clutching his pearls at the mention of poop. So why is he looking so uncomfortable? And what exactly are they even smelling? Let me run you through that timeline again so it makes sense. Celeste was killed, prosecutors believe, April 23rd of 2025. July 4th, 2025 is when this stream in question was filmed, with David apologizing to his friends about the smell in the bathroom because he pooped 2 hours ago. Then September 2025, Celeste's body is found in the front trunk of David's Tesla while he's out on tour. And for months, nothing substantial comes out about this case until January 23rd, 2026. So earlier this year, 4 months after Celeste's body is found, the very first arrest is made, not in LA, in Montana. And it's not of David, it's of his close and personal friend, Neo Langston. Neo Langston does not seem to have a personality outside of being David's friend. You can find out a lot about Neo Langston, also nothing about Neo Langston, all at the same time. He's a Twitch streamer. Apparently he played Fortnite a lot. That's all I know. Maybe that's the common interest that he had with David, or even how they met. He just makes like very mediocre content online. I don't know how else to describe it. One video is of him standing in the room stating,
Motherfuckers that will go out of their way and do something for you and then expect something in return and then call themselves selfless. Like, no, motherfucker, you just a selfish, manipulative asshole. Like, get over yourself. F you.
Which I think is a very mediocre, just mindless take, but he thinks it's philosophically profound the way that he's spewing it out to the camera. There's another one of him in a beanie and a hoodie staring into the camera saying, "Quick reminder, good people don't call themselves good people." Thanks for the reminder, Neo. Why are you smiling in your mugshot? He's arrested January of 2026 and he's smiling in his mugshot. Full smiles. He also tried his hand at stand-up before all of this. He does a little stand-up bit where he says,
Much dating experience, which hopefully is a shocker to y'all. I don't want y'all hearing that and be like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense why he's bitch. I keep going through these like mini relationships, or as the kids call them, situationships. At the end of every single one of these situationships, the other person, and I mean this without fail, always finds the love of their life every single time. I help everyone find the love of their life, just at the expense of myself. It's just don't do that. Don't pity me, man. So I took this negative and turned it into a positive. I decided to make a dating profile, and it ends off with, I'm not gonna be the love of your life. I'm the guy right before that. So if you want to find the love of your life, do yourself a favor and date me first.
He's not particularly memorable by any means, except for the fact that he was very proud to be David's one and only Asian. He actually said that.
I'm David's one and only Asian, bro. No one else, just me and David.
He gives me the type that if he and David are in the restroom and there is no toilet paper, he would gladly offer David his palm. I would say no offense, but that would be a lie because full offense is meant in that. He gets arrested at his mom's house in Montana on a warrant for failing to appear as a witness. He gets hauled back. He gets extradited to Los Angeles, where he is reportedly forced to testify in front of a grand jury in connection with David's case. I'm going to try to break down all the grand jury shenanigans as cleanly as possible. There's been so much discourse about, oh, because it wasn't a charging grand jury, it must mean that the DAs don't have enough evidence. There's a lot of discourse about it, and hopefully this clears up some of it. When we hear grand juries, typically what we picture is a charging grand jury. It's where the DA will present a structured case to the grand jurors. This is sealed. This is not public. You can't go and watch this happen. There's no judge in the room, no defense attorney, no defendant. Just the DA presenting their case to the jurors. They can bring in witnesses. They can bring in other people. I'm going to give an example. The target of our investigation is Chelsea. Chelsea, we think she stole her best friend's cat. Here are our witnesses. Her best friend's mom, her best friend, the neighbor who was an eyewitness saw her steal the cat. Here's our exhibits and all the elements of each proposed count that we want to bring on. Now please vote. Okay, Chelsea, you are now indicted with stealing a cat. Technically, that would never happen because stealing a cat in most jurisdictions would be considered a misdemeanor, and I think it would be highly unlikely for a grand jury indictment to be done over a misdemeanor. You get the point. This is just an example. In the federal system, essentially every federal felony begins with a grand jury. You need a grand jury indictment. That's what the feds do. That's not the case on a state level, like California. The choice is up to the DA, whether or not they want a grand jury indictment before arresting someone. So this is the way that it works. You can get a grand jury indictment and then arrest somebody. Or you can arrest someone and file a criminal complaint. But the most common method is you file a criminal complaint and then you arrest someone. So you don't need the grand jury indictment. I mean, that's what a lot of people picture, though, when they refer to a grand jury. It's a charging grand jury. The DA is here to get an indictment at the end. There's a different kind of grand jury. It's an investigative grand jury, and they cannot be the same. So you can't go in there and say, hey guys, I'm the DA. I'm going to start this off as an investigative grand jury, but then I might change my mind, and at the end, you guys get to vote on whether we indict. You can start another one, you can convene another one, but you can't do it in the same one. Mm-hmm. They use the same grand jurors, but the prosecutor, the DA, is not asking for a vote. They're just using the grand jury's subpoena power to investigate a case. So to give you some context, unless the police have a warrant, really at most, all they can do if you maybe saw Chelsea steal a cat is ask you politely to talk to them about what you saw. But you could also say no. But a grand jury compels you to testify. You have to come in and you have to answer these questions. Otherwise, you're going to be held in contempt of court, which is a crime, a felony. So now you are forced to come in and answer these questions. Another huge element is they're locking in testimonies. So it's not even just about forcing people to come in and testify.
So also,
Yes.
is that what happened to Neil? He refused to come to this grand jury.
Yes. Now, here's the thing, and this is going to get complicated later. We're going to do a whole deep dive into Neo in a second. But even if you don't show up, you're kind of taking the risk of maybe they're going to arrest you, maybe they're not.
So this arrest is not even like about, oh, he's guilty of anything related to the crime. It's just you refuse to talk to us. So,
But I think the arrest itself, people have been dissecting in terms of the LAPD going all the way to Montana to make this, or coordinating with Montana to make this arrest.
Yeah.
It must mean that Neo knows something, or at least they thought he knows something. Maybe he doesn't know anything, they just thought so.
Yeah.
It's a lot of effort.
Yeah.
So that's the first one. You're bringing in people to testify because maybe they wouldn't otherwise. Then the second aspect of an investigative grand jury is you're locking in these testimonies. People are testifying under oath in front of the grand jurors. This transcript will always be there forever. And if the case goes to trial 2 years down the line, the prosecutor's defense, they can and will hold it against you and try to impeach you on the stand, even if you're the prosecutor's witness. So this is why prosecutors might want to bring in someone like Neo to testify. So to give you an idea, okay, let me explain. Let's say you saw Chelsea steal the cat. You're subpoenaed. You testify to the grand jurors. I saw her pick up the cat with both of her hands and she put the cat in her backpack and then she ran to the car. 2 years later, you're on the stand during the trial and you tell the jurors, I saw her pick up the cat and she was running with the cat to the car. The defense is going to try to impeach you. Did she have a backpack? You're like, no, I didn't see a backpack. They're like, oh, well, 2 years ago during the grand jury investigation, you stated, and she put the cat in her backpack. So do you not remember? Or did you see a backpack? You didn't see a backpack? Or like, you just don't care? Or did you even see her run to the car? Or sometimes it's for the prosecutors. So if you're friends with the target of the investigation, you might change your mind about what you said. It just could be human nature. And maybe you feel bad for Chelsea. 2 years later, you're on the stand at the trial and the prosecutors knew that you have a soft spot for Chelsea. And now you're on the stand and you say, I don't remember if she put the cat in her backpack. Honestly, I think the cat might have just walked with her to the car by itself. I don't remember her picking it up. I don't know. I can't tell you. They can technically impeach their own witness and say, no, you're lying. 2 years ago, you told us at the grand jury investigation that you saw her put the cat in her backpack. Don't lie now. So they're locking in these statements. So they're like, you can't go back on your word now. We're going to impeach you with this. And there's also the secrecy element. Grand jury proceedings are sealed, which means the target of the investigation, David in this case, will not learn what others have said until years later, if he's charged. Well, in this case, it won't be years later, but it'll be later. So he doesn't know what's being said while it's happening. It's not, you can't request the court transcript for grand jury investigations. And it keeps autopsy details, forensic findings sealed away from the public during the investigation. Basically, an investigative grand jury makes sense in this case when prosecutors want subpoena power. They want testimony under oath. They want people to come in that would never sit voluntarily, and they need to lock in their stories. A lot of netizens were initially concerned that an investigative grand jury meant that this was a weaker case for the prosecutors, just gauging based off the fact that they didn't have a charging grand jury. Thankfully, that is not the case. It's just what the DA decides to do to get what they want. They had 3 investigative grand juries, not to indict, but to investigate the target, David Anthony Burke, for murder. I'm going to run through the timeline. September 8th, 2025. There's a black Tesla sitting in the impound lot of Hollywood Tow. You guys know the story, but there's a little bit more that's come out since. The employees see flies circulating the frunk, and the smell emanating, they describe it as being foul. They call the police. LAPD Detective Clore, he opens up the front trunk of the Tesla, and he notices this large black zippered body bag with handles. It's very clear it's a cadaver bag. It's not just like a trash bag, it's not a laundry bag, it's a cadaver bag. The report reads, he partially opened the bag to reveal a human torso and the back of a head. The autopsy further states how the body was delivered to the ME's office, so we can kind of understand how the body was found in the trunk. Quote, I observed the decedent's posterior head and torso lying prone, so face down. So Celeste's torso and head were found face down in the body bag when you open the zipper. And her head was oriented towards the north. She appeared of indeterminate age and ethnicity with dark hair and natural teeth. She was wearing a tube top, underwear, and leggings and socks. I observed multiple holes in the front and back of the tube top. She was missing both arms above the elbows and both legs above the knees. Underneath the body bag was a black trash bag that contained the decedent's apparent compiled bilateral arms and legs. They appear to have been dismembered into several fragments. The decedent was in an advanced state of decomposition demonstrated by foul odor, discoloration, liquefaction, insect activity, partial skeletonization, and skin slippage. Side note, she couldn't even be fingerprinted because her fingers were waterlogged, which means through decomp and sitting there in that body bag, her fingers had soaked up so much fluid that the ridge pattern that is typically used for fingerprinting was useless for an ID. The report reads, the decedent was female and had dark hair with decomposition fluid and insect activity. Also, insect activity was observed on the body and the body bag. The body bag had a double zipper, 3 handles on each length side, and a handle on the top and bottom width end. The body bag took up most of the front space. Underneath in the trash bag were, quote, the trash bag was tied and contained with the dismembered arms. So the decedent's arms were cut and removed at the bicep, so above the elbow, under the shoulder. This is an interesting point that a lot of former medical examiners have been commenting on. Usually people in cases like this, where there's not a lot of medical knowledge, people will try dismemberment at joints, so elbows and shoulders. Yeah. The fact that that was not done is just interesting. I mean, I'm sure someone could psychologically break it apart, break it down. That person wouldn't be me, but they just noted it's interesting. So at the bicep, and the legs were cut twice, so severed above the knee, so around the thigh, and then below the knee, around the calf.
So is it like, again, through the...
Yeah, so not the joints, so not the knees, not the ankles. So the legs were in 4 separate pieces, and this autopsy was sealed until as of recent. This was presented to the grand jurors during the investigations, I'm sure. I mean, perhaps they received even more information, which would be likely, but the public autopsy does not indicate whether or not the dismemberment had clean cuts, how rough the cuts were. There's just a lot up for forensic debate. The report reads that on the right hand, on the inside of her right index finger, she has this tattoo, which David has been photographed with having a very similar tattoo, which that was like dug up.
SHHH on the finger.
Yes,
right?
like you would put your finger to your mouth and say shh, as in keep quiet. The report continues that her left eye is gone, and quote, the left ring and pinky fingers appear to have been mutilated, and I did not locate them during my scene examination. They're actually still missing. So her left ring finger and her pinky are still missing. Now, reportedly, Celeste had David's name tattooed on her left finger. I don't know if you remember, but there were pictures that were circulating on Discord where somebody was wearing what appeared to be almost like a promise ring, engagement ring, and then had David tattooed on there. Yeah. People were saying, oh, maybe that's Celeste, maybe that's Celeste. I mean, that was all up in the air for debate. It seems a little bit more solidified now, though we still can't confirm it 100%. But that's just what it appears to be. And now those 2 fingers are missing. That's in September. They have their first grand jury investigation December of 2025, and then the third one January of 2026. Then Thursday, April 16th, 2026. So this is 7 months and a week after finding Celeste's body in the Tesla. LAPD walk up this driveway and they are finally arresting David in a $3.5 million house in the Hollywood Hills. Not the house that David was living in when Celeste's body was found in his car. This is a new house.
Really?
That he's rented. And for the past 7 months, David more or less had gone radio silent. He was not publicly seen for months. A lot of people were actually under the impression that he had gone to Texas to be with his family after Celeste's body was identified. He canceled his tour. He didn't post on social media. He went dark. There were reports and rumors that he was active on Fortnite, that he was reviewing movies on a movie account, like rating system, but he doesn't publicly say anything. He's not caught by TMZ grocery shopping at Trader Joe's. He was apparently hiding out in a new rental in the Hollywood Hills for the past 7.5 months. A new house that apparently nobody knew he was hiding out in for the past 7.5 months. This house, there's a very private pool area with a cabana. It's 4-bed, 3-bath. It's a stunning house. Wow. It's in a very calm neighborhood, very close to the other house that he was living at when Celeste's body was found. Except on Thursday, this neighborhood was not so quiet. April 16th, 2026, one neighbor says she just hears on a loudspeaker, "Surrender. It's time to surrender, David. Time to surrender." She has no clue what's happening.
I heard someone on the megaphone saying, "Surrender, surrender, come out."
In fact, another neighbor releases video of David talking to the police who came to arrest him, and they're letting David know if he tries to run, they're going to release the canine dogs and he's going to get bit. To which David says, almost in this casual tone, "I got you. I got you."
If you try to run or you try to resist, you won't get hit with nothing, so it's gonna hurt. I got you.
He has to come out through the gate, but he also needs to keep his hands in the air. So he asks them, "All right, so the gate is locked. Do I open the gate?"
All right, so the gate is locked. Do I open the gate? Sir, open the gate.
He opens the gate at the police's instruction and he's promptly arrested. He is by all means cooperative in the arrest. He's wearing gray sweatpants, a black hoodie. He's escorted out of this Hollywood Hills house that he's staying in with his arms behind his back. He's taken to LAPD's 77th Street Community Police Station and booked in at 10:12 p.m. as inmate number 7221640 and is held without bail. Side
That's
note.
crazy. So you're saying that this is the first time people know that David lives in this house?
One neighbor later tells the news, "We were surprised to learn David was living nearby. We never saw him."
We never saw him. We never saw anyone going in or out of this house. We actually assumed no one was living there.
Another neighbor says all of our neighbors were kind of in a group chat and we were like,
"This was kind of scary that we've been living around the corner from an accused murderer."
Is he living alone though?
It seems like it.
That's crazy. How does he even get food, or how did he even get in there at the first place? We don't know any of this.
No. Another neighbor, look, I don't know which neighbor is telling the truth. Perhaps one or some are mistaken. Maybe they're all telling the truth, but it's all kind of in the middle. But another neighbor says, "Well, I'm glad he's been arrested because there were parties at that house all the time."
One neighbor actually told me that he's relieved that there was an arrest because he said that there have often been parties at this home. I asked if he's heard parties here recently. He said it's an ongoing problem.
What?
He's like, "It's been an ongoing problem for me." Now, we don't know if maybe one of the neighbors got confused about which house they're talking about. Maybe he was throwing parties. We don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, in my opinion, if he was throwing parties and people were showing up. But I just don't imagine that would not get posted on social media.
Yeah. Like TMZ would have picked that up in 2 seconds.
TMZ would be at the house party.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe he's mistaken. Maybe it's a different house. But it's the big question, though, is why now? Not that anybody is upset that he's getting arrested, but we also wanted this like 7 months ago. So why now?
It's a huge question about why it took authorities 7 months to arrest this man. The DNA evidence probably was gone because there was so much deterioration of the body. Plus, the authorities wanted to talk to lots of witnesses. That probably explains the gap.
We know that the DA's office did not get a grand jury indictment to arrest David. There was actually no criminal complaint filed before David's arrest, which means LAPD would have probable cause to arrest him, which makes people confused. Because, okay, so the way that it works is you get an indictment and then you arrest. That indictment means that you can arrest. The DA's office will file a criminal complaint. With that, the police are like, oh, now we can go arrest. The third way, which is the way that they did it, is the LAPD go in and they arrest. Now, for the LAPD to do that without an indictment or a criminal complaint, that means they need to have probable cause to arrest him. So that has people confused. Like, what probable cause do you have now, 7 months later, that you didn't have 7 months ago? One of the arresting officers says, we did the best we can to keep tabs on him, but once we developed probable cause to arrest him for murder, then we were on him pretty diligently. Which a lot of people are like, that makes it sound like you just got this probable cause. That this is not something that you've been sitting on for months, because at that point you should have arrested him. So like, why didn't you have that months ago and suddenly you got it in April of this year? Netizens believe that maybe police received a new big piece of evidence they didn't have before. Maybe they received forensic testing back. Maybe they got a witness statement that could be verified. Or maybe they felt like David was going to flee the country, because all of those would result in probable cause. It could be any and all of those things, or none of those things really. I mean, the DA has been rather tight-lipped about why the process took so long. They were giving the expected answers. More on that in a second. But David is charged with count 1, first-degree murder with 3 special circumstances. The special circumstances means in the state of California, he could face the death penalty. That's up to the prosecutors to decide if that's the route that they want to take. And he only has to be found guilty of 1 of the special circumstances. The first special circumstance is lying in wait. So this is on top of the murder charge. Like murder charge, special circumstance. Meaning that they're trying to prove that David concealed his purpose, that he watched and he waited for the perfect opportunity to surprise attack and kill Celeste from a position of advantage. The second special circumstance is murder for financial gain, which this is exactly what it sounds like, but technically some legal experts believe that this is actually the weakest of the 3 special circumstances, mainly because of legal wording. Some legal experts believe that protecting pre-existing income might not qualify as financial gain. So they're saying, like, usually in legal situations, you're talking about killing someone for inheritance, an insurance payout, or a murder for hire payment. You're gaining financial gain. It might not apply to someone killing to prevent the loss of an already established income stream.
I see.
Though I think that could be easily debated with prosecutors presenting the fact that he's going on tour right after allegedly killing Celeste, and that would be a new income stream. He released a new album, which is a new income stream just days after they allege David killed Celeste, 2 days after his new album drops. And other cases have treated avoidance of loss as equivalent to acquisition of gain. So experts think that this will be the most litigated special circumstance, but I don't know. Then you have the special circumstance of murder of a witness, and this is where a lot of people have been getting confused. Allegedly, David intentionally killed Celeste for the purpose of preventing potential testimony in a criminal proceeding. So everyone just started running with it, and they were like, oh my God, Celeste had already gone to the police. Celeste had gone to the police, and she was a witness in the crime against her of him grooming her, essaying her, and then he needed to kill her to make sure that she's no longer a witness. That's not necessarily what the wording means. It just means that she is a witness to a crime that was committed against her. There's no way to verify as of right now that she had already gone to the police about it. But the wording, I think a lot of people were running with it like she had already gone to the police. Mm-hmm. He has also been charged with continuous sexual abuse of a child under 14. They are very specific about this charge. So the charge date is September 7th, 2023 to September 7th, 2024. So this is the exact year that she's 13 years old. Now, something to note is the prosecutors believe that this documented abuse will be from when Celeste was 13 all the way up until her death. So when she's 14 as well. They're like, oh yeah, he was abusing her when she was 14 too. But they only charge him for the time that she's 13. And that is highly intentional. So when the victim is under 14, it's going to make the case the most severe in the state of California. And also in the state of California, if a child is under 14, the prosecution does not have to disprove consent. Basically, based on California law, the victim's consent is not a defense to the crime of lewd and lascivious acts on a child under the age of 14 under any circumstance. So the defense, if they try to do, oh, the victim wanted this, initiated this, kept repeatedly coming back, was gaining financially from it, it doesn't matter because they're under 14. So the judge is going to say, oh, jury, ignore everything the defense is saying.
Yeah.
Also, the mistake of age is not a viable defense for this charge. So when someone is under 14, it doesn't matter even if this is true. It doesn't matter if the defendant is like, no, I swear and I have all the evidence that I thought she was 18. It literally doesn't matter. You can't use it as a defense. It doesn't matter. No matter how true it may be, even though I genuinely think that you can tell the age difference between someone who's 18 and 13. But even if you say the victim lied to you, doesn't matter. Again, I still think that you would have to be hit on the head a bunch of times to be deluded into believing that David didn't know Celeste's real age, but he won't be able to use this. Then count 3 is the unlawful mutilation of human remains. This is what a lot of people call the floor conviction. Even if they can't get David on the murder charge, which given the information being released thus far, I mean, albeit it is released by the prosecutors, it seems hard to imagine that they won't get him for the murder charge. But even if they don't, this is their floor conviction. They're probably, most definitely, going to get him for this. And the prosecutors, they're going strong. The felony complaint reads that David, quote, with malice aforethought, murdered Celeste. It is further alleged that the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez was intentional and was carried out by the defendant, David Burke, for financial gain. It's further alleged that the defendant intentionally killed the victim by means of lying in wait. D.A. Hockman, this is the district attorney Hockman, he says,
these charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances being lying in wait, committing this crime for financial gain, or murdering a witness in an investigation. These special circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty.
He says, my description of these charges is not evidence that we are going to present in court. These charges, in fact, will not be evidence in the court. So this is just him legally saying, just because we charged him doesn't mean that's evidence.
Evidence will be the witness testimony, the documents, and different types of admissible testimony that we will admit into court in the prosecution, and if it leads to the eventual trial of Mr. Burke, to convince a jury of 12 people beyond a reasonable doubt that each and every one of these charges is true.
He later explains that, quote, there is physical evidence and there is forensic and digital evidence that we intend to present in court to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Celeste was just a child under 14 years old when David Burke allegedly engaged in a repeated lewd and lascivious sexual relations with her, but David Burke's actions did not allegedly stop there. When she threatened to expose his criminal conduct and devastate his musical career, Burke allegedly murdered her, cut up her body, and stuffed her body in 2 bags that were placed in the front trunk of his car. There, the dismembered body sat for over 4 months, decomposing until it was found at a tow yard on September 8th, 2025. This horrific and gruesome murder committed by the charged sexual predator is shocking and appalling to Celeste's loved ones. We will get the justice you seek and deserve. By the time that you're seeing this, we are now heading into the preliminary hearing for David. And there's a lot more of the weird aspects about the preliminary hearing that we're going to get into later and what to expect and like why it's working out the way that it's working. But before that, the prosecutors have decided to drop a preliminary hearing brief. A prelim is what some people are calling it. It's formally called the People's Brief regarding preliminary hearing evidence, and it's almost like a narrative timeline of what the prosecutors believe happened to Celeste. And this is, by all means, kind of unusual. Usually prosecutors don't drop a brief before the preliminary hearing. Mm-hmm. It's it's not something they shouldn't do, it's just unusual. But let's dissect it. So we already know that September 8th, 2025, Celeste's body is found in the front trunk of David's Tesla. And we all know that it seems like she had been deceased for a long time, but nobody really knew the strong, firm timeline of when she could have passed. People were just saying, oh, one friend came out anonymously on Reddit and Discord and said this is the last time they heard from her. This is just like internet ramblings of us piecing together what we thought happened. The prosecutors are like, I'll give you the timeline. The court document reads, April 23rd, 2025 is the likely date of the victim's death and when all her cellular activity ceased. So she would have been deceased for about 5 months before her body is found. We are given more detail about when the two met. So January of 2022 is when the prosecutors believe this is 3 years before her death. Celeste is 11 years old. It goes on to state, they began a sexual relationship in November 2023 when the victim was just 13 years old and the defendant was 18 years old. We're going to focus more on that time period in a second, but we're just going to go over the other findings first. Prosecutors believe that Celeste is killed April 23rd, 2025. And the night before she's killed, so April 22nd, David and Celeste get into an argument over text messages. We don't have those exact text messages right now, but it appears those will probably be introduced into evidence and will probably be key pieces for motive. The brief reads, the messages reveal the victim's jealousy over defendant's relationship with other women, as defendant led her to believe that they had a future together. She became extremely upset and threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with the defendant to end his career and destroy his life. Defendant's first studio album was due to be released on April 25th. So these text messages are happening April 22nd. She's killed allegedly April 23rd. And his Withered album, this is actually his first studio album, debut studio album, is scheduled to be released April 25th.
Insane. And this still came out on the 25th?
Yes, and he went on tour for it. He had an emerging multi-million-dollar career already in progress. This is what the prosecutors state in their brief. He also had multiple product endorsements, which were highly profitable. So back to April 23rd. So April 22nd, it seems like they were arguing over text. She was jealous. I mean, these are the words that they choose to use, right? Over his relationship with other women, could be girls, could be minors. We don't know. April 23rd, pre-sale tickets for his Withered World Tour go on pre-sale. And this is the tour that he keeps bringing a casket to each of the tour locations. Remember, we covered that in the first 2 episodes? This is that tour. He even posts on TikTok, your prayers have finally been answered. My album drops tomorrow, which you probably have to go through the Reddit trenches to find this, or go through our first 2 videos. His TikTok has since been deactivated by TikTok after his arrest. That was around 5:53 that he posted that. The brief reads that at around 8:40 p.m., April 23rd, David sends Celeste an Uber to her family house in Lake Elsinore. That Uber is now going to take her, drive about an hour and a half, all the way from Lake Elsinore to David's house in the Hollywood Hills. And this ride was, by all means, completed. So the prosecutors state that during this Uber ride, the two of them are communicating, I'm assuming texting. And eventually, she's dropped off at his Hollywood Hills home at around 10:10 p.m. Now, the filing says, knowing he had to silence the victim before she ruined his music career as she had threatened, very soon after her arrival at his home, defendant stabbed the victim to death multiple times and stood by while she bled out. At no time did he call law enforcement or 911 or take her to an emergency room to attempt to save her life. He allegedly stabs her on the right abdomen, so injuring her liver. A second stab wound is on the left side of her chest with penetration of underlying intercostal space. And the second stab was in her left chest area. The autopsy reads there are 2 penetrating wounds of the torso with smooth edges that may represent sharp force injuries. So, everyone's thinking a knife, but they can't in the autopsy say a knife. They can't be that specific. Stood by while she bled out. That has been a huge topic of discussion online, with people saying, oh, well, how could the prosecutors write that unless someone has proof of him doing that? Was a witness there? Did a witness come by and say, oh, he stood there and watched her bled out? Others are saying this wording has been misconstrued because people have been taking it, running with it, and saying he watched her bleed out, which almost insinuates that he got off on her dying and he was just watching the life drain out of her. I will say something to note is, it just seems like a narrative inference to emphasize that he did nothing to save her life. So I don't necessarily think that there was a witness, at least at this point, that saw it happen or heard that he did that. It seems narrative at this point. Now, the prosecutors seem to believe that after stabbing her, he sends her a message at approximately 10:30 p.m. So she arrives at the house, 10:10. This is 20 minutes later. He sends a text message to Celeste inquiring about where she is.
What time? 10:30?
Yeah, 10:30 p.m. So the people are saying, the people meaning the prosecutors, they're saying this is part of the defendant's premeditated plan to cover up the murder. Like, they believe she's already dead at this time. The filing further alleges, despite knowing she was dead and her family was trying to find her, the evidence will show the defendant lied and claimed he didn't know where she was. In fact, the defendant drove to Santa Barbara County immediately after the victim died, attempting to dispose of her property and destroy evidence. We know that he makes at least 3 trips to Santa Barbara after killing Celeste.
Santa Barbara is like hours away.
Yeah. Santa Barbara is really far.
About like a few hours, right?
Yeah. And I remember the drive is like there's a lot of isolated parts even to get from LA to Santa Barbara. Because we've made that drive before as well. And there's like lots of parts where there's not a lot of people, especially on the road that you're supposed to take. Yes.
He drove like that the same night?
Yeah. And then he drives like a few weeks later too. So he makes at least 3 separate trips. Santa Barbara, I think, is going to be a pretty big element in all of this, whether or not it's fruitful in finding items that the police need. I just think there's something in Santa Barbara. That's what a lot of people think. Because January of this year, Celeste's passport card was found in Santa Barbara off the highway. So this is before the arrest. And the phrasing in this document is, in fact, the defendant drove to Santa Barbara County immediately after the victim died, attempting to dispose of her property, so that could mean her ID, and destroy evidence. Is that just like clumped together? Oh, her property is evidence. Or could it be the murder weapon? Because that hasn't been found yet. What else do they think that he could have disposed out there? Could it be the missing left ring finger and pinky finger that have still yet to be found? Or is it just the passport ID card? Why did he make so many trips? At approximately 11:30 p.m. on April 23rd, 2025, he drives to Santa Barbara. So she arrives at 10:10. He texts her at 10:30. And then 11:30, he starts driving. He calls and texts Celeste's phone as he's driving, asking where she is. The prosecutors state, again, these were acts calculated and planned to set up his defense within a very short timeline after the victim's vicious murder. He gets home early the next morning, April 24th, 2025, and he does this quick radio interview for the release of his album. That's all the prosecutors give us, a radio interview. People have been dissecting it. So the Zach Sang Show interview comes out, but that was actually filmed early in April. I will say the date hasn't been confirmed, but it seems like it was not that interview because he talks about Coachella. He talks about going to Coachella. He talks about preparing for Coachella, which happened before.
I'm practicing new flips for Coachella. What? New flips. You're gonna flip? Yeah.
Then people have brought up a different interview, the Songwriter Universe interview. And I will say that he does sound really tired in it. It's like an 11-minute audio interview. He sounds exhausted.
Basically, it was a very, very unorthodox way of getting into music. I was never very musically inclined my entire life. I never really focused on music or had a drive or a passion for music.
Usually in interviews, he gets off on explaining his creative process and being the most creative person in the room. But this interview, it just seems like he's, oh yeah, so I got my start in my sister's closet with my phone in BandLab, and I was just, this is how I started because I didn't want Fortnite I was getting copyrighted on my Fortnite streams, blah, 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 blah. It just seemed very less enthusiastic, less sidetracking thoughts, which usually he's a fan of. However, I will say there are parts in the interview where they say, oh, your album comes out later in April.
Right.
So that wording makes it sound like it's not.
So people haven't found the exact interview?
So we don't know exactly which radio interview this is. I'm sure we'll probably find out if this progresses to a trial. But around that time, so this is again, the day after killing Celeste, he does this radio interview and, quote, he sent 2 additional texts to the victim's phone that day, which obviously went unanswered because she was already dead. Again, I guess this is his way of trying to create some sort of alibi and excuse. But the crazy part is prosecutors allege after April 26th, defendant never attempted to contact her again. So he really only does this. He only puts up this ruse for like 3 days. The day after allegedly killing Celeste, he's doing the radio interview and he orders something on Postmates, which is basically Uber Eats. He orders a shovel from Home Depot. That same day, he apparently goes on a live stream. There's not a whole lot of clips online, but the timeline seems to match up to this day. But don't quote me on it. It's not confirmed. This is allegedly 18 hours after allegedly killing Celeste, and he's just talking about his Fortnite locker. So with the release of his album, because he's been obsessed with Fortnite since day one, he did a song for Fortnite that you can use without copyright. Like, it was a whole thing. It was supposed to be a full circle moment, and Fortnite also released a locker that you could get which has a bunch of David merch or David items that you can refund them if you purchase them, by the way. And the whole stream, he seemingly cannot stop blurting out words. Like, one person is just commenting, like, his energy is so strange because he's just rambling. It's like he's filling a word count.
What is he doing?
Just on Fortnite, he's like, look at my locker. Oh yeah, one day I'm gonna get a skin. Oh, that's my dream to get a skin. Yeah, I'm a furry. Like, he's literally just, it sounds like he's on drugs, I would say. He seems manic.
We get the skin, is gonna be a monumentous moment. Monumented moment. Yes, I'm so hyped, bro.
He seems, I don't know if it's the adrenaline high. I don't know if he's on drugs to push through. I don't know. Another person just comments, bear in mind, he just had his first album released. He just killed someone. He's probably on drugs. Guy's brain must have been going like 1,000,000 miles per hour. Another notes, his energy is definitely off. At one point, he can't stop talking, probably to take any thoughts out of his brain. Another comment addresses people saying that David was feeling euphoric after killing Celeste. So a lot of people have interpreted this clip as like, look at him. He's on cloud 9. He's getting high from the kill. One comment writes, I feel like people really fetishize him as some sort of Ted Bundy type. It's probably anxiety and stimulants. Even if he felt like it was the perfect crime, everyone would have had some sort of anxiety. And that's not to humanize him, you know. It's apparently after this live stream that he attends an album release party held for him at the 100 Thieves compound. He's wearing sunglasses and he looks, at least from the outside perspective, completely normal. He's very smiley, as one would be expected to be for an album release party. He's thanking, he's hugging people. A few things that people noted is that he appears to be wearing a silver Hello Kitty bow ring on one finger. Some people suspect that it was Celeste.
It's kind of crazy that from that point on, everything is almost recorded to the public.
Documented, yeah.
It was live, and people were living through it with him without knowing what's going on.
There are points that he even uses words like dismemberment when he's discussing something else after the alleged date of the dismemberment. So there's just a lot that comes out online. And usually I try to be a little bit cautious and wary of tying things that people post online to exact state of minds, because I just feel like you get disproven so many times during the trial. Like, that wasn't even the timeline. There's just a lot up for debate. But I will say with this case, it gets harder and harder not to do it. Even his lyrics, usually I'm not big on like, oh guys, this is what his lyrics said, so it must mean he was planning it all along. But it's just there's so much overlap of weird coincidences, as well as the fact that he used her voice in some of his songs. But it's just, yeah, there's a lot. And in most of the pictures from the party, he has the palms of his hands faced away from the camera, or it's like balled up into fists. So there's one where he's holding his hands in the air in front of everybody, but his hands are balled up into fists, which makes people wonder if he had some sort of wound on the inner palm of his hand, because that is the most common spot for wounds if you are stabbing someone. It is very hard to stab someone without sustaining some sort of injury. Because of all the blood, there's usually some slippage of the knife, and that would be on the palm. More on the palm in a second. But soon after, according to the brief, he flies from LA to New York City. So the day after allegedly killing Celeste, he's doing an interview, he's on a live stream, he's going to an album release party, and then he's flying to New York City. The next day, he has a BandLab and David pop up at Union Square. He's performing and he's singing his song Afterlife, which is on his new Withered album, at the BandLab pop up. And we discussed this, but we didn't know the timeline. He breaks down crying mid-song. He's like singing Afterlife and he's crying.
Right. This was the day after?
2 days after.
Whoa. He was like on the ground, kneeling on the ground, right?
No, so that's the Houston concert that's coming up in like a few days. But this is him on this bar stool. He's wearing his bonnet, his sunglasses, and he's like hunched over on his mic.
Wow, this is...
Notable lyrics for Afterlife include, "The devil told me you were good for me. My mother told me he would lie. What doesn't kill you waits for later. I thought a girl would make me happy. Real love is not for sale. I'm still by your side. I crossed it with you. And when I die, you're holding the knife. I'll love you even from the afterlife." It does appear that this song holds a lot of importance for him, because in a previous Zach Sang interview, but this would have been filmed probably before Celeste died, Zach Sang is asking, so what stage of the withered, is dying? Withered is dying. So you're going into dust, but you're coming back again. Is that what I'm getting through these 14 records?
It's definitely like a resurrection type of thing. So, but by the end of the project, it's done. So that's why the last track is called Afterlife. That's like the final blow,
He says that he went through a lot to write this album.
In the process of, getting outside my house and exploring the world and finding friends, losing friends, finding relationships, losing relationships, it's just everything has kind of been shaping and leading up to this project in such a domino effect way. This album is my life. Like, Withered is my life. Petals to Thorns and Lost Petals are what I wanted my life to be, and then Withered is my life.
So he's talking about his mini EPs, the Petals to Thorns and Lost Petals. April 25th, 2025, he posts another TikTok where he writes, "My album is out, let's fucking go." And the caption reads, "No more side quests, you guys can't bully me anymore, ha 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 ha." And he's singing to one of his songs, "Is This Really Love?" Potentially relevant lyrics include, "Is this really love? You said you never meant to hurt me, but baby, I know this is how it goes. And if there is a world where you're not leaving, then darling, I need to know, is this really love? You may have called my bluff, but you've been acting up. Hating you ain't enough, I just want my love back." One thing people have found interesting is he keeps opening his hand, his right hand. Like, he keeps singing to "Is This Really Love?" and opening it like a hi. And there's this red cross on the palm of his hand. And in the center, it reads Jesus, but it's almost like a scribbly red temporary tattoo. Some people think that this temporary tattoo is covering up a scar because it just looks really bizarrely done. I will say that he does typically draw crosses on his hand, but in black ink. So this is at least the first time I've seen it in red ink with Jesus written on the inside. But also the fact that he keeps showing it to the camera, people thought was weird, that maybe he's trying to hide it in plain sight.
Interesting. Okay.
It could just be a temporary tattoo. Some netizens believe that he got this temporary tattoo before killing Celeste. So it's really hard to gauge the timeline because a lot of his stuff has been taken down. So you're kind of just going off of screenshots on Reddit that you're like, oh, well, this person is saying that it's that, so it must be that.
Mm-hmm.
So much work goes into starting a business that you're not entirely sure will work out, and it can be hard to make that leap of faith. That is why Shopify in your corner makes a huge difference. Shopify is your commerce expert, handling everything from inventory and shipping. And with hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Shopify isn't just about streamlining purchases. It's about making entrepreneurship accessible to everyone, regardless of technical background or business expertise or experience, which I had none of. Like, when my family and I opened Grandpa Mango's art studio for a limited time, we were so unsure about everything. How can we make checkout safe for customers? How do we handle inventory with an online business? How do we know that we're not going to crash and burn and cry every single night? Shopify's always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. It's time to turn those what ifs into sales with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. That's shopify.com/rotten. That same day, he posts another TikTok asking, "What's your favorite song on my album so far?" And it's a TikTok of him and his sister lip syncing to "Is This Really Love?" And in the caption, he writes, "My favorites are Friend Again, Say It Back, and Ghost."
Wait, he has a sister too?
Yeah.
So you say he had a little brother?
He has a little brother, Caleb, and he has a little sister. And he would bring his little sister up on stage frequently.
How old?
During his tour. She looks to be about 10.
Oh my, wow.
And the only reason that I'm pointing out these lyrics now is he posted this a few days after Celeste allegedly was killed. So the fact that he's singling out these 3 songs, and most of the TikToks that he was posting in this point, he's really pushing the song "Is This Really Love?" All the TikToks, that's the song playing. He's reposting people using the song "Is This Really Love?" Now he says, "Friend Again, Say It Back, and Ghost." I don't know if there's some sort of like obligation that you have to promote certain songs in an album, or if this is some sort of inner looking into his psyche at the time, but relevant lyrics for Friend Again include, "Think we should settle down, that's what I told her. I should have been bolder. She said I'm not the one. I used to be her everything and now she doesn't answer me. I think I'm coming down, but it's not over. I'm losing my composure, letting you get to me. Good thing we're older now, but I still want her. Now you're lonely, you need company. Please don't call me. I won't be your friend again." Relevant and discussed lyrics for the song Say It Back include, I love you like I'm supposed to, but you don't say it back. You never say it back. So now I hate you and I hope it breaks you. I won't take it back. Talking to the walls inside my room, the voices in my head, girl. Relevant and discussed lyrics for Ghost read, oh, heaven or hell, we will meet. Lucky me, just to have met. Torture me, I can't forget. He might have you, but I've got your ghost, and we both know that's the real you. And God knows it's true, I love you the most, but we both know what I have to do. Eyes looking right through me, why can't I hear your heartbeat? Just a dream, don't wake me up. Make-believe fantasy, dance with me under the moon above. He states those are his 3 favorite tracks from the album. April 27th, he does an album release show in his hometown, Houston. He closes with Afterlife, and he apparently sings it back to back or like 3 times. Some people are saying it was back to back, just twice. Some people are saying it was 3 times. So take this with a grain of salt. But someone had commented, I was at his concert, the vibes were so off. Also, he sang his song Afterlife like 3 times at the end. This is where he's crying. He's like breaking down, singing Afterlife, just full on eyes closed, holding his chest. At one point, it appears that he's rocking back and forth almost, singing. And it looks like he's wearing the same bandana that Celeste was pictured in previously. Do you know which one I'm talking about? There's a picture where it's like her side profile from a party that was posted on Instagram. Mm-hmm. And she's wearing a bandana. He's wearing the same bandana. And yeah, I understand that hindsight is like a huge thing for cases like this, but there is a comment on TikTok. This is before Celeste's body is found in David's car. And it's a comment about his Afterlife performance in Houston. And the comment reads, I wonder what was on his mind. Did he really love the song, or did someone he loved die? So they're saying like it just feels like something happened. And this is before Celeste's body is found. So this is not hindsight of like, oh, we knew it. This is his guilt showing through, which I'm saying these are valid comments, but this is like truly, this person did not know. Mm-hmm. Another comment reads, I think it's creepy to see him crying, performing like this, and he keeps looking into the crowd. So originally, before Celeste's body was found, a lot of people were using his Houston show as, oh, this is David's I made it moment. So you know how people like to make edits of pop stars and singers being like, when's their I made it moment? Because he's looking out into the crowd, he's crying, he's emotional. This is his studio album being released. People are commenting, I think it's creepy because he's looking into the crowd like, this is what I did this for, because we now know she's threatened to end his career and ruin his life. It's almost as if he's singing and crying the lyrics and thinking about it in a way of like, you made me do this, why did you make me do this, while also feeling justified of what he did because he gets to continue to live his dreams. And this is, again, not the netizen being like, I agree with him, but they're thinking like, this is what he's probably thinking because he's sick and twisted. Mm-hmm. During the show, he brings his little sister on stage with him, and it seems like for the rest of the tour, he's spending a lot of time with his family. Whether that be because he's on tour and they want to support him, I'm sure that's part of it. Whether that he requested them be there with him as some sort of emotional support, it's unclear.
Who's in his family then?
I think his dad stayed back. His dad is an attorney. Yeah. Yeah, he works for Brown Rudnick, huge law firm. His dad is a civil litigator for...
David's dad?
Yeah, he's an attorney.
What?
Yeah, which is why a lot of people thought that he was so silent from the beginning, because you would expect someone his age that had been so reckless thus far to maybe make a reckless post online, but it seems like he got advice from his dad and shut up.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Brown Rudnick as well. So huge law firm, big law. And mom was a teacher. I don't know if she still is a teacher, but mom, brother, and sister are seen a lot on his TikToks throughout this tour, like going to Asia with him. It's very eerie to know that David's sister is probably closer in age to Celeste than he was. I mean, that's not insinuating anything. It's just netizens are saying, seeing him around his sister, knowing that Celeste was 11 when he started talking to her, it just gives you an idea of how young 11 is.
Yeah.
April 26, 2025, he posts on X lyrics to one of his songs, Where Did It Go Wrong? And this is very interesting because this is not a song that is on his Withered album. This is a song back from 2024. So he's just like, I don't know if he's feeling something about this song all of a sudden. And it's suspected that Celeste's voice is in the end of it. So a lot of people have been dissecting this one. Notable lyrics include, Where did it go wrong with you? I don't belong with you. It's a tragedy. I really thought you were meant for me. I guess you're not, and I can't believe you. I really want to leave you. How could you lie to me? Every kiss put a cavity between my lips. I really can't believe you. I don't want to see you. I've got to make up my mind, but I'm wasting time. I might die. I don't want to die. You give me bad luck. I can't take it no more. Baby, don't trip on me. Baby, why can't you see? And I don't mean to sound conceited, but I'm the reason you're still breathing. I wish I never met you. I even second guessed you, but I was in too deep. I can't leave. I couldn't let you walk away from everything. I thought you were everything. You told me I was special, girl, but that does not mean anything to me. It don't mean anything to me. And at the end, you hear what sounds like Celeste's voice saying, you were special, David.
You're special, David.
When I say it sounds like, it's not like a murmured, a girl's voice, but it kind of sounds like a hum. It's straight up a girl saying, you're special, David. It just, we don't know if it's Celeste, though it does sound like her. This song is back from 2024. So like I said, this is not part of his new album. But the caption just reads, 3 different flows in 60 seconds. Man, I love music. Yeah. The next day, he's back to posting about the Withered album. By April 29th, he's in Brooklyn performing again, bringing his family on stage. April 30th, he's just spamming on Twitter. Petals to Thorns, Decay, Happy Indie, Alternative Rock, Summer, Empty the Clip, and I'm in Love. 11 p.m. 11 p.m. is a song. Now I know who the OGs are.
So he's not even home after this happened. He's like doing a whole tour everywhere.
Yeah, he's like back and forth.
Meanwhile, we don't know what's...
No, because especially this time, we know that the prosecutors believe that on or about May 5th is when he dismembered Celeste. So between April 23rd and May 5th, the 12 days, we don't know where she was. And he's just recording music. He's not even seemingly busy because he's like, oh, I'm going to re-record one of my old songs that never released called 11 p.m. Only the OGs know it. And then he drops a re-recording of him. And then he's like, oh, wait, actually, you guys told me the vocals aren't so high. So I'm going to do it a little bit deeper. And then he re-records it and posts it on Twitter. He like keeps posting these on Twitter.
In the 12 days?
Yeah, in between the 12 days. Now, the very next important day is the first week of May. It's a huge pivotal point for the prosecution. They state in their brief that May 1st, 2025, he gets a few Amazon deliveries. Body bag, laundry bags, inflatable pool, and 2 chainsaws. They're all delivered under the name Victoria Mendez. Now, there's a whole debate about whether or not David is dumb enough to believe that the fake name would throw investigators off. I actually think he's dumber than that. I tend not to believe that he was doing this for investigators. I tend to believe that he was so audacious that he didn't think that he was going to get caught at all. Because if I'm not mistaken, I don't know many people, especially maybe public figures, who order anything under their names. So I think that his Amazon account has always been Victoria Mendez. Mm-hmm. So I don't even think this was like him trying to be like, oh, I'm trying to be smart and no one's going to catch me. I don't even think that thought came across his mind. Like, I think that he genuinely thought no one would even look into Celeste being gone. So he orders these items with the name Victoria Mendez. I think that a huge part of him felt that because Celeste had been missing for a minute and had gone missing previously before, and it didn't seem like there was a huge police effort to find her, that she's just a missing child and he is the David going on tour. I think that might have been more close to his state of mind, in my opinion. So for most of the first week of May, he's relatively quiet on social media. Prosecutors believe that May 5th, 2025, 12 days later, he allegedly dismembers her body. The belief is that he set up the inflatable pool in the garage of this Hollywood Hills home. There is a drainage point in the center of the garage floor where he could have gotten rid of any fluid. Now, there's also debate on whether or not this inflatable pool had been inflated or not. So because the fact that we believe, or we're led to believe through this brief, that he used the chainsaws, some people have been arguing about whether there would be splatter on the walls of the garage. And if that were the case, which we've seen pictures of this garage being released, not from the police, but from the homeowner, there doesn't seem to be any sort of like visible blood splatter, though Luminol is going to say something differently. So, but if you're using a chainsaw, people are imagining that must have been a lot of blood splatter. So people are thinking maybe he inflated the pool. There's going to be a lot more on the pool in a second. But the felony complaint reads, on or about May 5th, 2025, in the county of Los Angeles, the crime of unlawful mutilation of human remains in violation of health and safety code was committed by David Anthony Burke. Court documents read, moreover, defendant took horrifying measures to destroy and discard the victim's body after placing her body into the blue inflatable pool to prevent her blood from spilling out onto his garage floor, defendant used a chainsaw and perhaps other tools to cut off her limbs. Small blue plastic fragments were found embedded in the victim's remains, which were collected by the LA County's Medical Examiner's Department. The fragments were analyzed by the LAPD's Forensic Science Division, Trace Analysis Unit. An expert was able to make a physical match from the blue fragments found inside of Celeste to the blue inflatable pool purchased by the defendant in May of 2025. In order to distance himself from the victim, he amputated her left ring finger and pinky fingers because her ring finger contained a tattoo of his name. Her fingers have not been recovered. Defendant then placed her head and torso into the cadaver bag he purchased. Then he placed her limbs into a garbage bag, which he deposited into the front trunk. So he put the garbage bags of limbs first and then the cadaver bag on top. For several weeks or possibly months, defendant left the victim's body to decompose inside his Tesla. That day of the alleged dismemberment, David apparently posts on social media on his Instagram page a story. It shows 2 pink skateboards. One of them is Kirby and the other one is Hello Kitty, which we know Celeste loved Hello Kitty. And he captions it, "Oh my God, chat, should I get?" Then a few days later, on May 8th, 2025, defendant returned to the same area in Santa Barbara County, leaving his home at around 11:30 p.m. He returned to the same area again on May 31st, 2025. So remember the day that he allegedly killed Celeste, he goes to Santa Barbara.
Yeah.
Then he goes 2 more days after the alleged dismemberment date. So some people think that maybe he took the shovel out there and he was trying to think of burying her entire body, or maybe he just buried her fingers. Those are speculations, obviously. But like, why did he go to Santa Barbara twice? We don't know. Twice at this point, 3 times in total. There's just a lot of questions to this. All we know for sure, at least as of right now, is he purchased these items. They were delivered to his address. Celeste was dismembered at some point. But why this date? Like, why May 5th? How did they settle on May 5th? I mean, they keep it a little vague and say on or about May 5th. But still, May 5th is very precise. It's not the first week of May.
Yeah.
You know, but also, where was her body for the 12 alleged days between him allegedly killing her and then allegedly dismembering her? More on this later because it's a huge point of contention. Some people are saying she was put in a freezer. Like, it's a whole thing. But a few days afterwards, May 13th, he's in Asia for his world tour. Starting in Malaysia, he brings his sister up on stage where he's singing Here With Me, one of his most notable songs. He continues to post videos of him and his sister and even his mom posting TikToks with the song Afterlife. May 17th, he posts a TikTok in cosplay and he's dancing along to his own song. And he's holding this pickaxe and a katana. And he starts stabbing, like air stabbing, while screaming out loud and staring into the camera. Which would just be like a little over a week after prosecutors believe Celeste was dismembered. And to even be able to go on camera as a joke after allegedly dismembering someone and to make stabbing motions, netizens think to some degree it seems like he gets off on knowing that he's going to get away with it. Some people think that he's trying too hard to almost hide in plain sight. Because maybe it's reverse psychology. Like, you wouldn't think that a killer would do this, so maybe he's trying to get away with it by doing the things that we don't think a killer would do. Some people think that he is a Ted Bundy in the making. I mean, I think netizens' reactions are just all over the place with this part. But he doesn't seem particularly anxious. Yeah. And some people are saying, like, would he not want to project a soft image? Like, why wouldn't that be the plan? Like, he seems like why wouldn't he go this far?
Yeah.
The document continues. He lied to friends, business associates, and others who noticed the strong smell of decay in and around his home and vehicle. July 7th, so this is after the 4th of July party live stream, he orders a burn cage on Amazon to his house, again under a fake name, and the plan was...
What's a burn cage?
A burn cage, okay, so it doesn't appear to have been used, by the way, but it's a stainless steel container that has these little pockets to let in air, and you put a bunch of things that you want to incinerate in there, and then you light it on fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just for you to get rid of something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a
what do
burn
people
cage.
usually get rid of?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I would imagine probably mulch, like...
Okay.
Maybe not mulch, but yeah.
Is it huge or?
I would say it's big enough to fit things of substantial size in there. It's not going to be like a commercial burn cage. You can get them in different sizes, but this one I would say is maybe like from the pictures that the PI released later on, because the PI was hired by the homeowner. We're going to get there in a second, but maybe like a carry-on suitcase size, but wider, obviously, maybe thicker.
Okay.
More uniform. 2 days before ordering that, he's on TikTok with a blue bob wig that a lot of people, when this case first broke out, speculated of being Celeste's wig because she appears to have worn something similar before. Then another important date is July 29th. Prosecutors allege that he, David, was the last person to drive his Tesla July 29th. So nobody drives the Tesla from July 29th to like September. And they write, quote, before leaving on his concert tour at the end of July, he parked his Tesla on the street around the corner from his home. And he's on tour, he's doing interviews, he's dropping the deluxe. So he's preparing for the deluxe album of Withered. He posts 2 more songs, bonus tracks for Withered. He's performing on stage. He does an interview with Complex where he mentions that his phone got stolen. And he says, quote, yeah, I checked my location on my phone this morning and it's in China getting dismembered. Tragic.
Yeah, I checked my location on my other phone this morning. It's in China right now getting dismembered. So tragic.
So this is, again, after the date of the alleged dismemberment. July and August, he's heavily promoting all of his new songs. And from July to September, he's doing a lot of odd things on social media. And even from September up until his eventual arrest in April, there are things that people have been piecing together, thinking that he had this reviewing movie account on Letterboxd and was reviewing very specific types of movies. There have been people coming out to say, hey, look, I DM'd David and he responded back after Celeste's body was found when he was basically in hiding. These are our DMs. And there's lots of theories about what exactly he did with, what was his plan? I mean, I think that's like a huge thing that people have been discussing because it just doesn't make sense. He was just going to leave Celeste in his Tesla for how long? Until forever? And just leave it parked on the street and do nothing? Like, people just don't understand what's happening. And I've tried to compile and break down the netizen theories into very clear to understand theories that people have formulated. In the 4th of July live stream that the Twitch streamer Sakura was filming, there's a moment. So the whole live stream, I'm just going to give you some context. This is the part of the live stream that people have been piecing together and clipping and posting. It's gone viral because a lot of people think that there's clues in there, foreshadowing. There's just a lot. But she is primarily getting ready in one of David's bathrooms. I don't think that this is his primary bathroom. There were a lot of people believing it was because I watched like all 2 hours of it and it seems like a secondary bathroom because at one point Sakura is looking for Q-tips and Asia, who's David's friend, who's also getting ready with her for this 4th of July party, is like, oh, I think there's Q-tips in David's bathroom.
Is there Q-tips in here? Q-tips? I think there's Q-tips in David's bathroom.
So this seems like maybe a guest bath. They're getting ready most of the time, and it's primarily just Sakura and Asia. Neo and David are kind of in and out of the bathroom. And then once they're done getting ready, they get changed and Sakura orders food to the house, which she proceeds to eat in the bathroom. Now, a lot of people have like picked up on that and they're making comments about that. I think it's just like a thing that streamers do because they don't want to set up too many frames. A lot of the video, they're also very stressed about doxing, of showing too much of the house where people find out exactly where the house is in the hills. So maybe it's just convenient. But she has her camera set up near the bathtub. She's sitting on the ground. Neo comes in and is sitting next to her. She eats. David apologizes for the smell. And she's like, don't worry about it. I also took a shit.
Oh, yes, I apologize in advance for the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit there like 2 hours ago.
I don't care, I just took a shit.
Another one? Type shit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. I had to go.
And then eventually she leaves her phone and she just leaves. So she's like, oh, I gotta go do something. She leaves the live stream. There's people still watching. David and Neo are now standing there. And netizens say David starts looking a little concerned. And he's like, where did they go? Where did they go? And Neo responds, oh, they went to the bathroom. And David looks behind him where there's a water closet in the bathroom, like a toilet in there. And he's like, there's a toilet right there.
Entertain my shot.
Shit, I got y'all. Let's get it, y'all. They're in the bathroom.
There's a toilet right there.
Yeah, but like, Bob, no, we're not.
And then David kind of blinks and he walks out and you can hear him instructing them which bathroom to use.
All of us in here, just hearing.
Kissing stream.
Go to the one.
Now, I don't necessarily think that there is a body in the house at that point because that would be incredibly ballsy. But maybe there's places where there could be evidence of something is what most netizens believe.
The prosecutor said the body has been in the car.
Yes. So it doesn't seem like the body is in the house, which
Right.
some people were speculating, like, oh, what if he was keeping her body in one of the rooms? I think that would have been incredibly ballsy. I don't think risky. I don't think that he would have done that. Now, he walks out, instructs them on the specific bathroom, and throughout the stream, you're going to hear them reference a woman named Celeste, who is also there during the live stream.
Welcome, Celeste.
Celeste is right here, but she doesn't want to be in stream because she's weird.
Celeste, a lot of things you think you can say, don't say.
And at first, people thought this was proof that a lot of live streamers knew about Celeste, right? Because they're like, oh, Celeste is here, but she doesn't want to be on camera. Neo keeps saying, like, Celeste is here, but she doesn't want to be on the stream. People thought it was the Celeste, but it's not, because at this point, she would be deceased. Now, Celeste Herrera is the one that they're talking about. And if you remember the original 2 videos that we made, there is an older Celeste, an of-age Celeste, that was commonly referred to as Decoy Celeste. Netizens felt like David brought this of-age Celeste into his life so that when people ask about Celeste, he can say, oh, you guys are getting confused. I never dated this minor named Celeste. I was dating this girl named Celeste, and she's an adult. And some people say that she even looks similar to the real Celeste, though I don't know if that's true. People think that this was his way of causing confusion about who was really with him at these concerts and at these events. But there's this very interesting moment where David takes the live stream camera. He's holding it around like he's almost like a selfie video, right? But it's a live stream. And he turns to the side and shows Celeste, who has not wanted to be on camera this entire time. And everyone's been like, oh, Celeste is here, but she doesn't want to be on camera. Celeste is here, but she doesn't want to be on camera. He picks it up and intentionally shows her, or at least in my feeling, it feels intentional.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, ooh, sorry. And she's like, what the heck?
Oh! Sorry.
Excuse me.
That was the end of the
Yeah.
action?
Yeah. But it almost seems like he's doing it to be like, oh, well, there's a missing girl named Celeste that I have ties to, so I'm showing everyone it's not that person. It's just like a really weird
that's
moment.
Really weird.
Yeah. One of the girls, this is another point of the live stream that has been picked apart. One of the girls tells David that he needs to get the bug spray because there's little spiders everywhere. To which he calmly responds, oh, for real? They ask her, and she responds that it's not the oval ones.
David, you need to get bug spray. There's little spiders everywhere.
That's what it sounds like she's saying. Now, some netizens believe that oval ones, she could be referencing maggots, but I don't know if that's like a common way that someone would refer to oval ones. Oh, it's bugs, but they're not the oval one. I think it would be very hard to not be able to clearly, distinctly differentiate between spiders and maggots. Mm-hmm. So that's also weird. I guess she could be referring to American house spiders, which are like a little more oval in shape. But that's also weird to differentiate. Like when you see spiders in someone's house, you're not going to be like, oh, it's this subspecies of spiders, the American house spider that I'm finding in your house.
So what do you think why they...
We don't know, but it seems like there's lots of bugs in the house. Maybe even different types of bugs. And you can hear someone saying like, oh, there's, a bug spray near the staircase railing. So it seems like there's bug spray readily available. Now, I will say that spiders are very attracted to decomposing bodies. They're not attracted in the sense that maggots are. Maggots will actually feast off of decomposing flesh. Mm-hmm. Spiders feast off of maggots and flies. So they're not attracted to the body itself, but they are predators of what the body attracts. So, but I also know that just from the live stream footage and clips, he seems like he likes to live in disarray. There's food and trash everywhere. So I don't know. Then at one point, people say that you can hear David and Neo having a separate conversation in the background. And this is where people point the finger a lot at Neo, but Neo, it sounds like he's saying, oh, I forgot. And it sounds like David is saying something like, oh, you forgot about the car, huh? Wow, son.
You're just gonna cover the cam. I didn't do that.
Now, some people are insinuating that this is, oh, Neo knows that he needs to move the Tesla and he forgot to move the Tesla and David is upset. And this is maybe when they first started moving the Tesla. But I will say it maybe could also be referencing an Uber because pretty quickly after that conversation, they go outside and get into a car to go to the 4th of July party. So it could be that. And I don't know. Now, there's another part that even people like Nancy Grace have been showing on her channel, which it's Asia and Sakura are in the bathroom getting ready. And in the background, you can hear the other Celeste talking and it sounds... They put subtitles, right? And it's like, oh, what happened to the other Celeste? We killed her.
It's kind of giving Harley Quinn.
Okay.
Aw, cute.
I like it. And then, wait, look at this.
I don't think at all that that's what they're saying, because first of all, you cannot, I mean, if someone says that they can matter of fact for certain say this is what they're saying, I think they're lying, because you really cannot decipher anything. I think with added subtitles, our brain does the weird thing where we're like, oh yeah, totally, that's what I hear. But you really cannot hear it. And second of all, I don't think that they're that dumb. I think David is dumb. I don't think he's that dumb, because he does make effort to hide this. So he's not going to suddenly be like, you know what, everyone, let me just tell you what happened. Then August 12th, 2025, less than a month before Celeste's body is found, he posts that he made a new song about like 5 minutes ago and he thinks it's beautiful. So he posted on Twitter. And again, I think that this is relevant because I do believe, and a lot of legal experts believe, that his lyrics are going to be, they're going to try to bring it into court. I don't know if they're going to get away with it in the state of California. I think that Lil Durk, there's something happening with another musician, Lil Durk, who Brian Steele is representing. If you guys remember him from Young Thug, Sean Combs, but this has been like a huge thing all across the states of trying to get lyrics in. But this is written after the alleged killing and dismemberment, so it's maybe holds even more importance. But the song is called Favorite, and it has since started making its rounds as people think that it sounds like Celeste's point of view in their relationship. The lyrics read, "Can you feel the weight on you? I'm running away from you. I'm hiding my face from you. I needed some space from you. I'm bleeding out and my blood stained your clothes. Would you let me die on you?" Again, this is a song that he allegedly wrote 4 months after allegedly killing Celeste. He could have lied about it. He could have written it 2 years ago, right? But this is what he claims. The rest of the lyrics read, "I can travel all night to you, no matter the distance. I'm still waiting for the day when I become your favorite, but I can see it on your face. You're in love with my replacement."
Whoa.
Then August 15th, 2025, he writes, "2 new songs, Home and Friends, are on my archive." Now, these are not bonus tracks to Withered. These are not on the deluxe album. Netizens think that this time frame of writing and releasing songs is, again, could be more heavily analyzed because this is maybe his psyche, maybe his creative expression after the killing. Notable lyrics to Home read, "No matter where I go, you still feel like home. Can't you see that I'm in pain? When I needed you the most, I started writing songs about you. Wish I had my arms around you. I was lost until I found you. Sometimes I feel like I'm drowning. Every single day I'm trying to find my peace, but I can't cope." Notable lyrics for Friends include, "Baby, would you lie for me? Would you die for me? Would you put yourself on the front line for me? Do it all, but don't you dare say goodbye to me." There is a TikTok in August of David showing off a cut finger, which everyone at the time assumed it to be anime related. However, now people are wondering if this is Celeste's real finger, which I don't think is true at all. It actually does look like the finger prop of one of the famous, like the Sukuna finger props. It's a very famous anime. It's like a fake anime finger. But the Sukuna finger prop, people have been now dissecting the meaning of it because it's from Jujutsu Kaisen. I've never seen it or read it, but it's they have Sukuna fingers in the series, where Sukuna fingers are the severed, mummified remains of the King of Curses. So the King of Curses decided that he was going to divvy up his souls into 20 of his severed fingers and make them these indestructible cursed objects. And when you collect all 20 of them, he can be like reincarnated or something like that. The fingers are volatile objects that attract other cursed spirits. You can't destroy a finger. You can try to suppress it. You can eat the finger, but that would lead you to becoming a finger vessel, a soul vessel. There's like a whole lot to this that I think it would take me quite a bit of time to really dive into accurately, though I'm not sure it really even holds much importance to the case. Just some needed context. If you're going into the thick trenches of this internet discourse for this case, people think that maybe he kept the finger because it represents a soul, and he seems like the type, and I'm not saying that this is true, but he seems like the type to believe in the Illuminati and sacrifices and self-importance of, oh, if I keep this, it'll protect me from getting caught. But I don't think it's the finger. But there is a finger in that TikTok. September 4th, 2025, he announces his Crocs ad on Twitter. This is huge. September 7th, 2025, he posts on Twitter, Withered Deluxe Marcescence out September 19th, featuring Malcolm Todd, Keshi, Hyunjin, Julia Wolf, Hannah Bang, and Realist K. A lot of people have been dissecting the meaning of marcescence, which is the word that describes the phenomenon where during the winter, some trees will hold on to their withered leaves. So most trees will shed all their leaves until they're just branches. But there are some trees that won't. They'll just like hold on to the dead, shriveled up leaves. And throughout the winter, it just becomes more and more tattered by the elements. And like no one knows why the trees do this. People who study trees don't know why the trees do this. It could be that they shed the leaves later in spring. So the new leaves come out and the old leaves eventually fall in spring, not winter. And the new dropping of the old leaves becomes nutrition for the tree, spring. So it's like they're waiting to use it in spring if they're in an area where there's not as much nutrients in the soil. It's like a whole thing. Some people think, oh, it's because it prevents deer from scavenging on the tree if there's withered old leaves on it during the wintertime when the tree is like the most vulnerable. So there's like a whole lot of theories. It's like a phenomenon, right? But the fact that people think it's a weird thing to name the deluxe album.
I see.
Because it's also not a common word.
Yeah.
It's also not a common phenomenon that really anybody knew about unless you have a really strong liking for trees. And for the past 7 months, so after that, Celeste's body is found before his deluxe album really drops. And for the past 7 months, David has been free. And nobody's really heard from him. There are rumors that he was watching movies with a Letterboxd account. Others are saying that he was on Fortnite, but nobody really knew where he was or what he was doing. There are alleged DMs between him and another artist by the name of Caden, with Caden DMing David October 15th, 2025, a month after Celeste's body is found in David's car. So Caden released these to a TikToker and was like, yeah, I was talking to him. And like, I don't know why Caden is even messaging David, but he messages David in October. Celeste's body has been found. I pray it's all just misinformation. The internet sucks. To which David responds, really does. So much twisted and fake. I'm sorry, dude. God bless you, twin. Keep going with your music and don't stop for nothing. That's David. Thank you, gang. I'll never forget you helped me so much with the BandLab shit. Big inspo, bro. Hope you're staying safe. For real, man. Love you. Then notably, December 18th, 2025, he messages David once more writing, I know you're innocent, bro, but like, why can't the world know? These people are stupid. I do think that Caden Nice has since changed his mind up about all of this, but
what even prompted for him to say that?
Yeah, and I don't think these DMs are doing him any favors. David responds, haha, with all humility, I would phrase it as mere ignorance rather than unintelligence. Trust in God, my friend. How is your journey into faith going? Yet David starts recommending him certain verses. He says that after reading all like the books that cover all of Jesus's life up until his death, quote, then after that read Psalms and Proverbs, which is basically the motivational part of the Bible that teaches you how to pray. Bible is confusing, but if you read it in that order, it starts to make sense. Reading it in chronological order is tricky, LMAO. Damn, dude, thank you. Bro, of course, my goat. When people stop stalking my Instagram followers to make conspiracy theories, I gotta follow you back. Crying emoji. Which, I mean, he seems like if these are real and legitimate, it seems like he is, to some degree, keeping up with all of the internet discourse about him, obviously. Later in January, they're still talking and discussing movies, which David responds, Prestige and Gone Girl, insanely frustrating endings. Hey, sometimes those are the best endings to a story. I really liked how Twinless ended. So these are all movies that people have been breaking down of, they'll have like some sort of murderous intent to them. But I don't necessarily know if they're going to hold any value. But later in March, Caden wishes David a happy birthday, to which he responds, thank you, brother. A month later, David is arrested. But the fact that he's still responding to this person on Instagram DMs, he's checking his Instagram account. He's likely reading what's been happening in the news cycle involving him. Like, what is he doing? And a big question in all of this is, what the hell was his original plan to even begin with? He allegedly kills Celeste, and then what? He allegedly goes through with the very gruesome and dangerous task of dismembering her body for the purpose of concealment, all to just leave her in his car that he parks outside his rental house in a city like LA where street cleaning schedules, parking tickets, towing is fucking rampant. Like, while he goes out on tour, it doesn't make any sense. Which is not to say that he didn't do it, but rather, if he did, what's the plan? What's the plan? Eventually, it would come back to him because Celeste remains, even if they weren't found, at some point, they would have looked into him, no? So the preliminary brief that the prosecutors dropped, they detail another thing that's happened. They believe that David met Celeste back in January 2022, which is when she would have been 11. He starts allegedly grooming her, violating her November of 2023. And I will say that a lot of people have been using the word relationship in reference to what was happening, even though charges have been filed. I think that's just a legal thing. I think because a lot of people are trying to stay as close to quoting the prosecutor's brief to legally protect themselves. But I do understand that relationship is not exactly the word that I would personally use. But anyway, he starts allegedly grooming and violating Celeste. November of 2023, she's 13, he's 18. Within months of what could be, again, grooming, she goes missing. Her family report her missing February and April of 2024. So this is almost like exactly a year before she passes. They report this to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, so not the LAPD, because that's where Celeste lives. And RCSD, they pull up Celeste's phone records and notice that she's been communicating with a very specific number. They call it, it's David. During this call, he's just informing the officers. I probably spoke to her last like February 13th, 14th, like Valentine's Day. But he states that he was not aware that she's a minor, let alone the fact that she's been reported missing. So back in 2024, he's like, I didn't know she's a minor.
Wow.
RCSD tell him, okay, well, we don't care because we're going to send the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department to your house because that's just what we have to do. The report reads that the LASD, this Sheriff's Department, comes to the house at around 8:15 p.m. This is the previous rental house. I don't know if you care to know this, but it's not the one where her body was found outside, right? Letting David know, they're like, hey, we're looking for a 13-year-old girl, a runaway. That's how they describe her in the documents. And he's claiming, I had no idea she was 13. I had no idea she was a minor. I only met her one time back in November of last year in 2023. So like, I talked to her last maybe like a few days ago, but I have not seen her. Like I haven't seen her since. I met her one time. But for whatever reason, David is like, hey, officers, do you want to see a picture of Celeste? And out of all the possible photos, and again, the document does not list what year, if it was photoshopped, but he just like pulls up a yearbook photo of Celeste. Now, I think that this is a yearbook photo that does not show the graduating class or like what age she is, because clearly that would not line up with his lie of like, I didn't know she was 13. But he just shows them the yearbook photo. Very odd photo. And also, why would you have somebody's yearbook photo after you just met them one time?
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
Nevertheless, the court document reads, although he claimed to be unaware of where the victim was at the time, she returned home 2 days later. So 2 days after the LA Sheriff's Department goes to his house, she goes back home, which seems very convenient. And if there was any grace for David, it seems like it ends here because court documents read, despite being informed by law enforcement the victim was only 13, defendant continued to pursue her. So this is like, the grace would end here. The whole, I didn't know her age lie would end here. And that's the first time she goes missing, which is kind of deplorable when you think that she goes missing again in April of 2025 and the police never went to go check up on David before her body is found. Like they never went to go question him. Court document states, throughout 2024, the victim spent a significant amount of time with defendant, including summer weekends at his home in the Hollywood Hills and traveling with him to Las Vegas, London, and Texas to meet his family. Yeah, more on that later. More on London and Texas are going to be very important. But sometime November 2024, investigators put together through their text messages that they keep breaking up. Like they end up in that it's like a rough area. And breaking up is obviously not the correct word, but you get what I'm saying. They're still communicating, but quote, text messages suggest they also continue to have sexual relations, but it just seems very rocky. And there's clearly a lot of people that know about this too, because when Celeste goes missing the first time in 2024 and police had shown up to David's house, it said that her parents took away her phone when she comes back. So the first time she goes missing, a year before her death, she comes back home, they take away her phone, but according to court documents, defendant drove to Lake Elsinore and paid a junior high school student in the victim's class $1,000 to give the victim a cell phone defendant purchased so they could stay in contact. Do you guys remember the photo of David in Lake Elsinore?
Yes.
With like a bunch of kids?
That's it?
People think it's that. Now, there's no confirmation because people haven't, I mean, the prosecutors probably have confirmation, but he was like allegedly giving these young kids raising canes and money.
Yeah. See, that was at first you were like, okay, we don't know what really is happening.
Yeah.
But knowing this, it feels even worse.
Yeah. It just seems like a lot of people knew what was going on. Even the teacher that came out, remember the teacher was like, oh yeah, I taught her. And then she met this rapper in LA. Those are his words. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of, told people the story. She disappeared again. Like, these are his direct quotes.
She's been missing since I taught her. So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of told people this story. She disappeared again.
Again, this just goes to show a lot of people knew what was going on to some degree. And then remember, the February 26, 2024, there was a comment left on David's TikTok that read, "Waiting for LAPD to get your ass for messing with a 13-year-old girl." Mm-hmm. This was around the time that she goes missing the first time. Then on Discord, there was a comment that was from August of 2024 that reads, "Drop the one with the missing girl Celeste Rivas Hernandez," in reference to the song. Netizens think that either the kids at Celeste's school knew about it and were blackmailing him, because that seems to be a huge theory, or that he was paying kids to buy a phone for Celeste and giving them money to keep quiet so that he could continue talking to her. This just doesn't seem like a very well-kept secret, what he was doing to Celeste. It seems like a lot of people to some degree had some sort of inkling of what was happening. So what was the plan? It makes such little sense that people have started to circulate conspiracies online that David didn't get rid of Celeste's remains because he was keeping her as a trophy, to live out some sort of sick fantasy of having a sacrifice for fame, which I don't think is the case, but I will briefly cover some of the discourse. A lot of it stems from a manga. David mentioned in an interview previously that he likes this manga where there's a detective who is investigating a string of murders. He's committing those murders. He just doesn't know it yet. So he's committing the murders and then he's investigating it. And based off the description, that manga seems to be MPD Psycho, multiple personality disorder psycho, which, I mean, obviously the name is problematic in and of itself. But it's about a detective who is investigating a serial killer who has a penchant for dismembering their victims. That is their typical MO. The serial killer eventually sends the detective an icebox with another victim's torso and head. So the limbs have been amputated. The legs and arms are gone. Just the torso and head, which is, I guess people are saying it's equating to how Celeste was similarly found. The detective opens it up. It's his girlfriend who is still somehow alive during all of this. The detective hunts down the killer, kills him, and this is where he develops DID. He serves his time in prison. He's released, but then he realizes that that was him all along. It's just like this very complicated, multi-seasonal show manga. He starts working for this PI company where he realizes that on his left eye, there's this barcode that has been tattooed on under the eyelid. He learns that there's this whole organization that tattoos the left eyes of serial killers, which is how he finds out that he must have killed before. That leads him to believe that maybe he's always had alters since his childhood. In the anime, the left eye, known as the barcode, is almost the identifying soul of the person. That has been a big point of contention for netizens. And just to give you context, when they found Celeste's head, the autopsy read, the head is partially skeletonized with an absent left eye. The right eye is still there. Now, side note, some believe the left eye as being intentionally gone because in the autopsy, it says that the left eye is absent. It doesn't say that it was partially consumed or that it had liquefied. That has led a lot of people, including even big public figures like Nancy Grace, to speculate that that eye was intentionally taken. I will say it is known that during decomposition, the eyes can collapse inside the sockets, and there's multiple different species and types of insects with high insect activity found in the body bag. So I will say it seems highly likely that it was just fully consumed by maggots. But some people have been using that element to bolster the theory that maybe he was recreating this manga when he allegedly killed Celeste. Because I will say he does seem heavily interested in Japanese culture and manga. He even had his own alter ego he called Itami that we talked about in the previous episodes. In an interview, he talks about how Itami is the Japanese word for pain. It's the villain of his album. He's the one making me withered and feel all these emotions like grief and confusion. He's the one that is weaving his way into my relationships and ruining them and inducing trauma and things like that. You see him in the music videos and stuff, so he's basically the agent of chaos in this scenario.
So is Itami attached to this album? And that's Japanese for pain.
Absolutely, yeah. Itami is the villain of this album. He's the one that is weaving his way into my relationships and ruining them and inducing trauma and things like that. You see him in the music videos and stuff. So he's basically the agent of chaos in this scenario.
Which, in a previous interview, he states that Itami is a character that he has been ideating on for a really long time.
The story of the manga went like I was a detective and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden.
and he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective.
Basically ripping off MPD Psycho. So like when I was a detective, I'd be solving murders that I'm committing myself. Netizens think that he might have been too into it. And again, this doesn't mean that he doesn't know right from wrong, but these are just some coincidences I guess people have been picking up. I don't personally subscribe to this whole like sacrifice theory, but I think it's just up for debate. The last concert before her body is found, he's also seen wearing a 97 shirt on stage. 9/7 being September 7th, which is Celeste's birthday. Could be a coincidence, but netizens say that he likes the meaning of numbers. He uses the number 4 in his name, which means dead, but...
Oh, is that why?
I don't know. He kind of insinuated in previous interviews that he does it to be unique. Like he just thought it was cool. But some people are using it as like, see, he really cares about numbers. So he's wearing this 97 shirt. It must have meant something. In an interview that's released later in May, he's asked, as for if he would do anything differently with his album, Heartbreak, experiencing heartbreak, writing through it, he responds, everything, especially the mistakes in the music that I made and all the artistic flaws that I've had in the process of me building a great album have been important and kind of needed for this entire process. So I wouldn't give myself any other advice than just, I wouldn't change anything, because if I did, then it wouldn't be an album. There would be no progression and any evolution and maturity. So keep everything the same. It seems like this is after he allegedly killed Celeste. So he's saying, I would keep everything the same, which isn't really necessarily an admission of guilt, but it's just an interesting thing to note. Then there's the issue with the 2 fingers being missing. So the 2 fingers being missing, I've seen this theory circulate quite frequently, is, the left ring finger, prosecutors believe that the David tattoo was on Celeste's left ring finger. Now, I will say it would be very tricky for him to just cut the ring finger, so that's probably why the pinky is also missing. But people have kind of taken this and made it something bigger. Some think that it's the Japanese tradition of atonement and remorse for the pinky finger. It's dated back to the Yakuza days. So back then, when the Yakuzas were heavily around, they would cut off a tip of their own pinky as atonement, as remorse. It's almost like this is how you ask for forgiveness. Or when there were Yakuza wars, they would cut off the remaining people who are now going into their Yakuza. So like, let's say Yakuza A takes over Yakuza B. Members of Yakuza B would have their pinky finger taken off because it's very hard to hold a sword, a katana, if you have your pinky finger chopped or like severed, because it'll slip out when you're fighting. But I don't know. I mean, I think that it genuinely just seems like logistically it would be very hard to take the ring finger without the pinky finger, so he just took it both. It might be easier that way. But where is it? We don't know. If he did keep the fingers as a trophy, wouldn't the police have found them? Would he dispose of them after the body was found? But that would be very risky, because I'm sure the police are watching his every move. Was it before the body was found? And if then, is it in Santa Barbara? One person writes, the current theory that David kept Celeste's 2 fingers as a trophy makes me hesitate. I work in medical psych. He just sounds like a narcissistic kid, not a genius. I honestly think he took them to Santa Barbara and launched them off a cliff or into the woods. That's it. I think his thought process was, now no one will know we knew each other, because he's a complete dipshit, not a mastermind. People want him to be this deep, calculating killer. His lyrics were all the same and they were basic. The way he spoke in interviews sounded like a high schooler who just discovered new words he could use. He's not that guy. And honestly, if he actually kept them as a trophy, we would already know, because at some point in some video, they'd be sitting in the background or hinted at, because any attention is good attention to someone like him, and he can't help himself. He's not intelligent. He's just a moron who thought he could get away with it. So if he's not keeping Celeste's remains as a sacrifice or some sort of sick trophy, what was his plan? One person theorizes, I think he put her body in his trunk intending to dispose of it, but after the nasty work of dismembering, her being in the trunk felt gone enough that avoidance kicked in. He meant to dispose of her, but at any given moment, it was easier to just pretend the problem didn't exist. He had other cars to drive, plenty of friends and activities to distract him. Maybe he hadn't settled on a spot he felt confident about. Plus, once the body is out of his hands, he can't control the situation. A random body out in the woods or in the desert, dug up by animals, may not be reported in the news, and he may have no idea she's been found. In his trunk, he stays in control, or so he thinks. Days turns into weeks, turns into months, and then nothing bad happens. Just a few parking tickets, no big deal. I mean, they haven't towed the car yet. Why would they now? The murder victim in it becomes easier to ignore each day, especially with the album dropping and the upcoming tour to think about. The smell isn't so bad, right? People probably think it's roadkill somewhere before the breeze carries it away, right? One person comments about the smell. I don't know. I smelled a dead body after just a few days. It was summer in a hot apartment, and I had to throw out my clothes and scrub myself raw in the shower because that shit permeates your nostrils. We also don't know when the body was moved to the car. The prosecutors hint at the fact that they think the body has been in the car since dismemberment. But a lot of people just don't understand how that's feasible in any sense of the word. When was the body moved to the car? Is it true? Because August 27th, 2026, by this point, it would have already had multiple hot days in Los Angeles. Parking enforcement had chalked the car. Do you remember that? They had come out and they chalked where the car was positioned, and there was no odor complaint. And like the parking enforcement officer was close enough to mark tire positions on August 27th, but apparently they didn't report any sort of smell. By September 8th, the smell triggers a police call.
Details after a body was found inside a car at a Hollywood tow lot today. There's no immediate information about the identity of the person found inside.
They just don't understand how she was kept in that trunk for that long and how nobody could even move the car, how nobody smelled it before and called the police. And then suddenly it goes to the tow yard and now there's flies. Like there weren't flies circling the car before. It just doesn't make sense to a lot of people. Even when they're towing the car, wouldn't the tow truck driver sense it first? Unless maybe there was just like a random heat wave, but even that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Some people think that he actually placed her in the trunk purposefully to try and speed up decomposition, and that goes back to the burn cage. The burn cage that he ordered, it seems that he kept it still in the box, according to the PI. So why didn't he use the burn cage? Some people think that he was waiting for her to decompose because it would just be easier to try and burn the human bones into ash. Now, some people think, no, he got the burn cage and then he realized he couldn't use the burn cage because burn cages require very specific outlets. So that was like their whole argument of like, I've worked with burn cages, like you can't just plug it up into a standard 120 volt home outlet. I will say the specific burn cage he got is not even power generated. So it's like a steel containment box. You put in all your rubbish, you light it on fire, and then you just wait until it burns out, or you have a hose and you hose it down. So he wouldn't need any sort of electrical power. Or maybe he just realized burning anything in the Hollywood Hills would instantly cause a lot of attraction and attention and the firefighters would come immediately. I don't know. One comment reads, the fact that the fucking pool was still in his house is the final piece of evidence I need to know that he simply was a dumbass. No longer, maybe he had a plan and ran out of time. Nope, just plain stupid. That could have been thrown out and long gone in a landfill, yet the idiot kept it. Yeah, there's been a lot of speculation about that because people are arguing, well, if you throw out the entire inflatable pool, it's just very difficult. Someone's going to see it. They're going to notice blood on it. Other people are saying he had a lot of time. He could have slowly cut the pool into small shreds, not shreds, but small pieces, and then slowly put those pieces in his trash. And then eventually they would have ended up in the landfill. Others are saying maybe that's not possible.
Yeah, it sounds like he has a lot of time, but also he doesn't have a lot of time.
Yeah, he has enough time to hang out and relax here and there, but he is on tour a lot. Yeah. He does have a lot of contractually obligated things that I think he must do. Even, the live stream the day after killing Celeste. I think one of the things is some people think that it's him showing off to the world like, hey, I'm just going to live stream as normal. I actually think that he's probably contractually obligated to live stream if he was releasing some sort of Fortnite locker and the whole point of the story was he started as a Fortnite streamer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or these are probably already pre-planned.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. So canceling would be more suspicious, maybe.
So, he has time. He doesn't have a lot of time. I don't know. It's odd. I think a lot of months had gone by, but I don't know what's going on. Some people are really confused why David left Celeste's head and torso inside the body bag and then left the rest of her limbs inside of a trash bag underneath. Whereas he could have placed the limbs in the body bag as well, or at least placed the trash bag inside the body bag, but maybe it was the confinement of the front trunk. The autopsy notes that she was liquefied, which the body bag seems to have kept the liquids in. There's also debate about the PI that was hired by the homeowner, and I'm going to go in, do a whole deep dive into him in a second, but he went into the garage and he's just really confused.
Can you tell me where did this PI come from? What part of timeline is that?
So right after Celeste's body is found, the homeowners, because that house was a rental home in the Hollywood Hills, the homeowners are so taken aback because they didn't know David was living in their house. The home was leased under David's manager's name. So they're like, I thought a guy named Josh Marshall was living in my house. Why the fuck is this guy named David living in my house? And they found a body in his car? I didn't even know he was living in our house. The homeowners have young kids. They decide, this is so stressful. We don't even live in the state. We're going to hire this private investigator, and we just want to know exactly who's been in the house, what's been going on in the house. Like, we just want answers, because if we ever go back to LA with our children, like, we don't want to stay in this house. Like, we don't know what's going on. We don't know. So they hire this private investigator, and he had access to the house almost immediately after the police searched it. David quickly moved out, obviously, right after that. He moved, I guess, to that house in the Hollywood Hills. But the police took pieces of evidence, but they also left a lot of things. David also left a lot of things. They left a lot of furniture. David left some SD cards that the PI has been going through. There's been nothing particularly damning, except there are some photos of Celeste, like when they went to what appears to be Santa Barbara to take pictures. It's like a very scenic place. Yeah, there's the last time that they were taking pictures together was like in January. There's a little bit of like small nuggets the PI has been releasing. He's been doing his own research. Some people don't really like this PI because he is pretty vocal with pointing the fingers at people.
Really?
Yeah, some might say with reckless abandon. Some might say he's just passionate and he's keeping this in the news. I don't know. I guess it's up for you to decide. But he has been hired, and he released pictures of inside the garage, and that's how we know the exact burn cage. The prosecutors just said burn cage. The PI actually released pictures of this burn cage months ago, but nobody knew what was going on. He was just like, hey guys, I found a burn cage in the garage, and chainsaw. He found a chainsaw as well. There was no, obviously, tissue or anything on there. It was just like chainsaw packaging.
It was in the garage, and it had not been used. It still had the protective shield over the chain itself. But there it is with a burn cage, and you got to wonder what this plan was.
So the weapon was not found, right?
I think the police probably took it. Oh. Yeah. So he's like, I found this, and I found the burn cage, and I just can't comprehend why David would need it, because this is a rental home. He's not fixing anything up. He's not doing landscaping. Mm-hmm. Like, why would he need these things? Nobody knew until the prosecutor's brief came out. Mm. So that's how we know the exact brand of the burn cage. Now, the big thing that the PI has been saying is he just doesn't understand, because once this prosecutor brief drops, it's like, oh, he did this in the garage with the inflatable pool. That's literally what the prosecutors have told us. The PI is saying, when you guys came in and searched the house, I mean, you did not crime scene the shit out of this place. Like, they did some luminol tests, but it didn't seem like this massive operation where a full dismemberment took place in the garage and you guys are locking everything down. Like, you guys were pretty in and out quick. He's also saying the garage is 2 stories tall. If there's any sort of spatter, that would be really difficult for David to clean, and David doesn't look like a good cleaner. On top of that, the floor of the garage is like brick. It's like the craziest garage floor I've ever seen in my life. It's like the side of a house. It's brick. There's so much grout. There's so much brick.
Oh, so it's hard to clean.
Yeah. So he's like, I just don't understand how this happened in the garage.
If it happened in this garage, that is like 15-foot ceilings. It's 2 stories high, that garage. To clean that up would be a mammoth.
And there was no evidence of like cleaning supplies bought or anything like that.
No.
The PI has been saying, I think he killed her in Santa Barbara. I think he did this in Santa. So there's lots of
What?
Which a lot of people are like, maybe he shouldn't put out these crazy theories. So there's debate about that. There's a debate about everything in this case. Like, one sentence is 20 debates.
So they didn't do their own testing in the garage to see if there's any blood.
Yeah, or at least not that I know of. But
Okay.
maybe you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. So that's where a lot of the whole theory of, okay, well, maybe he inflated the pool because, there's been another thing. People have kept calling it a kiddie pool. We have no idea if that's true. In fact, it seems like it was not a kiddie pool. The prosecutor said inflatable blue pool, but everybody has been running with kiddie pool for whatever reason. I guess it's a better title. I guess it's a better clickbait, but it seems like it was like a full-size pool.
So the size difference.
Yeah, size difference, and then size difference is kind of important. So it could have been inflated. And then a chainsaw. The chainsaw has been a huge point of contention. One Emmy states that a regular handsaw would probably be a lot better. Like, you might just get a little bit of tissue. You're going to have some blood, but chainsaws are going to sling actual tissue everywhere. So the idea that this had to be cleaned up completely, there's no way under God's green heaven that you're going to be able to clean up every bit of tissue deposition that there is. I mean, you might think you've gotten it, but once the cops get in there and they have enough time, they're going to collect something. I did some research into it because all the Emmys are saying, like, it's like news. Oh, we're here with a former forensic expert. And they're all like, no, a chainsaw would have gotten blood everywhere. So I'm like, okay, this doesn't make sense. If David cleaned it, I don't think he's cleaning it alone. So that's where I went down this whole rabbit hole. And apparently there's a whole case about it. A bit of a morbid test was done back in 2009. There was a study published in the Journal of Forensic Science where there was a real investigation into a woman who had been taken apart by a small electric chainsaw, a small one. And there were multiple questions that the investigators had because the investigators, they found such little blood splatter, which didn't make sense. In everybody's mind, according to the movies, when you think of people with chainsaws, everything's splattering everywhere. The investigators were so puzzled by this, it led to a study where forensic pathologists dismembered 2 very large deceased pigs with small electric chainsaws under controlled conditions, and they found that depending on how you hold the chainsaw parallel to the floor, very little splatter occurs actually.
Interesting.
Another misconception is that the chainsaw would get jammed, which doesn't seem to be the case even with the tiny electric chainsaws with the pigs. So those were the findings that they had, that even the small ones can cut through large carcasses without much difficulty, thus disproving, I guess, all the movie effects of Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
And all the experts making comments right now.
Yeah.
Right?
But again, you would have to hold it in a very specific direction. But I guess that might be what makes sense in this so that there's not blood splatter everywhere. Because I think that is posing as a big question mark. And everyone's like, maybe he killed her somewhere else, which I feel like the police would know that. However, I would imagine timing would also be important. Prosecutors believe that David dismembered Celeste 12 days after her death. Netizens theorize online, like, where was she for 12 days, you know? And then also, once you're 12 days into decomposition, unless you're kept in a really cold, I guess, cool environment, it's going to be really hard to move somebody's body because there's skin slippage. There's a lot of fluid buildup. It's not even just about hauling dead weight. It's things are moving in the skin. Yeah, exactly. So where was she kept?
Exactly.
If he didn't get the pool until at least May 1st.
So David lives there by himself?
He lives there by himself, but I imagine lots of people have the keys to that place.
Yeah, because isn't like his friends, his family always
His
around?
family lives in Texas. His friends, I mean, it doesn't appear that anybody lives with him. If anything, I think the prosecutors believe at some point Celeste was obviously living with him when she was missing. So there's just like, it doesn't make any sense if there was, where was she for 12 days? Which is why TMZ initially, they reported that Celeste had been frozen at some point. The LAPD actually came out to say that's not true at all, that she was not frozen when they found her in the trunk. But that wording is also interesting of not frozen in the trunk when, you know, there's no evidence that she was frozen recently. But if she had been deceased for so many months, maybe she had been frozen the first 12 days. There's lots of confusion there. Though I will say, I usually take everything TMZ says with a bag of salt. And if he's just ordering things on Amazon, why is he not ordering any cleaning supplies? He doesn't strike me as someone who stockpiles cleaning supplies. He doesn't seem like the type that he opens up a cabinet and he's like, I got 12 vacuums and I got all the Lysols and the Cloroxes. I have everything. So he didn't Postmate it. He didn't order it on Amazon. Maybe he went to the store and paid in cash, but that also doesn't seem like him. He's Postmating a shovel to his house. I don't think that he's going to go to a store and buy Clorox wipes.
Right. So you're wondering how come there's not much sign of cleaning?
Yes, but also maybe that's where the smell is coming from. Maybe he kept her inside the house in one of the bathrooms for 12 days and then moved her to the garage to dismember her. And there could be remnants of the decomposition scent that he did not thoroughly clean, and it's just been lingering inside the house. So rather than the very morbid conspiracy that she was kept in the house, her remains were kept in the house up until like July, perhaps it could be that he just did not clean well. I don't know. People are just saying, it's irking me that she wasn't frozen. That's what people are saying. People are saying this seems virtually impossible. Nothing makes sense right now. There has also been the very big discourse about whether or not she was pregnant. The autopsy report reads that it was unclear whether or not she was pregnant. That's just how they have to write it. Because if they don't have definitive proof that she was or was not, they can't definitively say one way or the other. However, there was no fetus found. Her ovaries were an appropriate size. There was no trauma that they could find, at least at this point in the decomp. So there's no indication that she was pregnant at the time of her passing. But a lot of people have inflated unclear to, oh, she probably was. But that also doesn't mean that it hadn't happened before. So remember those Discord chat logs? David was in the Discord asking questions like, what should I name my kid, guys? Deleted user who people believe to be Celeste is writing, guys, I think I'm pregnant. Investigators have found messages between David and Celeste where they talk about, quote, sex, pregnancy, abortion, and the use of Plan B emergency contraceptives. There are also explicit photographs documenting and corroborating their sexual relationship. And at one point, March 2025, so a month before she's killed, she messaged him, all we do is have sex and just hang out, man. I want more than that for myself. They also found a lot of CSAM in his phone. Court documents listed as the description of photographs depicting the victim naked, as well as while she was engaged with defendant in sexual activity when she was 13. The evidence does constitute as CSAM, and just to give you even more context on how depressing this news is, when she was found in the trunk, she still had braces. I mean, she's like, everyone wants to say she's 15, or they want to say, oh, the girl or the woman found in her, the young lady. She's like a baby. She looks like a child. She had braces during the autopsy. There are reports that they found 40 terabytes of CSAM, which even any trace of CSAM, I think people should get life in prison, but we don't know how much CSAM exactly was found in his device and whether or not it's just Celeste or if there's other victims or if he was purchasing and downloading CSAM from the internet. It's unclear. It's been getting misreported as being 40 terabytes of just CSAM. The deputy DA, Beth Silverman, who's on this case, says David's iCloud account contains, quote, a significant amount of CP. She says they have about 40 terabytes of evidence and data, but she doesn't directly say how much CSAM there is.
Okay, so it's not 40 terabytes of CSAM.
Yes, which, I mean, 40 terabytes of data evidence is a lot, but it seems like it's going to be a huge case with a lot of discovery. But we just don't know how much CSAM.
Like, to be 40 terabyte, I'm just trying to picture, it's got to be a lot of, like, videos or, like, large files or photos. Like, you can't, you know what I mean? Like, that's got to be...
Yeah, I'm assuming...
To reach that amount.
I'm assuming he has tons of audio recordings because
audio is still nothing.
Videos, audio.
It's gotta be videos.
And they did wiretap his phone. We're going to get into all of that. I don't know if that's included in the 40 terabytes because they haven't gone through most of it. So it's just a little bit unclear. They might have even more evidence, but yeah, there must be a lot of videos.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, text and code data of like locations, that doesn't really take up that much space.
Yeah.
There were then conspiracies that David maybe filmed the entire killing and that was categorized in with the CSAM and that there's a snuff film out there. But I mean, some of the conspiracies have really gotten out of hand with that. DA Hockman, when he is asked about why this took so long for an arrest to be made, he states that, quote, I think the police chief got it right, that in a situation where you don't have an eyewitness account, or we can't point to a video that shows the killer killing someone, you have to go through very rigorous and thorough investigation to look at all the digital and forensic evidence. You have to speak with witnesses often who are cooperative and some who are not cooperative in order to obtain all the information necessary to decide who did what, when, how, and what their mental state was at the time. Some people think that that last sentence is very interesting phrasing. In order to obtain all the information necessary to decide who did what, when, how, and what their mental state was at that time, which could be very just generic language of like, this is how we conduct an investigation, of we're trying to figure out who, when, what, where. Like, these are the investigative answers that we're trying to get to. But some people say it sounds like vague language where it almost sounds like maybe more than one person was involved. But that is where I leave you with part one. And the part two for this is going to be up. We're going to be talking about all the people that have been pointed as potential accomplices by the internet, as well as David's attorneys, who they've represented before, what it seems like their defense strategy is going to be going into the preliminary hearing that's happening in June, and what even is going to be happening in the preliminary hearing. So with that being said, stay tuned, stay safe, and I will see you in the next one. Technically, a third of your day, you're supposed to be asleep. 8 hours of sleep, 16 hours awake, and at least a few hours alive, we are all sitting around the table with our coworkers going, I had the craziest dream last night. And everybody sits there and they try to decode your dream for you in varying degrees. Some of the coworkers are skeptical. Maybe it's time to lay off on the melatonin gummies. Others say, maybe it's a sign. Maybe you should go through his phone, because you never know. Others say, it's just a dream. It's your anxiety getting worked up and rehearsing all of these hypothetical situations. It's just a rehearsal. It's no big deal. All the way down to the, what about the eggs in the dream? You said you had eggs in your dream? What happened to the eggs? Eggs are one of the most overlooked dream symbols, but you have to be specific. Did you find a nest of eggs? Because when you find a nest of eggs, typically that means that you're going to have wealth coming your way, happiness in your marriage, something good is about to happen. But if the eggs are broken and the yellow yolk is just spilling out of them and they're fresh, that's good. Fortune is ready for the picking. Even though the egg is broken, it's coming. Luck is coming your way. And let's say you're eating the eggs, any sort of eggs, that means you're absorbing new wisdom. But every time you take a bite of the eggs, if it doesn't taste good, that means you are spiritually and emotionally too immature and you need to swallow a tough pill. If you're buying eggs at the supermarket, you should probably buy a lottery ticket, because that means you're investing in growth and something good is going to happen. All of that sounds very positive, or at least something that you can work on. And there's lots of symbolisms in nightmares. Like if you dream of a haunted house, each part of the haunted house apparently means something. If you're stuck in the haunted house basement, that means you have unprocessed, repressed trauma that you need to get through. You're stuck in the attic, you have intellectual, spiritual beliefs that you have been neglecting. Maybe a locked room, something is ready to emerge, but your ego is blocking it. There's all these scary things that we can decode. And a lot of people, they have dreams of where they're getting killed or where they're running away from a killer. But what happens if you're dreaming and you're the one doing the killing? Sometimes the scary part is not the dream itself, but what happens when you wake up. 35-year-old Tanner Horner claims he's always had these weird dreams. Sometimes he'll wake up and he knows he's fallen asleep in his bed, but when he wakes up, he's just roaming around in his grandma's backyard. He has no clue how he got to his grandma's backyard, but he's just roaming. It's like he blacks out, wakes up, and he kind of recalls how he gets to the backyard, but not really, because it also kind of feels like a dream. He doesn't know if it's a dream. He doesn't know if it's real life. He says, sometimes I recall in weird ways. I recall stuff in dreams. I recall stuff like just random flashbacks through the next day. It's almost like a PTSD kind of thing. But nothing compares to the recent nightmare that he's had. He lives in Paradise, Texas, where everybody has been looking for this missing 7-year-old girl named Athena Strand. And maybe like everyone else in the area, he's been thinking about this case a lot because it just materializes in his nightmare. He has this whole nightmare about being the one that kidnapped and kills this missing 7-year-old girl in the local area.
That's crazy.
And then he wakes up and he realizes, oh, thank God that's a nightmare. And then he opens up his backpack and he sees inside a pair of small pants. Tiny pants with flowers near the pockets, which is the last thing Athena Strand was seen in before she went missing.
Well, I don't even know what the hell happened. Yeah. Like, I just found them in my backpack and I'm just like, are you f***ing kidding me? Like, I thought I just had a really f***ed up nightmare.
But no, the pants were inside of his Dragon Ball Z backpack and now he's panicking. He's going to get arrested. It's only a matter of time, but he doesn't even know what happened aside from this nightmare. But can he even trust the nightmare? That's what he's saying. Or maybe somebody's setting him up. Someone planted the pants there. He writes in a note to the police later, "Detective, my family is in danger." He writes that he's being framed for the murder of Athena Strand. He writes, "Don't tell the media, don't tell my family, they'll tell the media. Don't tell the family of Athena until their lawsuit against FedEx goes through. This is between me and you, detective. As long as it stays between us, my family stays safe. I will gladly take the blame as long as my family is safe." That is what Tanner Horner tells the detectives. The detectives know that this is not true. But they listen anyway, because they need to figure out what Tanner Horner did to Athena Strand. But it's very hard when not a single thing that comes out of Tanner Horner's mouth is the truth. This is the case of Athena Strand, where Tanner Horner, the FedEx delivery driver, kidnapped and murdered her, is now facing the death penalty in Texas. And he can't even seem to stick to one story of what the hell happened that night. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Strands Family GoFundMe, which we will also link in the show notes. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's dedicated team of researchers. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few notes before we begin. This episode contains discussions of essay, violence, and crimes against very young children. Please take care of yourself and don't hesitate to step away if you need to. There are also discussions of mental health diagnosis and autism. Please keep in mind that this individual does not represent these communities, nor was it a motive, explanation, cause, or a part of why he committed these atrocities. I want to be very clear because he's going to go on and blame the fact that he has autism for this case. This opinion or evaluation of his is not only wrong, but it's very harmful, and it is not a reliable representation of the community. As of filming this, he is still in the sentencing phase of his trial, but once it's concluded, we're going to have a pinned comment of his sentencing. Everything included in today's case is publicly available online, and specific quotes may have been condensed or shortened for brevity. So with that being said, let's get started. Delivery drivers have favorite houses. Circular driveways, usually great. You don't have to do a reverse, a 10-point turn to get out. These are like the good ones, a favorite even. In the same respect, delivery drivers have houses that they hate going to. One delivery driver says, I just call it the cat piss house. I hate the cat piss house. It's the worst thing in the world. There's cat piss all over the front porch and you smell it and it stays with you. And imagine that in the summer. Another says, there's this one house with a driveway that looks like the surface of the damn moon with how many craters are on it, but their mailbox slot is so tiny, every single parcel has to go to the front door. Mine's a long rural driveway that pretty much is a junkyard. There used to be these aggressive dogs living there, and they just had so many places to hide. Always out. Anyone's guess of which direction these dogs are gonna come out and try to attack you. The worst are the houses that have lines of cars that are just parked on the street. So you have to park the delivery truck a house down and then run to the front of the house where you walk up 2 flights of stairs to deliver it straight to their door. And it's miserable because a lot of delivery drivers, they get paid by the route. They don't get paid by the hour. So they're running to complete the route.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah, it's a huge deal and it's miserable, and sometimes certain roads just have random traffic jams for no reason. It's like everybody forgot how to drive. Tanner Horner is sitting in the driver's seat of the big white van with FedEx written in big, bold, purple and orange letters on the sides, and he's starting to get very agitated. The entire road is blocked. There's rows of boxes stacked behind him. It's almost Christmas time. It's the time between Thanksgiving and Christmas. This is a delivery driver's peak time for packages. He's got places to go, and he's peering over his steering wheel trying to see what the hell is going on. It's a small residential road. There are cars on both sides blocking him. There's people walking around like this is not a goddamn road.
What year was this?
2022. Okay. Tanner sounds annoyed before he sounds curious. There's honking. He's trying to tell the people outside, like, hello, I'm trying to get through. Do you not see my giant FedEx van? He's inching forward and he leans out the window and he's asking,
hey, could you tell him I need to get through? There's like people and a vehicle in the way.
There's a woman who approaches the FedEx truck.
You can pull up and try to ask them to get through, but they're to the kidnapping. So it's all blocked off. So you'll have to just pull up and ask them if they'll let you through, but they're to the 7-year-old station.
Are you serious?
That's what all this is for.
Sorry to put all this in the bell. Are you serious?
The FedEx truck pulls up to the officers. He asks if he can go through, which they let him through. And there's no change in his demeanor because we have the dash cam footage of him sitting in the truck.
Talking to the police?
Yeah, just talking to the neighbors. I need to get through. And there's no change in his demeanor. In fact, he's holding a cigarette in one hand. There's no fear. There's nothing. Even though all the police have to do is pull the driver to the side, check his phone, check his backpack, and they would know that he's the one that kidnapped 7-year-old Athena Strand.
When was this route that he's taking? Like
the next day. 96 tennis courts does not sound that bad. If you had to search through 96 tennis courts, I mean, it's bad. But let's say you have a drone. Throw it up in the air and it's an easy search unless you're looking for something minuscule. But if you're looking for something bigger, you're going to find it. Unless you fill 96 tennis courts with tall trees, brush, hill, and almost freezing temperatures, all of a sudden 6 acres is a massive plot of land. Athena Strand and her family live on 6 acres of land in Paradise, Texas, which is about 50-ish miles north of Fort Worth, Texas, if you guys are interested in the locations. But there's technically 2 families that live on this huge plot of land. You've got Jacob and Ashley Strand, and they have their children. A 10-year-old daughter, that's from Ashley from a previous marriage. Then you have 7-year-old Athena, and then they have a newborn baby together. So Athena has a stepsister and then a half-sister. This is a blended family. One thing to note is Jacob is Athena's biological father and Ashley is Athena's stepmother. She's also been in Athena's life since Athena was maybe a year and a half old. So they're a really well-blended family. And this is very important later. On the same property, you have another house with Athena's uncle and aunt there from Jacob's side. I mean, that's the whole point of living in Paradise, Texas. The kids can play and run outside and they have their favorite tree that they would go to and climb up. They would run back and forth down the hill to their uncle and aunt's house and then run back up and run back down. It's the countryside. The kids love it. The house is situated very far from the main road. I don't even know if you can call it a main road. It's just a road that leads people to a few properties. And it's a dead end. So there's not a lot of through traffic. If someone is coming down the road, it's either because they have a reason to be there, they live there, they're visiting a friend there, or they're delivering a package, or they're lost. Not really any other reason. Ashley, Athena's stepmom, says,
She was wild. She loved living out there. Loved just, the freedom of, being a kid. Getting to just run wild and free on some land.
She's trying to explain the situation to the police. The bus drops off the girls at 4:30 p.m. The older sister, the 10-year-old, goes to the uncle's house because she needs help with her homework. Athena, she's hanging out with Ashley, the stepmom, and the newborn baby. Athena's supposed to be doing her chores, though. She's supposed to be sorting her laundry because that's the after-school chore. And Ashley's cooking dinner, and Jacob, the dad, had gone out hunting. So it's really just Ashley, Athena, and the newborn baby. So Ashley's telling Athena, go finish sorting your laundry before dinner. Okay, so Ashley's like, I'm going to check up on you after and make sure your chores are done. It's a very normal thing to do. And she goes to Athena's bedroom, opens the door after dinner is done, and Athena is gone. She's calling Athena's name, no response. She calls the aunt and uncle that live down the hill on the same property. Maybe she went to go see her sister there. She's not there. Ashley calls her husband, Athena's biological dad, Jacob, and the police. And at first, everyone thinks, okay, she definitely wandered off. Like, maybe she's lost in some brush. Maybe she tripped and fell. Maybe she's kind of annoyed at you because you made her do the laundry. The main investigator working the case says,
it's really, really cold tonight. I'm a father, and this is my county. Let's find her quick. I don't want her to be cold. I don't want her to be lost. I'm going to come out, and I'm going to provide resources.
The original energy, the whole energy of this grid search is, let's go find Athena, get her home, and quote, then we can all go home and get warm. The biggest stressor in this case is it's going to be cold that night. The most efficient way is to bring in the air assets. So they bring in these aircrafts with thermal imaging to look for heat signatures on the ground. They're flying low to the ground. They're scanning for anything that produces heat. Trees do not light up like animals do. They find rabbits, hogs, deer, no human movement. But just because thermal imaging does not show it does not mean that there's not a person in there. Civilian volunteers come in. They start doing a shoulder-to-shoulder search. So they all start at the property line, shoulder to shoulder, and they walk through it as deep as they can get. Because when you have a kid, if they tripped on some brush, it's going to be hard to find them. So I think like 300 volunteers showed up that night because no one thinks something that nefarious happened. A lot of people were initially under the belief that maybe Athena was trying to go to her aunt's house, maybe slipped, sprained her ankle, can't shout, no one can hear her. So they're just trying to get her home because it's going to be freezing temperatures that night. They send the dogs out. Volunteers are bringing horses, four-wheelers to go through the property. It's almost the energy of, let's hurry up, get this over with so that we can all go home and it's going to be like a cute little wholesome story that's going to be in the papers. Most families in Paradise have properties that sit on at least an acre of land. So this specific property has been in Jacob's family for 20 years. Athena's dad, he even grew up on this property running around. So this is not an abnormal occurrence. Everybody in Paradise knows. But this is what's abnormal about it. When police bring in the dogs keep doing circles around the main house on the property.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means her scent just circles the property and just ends. It doesn't follow a lead into the woods. It doesn't follow and go into the aunt and uncle's house. It's just around the property. And then it cuts off. By the end of the night, I think the feeling that she was just lost in the woods is dissipating. They said that they were huddled in a circle as helicopters were flying very low over the property, and that's when they first felt that something bad must have happened. But what? Like, what could happen? The only thing that they know is Athena goes missing, and the only difference in the entire property is there's this blue box that's been left at the door. It's blue box with white around the edges. It's very clearly a Walmart delivery. And they open it up, and inside are Athena's Christmas presents. It's a set of Barbies. It's the all-you-can-be Barbies, career Barbies, so each one has a different career. And that's the only thing that changed. The rangers who have done missing child's cases, they typically have a pattern that they follow, with good reason, I will say, but because more often than not, when a child goes missing, the family is involved. One of the lead investigators working the case says,
So my immediate thought is, let's go ahead and lock everybody in on a statement.
That's why they try to get statements as quickly as possible. They want to lock you into one version of events. They're going to try to find evidence that doesn't fit that version, and then they're going to force you to change your version over and over and over again until you're just straight up lying. You dig yourself into a hole, and then you have to tell the truth. But that's really only if you're guilty. So he's locking everybody into a statement, trying to corroborate that with digital evidence. Where were you? Cell phone towers, text messages.
And my goal is to lock everybody in that night, especially the people that were in close proximity to Athena on that time. So that's what I started doing on scene.
They also go to Athena's teachers. Kids say a lot about their home life at school that you just would not realize. They just say some crazy things. Miss Thompson is Athena's school teacher, and Miss Thompson is asked to describe what it's like to teach Athena.
I adored Athena. She was so much fun. She was a free spirit. She would come in with, stickers on her hands. She loved to dress up. Like, she truly was a free spirit. Like, there's no other word to describe her. Like, she definitely was a true gem.
Her teacher says there was a new student in their classroom that had needs that were harder to fulfill, and Athena opened up her arms to him. She would play with him on the playground. She has this very big heart. I mean, that's just who she is. And now she's missing. And the last thing she was seen wearing are these little pants with little flowers near the pocket. And a shirt and a jacket, of course, but the pants are very distinct. The lead investigator says he just feels it in his gut. He's locking everybody in a statement, but he just feels something is not right. So he starts shifting his attention to the Barbies that were delivered around that time, which means the Texas Rangers, they need help. They need resources. They reach out to the FBI, fill them in on what's going on. And the first person the FBI want to talk to is the FedEx driver. They're like, let me call FedEx. They contact FedEx and they're like, we need to know who the delivery driver was that dropped off these Barbies, because maybe he's not guilty. That's not what we're saying. We're not that presumptuous, but maybe he saw something. Maybe he saw somebody drive up. Maybe he saw something else. FedEx is like, oh, that's not by us. So that was not a FedEx employee. It's through a third contractor, a third party company that we use in the local area called Big Top Spin, which a lot of these delivery companies are doing this recently, especially with companies like Amazon, where they're not employed by the major company, but they have third-party companies in local areas that they dispatch to.
But they still drive a FedEx car?
Yes. So sometimes they will and sometimes they don't. And that's why you might have seen an uptick of people dropping off an Amazon package in a personal vehicle instead of an Amazon vehicle,
Interesting.
So it just varies. Big Top Spin, however, happens to be a company where they will give you vans that say FedEx on the side. So it seems like they do most of the contracting in the area for FedEx. They do deliveries during peak seasons. This is between Thanksgiving and Christmas, November 22nd. FBI reaches out to Big Top Spin and they give them a name of the delivery driver who went to deliver Athena's Barbies, coincidentally right at the time that she goes missing, which, I mean, for all the feds know, this could very well just be a coincidence. They want to talk to him. They want to talk to Tanner Horner. They arrest him while he's working in his FedEx truck.
Arrest him?
Well, they did try to talk to him a few times, but here's the very suspicious thing. The time that he drops off the Barbies, he does not record it delivered. So he drops it off, but he doesn't record the delivery on the paper.
Yeah.
Which is very odd. And then after that, he doesn't have another delivery for at least 30 minutes. But the next delivery zone is not 30 minutes away. So what is this time discrepancy?
So FBI got that information immediately?
Immediately.
Like the next day?
Yeah.
Wow.
They start talking to him. He's like, I don't know what's going on. I got sick in the FedEx truck, so that's why you have the 30-minute discrepancy. I actually went to a truck stop called Love's. It's like a convenience store and a truck stop. I had to clean up my throw up because I was so sick. And then that's just what happened.
Hey, just let you know, I wasn't able to tell you earlier because I was trying to go get the cleaning supplies. I had a lot of them, but I kind of threw I grew up in the back of the truck.
And he starts getting emotional and he's like, I have a 1-year-old son, so this has been really messing with me too, as I'm sure it's messing with everybody else in the community. But eventually, they arrest him in his FedEx truck, and they have enough reason to believe that Athena is somewhere near him. They slam open the back door, they're looking for Athena in the back, and she is not there. She's not in the truck. Athena's biological mother, Maitland, she lives about 2 hours away. When she heard Athena was missing, even though a lot of people in the community thought that she was just wandering on the property, she drove that 2-hour drive in 45 minutes. She was beside herself. She says that she knows that whatever news the sheriff is bringing to her 48 hours after her daughter has gone missing is not good. So 2 days after Athena Strand has been missing, the sheriff finds the family at the local church. And she knows what he's going to say because she said that when someone is delivering bad news to you before they deliver the news, they avoid eye contact. And when he brought the family into a back room at the church, he wouldn't make eye contact with any of them.
I wanted to tell Sheriff Aiken that he didn't know what he was talking about. I asked him if I could confirm that that was my daughter, and he told me no, because she looks too bad. And I went into a place of denial. I stopped breathing, and I started to black out as I heard Ashley screaming. I knew it was him.
Tanner Horner is brought in for questioning by the police, and he gives various versions of what happened that night when he came to deliver the package of Barbies to Athena Strand's house. One variation, he says that he was doing the delivery there, and he sees this old green van. It's like a Chevy Astra van. It looked really creepy. It looked exactly like the type of van that would kidnap kids. It had sunspots on the hood of the roof and a piece of the panel missing on the driver door close to the front wheel. He's very specific. So he leaves the packages of Barbies, and then he drives off for the next delivery, but that green van was still there when he drove off. And then he just started feeling sick, so he threw up, and then you get the whole story. Multiple law enforcement agencies put a bolo out for this green van. Lots of resources are funneled into finding this green van because they have to try. Go through the databases, physical surveillance on the ground. They put out statewide bolos, DPS aircraft flying nonstop to locate any green vans in the area. Police start going through tower dumps in the area to figure out what cellular devices were in the area at the time. So they'll get a cell tower data and see all the active devices. They have to locate this van because if they locate this van, they could potentially locate Athena alive. So we're back to the initial search. This is before Athena's body is found. And as law enforcement are looking for this green van, they're just noticing a lot of weird holes in Tanner's story. Not only did he not mark Athena Strand's delivery delivered, he stops delivering for 30 minutes. And then there's another 4 to 5 deliveries that were uncompleted that night. And just the way that he's behaving is very uncomfortable. It doesn't make sense. He'll have bursts of emotions near the end of the conversation where he's just like, I can't believe something like this would happen because I'm a parent. But that feels less like empathy and more like purging of emotions because of tension. In the interrogation room, during one of the countless conversations between the lead detectives and Tanner Horner, as Tanner is explaining what happened, the detectives step out for a second. And when they get back, there's this huge whiteboard on the wall that interrogators use. And in red marker, it's scribbled, "He's going to hurt me, please help."
What?
So the detectives are like, did you write that while we were out of the room for a second?
Why do you write that? If I say too much, I'm going to die.
So what does that even mean? Who's gonna die? Why would you die if you say too much? What are you talking about? This is part of Tanner Horner's story that there was another party involved. And he goes back and forth. So it's not this chronological timeline of story 1, story 2, story 3, story 4. It's just a merging of all the stories. But in the event that he claims that there was another party involved in this kidnapping, he even wrote this note later for the detectives as he's sitting in jail. Detectives, my family is in danger. The day Athena was killed, I wasn't the only one involved. When I pulled up to the house, an older man had pulled a rifle on me and demanded my wallet. It's weird. He almost expected me to be there. After he checked my wallet, he gave me instructions. After handing me back my wallet, he told me to take the girl and bring her to a specific spot, this tall grass bamboo area. He gave me a change of clothes for the girl and told me to have her change into them before handing her to him. He had threatened my family and I didn't know what to do, so I just went along with it. Don't tell the media, by the way. I don't know if he's going to do something. If I'm killed on the way to and from the courthouses, I'll assume it's him. When I handed her over, she seemed like she knew him. It kind of freaked me out. When she calmed down after seeing him, I shut my headlights off, I followed them, and I saw him park his car near that creek. The next day I went there and I saw the girl's body in the creek. I needed to get this out, even if it was just in writing. Don't tell the media. Don't tell my family. They'll tell the media. Don't tell the family of Athena until after their lawsuit with FedEx goes through. This is between me and you, detective. As long as it stays between us, my family stays safe. I will gladly keep the blame as long as they're safe. The man was older, probably 50s, gray hair, short military style haircut, kind of fat, with a bit of upper body muscle. I handed him the girl's clothes when I gave him her. I either missed the pants or put them back in the truck somehow in my backpack. I'm not sure. But 3 times he asked me about the cameras on the FedEx truck. Unless y'all find him, keep it from everybody. I don't want my family hurt. I'm sorry I've been a burden on y'all.
There's a camera in the FedEx?
Yeah. So he tries to go with this whole story that there's another man involved. Authorities sweep the entire state practically for this green Astro van that could be involved in Athena Strand's kidnapping, and they don't find it. I mean, I'm sure they do find multiple green Astro vans, but nobody that has any sort of connection with Athena Strand. And it's just a revolving door of excuses with Tanner Horner. So first he says he doesn't even remember delivering the Barbies to Athena's house. Then he says he remembers and he had to be quiet because that man was involved, that suspicious old man in the green van, and he was getting framed. Then police were able to get the dash cam footage of Athena inside of the FedEx truck. Video. Placing Athena into the truck, into the back of the van. There's video of him putting her into the back of the van, and they don't see a green Astro van anywhere in the vicinity. Then he switches his story. He says, let me tell you what really happened. All of this is an accident.
When I was trying to get myself situated where, I have an easy way to get out of the property, I got a back out the here. I didn't know what to do. One main fear was I could lose my job, grab her and go and
He says the first version, she was already practically dead when he hit her with the truck, but that's not true at all. There's dash cam stills of Athena alive and unharmed in the FedEx truck, at least in the beginning, to which Tanner then changes his story once more. Okay,
what's that camera? Like it's the reverse
So there's multiple cameras all over the FedEx truck. There's a reverse camera that he says was not working at the time. There's cameras in the back of the van. There's cameras where the packages are. There's cameras like all over the inside and outside of these FedEx vans. However, he covered up a lot of them with sticky notes before. We don't see the footage of him placing Athena in the back of the truck. We don't know which camera it is. I'm assuming it's probably an exterior camera. But the interior camera, he's covered up most of the ones in the back.
So there are a few that's not covered?
There's one in the front dash that shows him driving. That's not covered, at least initially. And you can see Athena, that's where the picture comes from that everybody has seen. There's a still photo that has been used in trial where she is standing between the driver's seat and the passenger seat and she looks really alarmed. And he's just driving. Eventually, the detectives will get their hands on the full audio from the cameras because even though he covered them up with sticky notes, the audio is still recording. Eventually, Tanner changes his story once more, that he had to strangle her. So he backs up into her. She's alive. He puts her in the back of the van because he's freaking out about losing his job. And then he decides that he's going to strangle her to make sure that she keeps silent about him hitting her with this van. He claims he didn't do anything else to her. He just, quote, tossed her body so that he could keep his job.
just kind of tossed her in.
Tanner Horner takes them to a location filled with bamboo. These are like 10-foot tall bamboo trees, stating that this is where he left Athena's body after he killed her, but only because it was an accident. The lead detective says, I'm walking him, and he's pointing at a location that's not too thick into the bamboo, and he's stating that it's not too much further in there, and just essentially giving me an idea of where she was in the bamboo. They bring in the dogs, they bring in other help, and the detective immediately knows this is not where Athena Strand is.
At that time, I felt like I was being lied to again and that she was not there. Just the amount of resources we had, especially with K9 resources and everything, it would, in my prior experience, especially if we're being directed to that area, we usually find, unfortunately, human remains or humans with the K9 very quickly.
Tanner Horner offers up the possibility, maybe potentially after he, quote, tossed Athena's body, somebody else came and picked her up. And the police, the whole time, they do a really good job of not getting triggered, because I think this case has really affected everyone in Paradise, Texas in a very strong way. I mean, cell towers, Athena Strand's color is pink. That was her favorite color. Cell towers, government buildings, city lights were all changed to pink for the longest time. I just imagine that these police fucking hate his guts, but they don't show it. And they're trying to be very chill with him. And they're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But like, who would do that? Someone who wants to be a hero, who's like, oh, I found the little girl. You think that's what it is? He's like,
I've noticed there's quite a bit of tweakers out there.
What's that?
Tweakers, I guess, a very derogatory term for people who use drugs, typically used against people without homes. I think he's trying to paint this picture that someone very nefarious came along and took Athena Strand's body, and he's just like the innocent guy who, quote, tossed her body. He uses the word tossed multiple times.
You tossed her in, just kind of tossed her in, kind of tossed her in.
How old is he?
At this point, during the trial right now, he's 35, so he must have been 31, 32. And she's not here. She's not in this bamboo. It's very clear. And it's not until 2 days after she goes missing, the investigators are led to Bobo Crossing. It's a bridge and a creek. Nobody knows why it's called Bobo's Crossing, apparently. It's just a creek with murky water. It's very stagnant. It gets very deep at the center. And they see Athena submerged in about 3 feet of water.
When I first walked up to the edge of the creek, he told me she's right there. That's where I put her.
So he changes his story. He's like, okay, fine. I took her to the creek.
This is 2 days in? Or
48 hours, about 2 days in.
And based on the water visibility, it was dark. I had a flashlight. I angled the flashlight at different angles, and I was able to see her nude body buoyant beneath the water.
She's a very tiny frame, 4 feet, 4 inches tall, and only weighing 62 pounds. So she's face down in the creek with her arms to the side, completely unclothed in the water. And authorities say they were led to Bobo Crossing by a person named Zero. Zero is the one that led them here. Zero says he's the one that killed Athena, not Tanner Horner. It's all him. He got rid of her after all of that, and he took off her clothes as a way to humiliate her. It was all him. The lead investigator asks him, did y'all, like you and Tanner, really try to break her neck? Zero responds, it didn't work.
Wait, I'm sorry. Zero's the real name?
Yeah, Zero's a name.
Okay.
And the investigator asks, I mean, was it you trying to break her neck, or was it Tanner trying to break her neck? Zero says it was all him. He's the one that broke Athena's neck. Did you choke her from behind like you said earlier? He's nodding. Did she defecate on herself? He nods. Did she struggle? He nods. He says that she was struggling and trying to kick him, but she wasn't able to. They ask about whether or not he took any of Athena's clothes, and he responds, no, I just threw her clothes on the highway. So you're saying you stripped her naked to throw her clothes out the window on the highway? Is that what you're saying? Because why would you take off her clothes after you kill her and then throw her in the creek nude? I thought it was funny. You thought it was funny? You took all her clothes off of her, shirts, pants, underwear, everything? I left the panties on. So why did Tanner take any of the clothes home, you think? I don't know. He's not stupid. He later takes that back, and he admits that he's the one that planted the pants in Tanner's backpack. Quote, the pants and the underwear. You said it was funny throwing her clothes out on the highway. Which highway did you throw them out on? 14. Why'd you take her clothes out there? It's funny. Is that like a form of humiliation? He nods really slowly and says, she was gonna tell. So you had to punish her. He nods slowly again. Did you tell her, did she tell you she was gonna tell? He nods. She did? When did she tell you that she was gonna tell? At the house. Who the hell is Zero? And what the hell does he have to do with any of this? Was he in the FedEx truck? What's his connection to Tanner? Zero is Tanner's alter ego, according to Tanner Horner.
Is this recorded or?
All recorded. Tanner then moves on. So he goes from, I'm being framed by a green van man. And then he goes to, it was a complete accident. She was already dead when I backed up into her. And then I just disposed of her body. It was a pure accident. I was overworked. The FedEx camera, trucks, backup cameras don't work. And then it switched to, you know what? She was alive when I put her in the van, but I had to strangle her because she said she was going to tell. And then it turns into, but it wasn't me strangling her. It was actually my alter ego, Zero, strangling her, because I have 3 alter egos. Tanner then gives the investigators his newest version of events, that Zero is to blame for all of this.
So how did they get to speak to quote Zero?
Okay, that's the very frustrating thing too. So not only is he just trying to use autism as an excuse to negate any bad wrongdoing that he's done in the entirety of his just god-awful life, but on top of that, he tries to pretend that he has DID. I don't even think he knows what he's doing. And then the only way you can talk to Zero is the investigators go, Zero, I would like to talk to you. And then he rolls his eyes to the back of his head and he tilts his head to the side. And suddenly he's giving the worst performance I've ever seen in improv history. That's how you talk to Zero.
So he changed his whole mannerism for that, right?
Yeah. This is my personal belief. I tend to believe that Zero is his real personality. And I'm not saying personalities as in he has different alters and different personalities. I think those are his true inner thoughts. And Tanner is like how he would like to present himself to the world. There's just a lot in the interrogation footage. There's a lot of things that don't make sense, but I'm just going to give you the most important parts. At some point, Tanner is still trying to sell this story that he himself, Tanner Horner, and Zero, who is still him, but he himself never wanted Athena to get hurt. And he has this very alarming, jarring moment during the interview where he says,
She was a sweet kid.
and he's describing how they're driving down the road and she kept asking where we were going.
I dragged her on for a bit just trying to figure out what I was going to do about the situation.
And what's she do?
Asking questions, we're just talking at this point.
Yeah, she sit down and she's standing up. She in the passenger seat. Where's she at?
She's standing out. She's in the back.
Okay. And then where's she?
We went down this private road and I listened to that little voice again.
So he's saying that this little voice is Zero. He starts sniffling into his hand. He's like in the interrogation room, sniffling into his hand, leaning up against the wall. The investigators are like, it's all right. And he's like, it's not all right.
No, it's not all right.
Well, no, it's all right to tell him. It's okay to tell him. You gotta get it off your chest.
I just told her to turn around and
You chucked her? One hand or two hands? Two. What? Was she facing away from you when you chucked her?
and sort of I tried to.
Oh, you tried to break her neck?
I tried to break her neck, making it as quickly painless as possible, but it didn't work. She started crying.
He says he had her face away from him. He just didn't want her to see it coming. He doesn't recall how long it took. He doesn't even have a ballpark of 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. He says the voice just said that. You know, he's got to get rid of her.
I didn't know what to do. One main fear was I could lose my job, lose my source of income, like everything was on hold. I didn't know what to do.
Good.
He says he came to the realization, quote, I couldn't just keep running around with the kid in the back like that. So he stops by the bamboo trees and he just, quote,
I just tossed her anyway. I couldn't just keep running around with a kid in the back like that. I just tossed her in the bush or whatever you want to call it.
And you sure she was not alive at that time?
I was relatively sure, okay? I mean, I didn't check her heartbeat or anything, but I'm relatively sure because she wasn't alive.
Did you mainly do this because you didn't want to get in trouble for hitting her with, or FedEx, or legally, or what?
I was panicking, I didn't know what to do, and it almost seems like it was a dream. For the most part, it just kind of seems like I wasn't, you know what I mean? Seems like I wasn't behind the wheel at the time.
When I asked him if he communicated with her, he stated that he did, and she told him her name, and also asked him if he was a kidnapper.
One of the first words Athena asked was, are you a kidnapper? At one point, he tries to say that the van didn't have backup cameras or sensors, so he believed that contributed to this happening. And then he claims that he tossed her in the bamboo woods. Toss, again, that's the word that he chooses. And he says that he didn't put her deep into the bamboo woods because he wanted her to be found. Why would you want her to be found? Because I'm a parent. I would want to know. Okay, during the next couple of days, you didn't go back to the bamboo forest. So he's saying, like, I'm not the one that moved her to the creek. I put her at the very edge of the bamboo forest.
During the next couple of days, you didn't return? What? You're a parent?
I didn't want to know what was. I was hearing updates about this constantly. Trying to make it to where somebody would find her.
After getting rid of Athena's body in the bamboo area, he says that he went to Love's, which is a convenience store and truck stop where he gets cleaning supplies. The lead detective is like, did they ask you what you're cleaning up? Because he didn't even buy the supplies. He says that he just went to the counter and was like, hey, I made a mess in the van. Can you give me some cleaning supplies I can use? So the front desk gives him some cleaning supplies. What did you tell him you were cleaning up?
He stated that he was cleaning up the vomit and feces.
Whose vomit?
His vomit.
Whose feces?
Athena's.
He continues to insist that he is not the one that killed Athena. He believes it was like he was in the back seat. He was almost dreaming at the time. He believes it's his alter ego Zero. Now, we're going to go into what Tanner and his I don't even want to call it an alter ego. What Tanner says, pretending to be Zero, it's not even in the slightest bit believable. It's like pissing on someone and saying that it's raining. Nobody's believing it, and it's just insulting to those who actually have DID. But before we go there, let's go through the irrefutable evidence. There is footage from inside the FedEx truck where Tanner had preemptively covered the FedEx truck cameras with sticky notes days before the kidnapping, which a lot of people believe that this indicates he was trying to kidnap someone within the next few days. He made sure that he was in the same FedEx van all those days and then even after the crime so that he could be in control of what they've been calling his mobile crime scene. But there's still audio recordings and at least a few visual pieces of evidence that place Athena alive and in the back of the FedEx truck. There are also markings on her face. There are grid-like patterns that match the floor of the FedEx truck as well as boots. They call it a tread pattern. The ME says it's kind of like zigzag patterns, and it's like if you were to press someone's face down onto the van floor. She suffered some sort of trauma or event that would cause her to clamp down so harshly on her own tongue that there would be teeth markings embedded into her tongue. There was a rope, bungee-like cord found inside the truck. There was DNA tested on vaginal and anal swabs that came back. There was blood and semen found on several of Tanner's clothing, including his FedEx work shirt, his hoodie, jeans, and underwear. Athena was presumably essayed in the van before being strangled to death. After killing Athena in the truck, he makes sure that his next few shifts, he gets the same exact FedEx truck. And Tanner, he refuses assaying Athena, and he continues to state that all of this happened just because he backed into Athena and he was scared of losing his job. And nobody believes it. Nobody believes that he backed into Athena. Nobody believes any of this.
Like, I have a 1-year-old. If I lose this job, I lose everything.
Even if this whole accident story were even a smidgen believable, which it's not, Tanner's telling the detectives that he tossed her body, he tossed her here, he tossed this. There's just a lack of remorse and a lack of care when he even references Athena. If this was a pure accident, I would imagine that someone is in shambles describing what happened. The investigators ask, did she bleed or anything in that truck? I don't know, possibly. He says that he did throw her in the van so she could have some cuts and stuff from being thrown in the van. But, quote, I'm not some sort of psychopath.
You can look at my history. I'm not some deranged psychopath.
He says after he kills a little girl, he goes home after a shift and, quote, I just went home and I went to sleep. I took my sleeping medication, watched Game of Thrones, and I was out.
Did you take anything from her? And
not that I can think of. I mean, I might have found a sock on the thing, but I just kind of threw it out.
So he's just making it sound so casual.
Is that a make or did you find a sock?
I did find the sock, but that was just...
Was it one of her socks?
I think so.
Okay.
Which, by the way, he took the socks home and they were found in this, what could be described as a junkyard on his property. Was it one of her socks? And he's like, I think so, unless it's just some other driver's sock. And they're like, well, I mean, you would be able to know if it's a little girl's sock or a driver's sock. Be real. And he's like, yeah, okay.
By the way, I do think she pooped herself also when I don't know. But you get what I'm saying.
You choked.
What?
How do you know she pooped herself? I mean,
It was still there when I was moving here. Some of it found on the floor.
He says he stopped by the truck, stopped to clean. What did you pay when you were at Love's getting the stuff to clean? Did you pay in cash? I didn't pay for anything. I just asked if they had any cleaning supplies. When he's asked to describe the person working at Love's for the cleaning supplies, this is the part that
But he did kind of look like he might be part Jewish.
Okay, why do you say that?
God, this is sound terrible.
As if everything else he said is not terrible. Because he doesn't preface anything else about killing Athena as terrible. He's not like, God, I can't believe I'm saying that. He's just like, God, this is going to sound terrible.
God, this is gonna sound terrible. He had a decently big house.
Okay.
Crazy.
With his confession, the FedEx footage, the audio evidence, the DNA evidence, forensic evidence, Tanner Horner is charged with capital murder and aggravated kidnapping, which means he's up for the death penalty in Texas. He has pled guilty to capital murder and aggravated kidnapping.
Guilty or not guilty? What is your plea?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Because this is Texas and because he's pled guilty to capital murder, it doesn't matter if he wants to die by the state. There has to be a whole trial where the jurors are told by the judge, quote, there will no longer be a first phase of the trial where you will be determining whether or not guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Your sole duty now will be to listen to all the evidence that is going to be presented to you because you will be using that evidence to determine the proper punishment to be assessed. So instead of determining whether or not he's guilty of the crime, they're going into the punishment phase. They will be deciding whether or not he deserves to die for it, whether he will get the death penalty or life in prison without parole. It's not about guilt. It's about dying. Right now, Tanner Horner is in court fighting to live. The ship has sailed for the insanity plea. Any sort of argument he's making right now, his defense is making right now, is mitigation on why he should not be killed by the state. And one of the first things the defense brings up is the broken brain defense. He ate coins as a kid. That's what they're saying. A relative even comes up to testify, stating that she would babysit him and he would be chomping down on them coins, eating these coins, munching them up. They
Like
tested his
swallowing them,
body.
or
Yeah.
just- Really?
They tested his body and there was roughly 33,000 micrograms of lead found in his body versus about 1,500 micrograms of a peer his age, which would put him 24 times higher than the average of lead poisoning for his age. One doctor states for the defense.
So my opinion is that Mr. Horner experienced a significant amount of lead exposure that would have impacted his health and particularly his neurological health.
Studies do show that kids that were exposed to lead, they have reduced gray matter volume in their brains. The argument being that Tanner Horner's brain was damaged as a kid, long before he was even able to form a personality. That could lead to poor impulse control, impaired judgment, blunted ability to anticipate consequences, reduced capacity to regulate panic. But this is just one of the defense's many endless arguments. Lead exposure is just one. The defense is arguing that along with lead poisoning and exposure, autism spectrum disorder, prenatal alcohol exposure, mental illness, and a chaotic abusive childhood should be mitigating factors on why he does not get capital punishment. The defense argues that there's just something deeply wrong with his brain.
When someone's brain is what's injured, you don't see it. We don't treat it the same. We want people to push through it. We want them to be okay. We're talking about a developmental issue, about mental illness, brain damage. A bone that's 99% unbroken is still a broken bone.
They go on to state Tanner's injury actually came before he was born. His mother, God bless her, Melissa Horner, was working as a stripper when she was pregnant. And one of the ways she was able to get on stage and do her job was drink alcohol.
When you became pregnant with Tanner, were you still dancing?
Yes, I was.
And when you became pregnant with Tanner, were you still drinking alcohol?
Till I found out I was pregnant. But by that time, I was already like 8.5 weeks.
How often would you drink?
I drank pretty heavily.
They argue that because both of Tanner's parents were addicts that couldn't take care of him, he had to be raised by his grandmother, who did end up raising him, by all accounts, as best as she could. They also continue to bring in the unofficial diagnosis of Asperger's. He's just autistic. That's not a recognized diagnosis. They're going to take a lot of angles here, but if you just listen to the interrogation tape, it's pretty clear his brain works perfectly fine. He covered up the FedEx car cameras days before he kidnapped and murdered Athena, indicating that he was planning on doing this. He has multiple tries to come up with a story that the authorities would believe. There is a lot of self-preservation that is occurring. And side note, I will say, I think he's dumb. I think he's dumb, and that's fine. But that doesn't mean anything. I think they keep throwing things at the wall to try and see what sticks. They're like, oh, he's autistic. A lot of people are autistic, and it's a bad look for the community because that has nothing to do with anything. Even the FBI agent says,
during the majority of the interview, Mr. Horner was very articulate. He answered every question properly. Good back and forth conversation. And then towards the end of the conversation, he got very emotional and almost to the point of crying, and stated to us that he couldn't believe something like this would happen and that he had his own child.
the lead detective recalls after interrogating him.
His demeanor through the course of these interviews was very laid back. I mean, he wasn't worked up, had a cool, calm demeanor, cooperated, spoke, was articulate, joked around, made jokes at times, made jokes inappropriately sometimes. And again, was able to maintain that rapport and continue to talk to him.
Does he have a wife?
He has a fiance. Yeah.
Was she there
during
the trial?
No. But there's a lot that comes up about her. This episode is brought to you by Netflix. I thought I knew this case. I mean, I remember hearing about the car accident when it first happened, staying updated with the news and seeing the photos of the crash after they came out. The car crumpled up against a brick wall. 2 teenagers dead and another fighting for their life in the hospital. I thought I knew the story behind the tragedy until Netflix's The Crash had me questioning what really happened. Let me set the scene. It's a little past 6 a.m. on a residential street. The sun is rising. It's quiet. It's almost peaceful. It's not quite dawn, but it's also not yet the morning. A cop's dash cam begins recording as the patrol car slows down, pulls up next to a building. We don't see the car wreck until the cop puts his car in park and gets out. But the frenzy is just quick. 3 massive fire trucks, they descend on the crash site. Dozens of firefighters, cops are lining the street. Even a helicopter hovers overboard. And through the cop's body cam, we hear him say, ×3.
Oh my God, ×3, guys.
There's 3 young victims in the car. The boy in the back seat was no longer in the back seat, but laid on top of his best friend in the front passenger seat. Davian was a big brother, a high school football player, a foster system survivor, and he was immediately declared dead. The boy in the passenger seat, Dom, was a son, had just gotten his apartment. He was an entrepreneur, and he too was dead on arrival. The driver is the passenger seat's girlfriend of 4 years, Kenzie. She just graduated high school. She was enjoying her senior summer, like the time between graduating and beginning the rest of her life. She was the only one still breathing. Her seatbelt was on, but her head had gone through the windshield, and it was considered a miracle. Her parents are interviewed. They describe her injuries. It was honestly horrific. A 17-year-old girl hanging on to the rest of her life. Her parents are crying as they're explaining having to break the news of her boyfriend and his best friend's death after she woke up. It's like the most inexplicable tragedy. Did the brakes fail? Was it an operator error? Like, were there substances involved? Was she drunk and driving? A medical emergency? The toxicology report comes back, no shrooms, no alcohol, no impaired driving, nothing. The driver's medical history is looked into. She was diagnosed years ago with POTS, a fainting disorder. So people are like, okay, did she faint while she's driving? Vehicle black box data comes back, the brakes were never used. Even if they were broken, they were never used. Nobody pressed on the brakes. Why did Kenzie not press on the brakes? Then the vehicle crash reconstruction has come back and the evidence is damning. This is the part that I think had a lot of people reeling. I didn't know just how bad this case was, and trust me, this is just the beginning. For 5 full seconds before the crash, it was proven that the driver, Kenzie, held the gas pedal down, pushing the vehicle to its top speed the entire time. For 5 full seconds, just on the pedal. And then the text messages come out. The 4-year relationship between the driver, Kenzie, and the passenger, Dom, is worse than toxic. It's arguably abusive, and videos come out, TikToks come out, comments from the families of all 3 teens come to light, CCTV footage, trial footage, evidence discovery. Did Kenzie intentionally crash the car, murdering her boyfriend, Dom, and his best friend, Davian? All of this is uncovered in Netflix's The Crash, and it unravels a story bigger than anything I could have ever expected. Watch The Crash only on Netflix.
Hey, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158
And he clearly understands the consequences. He says things like, I have a fucking 1-year-old. If I lose this job, I lose everything at this point. But then Tanner comes up, like I said, with the alter ego personality 0. And I, again, want to make it abundantly clear, Tanner Horner has never been diagnosed with DID. The defense is not even trying to argue that he has been or that he does have DID. Quite frankly, I think this is his attempt at portraying himself as someone with DID to diminish his culpability in this crime. And it's not only offensive to those with DID, but it's offensive in general to anybody who has a brain bigger than the size of a garlic clove. It's not believable. It's the kind of performance that generally makes you want to look away. It's just god-awful. It's ass. Tanner claims that he was driving the FedEx van, backs up into Athena, hits her, puts her in the van in a state of panic, and while he's actively deciding on what to do next, 0 takes over and decides he's going to kill Athena because she was going to tell on them, and he can't have that. So like I said, in order to switch between the two personalities of Tanner and 0, an investigator merely has to ask the very simple question of, hey 0, can I talk to you? Sure enough, with the dramatics of a high school play, he will roll his eyes back, tilt his head to the side, and turn into 0. It's worlds apart from what someone with actual DID does when they switch, and resembles more of like the TikTok trend where you suddenly decide you want to be mysterious, so you stop giggling and you make sharper eye contact. The performance alone makes you want to hold his eyes open and make him stare directly into an eclipse. But we have to cover it. Another thing to note is the investigators do play into it. They were suspecting Tanner of being involved. They want to bring Athena home. They don't really care what it takes to do that. And even if it meant playing into his delusions of having an alter ego being the one to blame, it's not that they're leaning into this because there is any believable evidence of 0 being real. This is just investigators investigating, nothing more. And they state that multiple times during this trial. They're like, I didn't believe him for a single second, but I'm trying to get answers. I'm just building rapport. The investigators bring out 0, aka Tanner Horner. He's squatting up against the back of the jailhouse and he's smoking a cigarette.
Wait, I'm sorry. Where in timeline are we?
This is right after they find her body, I think.
Okay.
He keeps wanting to talk to the investigators.
Oh, okay.
And he's asked, did she tell you she didn't want to go with you? Of course.
What'd you tell her? I'm going on a ride.
She didn't try to fight you when you told her you're going on a ride? He says that she was, begging, but he didn't really care. I need to ask 0 one more question.
0, I need you. Talk to me. I know Tanner didn't assault this girl. I know Tanner didn't hurt this girl, but I know you did. Did you assault this little girl?
No.
Did you kill this little girl, 0?
Tanner wouldn't do it. Because he's a coward.
0, why do you call Tanner a boy?
You made me tell you.
0, how long have you been with Tanner?
About 6 months.
Where did you find him?
So this is why I think it's an insult to anyone, not even just with DID, but just with a brain, a functioning brain that is not... No, he has a functioning brain. Just, this is insulting to anyone that has to listen, because the fact that he doesn't even understand what he's trying to do, he doesn't understand the lie that he's trying to put out. So he starts kind of developing this weird thought process of maybe he's a spirit that goes from body to body, because the way that he answers these questions is so bizarre. Like, they're asking him, where did you come from? I don't know. What made you come to Tanner? I was vulnerable. As if he's just like a parasite looking for a host. Where did you find him?
I found him when he started taking his medicine. He wanted to die. I wanted him to die. He seems to be more in control most of the time. Why do you want to talk to me?
He claims that Tanner didn't want to handle the reality. What was his reality? The fact that he let a child die? He also says that Tanner wants to die, but, quote, he wants to die, I want him to die, but I want to live. Side note, all these videos are played during the trial, and Tanner Horner is watching all of this play out in the courtroom. He's consistently wearing a gray dress shirt. He's got his elbow propped up on the table. He leans his cheek into his hand. He has a very disengaged look most of the time. There is this one point where he does look at one of the live streaming cameras in the courtroom, and he just looks like he almost has this tiny smile on his face. Then the video cuts to him in the interrogation room. The officers ask him, have you told us everything? Who? What? Have you told us everything? Me?
Went away. Like, just me.
Okay. Did you have a little zero?
It's not zero.
Tanner?
Yeah.
Welcome back. You okay?
I'm a little flabbergasted, I guess.
Why is that?
Because I was in the back seat watching everything happen, and I'm kind of freaking out.
Is there anything Zero didn't tell us that you can remember? Or were you in and out?
I mean, I've been in and out the entire time. He hasn't really let me come out at all.
Okay.
This is a weird type of respect because you actually, how should I put it? You trust him, which I think is, okay.
There's a lot to process, Tanner. There's a lot that happened. So we're going to step out and give you a second and just give you a second to process that, okay? Just give us a minute. When they come back, they decide that they want to talk to Zero further because Tanner, all he does is put on this really god-awful show of pretending to be Tanner. They're all Tanner. He says,
I tried to set it up like someone else did her.
How did you do that?
He went with an entire story.
So he's talking about the Green Van Man. Is that where the story about the green van and the Hispanic male came from? So he's like, yeah, it was a Hispanic male in his 50s. Yeah. Was that your biggest fear, that Tanner would get put away? Constantly. Did you immediately, as soon as y'all hit her, did you come out and take over fearing that maybe Tanner would get y'all put away, or did it take some time? Tanner was worried about that little shit. Why didn't you want to help her? Do you want to help anybody? No. Not other than myself. Have you ever been anywhere else, Zero? Have you ever done this before? No. Is this your first time? Of course. He won't let me out most of the time. Right now, he just doesn't want to deal with anything. Have you ever made Tanner do this before this time? No. So if Tanner had never hit her with the truck, you would have never done this. If Tanner wouldn't have hit her with the truck, none of this would have happened. Right now, we would be getting ready to go out to the bar and celebrate our brand new car. He even talks about how he, quote, Zero, met Cassie, which is the fiance, and he says, but between us, she likes it better when we fuck. And like, I just want to say, everything about this interrogation sounds like someone who watched the movie Split and just decided that he was gonna try to embody this. If it weren't the most asinine crime that we've heard of recently, it would be cringe. That's the description of how he handles himself, the mannerisms, how he responds as Zero.
But now Tanner has to take over.
Time must take over when?
Only out.
How long do you keep him away?
The longer I've been here, the longer I'm able to keep in control. I think we found ways to block Tanner out.
How do you do that?
I make her go to sleep.
Wait, you killed that little girl. Was Tanner trying to stop you?
He was sure to get to sleep.
He also says that Cassie, the fiance, knows about Zero at this point. Quote, at this point, we're both kind of developing a relationship with Zero. And then Tanner comes out and is talking about Cassie. And he explains to the detectives that Cassie has met Zero. I think this is true. I think Cassie has met Zero in the sense of, I think both of them are, I think definitely Tanner Horner is strange. How do I put this lightly? I think they both play into it.
Who, both?
The fiance.
Really?
Maybe she genuinely in her heart of hearts believes that he has DID. He claims that she also has DID and she gets it from her grandma, which is not how DID works. Both of them, I feel like they both kind of play into it and it's just none of it makes any sense.
Has she spoken out or no?
No.
To her, she's basically dating two people. And Cassie herself, she has multiple. But she gets that from her grandmother. I only have the one. She says I have three, but I don't. I haven't seen evidence of the third.
Which again, like that's not how it works. He says he's traumatized by this because of what Zero did.
I'm wondering who the hell's been in my head this whole time, because for a long time we've been cool, we've been tight. Like, me, him, and Cassie have all had conversations together. Still
What gun?
There's no gun, but he's saying, metaphorically.
Oh.
And then Zero takes over, and Zero says the only reason he got rid of Athena was, quote, well, I can't have any fun if I'm in jail. And he just gives off these nasty one-liners as if he's in a D-grade Hallmark movie.
So did they ask him who put the tapes on the cameras? Or
Yeah.
what happened then?
No, but he doesn't give a straightforward response to the tape on the cameras, the sticky notes on the cameras. In a separate conversation, the officer tries to summarize his thoughts. And they're like, okay, so Tanner keeps you, Zero, from hurting anybody. But when Tanner hurts her, runs her with the truck, that keeps you from partying. That keeps you from your cocaine. That keeps you from doing what Zero likes to do. So you knew if you didn't take control that Tanner would get you guys put in jail. Is that right? You knew that if you didn't take complete control, take care of business, Tanner wouldn't, because he's what? A little bitch. You've never taken on somebody else? You've never been with any other person, only Tanner?
Let us go for several years. Why this is the first time? The bedroom, dear.
When were you at Tanner before?
I'll meet the story.
Did you do anything when he was 12 or 13? Did you hurt anybody then?
Only Tanner.
And again, I do not think that he has GID. I tend to believe that he has a firm grip on reality, as well as a very loose grip on the fact that he has the moral character that only a mother could love. And I think that's not even true at this point. Throughout the multiple interviews, there will just be times where he says things that showcase how out of touch he is. I think that this has nothing to do with a lack of development in the brain. This is all to do with you're just a shit person. You can't say that you're fucking evil and say, oh, it's because my brain did not develop completely. You're just fucking evil. The investigators are asking him, when you were talking to her, did she tell you her name?
So she just told you her name was Athena, right?
Which I actually thought that was pretty cool because, I like mythology and stuff like that. Yeah.
There are other points in the interviews where he starts almost talking to the detectives as if he's trying to show them how cool he is. For example, he's asked to describe who he all lives with in the house. And he says, my mom, my little brother, my grandmother, and Cassie, the fiance, and several annoying dogs. What kind of dogs? Itty bitty little ankle biters?
Me and Cassie, our cat, and an annoying little shit named Draco.
What breed is Draco?
Not sure exactly, but he's part Chihuahua. Part Chihuahua, part annoying as shit.
It's like very reminiscent of a middle schooler trying to curse in front of the high schoolers to appear cool, but housed in the vile body that is Tanner Horner, a man in his 30s. In another segment, he's yapping about his ex-girlfriends, one of them named Nicole, who he describes her being as dumb as a brick. He says,
she did end up cheating on me with 2 different black guys. So, which eventually ended up telling me later on what was really going on. Actually,
also, just like the whole Jewish thing and then the black thing, I'm like, I think you're anti-Semitic and I think you're racist, but you're trying to play it off. That's the vibe. The way he even phrases it, I think you have to watch the clip to see. But the way it's almost, he says that he had a problem ghosting girls because, quote,
I always get to that point where we're flirting, like all this other shit, like sometimes we sleep together, all that shit, but then afterwards I'm just like, shit, I don't know where to go from here.
So he has a reputation of ghosting girls. He states that he had a habit of being a player.
I started realizing getting older, I need to settle down. Yeah, settle down essentially. Okay.
So that's why he got with Cassie. Every other answer is framed as woe is me. So when he's not trying to sell this weird alter ego personality Zero, then he's talking and trying to be cool with the officers. And then every other response after that is woe is me. And I don't think it registers in his English pea-sized brain that he's not the victim in this situation. He's asked questions like, when you start choking her, facing away from you, like you stated earlier, how long did it take her to essentially pass out or stop crying? Was it long or short?
It's probably about a minute, but it felt like so much longer.
And there's this undercurrent. It sounds like he feels bad for himself that it took longer. Like it felt so long to kill Athena. Not that Athena suffered for so long. He leans against the wall during the interrogation.
Am I gonna go home at all?
No, you're not. He says about this whole experience, aka murder, he says,
It's just gonna be fucking with me a lot. Can I hurt a kid? Can you not just shoot me mad? I just want to be with my family. Before I get gunshot better.
Then he goes on to rant almost.
I am gonna miss out on the start of my child's fucking life. Okay? This isn't one of those probation things. This is one of those I'm going away for a long time things, and I'm gonna miss out all of my fucking son's life. I would rather die. I'm gonna miss out on all my son's Christmases, his birthdays, him growing up. I'm gonna miss out on everything. All because I listened to some stupid voice that isn't probably even there.
Audaciously, he asks the authorities if he can just be free for a month after admitting to murder of a 7-year-old girl. He asks if he can just have a month to spend Christmas with his families. And this is why, again, I feel like he watches those movies and he thinks that they're all real. Like he watched Split once, because the way he asks, he's like, give me a month. I just need a month. You're not an undercover CIA agent. You're scum.
I want a month.
A month of what?
Even if you want to put ankle monitor on the GPS monitors, check off with you. Like, if you give me a month with my family so I can have Christmas with my son, I'll tell you everything.
I'll be completely honest with you, Tanner.
If that's beyond your power, I understand.
Yeah, no, it's something that I can't even feasibly think that's possible, but I don't know that for sure because I'm not the prosecutor. I'm not.
Like, I'd be willing, like, even if y'all set up cameras outside the house, I want to answer everything you have to say. But the main motivation behind me wanting to talk to you is I literally just want to see my son.
I understand
I
that.
want to be there for him on Christmas. I want to give him that good Christmas feeling.
He's making it seem like this is the biggest impact on him. However, if you put it in juxtaposition with everything else that's happening, when the investigators are trying to pull Athena's body out of the creek, he's talking to another detective about vapes.
I was vaping there for a little bit, but then I got sick with COVID like 2 weeks ago. And I switched back to smoking because I didn't need all the fluid on my lungs, because a friend of mine had like serious lung damage because he was vaping while he was sick.
Then he starts going down this thoughtless rabbit hole about how some vapes smell like pancakes and waffles, and that makes him crave pancakes and waffles, which naturally leads to a conversation. And again, I think the officer is playing into this. I don't think the officer is sitting there like, oh yeah, let me just make small talk. I think the officer is like, my body cam is on, and I'm going to egg you on and make you talk about what you want to talk about while we are pulling a 7-year-old girl's body out of the water. And he starts talking about pancakes and waffles with him. And he says that he prefers hash browns with cheese and onions, a Whataburger patty melt with a Dr. Pepper shake. And then he later asks, out of nowhere, after he's talking about food for 5 minutes,
What happens if I get an attorney right now?
You get an attorney right now? I mean, that's your choice, your legal right.
Then he tries to bring up how the last time he was in handcuffs was 4 years ago when he attempted self-exit, and how he would have constant headaches to the point of being halfway convinced that he had a tumor in his brain. He also mentions,
I'm the kind of person where I don't go to the hospital until the very last second, which, you know, that's probably not the best thing in the world. Like, I have, like, random heart palpitations and stuff because I drink a lot of energy drinks. Like, I even had a mild heart attack, like, a year ago.
and in the car, he's talking about how he semi-likes being a delivery driver, except, quote, right now we're going through peak season, which, to be honest, is kind of a pain in the butt. And I just didn't like the whole being a 1099 thing. So instead of being an employee with a W-2, he doesn't like being a 1099 contractor. And later, he motions to the officer who's driving, and he says in a teasing voice,
You're texting and driving.
Oh, this is in the car?
Yeah, later in the car. They were outside the car smoking a cigarette, and then now they put him in the car and they're driving him to a second location. And
he's yapping in the car.
Yeah. He's like, ooh, texting and driving.
Crazy.
And when it comes to the crime, he blames everyone else but him. The investigators are trying to get him to show remorse. I think they're not trying to get him to show it because that would benefit him, and it would. But I think they're just trying to understand so that they can get this all on camera to see how he really feels about it. And he can't even fake it. He can't even say words. He just talks about how he's no longer on the meds that he was placed on initially.
No, I haven't been on my medicine in 5 days, and it's starting to wear off. I've actually been crying. Do you know what that's like? Not being able to cry for months and months and months.
Tanner, are you remorseful for what you did? Obviously, you're telling you're crying, but I mean,
I'm a father. I took all I want is just to spend one last Christmas with my son, and I'll tell you everything, Michael. All while I'm
Tanner, you got distracted and you didn't answer my question. I said, are you remorseful for what you did?
I'm a father.
Tell me about that. Are you hurting inside for Athena?
Hurting for her, I'm hurting for her family. Even if this was some random person, I'd still be hurting for this child.
What would you want to say if her mom and dad were here right now? What would you want to say to them?
And then he goes back to getting a month with his son. If there's even a sliver of a chance that I can get out. If I'm on like house arrest, something like that, I would be able to, right those wrongs. If I was on house arrest, I would actually be able to give my son a Christmas. I would be able to, you know what I mean? Where did you come up with this idea? Like, where is this your idea or something you saw somebody else? The idea of asking for a fucking month. I prayed about it. Pray about it. God spoke to you. He said, this is what you should ask for. He nods. The investigator goes on to tell Tanner Athena's parents' names and what they've been asking and what they want answers to. But all Tanner can say is, can I speak for a minute?
The reason I wanted to do this, I just want to spend that one last Christmas. I have videos of Christmas morning and waking up, going to go sit, I go under the tree, see his presents. This isn't even really about me at this point. It's about that little boy. I want this because I want to be able to, for him to have something to look back on. The reason I wanted to trade this is because if somehow by some million-and-one shot, they were able to put me on a monitor, put cameras around the house, everything. If y'all were able to do that, I would go no contest. All I want is that 1 month time. Hell, not even a month, technically, just end of the year, you know what I mean? That one last crucial time for my son. I would give up everything. I would say, just throw me in a jail cell forever, I don't care.
And it's like, you're already getting that, but...
I would give up everything. I'd give up all my defenses. I'd give up everything. Plead no contest. Give you the information that you want, everything. That's what I want you to communicate to the judge.
He says he's never done anything like this before. He's the type to cry when he runs over dogs at work, which the investigator is like, then why did you kill a 7-year-old girl? Why Athena? To which he responds, it wasn't me. Now that I haven't been on the medication, I haven't heard from Zero in 2 days. He says that none of this would have happened if he hadn't accidentally run over Athena at work saying,
I'd be at work right now. I'd be at work, saving up for Chester's Christmas, getting everything ready, just trying to get us into an apartment. I was this close. I finally got a new car. Okay, I was having to drive the freaking work trucks home for like a month because I didn't have a car. Because my car broke down several months ago, and then Cassie's broke down. Life was getting really bad. The stress was getting too much. I'm not a violent person. I'm not a bad person. I've never been a bad person. The only bad things I've ever done is, like, occasionally I'll smoke marijuana. I'm an autistic, weird dude who likes music that other people tend to shut at. Well, musician. I was in a Christian punk band at one point. A Christian punk band. Not gonna lie, the vocals weren't the best. I worked years mastering my craft, and at this point I write my own music, I had lyrics and everything, but I never really got to, you know what I mean? Yeah.
He talks a lot.
yeah.
He likes to talk.
Yeah, and he thinks that everyone should care about him. Personally, I'm glad to hear that, because if you do show some type of emotion, if you do have some type of remorse, that goes a long way, as opposed to just being a cold-blooded killer monster.
If I was a cold-blooded killer, I would have been killing people for years. You know what I mean? Like, I have a conscience. I have feelings. I'm just a person.
You panicked?
It wasn't my decision. I wanted to let her go. There's other jobs out there. He didn't want to let her go. Now I haven't even heard from him in 2 days.
You're gonna have a human emotion as a parent, as a son. You're gonna have some type of emotion or some type of thought of what do I do next?
I didn't know what to do next. I just tried living my life.
Yeah.
I don't know if the only thing that I could think of, and this is such a shitty comparison, but have you ever met those people who they will stub their toe and they expect everyone to fall to their knees and care about their toe, and then someone around them will be diagnosed with a terminal illness and they're like, what does that have to do with me? This is the type of energy that Tanner Horner gives. He just does not care. When the detectives ask about why he lied about the green van, he blames it on Zero, saying, I mean, obviously he would know, like, we share the same memories. He has access to my memories, and my dad used to have an old green Astro van, and I think that's where he got that from.
When we were talking to Athena, me and Zero were also arguing. Yeah, like, I was trying to be like, you just put her back and forget the whole fucking thing. Yeah, he seemed a little bit different than normal, too. Like, because normally, like, he's a cool guy, you know what I mean? So, but he was a little bit more manic than normal, I guess, and it was kind of weird. I remember there was a point where me and Zero were getting verbal, like outward verbal versus inside the head verbal, and she was kind of like freaking out over it.
And again, it's like you watch the movie Split, because there's no depiction of this in any of the audios that they retrieved from the FedEx truck.
Well, how was she freaking out? Like, she was just kind of looking at us like, why is this dude talking to himself?
Tanner is the type of person that thinks at such a pace that you can almost see the thought forming inside of his dense skull, and then he acts on it. And once he realizes the detectives are not putting in as much effort to believe the alter ego Zero's existence, he asks them, can y'all do some research on something for me? Sure.
Can you look up some of the potential negative psychoactive effects of potentially Prozac?
And then he notices one of the investigators fidgeting with his fingers. Oh, you did the same thing? I do that because I'm a drummer. You can see scars from years and years of playing drums where I bust in my fingers. The investigator is like, okay, well, let's get back to the topic. And he says, I guess the whole motivating factor, again, going back to the why, is you bumped this little girl with a truck and you're thinking I'm going to lose my job, potentially my freedom. He says, I wasn't worried about losing freedom part because honestly, that's an honest accident. He's like, why would I go to jail for running her over? It was an accident. Which again, no one thinks that he did that, but...
All it would take is going up there and just talking to the parent. You know, like, hey, I accidentally bumped your daughter. Like, there's more jobs out there, you know what I mean? Like, it's not hard to find a job. I mean, shit, like, I set her on the back of the van, trying to calm her down. But she wasn't calming down. Zero kind of took over.
One of the last things Athena wrote in her school journal was about stranger danger. That's what the class was learning at the time leading up to Christmas, is who a stranger is, what to do when a stranger approaches you, who not to trust. And I think that adds a really twisted layer to this case because it's not that it would make it any better, but I think that there is this knowledge that Athena knew what kind of danger she was in as it was happening. And I know that sounds obvious to adults, but it's... Even from the second it started, she knew she was in danger. And I think the part that people find heartbreaking is the fact that from the second that she was hauled into that van, she would have had a lot of conscious thoughts about what is happening and this is dangerous and this is bad. And it would have probably made her feel a lot more panicked. She was learning of what to do in the event of stranger danger. And like I said, one of the most damning pieces of evidence in this trial is the audio footage of Athena's murder. This was played in court for the jurors, and all of the live streaming cameras thankfully, had to be shut off so the public could not hear it. There were press members in the courtroom who described some of the jurors' reactions as well as what was heard in the audio, but it's a lot. I don't even think they played the full footage for the jurors because they were just sobbing, breaking down. A lot of them were trying to hold back tears. A lot of them were outwardly just dry heaving and sobbing.
The jurors, right?
The jurors. The prosecutor describes it as,
you're going to hear what a 250-pound man can do to a 67-pound child. And when I say it's horrible, I mean it. I've been doing this 25 years, and I promise you, buckle up. It's an hour. It's not 5 minutes. It's an hour. And it's not just one time that he's trying to kill her. It's over, over, and over again. You can hear the banging in the truck. You can hear the screams. This is what's coming. It didn't happen fast.
the first thing that Tanner says to Athena once she's in the van, he leans down towards her face and says, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." She tries to tell him that he can't take her because she has school tomorrow. And Athena Strand asks him if he's a kidnapper, and Tanner responds by demanding she take off her shirt. Athena screams and cries for her mom and tells Tanner, "You can't do that to me." You can hear her, so we know that there was male DNA found on the vaginal and anus swabs, but they also, in the audio, there is very clear apparent gagging noises from Athena. Now, Tanner would later try to come up with this lie that he was trying to get her to swallow a pill, I guess a pill to sedate her or something, but it's pretty apparent that he was assaulting her. And she screams for her mom, and she screams, "You can't do that for me." You can hear her gasp for air, begging to go home. At one point, Tanner Horner sings Christmas music, Jingle Bell Rock specifically, because it was playing in the van. The audio footage is so bad that Athena's mom even apologizes to the jurors for what they have to see. Maitland is Athena's biological mother, and I do want to make it clear that Maitland's favorite color is not pink. Athena's favorite color was pink, but she goes up on the stand in a pink blazer. She's been in court every single day wearing pink. Her whole head of hair has been dyed pink. It's been pink for a really long time. Right now it's a pastel pink color. Previously it was a much darker, vibrant pink. And every day she's there wearing pink, and she gets up on the stand to testify, and she talks about what her life has been like. We're going to get into all of that soon, but she says about the audio she could only listen to a minute. She says, "I couldn't get past a minute."
And I'm very sorry to all of the innocent people that do have to watch that. I am so sorry. I'm sorry to you, and I'm sorry to y'all too. Because none of us, not Athena, not me, not anyone in this room besides Tanner Horner, asked for what's on that video. And Athena definitely didn't.
After the prosecution present all their evidence, it's now time for the defense, and it consists of just trying to paint this very sad picture of the sad life of Tanner Horner. As Tanner describes it, his dad was a crackhead, his mom is a heroin addict, and he was raised by his grandparents. Those are direct quotes. Well, my grandmother and my step-grandfather, which I consider him my grandfather than anybody because he's the man that raised me. He says for his childhood, his dad was in and out of prison, and his mom was also in and out of jail constantly. And the part that really gets me is he says, because now he's in jail. He says, "I actually worked on this, when my mom and my grandmother come to see me, I actually worked on this clever line."
Oh, how the tables have turned.
Because now he's the one in jail. But he says that he's glad that his grandparents raised him because, quote,
"I'm glad they did, because I wouldn't be the kind of person that literally buys homeless people food."
The defense brings up his rough upbringing. They also bring up the fact that he's autistic. People that know Tanner say that he made it his whole personality that he is autistic. He threw it out there in every conversation, but not in the sense of, "Oh, I'm trying to connect with people," or "I'm trying to describe why I may behave in certain ways that a neurotypical person would not." It's not like that. It's not like, "Oh, I'm trying to connect with someone. Maybe you have certain things that you do that you could relate to." It's not like that. It's just to justify things. That's what people say. It's like he's always justifying an action or mistake or straight up wrongdoings by saying that he's autistic. In his mind, because he's on the spectrum, he can do no wrong. His defense wrote in a filing that his, quote, "autism reduces his moral blameworthiness." A lot of autistic people are just fed up with this trial because they're like, "That why is the defense doing this? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It just makes us, it adds a stigma to our community." Most autistic people wouldn't hurt a fly. They're like, what's happening? And on top of that, Tanner Horner has been accused of SA and SA against minors several times before this. A woman named Shay Marie had posted on Facebook for years. Friendly reminder that Tanner Horner likes to take advantage of drunk 16-year-old girls. Another one, friendly reminder that Tanner Horner is a rapist. And these are back from 2019.
Against her?
Yes. This would have been when Tanner was 23, she's 16, years before Tanner would go on to kill Athena Strand. She made another post around the time of his arrest and said, "Tanner Lynn Horner, the man who raped me at 16, 8 years ago, murdered Athena Strand, a 7-year-old girl. I hope the family gets justice that they deserve. I hope he rots. And I hope that everyone who didn't believe me when I've talked about this for 8 years, fuck all of you." She's also posted on TikTok about what's happened, saying that nobody believed her at the time. She's also posted screenshots of what people widely believe to be a conversation between Shay and Cassie, the fiance, but it's not been verified. But it appears that the fiance is messaging Shay saying things like, "Hey Shay, I heard you were with Tanner, but he was lying to me and all kinds of shit. So I was just going to ask what happened." And Shay Marie confides in her saying like, "Oh, well, you should know that he physically took advantage. He raped me. Like, this is what happened. I'm telling you right now, like, this is a person." And if this is truly Cassie, I think this is why a lot of people dislike her as well. There's a response to Shay that reads, "Well, don't worry though, he's attached to me now." And Shay writes, "Okay, question mark, question mark. All I'm saying is him and I are still kind of together, but not like I fell deeply in love with him and he won't leave me alone because I do love him and he doesn't want to get rid of me. Like, we technically are not together, but still are." I don't know. It's hard to explain. If this is Cassie, I think this is where a lot of the vitriol against her stems from, which Cassie is someone that Tanner met and potentially groomed. I believe that she was 17 years old when they met as well. And about meeting Cassie, he says,
I met her and it just kind of clicked, which is really weird because her mom was trying to hit on me and her mom's like, "Maybe your daughter's a lot cuter, man. Like, you're like 50.
They share a young son together. He doesn't speak nicely about Cassie either. He says that she's not working and, quote, "She's using my Grubhub account to go get money every once in a while, but it's gone by the next day." So at least from this point, she's at least providing money for her own dumb shit. Dude, she will go and do Grubhub to order Grubhub later. Like, gotta love that girl, but so dumb. He also complains about how people think he's dumb, but he's actually a lot smarter than people think. Before his arrest in the Athena Strand case, he was charged with 3 counts of SA of a child dating back to 2013. 2 separate women have testified in court thus far that Tanner Horner raped them when they were both minors. And while now it's the defense's turn to try and make a compelling argument for mitigating factors of why he should not be killed by the state, there's a lot of things that we do need to keep in mind. Like the fact that during the interrogation, the lead detective is telling him when they find Athena, they're going to have a medical examiner look at Athena's body. They're going to know a lot of things. So we're going to know, we're going to be able to essentially corroborate what you're telling us now. So is there anything else we're going to find out? Because I don't want you to lie to me. So tell us what we need to know. And he's like, "No, sir." Okay, so I think I know what you're about to ask. And no, I didn't.
You're going to ask if I sold her and I did not.
So everything's going to tell me that you didn't say.
And again, this is the argument that people are so upset by, because if someone in their right mind who genuinely did not assault someone, they would be offended. They would try to defend their character of like, "No, of course not, because of A, B, C, and D. I'm not that type of person, A, B, C, and D." But his response is,
"With my medication now, we even really have much of a libido."
Okay.
Like my fiance will even tell you that kind of pisses her off most of the time.
he gives the same excuse to his mother when she calls him in jail. And there's a lot of jailhouse calls that are being played during the trial. And it's just a whole lot of complaining. Even to the detectives, he complained that being in jail is a lot of stress because...
Need some more water?
Yeah. Sorry. I think it's more stress than anything. That, and I have to, like, when I ask people for water while I'm in that padded cell, I'm sitting there waiting for, like, when I'm sitting there asking people for water, like, they just, everybody there looks at me like I'm a monster. Which, understandably so, given the circumstance.
What's his parents' attitude?
His mom testified, and it was, I think a lot of people have limited sympathy for the mom. So just judging by her testimony, it seems that she had a very rough life and she was dealt a lot of shit cards as well. There is this point in the testimony, though, where she says that she wants to tear his fucking eyes out because of what he did to the little girl.
Are you angry with him?
I'm so mad at him. I want to just tear his ass out.
And she's very emotional. So it seems that people do not, she's not one of those moms that's like, my son could never. However, there is this one point that she describes that that's not the son she knows, which a lot of people had problems with that wording. But she is not one of those moms that's like, no, my son could never. My son, well, maybe the victim asked for it because my son is a saint. She's not doing that.
Dad?
Dad is dead. Yeah. But during one of the initial jailhouse calls to his mom, she picks up and she's like, are you okay? Not really. You want to tell me what happened? I pulled into this driveway and all that stuff. I was pulling forward and I was backing up and I hit this little girl. Okay, go ahead.
I pulled into this like driveway and all that stuff. I was pulling forward and I was backing up, and then I overrolled, and then she was crying. I tried to only go down, and it didn't work. My thoughts were, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my child. Like, everything started. I know. I didn't know what to do, Mom.
What did you do? Did she die on her own?
No. Oh my God. I know. Like, Kathy hasn't even tried calling me up here. Like,
Then there's this very disorienting moment where he asks about the bail.
So, was it you guys who tried calling bail or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
How much was it?
Less than $5 million.
Are you kidding me?
He starts complaining about that. The truck doesn't have a backup camera. Well, it has a camera, but it doesn't work. It hasn't worked for like 2 months. So he starts using that as an excuse. In another call, he complains about how he gets reading material in jail, but it's, he asks for the Bible. He gets a version of the Bible where it has, quote, Shakespearean dialogue, and he has to constantly take breaks. And though I tend to think that it's not a problem of the version, but rather he's just giggling about how he's not in the crazy room anymore. He's in the less crazy room, but still, the version of the Bible sucks. He also says, you could not believe all the crazy letters I'm receiving.
Like fan letters?
I don't know if it's hate, fans, other child molesters. I don't know. He also talks about how all the news outlets are reaching out. And he also complains a lot. Oh, more on that in a second. But he also complains about like the dumbest shit. He says, I had an ingrown nail the other day and I started messing with it and they don't let me cut my fingernails. So it just kind of gets bad. And then his mom is trying to give him some perspective of like, well, yeah, your time is bad in there too. But also she says, you're not getting all the hate that I'm getting here.
Hate should be receiving any hate. I remember what they're saying on TV. Because I guarantee they're all making it worse than it is. Oh, yeah. Stop. He is right for that. No. Because on my medication, I really need to get up for Kathy. I know that's a little bit too much information, but still. Oh my.
He says the news reporters, journalists, investigators, major publications are all monsters.
They want this story. That's all they want. That's why I tapped into the like right now. They're like, hey, you get it on me now and give you like $1 billion extra dollars? Yeah, I'll give you a story.
And he says he's going to demand $1 million from news networks. And with that $1 million, he's going to get his baby a nice house, fix up his mom's house, and then give the leftovers to the family. Athena Strand's family. He says, give the leftovers. His mom tries to comfort him in jail. And again, I think this is why people have limited sympathy for her, but she's saying things like, the people that know you're not that kind of person. I'm sorry for you. And he says, I don't want people to be sorry for me.
This was like next to Dexter. Like, just looked at me like, with this like hate filled rage in his eyes. Apparently, they might keep me from the general population. I'm a bit of an introvert, so it's not a big deal.
And she's just like, okay, well, I just want you to know that many people are concerned about you.
Like, these are people you need to set my attorney's way. He needs many character witnesses.
So these are court-appointed attorneys, so it's hard to, yeah.
He's proud about that, huh?
Yeah. He's actually working his ass off right now, as far as I'm concerned. And I just imagine the attorneys hating their lives sitting next to him. I can sense it on the cameras. But hey, do not take toilets for granted. Sometimes I can't even have a toilet. He also says things like, I'm pretty sure everybody knows, according to my attorney yesterday, this is literally like national news. It's not like Texas news, it's national.
I always wanted to be famous, but not like this shit.
He says, I feel bad for the family. I miss my son. I miss my son before I even got arrested. He complains about one of the guards saying, she just literally hates me. It's not professional. She's an older lady. Ironically, her last name is Collard. Ironic because I tried collard greens for the first time when I was in here, by the way. Oh my God, it's so good. I'm like, oh man, I'm actually going to be able to poop.
What's going on? He's what's going on?
He doesn't care about anyone else but him. He thinks that if he says something was a mistake, everyone should forgive him and baby him for finding himself in this situation.
There's no, yeah.
He complains about how he had to eat applesauce paired with something that wasn't good, but at least he gets reading material. Again, quote, I'm just glad I'm getting some reading material from the library because holy crap, I need to put my head in a good fantasy book. He does want someone, however, to send him a meditation book because, quote, it helps when I'm having an anxiety attack because being stuck in a box, you're going to end up getting a little bit of anxiety. When I start getting that anxiety, I'll sit down, meditate, try to block out everything, relax. It helps. He also wants manga, Dragon Ball Z manga. And when this part is played out in court where he talks to his family about wanting them to send manga, he laughs into his hand, like he chuckles as if like, oh my God, look at me being so quirky. There were envelopes found in Tanner Horner's jail cell, and all of them were titled. So one of them is for Athena's family. One of them is detectives only. One of them is Legacy Church, and one of them is for Cassie. He had these all sprayed out. And this is where I say the timeline gets very confusing. So at first when he is talking about what happened, he's like, I don't know what happened. I'm just as sad as everybody else. I'm a father. And then he's like, oh yeah, I did deliver a package. Well, no, he says, I don't remember delivering a package. Then it goes to, I did deliver a package. I saw a man with a green van. And then it goes to, I backed up into her and she was dead. Then it goes to, I backed up into her, she was alive. And then Zero took over. And then now back in jail, he's like, actually, I'm getting framed. That's where the letter comes from. And I'm going to read you all the letters, okay? But to the one to Athena's family, it reads, to Athena's family, I wanted to start off by saying how sorry I am about Athena. The entire time I've known my legal counsel, they've continued to tell me how I don't need to apologize. I shouldn't apologize until the trial. I don't think this is true, and frankly, I can't hold it in any longer. I've done a terrible thing to your family, and I'm sorry. I can't tell you how many countless nights I've stayed awake, unable to sleep. I pray for all of you. So many were affected by my breakdown, not just your family, but my own as well. You'll never get to see your baby girl grow up, and I'm sorry. Now, my son is going to grow up without his father and protector. I owe it to you to explain where my mind is at. Let me start by saying that I have Asperger's syndrome. In other words, I'm on the autism spectrum. I don't do well with change or things that are unpredictable in nature. When I first started as a driver at FedEx, I was given a singular route, and that route wouldn't change for a while. After a bit, my employer started making random changes in my route, avoid adding stuff from other routes so they could make more money. I don't do well with change. Again, I can have meltdowns when unexpected changes to my daily route happened. It was bad one day. I started to have suicidal episodes. I had to leave early that day or I was going to walk myself into oncoming traffic. The only thing that stopped me was thinking of my son growing up without his father. So I took off for a week and sought out help. I got put on medication, and a week later I was back at work. I'd let my employers know how I needed to keep a consistent routine and I wouldn't have any issues. However, I was ignored. When I returned, they did the opposite of what was good for someone like me. They put me on as a floater. They put me on a different route every day, every time. I reminded them that I needed to be on a routine, and it was like it would go in one ear and out the other. My mental health started to steadily get worse because of it. I couldn't just quit either. I had a son and I had to take care of him. Then on top of that, certain aspects of my home life started to fall apart as well. I guess they got sick of me constantly telling them that I needed consistency because they sold me off to another company without having any say in the matter. In hindsight, I'm starting to think that they were attempting to get me to quit, which in retrospect was kind of scummy. After a while, with the new contract I started with Big Top Spin, my life started to kind of fall back into place. I got a car again, but I was consistently stressed and had multiple minor meltdowns because even the new company had no regard for my mental health because they still refused to put me on a consistent route. The holidays came and my stress only multiplied. They forced everyone to work 6 days. 6 days as volume got higher and higher, and it was all the wrong place and the wrong time. I'm sorry I allowed my mental state to be unstable. I'm sorry I took away your little angel from you. She didn't deserve it. You all didn't deserve it. My son didn't deserve to lose his father. My mother didn't deserve to lose her son. My fiance didn't deserve to have her wedding day stripped from her. I pray that my death eases your suffering in some way. The only thing I can think of is for forgiveness and for you to remember my son and show him some grace and mercy, for he no longer has his father. I love you all, and I'm sorry, Tanner Horner. What do you mean I love you all? Mm-hmm. That also pisses me off. Everything about this letter pisses me off, but the I love you all.
So what are these letters intended for? Like, he just wrote it. He wanted to...
He did try to self-exit in jail.
Okay.
But I don't know if it was a full-hearted attempt.
These letters are insulting, right? Only putting salt on the wound even more.
I feel like and I never say this because... Okay. But I think that his self-exit in these letters was performative at best. It's just the most empty attempt at appearing remorseful. Because even previously, during the interviews when he was requesting to take a month for his son, they keep trying to bring him back to, as a parent, because you keep mentioning you're a parent. My question to you was, if Athena's parents were here, put yourself in their shoes for a minute, what would you say to them?
I don't know what I would say.
I mean, would you apologize to him? Would you explain why you did this? Or
I don't know what I would say. I would be speechless. No one deserved any of this.
And it almost seems like he's counting himself as no one. The defense attorney during cross for the lead detective says, but you would agree with me that he told you several times that he felt bad about what happened and expressed, he may not have said, I feel bad, but he expressed his emotions about what happened. And the detective leans into the mic in court during the trial and says, yes, ma'am, I did not believe him.
Ranger Espinosa, you also recognized that Tanner was being remorseful as well, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall telling him, I see remorse in you, I see regret in you?
That is part of an interview tack in order to maintain rapport.
Later on, they also bring up the Google searches that were made. Okay, so there is a search that he was looking at a 3-circle Venn diagram for the 3 things being autism, Catholicism, and nerd shit. So the circles for autism and Catholicism overlap with clearly defined rules, hierarchies, and rituals. The circles for autism and nerd shit overlap at obsession over fine details. The circles for Catholicism and nerd shit overlap at silly outfits and complicated lore. And all 3 circles overlap together with BDSM. Like, he's just looking up things like this. He's also looking up, after Athena's murder, license plates, license plate types, why my fiance's family makes me out to be a demon, and YouTuber with the highest net worth, and Paradise Missing Girl. He views multiple photos of Athena Strand, even going onto Facebook to look up photos and Facebook posts of Athena Strand with community members begging to find her. He also looks up, do FedEx cameras constantly record? The same day that he's doing that, he looks up a book called Hot and Bothered, How to Think About, Talk About, and Have Sex You Really Want. It has also been stated that...
This is before or after?
This is after. And it's been stated that he... Well, okay, it's... There has been some Karen Reed trial stuff where there's been debate of, oh, maybe this was a tab that he looked up previously and then it refreshed and then he Googled something else in the tab. But these are the things that were coming up in the search.
What do you mean Karen Reed trial stuff?
Like the How Long to Die in the Cold. So some people are arguing, okay, like this is something that he looked up days before the murder and then it refreshed because he opened that tab to Google something else. But it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Because it seems that even days before, 4 days before the murder, he was planning something. He was covering the cameras with sticky notes. So I don't think it really matters, the timeline. Additionally, it's been stated that he had intimate relations with his fiance hours after killing Athena, which would indicate that this depraved act was something that he wanted, obviously, but was also more turned on by. One netizen comments, unless they can prove that he doesn't know right from wrong, their point is moot. Which that's not what's happening. So this is not, they're not trying to say that he knows right from, well, not knowing right from wrong is more in tune with like the insanity plea, but this is the sentencing. So they're not saying that he doesn't know right from wrong. They're just saying that these are mitigating factors of why the state should not kill him. But a lot of people are arguing, I mean, he's hiding the body. That's evidence and he knows what he does wrong. I don't understand. Other people are saying if he knew how to cover the cameras in the car and Googles if FedEx cameras record all day, he knew what he was doing. Other people are saying, so just to sum it up, the defense is wasting everyone's time in court by trying to make excuses for him. Other people are saying, well, they have to. That's the whole point. And they're commenting, I think this is better actually, because it would be better if he can't appeal. If the defense does as much as they can to do their best, then he cannot appeal, saying that he was not represented well, and the family doesn't have to go through an appeal. So really, this is probably best for Athena Strand's family, so that there's not years and years of more hearings, another trial. Like, he can't say that he wasn't adequately represented. So this is probably for the family, for the best. But they could probably tone it down a bit, I will say. There's also another scary testimony coming from one of the neighbors. He says that Tanner Horner dropped off a FedEx package the night before Athena was taken, and his 2 young girls, same age as Athena, were outside playing. And there was this very odd interaction where Tanner Horner didn't want to get out of the truck until the parents, because one of the parents was in the doorway, wanted the parents to come get it. And he describes how, he ruined Christmas for a few kids before by giving them the package. But there was just this overwhelming feeling by a lot of people that he was...
Wait, what's going on? He gave the package directly to the kids?
To the adults. But he's saying, I don't give it to the kids anymore because I ruined Christmas once. I guess maybe one of the kids had opened the package and realized it was their Christmas present. But a lot of people feel that he was overcompensating for the fact that maybe that night he also had nefarious intentions. But he realized that the parents were in view. So he comes up with this weird, like, I never give the packages to the kids. I never talk to kids because I ruined Christmas for a kid once. Athena's mom has stated that she wants the whole world to know her baby. And I think that she has done, I hate that she's in that position, but I think that she's done a really good job of being able to give people the feeling of who Athena was. And she describes it as, there's a lot of interesting things about Athena. She loves pink and she loves Rapunzel, but also she wants to be like her Viking dad. Her favorite movie is Frozen, but she also loves to just like get in the mud and dig for the biggest worm that she can find. And it's just the way that everybody talks about Athena, I think the prosecutors point out it's sad that everything has to be in past tense, but you could just tell everyone loved her. She did recently, not recently, but prior to her death, she did get in trouble for smacking a kid on the bus with a water bottle. And Athena's mom testified and she said, "Mommy did teach her no means no." And the prosecutors are like, so she's independent? Yeah, she gets that from me. And strong? Physically, she gets that from her father.
She was the perfect mixture of me and Jacob.
And I think that goes to show they're not even together. They were co-parenting really well.
She loved to wear her pretty princess dresses, but at the same time, she would play in the dirt in those same pretty princess dresses. And she was free and she was wild and she was bright and she was loving. She wanted to be loved and to give love, and that's it. It was very common for her to want to do anything outdoors with her father, so long as her father was around. She watched him butcher animals. She watched him clear property. As long as Daddy was around, she was great with being dirty and being outside.
She has a little sister, and Athena's mom says, I didn't know how to tell her little sister.
I didn't know how to tell her, and I didn't think I was strong enough to tell her. So I lied to her for a long time. I would tell her that she was just staying with her daddy for a little bit longer. And when she asked to FaceTime her or to call her, I would tell her that she was at school, or she was sleeping, or she was, I would lie to her. Until about a year ago, she didn't know the whole truth. And, but I didn't tell her that Athena was dead and that she had been killed until what should have been Athena's 8th birthday.
Athena's mom did Athena's makeup before her funeral. So she didn't want Jacob to see the handprints around her neck. So Athena's mom made sure to do Athena's makeup, and she didn't like the dresses they had, so she was just like mindlessly roaming around Walmart looking for the perfect dress. But like, how can you find the perfect dress? The prosecutors ask her, why did you make it a point to be at every hearing that we've had in this case? And she says, because I had to cover up the handprint bruises around my daughter's neck, and because she no longer has a voice. And I want people to know that she's not just some story, she's not just some number, she's not just some picture you see in a headline. She was loved, she is loved, and she's missed, and she was real, and she had a life, and she wanted to live. And no one can take that from her. Not a single person can take that from her. And I will be her face, and I will be her voice, and I will make sure every person in the world knows. She's asked, what is it that sticks out to you? What do you want to know? I know it sounds stupid, and I know it sounds selfish. I know he'll never tell me the truth, but I want to know where my daughter's shirt is. I want to know everything, but he won't tell me that, and I highly doubt that he cared enough to pay attention to when my daughter took her last breath. Because I brought her into this world, and I know when she took her first. I was there for that. I was there when she took her first steps and she said her first word, but I wasn't there when she took her last. So I want to know where her shirt is, maybe because maybe he could give me that much grace. Athena's mom, Ashley, also testified. She says her favorite picture of Athena is, she's very much an outdoorsy kid, and it's she's about 5 years old in this picture, and her and Alice had been playing outside in the mud all day long, and she comes up to me and she's holding this gross little worm in her hand. She's covered in mud, I mean head to toe. It's all over her face, and she's so excited to have this little worm. That's my favorite picture of her. Ashley and Jacob divorced after Athena's murder. Ashley states that definitely this played a huge role in their separation. She says that it didn't just alter their marriage, but it fundamentally impacted her.
I'm not the same. I don't trust anybody. I can't. You're just not okay after something like that. Even my 5-year-old says stuff.
And her other daughter, Ashley's daughter, she says, I mean, she lost her sister in the most horrific way. Even if a delivery driver just drives down the driveway and she's outside, she runs inside and hides. It's affected her school, it's affected her friends, it's affected her in general. She has nightmares. Jacob, Athena's dad, also testified, and his body language and demeanor just looks defeated the whole time, and he just keeps saying that he couldn't protect his daughter.
I wasn't there to protect them like I should be. Like a father's role.
And even all the little kids in Athena's classroom, Miss Thompson, she testified during the trial, her teacher, and she said that it was really hard. A lot of the kids, this is her quote, some knew that something wasn't right, but I mean, everyone knew that she wasn't there, and I was having to count her absent when she was missing. And a lot of the kids, you could just tell that they were anxious, like they were worried, they knew something was wrong. And once they found Athena's body, she said that it was nearly impossible to go back to work that next Monday, but she had to because, quote, because I knew that the rest of my class needed their teacher and they needed someone to love them and support them and help them walk through this.
We have a crisis team, which is includes local counselors within our district, people from local churches. They come in to talk and support kids. We read off a script of letting them know that their classmate is no longer there. We do activities to try to help them begin the grieving process. There's just a lot going on, like just trying to help kids cope and learn. Like this is a big thing for them at 6 and 7 years old to have to walk through. And so there's just a lot of counseling, guidance, and support that is happening.
She and her husband created a mailbox to put outside the classroom so the students could write letters to Athena and place them in the mailbox to help them process. There were over 100 letters placed in the mailbox. And she's asked about how this has altered her life as well. And she says, when I look at my life and career, it looks very different. Every day I hug my kids as they walk out the door and I tell them I love them. But now every day when I do that, and for the rest of my teaching career, I have to think about, what if they don't come back tomorrow?
I have been through hours of therapy, trying to heal from this. I have lost 2 other students back to back with this tragedy, but this has hit me the hardest. It has forever changed my life, forever changed how I teach my kids. One of the biggest moments of struggle for me was one day I had a little girl. She came out into the hall. This was about 3 months after everything. And she was crying. And she sat down and she said, Miss Thompson, I really miss Athena, but I'm afraid that this is going to happen to me too.
She says, even now, there are several kids who are now in the 4th grade and they're still having outside counselors. Several students are afraid to sleep in their own bed and will not play in the yards, in their own front yard. Athena's case took over Texas. People had pink out days. Water towers, city official buildings, homes were all decorated with pink lights. And it actually kickstarted a lot of delivery drivers putting pink bows on their trucks to show support. And there was a whole trend online of, your babies are safe with us on our route. And And Mattel, the company, the creator of Barbie, they did a huge donation with Athena Strand's family because that was what Athena had gotten for Christmas, and that was what was left on their porch that day.
Mr. Horner, if you'd stand, please. It's the order of the court that you, Tanner Lynn Horner, has been adjudged to be guilty of the offense of capital murder as found by the jury. Jury having answered the special issues making it mandatory that your punishment be death, it is therefore the order of this court that your punishment be death. Before the hour of sunrise on a date to be determined by this court, you will be caused to die in accordance with the rules and regulations established by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice